Great Qin, Jinling No. 1 High School. The blazing sun hung in the sky, its scorching light spilling down like smoke and fire plunging the entire land into searing heat. Many trees had been planted here, their branches and leaves forming a canopy that shielded people from the harsh sunlight. Beneath the trees, several figures were passing by, chatting as they walked. I didn't expect the grand competition of the 10 schools to be about to begin. Time really flies so fast. I hope our school can achieve a good result this time. I heard the first place this time will be rewarded with a crank martial art. It really makes one envious. Yes, a martial art of that rank is incomparably precious. Ordinary families like ours couldn't afford it even if we sold everything. They were a group of students wearing blue school uniforms, all teenagers in the prime of youth, boys and girls alike, their faces full of youthful vigor at the most beautiful age of their lives. Wang Hao sat on the ground. The cut on his arm was not deep. Zhao Lei leaned against the wall, the old wound on the young man's skin was flawless, his soft black hair falling neatly. Though his features still held a trace of youthful immaturity, he gave people an exceptionally pleasant feeling at first glance. He was strikingly handsome and tall, carrying a unique air about him, as though wherever he went he would naturally become. His looks even surpassed those of celebrities on television. Most of all, his eyes were exceptionally bright, filled with a clear, radiant light. "Hello, Senior Yi." Seeing the young man, the students hurried to greet him with smiles clearly familiar with him. The young man nodded slightly in response. "Yi Fan, wait for me." A slightly chubby student, with an affable, likable face, came running up behind the young man. This was Yi Fan's good friend Li Fu. The two had been classmates in high school for 2 years. "You're too slow." Yi Fan looked at Li Fu and shook his head. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Li Fu said, "My stomach hurt, I couldn't help it. I only squatted for half an hour, why did you leave first?" Yi Fan was a bit speechless. They had agreed on 5 minutes, yet he had ended up waiting 6 times longer. "Senior Yi, there are some parts of the martial arts we're cultivating that we don't understand. Could you teach us?" One delicate-looking girl asked him this. They had all heard Yi Fan's name. He was the famed genius of the school, a legend whose reputation resounded in their ears. "What is it that you don't understand?" Seeing how enthusiastic his juniors were, Yi Fan took the initiative to begin. Half an hour later, everyone had gained something. Smiles of satisfaction lit up their faces. The martial arts they were cultivating were all frank combat techniques. Martial arts were graded into the tiers of F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The more powerful the technique one cultivated, the greater the combat strength one could unleash. These students had only just stepped into the martial disciple realm. The realms of martial practitioners were divided into martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, war general, marquis, king, and venerable. Each major realm was further divided into 9 minor stages. The Yi Fan before them, however, was a true martial artist. "Senior Yi is amazing. With just a few words you made me understand the technique I'm cultivating. Senior, can I come ask you for guidance again in the future? Senior, would you like to come to my house for a meal today?" The students were all extremely enthusiastic toward Yi Fan, some even filled with worship, their eyes practically shining. Yi Fan only smiled faintly and did not answer them. He had already experienced such scenes more times than he could count. At this moment, Li Fu sighed beside him. "It really makes one jealous. If only I could be this dazzling one day." The look Li Fu cast at Yi Fan carried a hint of worship as well. As Yi Fan's friend and deskmate, he had personally witnessed Yi Fan's rise. From an unknown nobody, Yi Fan had in an astonishingly short span of time become the most talked about figure in all of Jinling No. 1 High School. In that brief time, he had become the foremost among the 10 great geniuses. News reports even covered him, proclaiming that Yi Fan's aptitude and potential were limitless, and that he might one day become a peak powerhouse among martial artists. In Jinling, the emergence of such a figure made every resident proud. Yet unfortunately, Yi Fan was no longer the number 1 of the 10 great geniuses. The cause of it all lay in an unforeseen accident that no one could have predicted. Yi Fan had once possessed boundless potential, but his father fell gravely ill with a strange disease whose nature no one else understood. To cure his father, Yi Fan ventured into the silent forest seeking spiritual herbs that might heal his father's illness. But no one had imagined that in the depths of the silent forest Yi Fan would meet with calamity. He encountered the sinister Myriad Races cult. The members of the Myriad Races cult delighted most in crippling geniuses, weakening the strength of the human race, and Yi Fan fell victim to their malice. Although he forced his way out by relying on his formidable strength, he was grievously injured, his innate talent completely shattered. From a powerful martial master, Yi Fan plummeted down to the martial artist realm. Many people admired his courage in risking everything for his father. Yet a large number of others thought he was nothing but a fool beyond saving. Without that dazzling talent, the attention he received naturally dwindled. At this moment, however, Yi Fan's thoughts were elsewhere. In truth, he was a transmigrator, and it had already been several years since he crossed into this world. The world he came from was one of technology, where science and advancement reigned supreme, and the nation preached strength through technology. It was a beautiful blue star, and he had once been just a student there. Because he dashed into the road to save a little girl, he was struck by a car and died. Thus, when he opened his eyes again, he had transmigrated into this world before him. This world was somewhat like a parallel version of that blue star. Technology was also advanced here. Mobile phones, computers, rockets, and so forth all existed. But there was one crucial difference: the true rulers here were lofty martial artists who stood high above the masses. And to explain that, one had to start from the invasion of the myriad races. Tens of thousands of years ago, this world saw the appearance of countless monsters and many different races, and the moment they emerged, they began a frenzied slaughter of humanity. Handguns, missiles, and other such weapons were effective against these monsters at first, but as ever stronger creatures appeared, those weapons gradually became completely useless. The monsters of the myriad races reduced the human population by more than half, nearly driving humanity. Yet at that critical moment, martial artists were born. They stood against the other races and erected new kinds of city walls, giving humanity a place to survive and continue its development. After several thousand more years, even mightier martial artists emerged. Their strength shook the heavens. They could battle the most powerful beings among the myriad races without suffering defeat. It was then that humanity truly rose, embarking on the path of resistance against the myriad races. With humanity's astonishing reproductive capacity, more and more powerhouses were born in an endless stream. Vast territories were reclaimed, and to this day the struggle has never ceased. The ultimate goal of humanity was to drive out the myriad races. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the 100 millionfold amplification system. Awakening in progress. Progress 1. A system. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then a smile slowly surfaced on his face. It had finally arrived. How could a transmigrator not know what a system is? It was just that after crossing over for so long with no movement at all, he had thought he would never awaken it. The Billionfold Amplification System could enhance the physical body, amplify pills, and possessed many other functions. An ordinary blade of grass, when amplified 10 million times, could be transformed into a divine medicine. A common weapon, when amplified 10 million times, could become a divine artifact. Looking over the system's functions, Yi Fan's face blossomed into a joyful smile. His cultivation had hope of recovering again. At that moment, a voice rang out. Yo, isn't this the former number one of the 10 great geniuses? A youth walked over with a smile, yet mockery and scorn lurked within that smile. Yi Fan slowly turned around and looked at the youth, whose face was filled with ridicule, his own gaze utterly indifferent. Passing students cried out in surprise. Some girls had metaphorical stars in their eyes, their faces full of adoration as they gazed at that dazzling young man. It turned out this youth was one of the school's 10 great geniuses, named Bai Guiyuan. Behind him stood an illustrious clan from Jinling. He even had a private car to take him to and from school, his status exceedingly prominent. While everyone else wore school uniforms, Bai Guiyuan stood out in a casual black outfit. This was the privilege of the 10 great geniuses. They did not have to wear the standard school attire. I heard Senior Bai is already a martial master. That's incredible. He's said to be only 18. Who knows how far he will grow in the future? Maybe he'll become a grandmaster someday. At the mention of a grandmaster, smiles lit up all the students' eyes. Once someone became a grandmaster and founded a clan, they would instantly rise to the level of a powerful aristocratic family, with countless people taking the initiative to send money and gifts to curry favor. A true grandmaster possessed power beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists. It was said that with sheer aura alone, they could awe the 10 directions and compel worship in the hearts of all. More crucially, grandmasters were regarded as the backbone of the human race, of paramount importance. Every grandmaster would receive commendation from those above and be granted boundless honor. The great clan behind Bai Guiyuan had also been founded by a grandmaster and now boasted a history of over 100 years. In the minds of all the students, grandmasters were the most formidable existences. As for martial artists of even higher realms, to them, they were no different from myths and legends never once seen. Bai Guiyuan, what are you doing here? Li Fu knew Yi Fan had always been at odds with this so-called genius. If the other party had come over, it was definitely for no good reason. Bai Guiyuan let out a cold laugh. Can't I come over just to say hello? Li Fu was left momentarily speechless by the retort. By the way, I heard you've been going around telling people about Yi Fan's past exploits. Stop talking about that from now on. Bai Guiyuan spoke with an icy expression. Why? It's all the truth. Li Fu's face darkened. He had no intention of obeying. So what if the other was one of the 10 great geniuses? Within the school, he still had to follow the rules and could not simply strike at will, or he would be punished. I am one of the 10 great geniuses, while Yi Fan is nothing more than a fallen talent. He no longer has any right to be among us. He's just a piece of trash. Bai Guiyuan did not bother to conceal the disdain and scorn in his eyes. In his view, merely mentioning Yi Fan in the same breath as himself was an insult. You. Li Fu trembled with anger, itching to give the person before him a hard slap across the face. Bai Guiyuan continued, I know you're Yi Fan's lackey. If you don't want to follow him anymore, you can follow me instead. I'll even give you some money every month. How about it? His words were naked humiliation, mocking Li Fu while also disgracing Yi Fan. He is my friend, not some lackey. If you've got nothing else, then get lost. Yi Fan had originally not intended to waste words on this so-called genius. Back then, when they were both among the 10 great geniuses, Bai Guiyuan had only ranked 5th and had never been worthy of being regarded as his opponent. Among the 10 great geniuses, a difference of a single rank meant a chasm in strength. Because of some minor friction back then over a trivial matter, Bai Guiyuan had always borne a grudge. So after Yi Fan's cultivation regressed, this person had been constantly making trouble for him. Oh my, our former number one of the 10 great geniuses still has that fiery temper, just like before. Bai Guiyuan did not appear angry at all, instead adopting a sarcastically exaggerated tone. Yifan, don't think you're still that genius from back then. The current you is destined to be trampled under my feet. You are nothing but trash. He carried himself with overwhelming arrogance, clearly looking down on Yifan, deliberately trying to crush. Deep down, both sides know who the real trash is. Li Fu, don't lower yourself to the level of someone like this. Trash is trash and will never become a true powerhouse. Yifan kept his back to Bai Guiyuan, as if he truly did not regard this so-called genius as an opponent at all. Bai Guiyuan let out a cold laugh. Fine. Very good. I'll wait and see just what strength you have left at the 10 schools grand examination. His words carried a faint note of threat. During the grand examination, there would be actual combat assessments. At that time, Yifan might very well come up against Bai Guiyuan, and then the latter could strike him openly and justifiably, without any punishment at all. He could very well end up with broken bones. Let's go. Bai Guiyuan led a group of students away from the scene. Those students were his followers. As they departed, they each shot Yifan a cold glance, ridicule written plainly in their eyes. The students who had witnessed the confrontation did not dare utter a single word. Those who had once been guided by Yifan felt nothing but worry in their hearts. They knew Yifan's talent was outstanding, but this was no ordinary opponent. This was Bai Guiyuan. Being one of the 10 great geniuses was no joke. It represented the very pinnacle of talent and strength. It was highly likely that Yifan would suffer greatly in the 10 schools grand examination, perhaps even earn a lesson he would never forget for the rest of his life. Naturally, they could not help but worry. After all, Yifan had treated them very well, teaching them martial arts without ever asking for anything in return. Yet Yifan paid no heed to the complicated thoughts in everyone's hearts. Together with Li Fu, he turned and left, not taking the incident to heart at all. Elsewhere in an office, a middle-aged man with streaks of white in his hair, the principal of First High, was reviewing documents at his desk. Suddenly, several teachers walked past his door, chatting as they went. I heard Bai Guiyuan plans to properly teach Yifan a lesson at the 10 schools grand examination. Young people these days really have such fiery tempers. For someone counted among the 10 great geniuses, having a bit of temper is normal. Although Yifan's talent is already ruined, he still seems to carry the pride of a genius and isn't afraid of Bai Guiyuan at all. The two of them look ready to draw swords at any moment. Their voices were not loud, but as a strong martial artist, the principal could hear every word clearly. He frowned slightly. What's going on with Yifan? Didn't I tell him to rein in his temper? This isn't how it should be. Young people nowadays. The principal sighed softly and returned to reviewing his documents. Meanwhile, Yifan had already returned home. The house was very quiet, but the television was on. Two young people were sitting on the sofa watching TV. A boy and a girl. They were Yifan's younger brother and sister, their features somewhat resembling his. The boy was strikingly handsome, the girl exceptionally beautiful. Big brother, you're back. Both younger siblings greeted Yifan enthusiastically. Seeing them, a smile appeared on his face. Yifan's younger brother rose from the sofa, dashed to the refrigerator, and took out some meat. Brother, this is the myriad races meat father bought. We saved it especially for you. His younger sister nodded as well. They hoped that this brother of theirs could have the best, grow stronger, and no longer be spoken of as a fallen genius. Yifan looked at the earnest expressions on his younger brother and sister's faces and broke into a smile. Yizhou, Yiyue, you two eat this. You're still growing, so more meat will do you good. Yizhou was naturally Yifan's younger brother, while Yiyu was his younger sister. He had long known about this meat. It was myriad races meat. For humans to grow stronger quickly, they had to consume the flesh of the myriad races. Of course, myriad races meat had not been edible in the past, but as the human constitution had grown increasingly powerful, it now posed no harm to the human body, only benefits. Put this meat back in the fridge. Yifan smiled and ruffled his younger brother's hair. Both his younger brother and sister were prodigies with talents that were no weaker than his own before he was crippled. They were still young now, but given time, they would surely become powerful warriors. Especially Yizhou, his talent could even rival Yifan's original genius. Having already reached the warrior realm, he was simply a monstrous prodigy. Yizhou obediently put the meat back in the fridge. In this family, the ones who listened to Yifan the most were Yizhou. Where's Dad? Yifan asked. Yizhou pointed to the room not far away and said, he just drank some liquor and is still sleeping now. Hearing this, Yifan sighed, his heart full of helplessness. This piece of myriad races meat had been bought with half a year of his father's pension. His father had once been a powerful warrior, but back then, when he went to the myriad races battlefield, he fought fiercely against the mighty experts of the myriad races. As a result, he suffered incurable wounds, his cultivation had been steadily regressing, and he had been reduced to a useless man. One of his legs was also crippled, and he was unwilling to do anything. However, to those who had been to the battlefield and slain countless fierce beasts of the myriad races, he was a hero. Thus, he had received a sum of money and a monthly pension equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. This was considered quite a good treatment. But after everything that had happened, their father drowned his sorrows in alcohol, all day his eyes dim, looking as though he had lost all hope for life. Moreover, this had not been just a day or two. Their father's mental state had become somewhat abnormal. After all, it was an indescribable blow that ordinary people simply could not understand. He had once been a distinguished warrior, receiving a handsome salary every month, and living an incomparably comfortable life. But now he could only stay at home as a useless man, and if he went out he might even be pointed at and gossiped about. To a person with immense pride this was more agonizing than death. His former glory was gone, and now he had become a joke, something truly hard to accept. Creak. The front door opened, and a middle-aged woman walked in carrying a big red bag filled with all kinds of vegetables. Mom, why did you go grocery shopping alone again? Didn't I tell you to just let me know? He'll go buy them. Yifan stepped forward to take the bag from her hands, a trace of heartache in his eyes. But all three siblings could cultivate, and they were very promising on the path of warriors. For an ordinary family this was an indescribable expense. For instance, a piece of fierce myriad race's beast meat was worth half a year's income for an ordinary person. And if it were fed to the three siblings, even one meal a day would last at most 3 days. It was easy to imagine that raising a powerful warrior required tremendous financial support. Their parents did everything in their power to give them the best. Xiaofan, I just bought groceries on my way home from work, Yifan's mother Zhang Yu explained. Yifan could only sigh and say no more. His mother had been through a lot during this period. Many white hairs had appeared on her head. She was clearly in her 40s, yet she looked like she was in her 50s with many crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. If one lives a bitter life, one ages quickly. That was exactly the case with their mother. Therefore, on ordinary days, whenever Yifan had time, he would help his mother with her work. He had also instructed his younger brother and sister to help their mother immediately whenever she had any request. Zhang Yu went into the kitchen and soon began bustling about. Yifan also helped peel garlic, cut potatoes, and Xiaofan, how have you been doing at school lately? Zhang Yu asked. Yifan peeled potatoes and said, don't worry, everything. Yifan knew his mother was worried that after his cultivation had been abolished some students might bully him. That's good to hear. Zhang Yu began to focus on cooking and stopped chatting with Yifan. After finishing his tasks, Yifan went to the living room and glanced at the room where his father was. He recalled that some time ago he had secretly resolved to avenge his father and help him stand tall again. But he had never expected such an accident to occur, landing him in this rather awkward situation. Yet if one asked him would he regret going to the Silent Forest back then, his answer was no. Because back then he had heard that there was a spiritual herb about to mature in the Silent Forest that could restore one's cultivation. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, Yifan was unwilling to give up. He wanted his father to stand up again. Although he had failed, was ambushed, and even ended up crippled himself, it was not his fault. I will definitely give my family a better life. Yifan secretly resolved, but he also felt a sense of powerlessness. With his current talent it would really be quite difficult. Before long their mother finished cooking and called the family to the living room to eat. Their father was so drunk that he couldn't be awakened, so the four of them had to eat first. Yifan didn't have much appetite that evening. He ate half a bowl of rice and returned to his room. Lying on the soft bed staring at the ceiling above, his heart was filled with unwillingness. He had thought that after transmigrating here he could live a brilliant life, but now things seemed to go against his wishes. At present he was far too weak. Ding. Congratulations, host. The progress bar is full. You have successfully awakened the 100 millionfold amplification system. Yifan was so excited that he jumped straight up from the bed. The system has finally fully awakened. For years Yifan had dreamed, day and night, of awakening a system just as every other transmigrator. But after so many years without the slightest sign, he had assumed it would never come. Who could have guessed that now out of nowhere it would hand him an enormous surprise? The memories etched deep within him began to stir to life. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Ding. The 100 millionfold amplification system is activating. The first stage unlocks a 100-fold amplification. Before Yifan could even open the gift pack, an abrupt, mysterious coolness surged into his body. His mind became sharper in an instant. More importantly, the blood and qi within his body surged without pause. His broken frame, ravaged by severe injuries, began to repair itself of its own accord. Last time the people of the Myriad Race's cult had wounded his heart and damaged his very source, causing his talent to decline. But now most of his injuries had healed, and a mighty power was ceaselessly surging up within him. Ding. 100 millionfold amplification system. You grow stronger with every level up. The amplification multiplier increases, and every 6 months grants 10 opportunities for amplified breakthroughs. When the host elevates to a major realm, the amplification multiplier will be refreshed and increased. Host, the novice gift pack's initial function grants a 100-fold amplification with 9 uses remaining. Yifan's eyes shone brighter than the stars in the night sky. He let out a long breath and looked outside the window. Through the glass, countless stars flickered, and a full moon hung high in the heavens, casting down brilliant starlight. Yifan's mood turned considerably lighter. Even this amplification of his body alone felt utterly heaven-defying. Each of those 10 amplified breakthroughs in half a year surpassed how many people's years of arduous cultivation. Yifan had once believed that his past self was a peerless genius, but compared with the system, that former self was probably nothing more than an ordinary talent. Open the novice gift pack. Yifan felt reborn as he silently intoned. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the novice gift pack and obtained 1 chance at a 10 millionfold amplification. Upon amplification, a constitution will be randomly born. The system's pleasant voice echoed in his mind. This is... Yifan was so excited that he stood frozen in... A 10 million-fold amplification. What kind of constitution could it possibly give birth to? Yi Fan did not dare to imagine. In the past, such a thing would have been a luxury of fantasy and nothing more. Just as Yi Fan was about to use the amplification, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Thump, thump. Yi Fan opened his eyes, rose from the bed, and opened the door. Brother, happy birthday. Yi Zhou and Yi Yue along with his mother Zhang Yu stood beaming. On the table a birthday cake waited, candles already inserted and burning. Today is my birthday. Yi Fan had never particularly cared about birthdays, having seldom celebrated them while growing up. But now a trace of emotion stirred within him, and he felt a wave of warmth. You silly child. How could you forget your own birthday? With that, Zhang Yu walked up to Yi Fan. It's my fault too. I was too busy back then and rarely celebrated birthdays with you. It's all right, Mom. You've already done more than enough. Yi Fan replied. All right, let's not talk about anything unhappy. Big brother, come on, blow out the candles. Yi Zhou urged, dispelling the awkwardness in the room. Yi Fan walked over with a smile, and amid his family's blessings blew out the candles on the cake. Today he felt as though his fortune had truly turned. You always give the best to your younger brother and sister, but today you're the birthday star, so you get this slice of cream cake. Zhang Yu cut a piece for Yi Fan. Yi Fan's heart filled with warmth. The bond of blood with his closest kin felt deeply comforting. After about 2 hours of celebrating his birthday, by all rights it was time for everyone to go to sleep. But Yi Fan said he had eaten too much and wanted to go for a stroll. His mother Zhang Yu admonished, come back soon and get some sleep. Don't stay up late. It's bad for your health. I know. Yi Fan stepped out of the house and stood beneath the dim yellow street lamp. Ahead of him, high-rises stretched into the distance. Normally looking at this view left Yi Fan indifferent, but now it felt entirely different, as if even his mood had brightened considerably. He made his way to a park inside the residential complex. At night, it was deserted, looking empty and desolate. Yi Fan found a bench and sat down, then silently intoned 10 million-fold amplification. The instant those words passed through his mind, he felt every inch of his muscles come alive, his whole body, as if about to. His thoughts spun faster and faster like a machine running at full speed. At the same time, every muscle in his body seemed to be stimulated, racked with terrible soreness. And yet Yi Fan could feel himself growing stronger without cease. Within a few breaths his injuries vanished completely, his body fully restored. That was still not the most remarkable part. Inside Yi Fan's body a golden halo began to form, and within it a golden figure was condensing, one that looked exactly like him. Yi Fan understood that once the golden figure fully materialized, the amplification would be complete. He did not know how long it took, but when golden sunlight streamed in from outside, he opened his eyes. In that moment Yi Fan merged completely with the golden figure within him, feeling as though his very life had undergone a leap. A terrifying aura radiated from his body and spread in all directions. Rumble. Thunderclaps rolled across the sky without warning. White lightning cut through the air, crackling with death. It was an extraordinary sight. The sky was perfectly clear, yet lightning had torn through the heavens, vanishing in an instant, as if it had never existed. By now Yi Fan's skin had turned pristine white, without a single visible pore. His demeanor had grown calm and weighty, giving one the sense that he stood as unmovable as a mountain. Moreover, the blood and chi within him burned with extraordinary vigor, like a flood dragon's. His fingers gleamed like translucent jade, and divine light radiated from between his bones. Unparalleled through the ages, the supreme sacred body. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the ultimate sacred body, the primordial sacred body. Primordial sacred body, unmatched physical body at the same cultivation realm, tenfold faster cultivation speed, immunity to lethal poisons, reduced incoming damage. And a great many more effects followed. Yi Fan's injuries had now completely vanished, and his cultivation had recovered from the 3rd level of martial warrior back to the 1st level of martial master. Yet he could sense that he was now at least 10 times stronger than he had ever been before. And the constitution awakened by his 10 million-fold amplification was revealed by the system, the legendary primordial sacred body. According to this world's records, it was an ancient legend, a constitution that existed only in written accounts. No one in the present age had ever awakened it successfully. Yi Fan's gaze was like lightning, emanating an indescribable pressure. He gently exhaled a turbid breath, then walked to a testing machine in the residential area. The machine had an LCD screen, one only needed to strike it, and the value would be displayed. Yi Fan knew only that he had become incredibly powerful, but he had no idea exactly how much strength he possessed. Yi Fan clenched his fist and struck the machine. Boom. The machine shook violently, producing a dull, thunderous noise like a thunderbolt. Then the numbers on the machine began to rapidly jump, finally settling on a striking crimson-red number. 10000000. Yi Fan was stunned himself at this combat power. This was more than 10 times stronger than he had been back then. In those days his peak combat power had been only around 8000, and that was even when using martial techniques. Now his physical strength alone had reached 1,000,000, truly worthy of the primordial holy body. Even a grandmaster probably wouldn't dare to clash with me, Hedon. Yi Fan's eyes burst with a sharp glint, and he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. He had been the foremost among the 10 geniuses before, and now he still was. He would even win 1st place in the 10 school grand competition. In Yi Fan's memory, a greatly accomplished holy body could catch an imperial weapon barehanded, but that was a level Yi Fan was not yet qualified to touch. At this moment Yi Fan was radiant, feeling as if he had been reborn. His eyes grew even brighter, blazing with a dazzling gleam that struck awe into the heart. But all this was not yet over, because he still felt it was not enough. Since he had awakened the system and could amplify power, he needed to continue amplifying. However, his physical body seemed to have temporarily reached its limit and could no longer be amplified. After all, he had just performed a 10 millionfold amplification, so Yi Fan could understand. Since the physical body can't be amplified anymore, I can amplify martial techniques. Yi Fan had a good idea. Of course, besides martial techniques, he also thought of spirit medicines, weapons, and so on. These could also be amplified. In any case, the number of amplifications would refresh after breaking through to a higher realm. Normally one would need to wait half a year, but he didn't need to at all. As long as he kept breaking through realms, it would be fine. Oh right, there's also the inner cultivation method, but I can't cultivate it yet. Yi Fan thought that besides martial techniques, there was also a powerful inner cultivation method, but it was said one needed to reach Grandmaster realm to cultivate it. Even if he obtained it now, he couldn't cultivate it. But now was not the time to think so much. He first needed to see whether he could amplify martial techniques, otherwise all these ideas would be useless. Yi Fan closed his eyes and silently chanted, "Amplify Coiling Dragon Fist 100-fold." This was the martial technique he practiced, a drank technique that he could obtain only because he was the foremost of the school's 10 geniuses. Amplifying in progress. The system's voice sounded in Yi Fan's mind. It can be done. Yi Fan was extremely excited inside. Once it succeeded, he would obtain a higher level martial. Besides the 9 previously ranked levels of martial techniques, there were even higher levels. Above SS level martial techniques were the legendary creation martial techniques, but Yi Fan had only heard of them and never witnessed one. It was said that creation martial techniques could transform heaven and earth, reaching an unimaginable level. Some creation martial techniques could even momentarily freeze time. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be when such a peerless powerhouse unleashed a martial technique. However, now was not the time to think about that. Each level of martial technique differed by 100-fold in power, and the stronger techniques at higher levels would have even greater gaps. But as long as Yi Fan's amplification succeeded, he could obtain a crank martial technique. If such a technique were to be purchased with money, one could hardly imagine the cost. In any case, with his current wealth, he couldn't afford it at all, unless he received a reward from the school. It's late at night, and you're not sleeping. What are you doing here? A resident in pajamas came out, eyes bleary, feeling quite annoyed. He had just lain down when he suddenly heard a thunderous noise, so he couldn't help coming out to check. But when he arrived at the park, he found no one there at all, because Yi Fan had sent. The pajama-clad resident looked left and right, and seeing no one, he prepared to go back to bed. Suddenly his gaze landed on the striking number on the machine. Instantly he collapsed to the ground in fright, his face full of shock. Even his lips were trembling. A Grandmaster. He scrambled to his feet and fled back into his room, not daring to come out again. A Grandmaster had tested his combat power here. This was an honor for their neighborhood. Thinking of how he had just recklessly almost blamed this Grandmaster, it was sheer madness. In this era of martial artists, once one became a Grandmaster, one was a mighty figure of the region. At least for an ordinary person like him, it was an unattainable existence. In this era, the stronger one was the more respect and all one received, and the better life one could live. Just after that person left, Yi Fan walked out from behind a stone wall. By now his martial technique amplification had succeeded. A crank martial technique, Rising Dragon Fist. Yi Fan looked at the martial technique that had manifested anew in his mind, a smile spreading across his face. Although he would need to practice it anew, it was not difficult for him. At worst, it would take half a year to master. However, when Yi Fan began to try, he discovered that every brain cell in his head had become extremely active, and his speed of thought was over 100 times faster than before. With just a single glance, he quickly achieved entry-level mastery. The difficulties of this crank martial technique were like child's play to him. It was simply too easy and effortless. There was not the slightest pressure, not the slightest difficulty. Is this because of the primordial holy body? Yi Fan hadn't carefully examined the later traits of the primordial holy body, but he remembered there seemed to be a 100-fold comprehension ability. Indeed, this physique was legendary. If so, wouldn't he have no bottlenecks in cultivation? Yi Fan was full of expectation for the future and planned to cultivate this martial technique to its most perfect level. Every martial technique was divided into several minor levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and Yi Fan had originally spent half a year to perfect his drank martial technique, but now he felt that even a higher level technique wouldn't take that long. Perhaps he could reach perfection tonight. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. Yi Fan was in a state of excitement, having regained powerful strength. He couldn't wait to quickly improve and become even stronger. The exhilaration of growing stronger so rapidly was something ordinary people could hardly comprehend. But Yi Fan still underestimated the comprehension ability of the primordial holy body. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan opened his eyes. His gaze was as deep as the stars, and the aura around him had grown even stronger. Yi Fan had never imagined that within 10 minutes, he could cultivate a crank martial technique to the highest level of perfect mastery. If anyone had said such a thing to him before, he would have thought they were insane. But now he truly had done it. This martial technique, extremely difficult to master, seemed almost too simple in Yi Fan's eyes, not the slightest bit challenging. Yi Fan stretched his muscles and immediately began preparing to test just how terrifying the power of this martial technique would be once unleashed. Rising Dragon Fist. In the park, a sound like a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. A violent aura surged in every direction, rustling the surrounding trees and causing large numbers of leaves to fall. Yi Fan's fist was glowing like a golden sun as it smashed heavily into the machine. Beep, beep, beep. Bang! The machine flickered violently, then completely exploded, emitting thick streams of smoke, a clear sign that it had been destroyed. Yi Fan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Because he had been so excited today, he had forgotten that this kind of machine could only test combat power up to around 1.2 million. But now with his martial technique activated, his combat power clearly surpassed that level, so it was only natural that the machine broke. My combat power should have doubled, reaching around 2 million. Yi Fan could only estimate it in his mind. Such power was utterly terrifying. If it struck a person, it would probably reduce them to a pulp. He was now far, far stronger than the self he had been back then. He could probably crush that former self with a single finger. This was no joke. His real strength had truly reached that level. But Yi Fan's ambition had grown as well. He felt that he needed to become even stronger because he loved the thrill of constantly growing more powerful. I need to break through as soon as possible, become a grandmaster, and gain even greater combat power. The primordial sacred body has already made my body limitless. As long as I keep excavating the power of the sacred body, I can grow stronger without end. Now what I should think about is how to reach the Grandmaster realm in the shortest possible time. In the past, Yi Fan could also reach the Grandmaster realm, but it would have taken a very long time, perhaps only after graduating from school. Ordinary people usually encountered bottlenecks when breaking through to Grandmaster, otherwise Grandmasters would not hold such high status and standing. But he now had no bottleneck. He only needed to improve without restraint. Moreover, Yi Fan could not wait that long. He only wanted to cultivate to the realm he had once dreamed of in the fastest time possible. That way he could practice internal cultivation techniques, and his strength would become even greater. A Grandmaster, that was a true powerhouse. Otherwise, why would this realm be specially established? It was said that when a Grandmaster fought an opponent, he could easily perceive their weaknesses and defeat them in the simplest manner. Of course, facing an opponent who was also a Grandmaster was not so easy, because a Grandmaster had almost no weaknesses, unless one defeated them with overwhelming force. Moreover, once he reached the Grandmaster realm, his status would rise, his family would benefit, and they could even move away from this neighborhood to a better one. Those neighborhoods had better facilities and were safer. Here, although it was usually fairly peaceful, if the monsters of the myriad races ever broke in this neighborhood, would be the first to suffer. That was why the housing prices in this neighborhood were very low, and only ordinary people like them could afford to live here. Better neighborhoods, by contrast, were expensive, luxuriously equipped, and far safer. Although the chance of the myriad races massacring their way into the city was very low, that possibility could not be ruled out. Moreover, aside from the myriad races, there were the evil scum of the myriad races cult who might infiltrate. Yi Fan still remembered the enmity from back then. Myriad races cult, don't let me ever run into you again. Yi Fan clenched his fists, producing cracking sounds. Toward the members of the myriad races cult, his heart burned with murderous intent. He wanted to hack them into 1,000 pieces. It was they who had destroyed his father and also ruined his life. If not for the special opportunity granted by the system that had awakened, now he might have faded into the crowd and become a true good for nothing. So he would definitely settle this grudge. However, the members of the myriad races cult were cunning and constantly changed their hideouts, making it impossible to catch them easily. Otherwise, humanity would have already sent powerhouses to wipe them out root and branch. They were a cancer on humanity. Yi Fan shook his head, temporarily casting these thoughts aside. His main goal now should be becoming stronger. To become stronger, one needed cultivation resources, which were generally held by the great families, or one had to use one's own money to buy them. Take spiritual herbs, for example. If he bought them in a shop, the prices would be extremely high, and he might not be able to afford them. But to become stronger, he had to get money first. Yi Fan thought for a moment and finally thought of a familiar person. A beautiful, delicate face dressed in a pure white princess dress and pure white sneakers like a true princess. She was their school's campus belle and also his desk mate, the dream goddess in the eyes of everyone on campus. Xianyuan Rumming. That was the name of the campus belle. The family behind her was the renowned Xianyuan family, a truly great clan with powerful experts emerging in every generation. Xianyuan Rumming's monthly allowance was more than his parents could earn in their entire lives. She was also the wealthiest young woman Yi Fan had ever known. Yi Fan took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep. Beep. Then a gentle, clear voice came through from Yi Fan. This is the first time you voluntarily called me. What's up? I want to borrow some money from you. How much? 1 million. Don't worry, you'll pay it back. Yi Fan knew that the cheapest third-grade spiritual herb cost exact. Fourth-grade spiritual herbs were even more expensive. Spiritual herbs were divided into 9 grades in total. The higher the grade, the more powerful the medicinal effect. But one's physical constitution also had to be strong enough to consume them. Otherwise, a spiritual herb would be poison. Generally speaking, once one reached Martial Master, one could take third-grade spiritual herbs, grandmasters took 4th grade herbs, and so on. 1 million. Xianyuan Ruming's voice sounded a little languid, as if she had just woken up. Okay, I'll lend it to you. What's your card number? 65431. Yi Fan reported his card number, his bank card number. In the past, Yi Fan would never have had the nerve to borrow money from the campus bell. But now he needed it urgently, and he could afford to repay it. Once he became a grandmaster, earning 1 million would be as easy as playing. Right now, Yi Fan's mind was set solely on growing stronger, so he could not bother with such concerns. There's nothing else. Get some rest. He'll hang up now. But, after saying this, Yi Fan ended the call. Not long afterward, a notification tone rang from Yi Fan's phone. It seemed the money had arrived. Sure enough, she truly was from the Xianyuan family. She moved fast. Impressive. With enough money, I can now buy a 3rd grade spiritual medicine. A happy smile spread across Yi Fan's face. The grades of spiritual medicine were divided by 100-fold between each level. There were 9 grades of spiritual medicine, just like the ranks of martial artists, with enormous divisions. The higher the grade, the larger the gap multiplied. The higher grade the medicine, the more precious and difficult to obtain. But then again, who else had an amplification system? By merely buying a 3rd grade spiritual medicine and amplifying it could become 4th grade, without any pressure at all. He only needed to spend the least money to obtain what he wanted. I should buy it at the black market. There are no purchase records there, and no one can discover my identity. Yi Fan stood in place and thought for a moment, then quickly knew where to spend this money. However, the black market was a place he had only heard of, but never truly visited. It was said to be extremely dangerous, with many cases of murder and robbery. Going there without enough strength was simply asking for death. Yi Fan didn't intend to wait until tomorrow. He would go now. First, he went to a shop to buy a black hat, a face mask, and other things to avoid being recognized. Late at night, many shops were closed, but one shop still had its lights on. Yi Fan walked in and picked out a black hat, a pair of sunglasses, and a black face mask. With these 3 items, that was enough. As for the casual clothes he was wearing, they could be seen everywhere on the streets, and were not any famous brand. It would be difficult for anyone to guess his identity from such things. Of course, Yi Fan did this for the safety of his family as well. He didn't want to expose himself lest he be watched, and his family was Yi Fan's soft spot, and he would never allow anyone to hurt them. Yi Fan. When Yi Fan walked out of the shop, he encountered a young woman who waved and greeted him. Yi Fan glanced at her. She was ordinary looking, with a smile on her face. He remembered that she was his classmate, but Yi Fan could only nod, considering that a greeting, and the two passed by each other. The young woman turned to look back at Yi Fan and sighed, what a pity. The young woman's name was Lu Ying. She had once secretly admired Yi Fan, but after Yi Fan became ordinary, she no longer felt that way. In her eyes, the former Yi Fan had been an unattainable existence, like a star, visible from afar, but beyond. But now Yi Fan was merely an ordinary person with limited talent and a not so good family background, so naturally she thought little of him. Yi Fan left the shop, put on his hat, sunglasses, face mask, and so on, then arrived in front of a gate bathed in dazzling neon lights. Above the gate were the words Wanjia Entertainment. Yi Fan walked in without the slightest hesitation because some of his classmates had told him that this was the underground black market. Although many people knew about it, no one dared to govern this area. A major figure stood behind this black market and sheltered it, so even those in the know did not dare to root it out, otherwise they would inevitably suffer unimaginable retaliation. Hello, what do you need? A young woman dressed in a red ceremonial suit asked. Yi Fan said, I need spiritual medicine. Please follow me. The young woman in the formal dress led the way, seemingly long accustomed to this. Yi Fan followed her to another large door, and she opened it. Yi Fan walked in and discovered a whole new world. There were many martial artists with powerful blood chi and numerous stalls laden with spiritual medicines, weapons, martial arts manuals, and all kinds of goods. The lights here were all red, making the place look somewhat ominous. But Yi Fan knew that this was the real black market. Transactions here would be absolutely safe and records would be difficult to trace. A blank martial arts manual. At a stall, Yi Fan saw such an advanced martial art placed right in front of him, but when he looked at the price, Yi Fan shook his head. It was in the tens of millions, so he couldn't afford it for now. Still, Yi Fan didn't leave because there were other things here, including the spiritual medicine he needed. This young brother must be visiting the black market for the first time. The stall owner was a middle-aged man who didn't conceal his face. Clearly, he must be someone with powerful backing. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to act so openly. Can this spiritual medicine be cheaper? Yi Fan asked. The middle-aged stall owner shook his head. The price is clearly marked. I am an honest merchant. Yi Fan smiled and said, all right, I'll take it. He'll transfer the money to you directly. Then Yi Fan happily completed the transaction with the stall owner. After receiving the money, the stall owner handed the third-grade spiritual medicine to Yi Fan. Take care. The middle-aged stall owner lay back in his chair, closed his eyes, and slowly rocked. Yi Fan turned and left, thinking that no one could notice him because most people here had concealed their true appearances. Almost everyone wore face masks, so it was simply impossible to see their faces clearly. The middle-aged stall owner heard the footsteps, opened his eyes, and looked in the direction Yi Fan left. So young and daring to come to the black market alone. You really have guts. He was old and shrewd and had long since detected that Yi Fan was a young lad. As a martial artist, he could determine this merely from the power of his blood chi. In general, powerful experts would conceal their blood chi, making themselves appear modest and unassuming. But some young martial artists, even when they concealed it, could still be perceived. The blood chi within their bodies radiated youthful vitality and sharpness. Yifan successfully left the black market and wanted to find a place to refine and absorb the spiritual medicine. However, just as Yifan walked out, 3 people followed closely behind him. The leader of these 3 was a scar-faced man with a burly frame and fierce light flashing in his eyes. Although they could make trouble as they pleased inside the black market, they had stirred up too many incidents, so the higher-ups had warned them to restrain themselves. But once outside the black market, they no longer cared about any of that. Seeing that Yifan was about to disappear from their sight, the 3 exchanged glances and quickly closed in on him. Yifan arrived at a dimly lit corner and was just about to take off his face mask when several shadows suddenly. A man in black with a scarred face appeared. A short knife hung at his waist, and his cold eyes looked at Yifan as if sizing up a lamb to be slaughtered. "Young man, hand over what you've got, and I might spare your life," the scar-faced man said with a smile, but the expression was savage because the scar across his face ran through half of it like a centipede. Most people on seeing such a scene would have been scared out of their wits, but there was no fear in Yifan's heart. Seeing someone approach, he did not take off his face mask. "Will you really let me go?" Yifan asked, his voice sounding a little trembling as if he were extremely frightened. Scarface chuckled upon hearing this and said, "Of course I'll let you go. Go ask around. I, Scarface, have always kept my word." The 2 underlings behind him let out cold sneers. They knew Scarface's nature all too well. He never left witnesses, especially after seizing someone's goods. He would take their life as well. After all, they were members of the Black Wolf gang. If they disposed of a few people in the shadows who could possibly discover them, who would dare meddle in their affairs? Behind the Black Wolf gang stood a grandmaster, the gang leader himself, whose overwhelming power shielded every member of the gang. This had emboldened the Black Wolf gang over the years, making them the most domineering underworld force in the vicinity. Anyone who dared to defy them had died, not a single soul left alive. Then, ill hand over the spiritual herb, Yifan looked utterly terrified, pulling a box from his robes. Inside the box was the spiritual herb. Scarface extended his hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he planned to eliminate Yifan after taking the herb. But just as his fingers were about to touch the box, Yifan suddenly withdrew it. Scarface froze, his face a mask of confusion. What was this brat playing at? "You fool!" Yifan sneered, his voice no longer carrying any trace of fear. Enraged beyond reason, Scarface drew a short blade from his waist and slashed it toward Yifan's neck. But Yifan moved faster. Before the blade could reach him, he planted a devastating kick into Scarface's abdomen. What appeared to be a simple strike sent Scarface flying several meters through the air before he slammed against the wall, blood pouring from his mouth in an unending stream. Yifan gazed at Scarface's wretched state, then strode over to him. Fists brimming with surging chi and blood energy, he delivered a brutal punch straight to Scarface's face. With a sickening thud, crimson liquid splattered and Scarface went completely still. This was Yifan's first kill, yet instead of fear, a sense of exhilarating release coursed through him. This man before him was no saint. A murderous aura clung to him, suggesting he bore the weight of countless lives. Such a man deserved death. Boss Scar is dead. The 2 underlings turned pale with terror. Just moments ago, they had been filming everything on their phones, eager to share the spectacle with their brothers in the group chat. Another fat sheep had been led to the slaughter, they'd thought. But now they realized how profoundly wrong they had been. The man before them was clearly a formidable expert. Scarface was a martial adept-level powerhouse, yet he had been killed with 1 kick and 1 punch. It was absolutely absurd. "Run!" The 2 snapped back to reality and fled toward the black market. Yifan gave chase with a blank expression, understanding the necessity of eliminating the roots. Letting these 2 escape would only invite endless troubles later. Moreover, they had recorded a video. Although it might not have captured his face clearly, if it ever surfaced, things would become true. The chase led them straight back into the black market. Yifan's strength was immense, but these 2 seemed to have mastered movement-type martial arts, sprinting like the wind and proving nearly impossible to catch. Once back in the black market, the 2 men relaxed, surrounded by allies. Black Wolf gang rally. "Someone here!" One of them shouted, and figures emerged from every direction of the black market, converging swiftly. In moments, dozens of men had gathered, each wearing a murderous expression. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Nearby shoppers hurriedly dispersed, clearing a wide open space. "You reckless brat. You've got guts daring to touch someone from the Black Wolf gang. Today you'll make you regret ever being born." A martial artist radiating immense chi and blood energy vanished from where he stood, then hurtled toward Yifan with lethal intent. The man wore a pair of iron gauntlets, clearly intent on a heating collision. Sparks of sharp light shot from Yifan's eyes, and a trace of savage ferocity flashed across his handsome face. With a single step, he crossed several meters, raising his left leg high like a battle axe, and driving a spinning kick toward the man's temple. The man's expression turned icy cold as he raised his arm to block the strike. With a resounding crunch, it became clear he had gravely underestimated Yifan's power. His arm snapped on impact, a muffled grunt escaped his lips as he staggered backward several steps, utterly overwhelmed. He spewed a torrent of fresh crimson blood before collapsing to the ground lifeless. The sight of one man killing a martial adept with a single strike sent shockwaves through the surrounding Black Wolf gang members. A Grandmaster, someone exclaimed in utter disbelief. Only a Grandmaster could wield such power. No wonder he dared to ignore the rules of this place and kill openly. The remaining Black Wolf gang members turned ashen, none daring to make a move against Yifan. Against a Grandmaster who without reaching that level would dare attack. Die. In the moment of their hesitation, Yifan struck mercilessly. With simple effortless attacks, he tore through several more Black Wolf gang members. The rest scattered in every direction, fleeing so fast that pursuit was futile. Corpses littered the ground. The onlookers deliberately kept their distance from Yifan, gazing at him with a mixture of awe and reverence. A Grandmaster who acted without restraint was worthy of respect. Yifan searched the bodies, collecting several spiritual herbs and a few cards. They were black cards. He recalled that this type of card could be used freely without a password, each carrying a limit of roughly 100,000. This was an unexpected windfall. 5 black cards meant 500,000 along with several first-rank spiritual herbs and a second-rank one, a considerable fortune. As they say, crime pays. Robbing and killing truly was the fastest way to wealth. But had these men not harbored ill intentions toward him, Yifan would never have resorted to killing. Though this path brought quick riches, Yifan held firm to his principles. He would never harm the innocent. However, Yifan noticed that one martial adept among them was still clinging to life. Despite having his temple shattered by a kick, his vitality was remarkably tenacious. The gang leader will not let you get away with this. The man gasped out his final words, reaching desperately for Yifan's mask, but Yifan dodged with swift grace. As for the man's dying threat, Yifan paid it no mind. His face had not been revealed, and by the time that gang leader traced it back to him, who knew how much time would have passed? The Black Wolf gang has a great Grandmaster behind them. This Grandmaster is in deep trouble now. No matter how well he conceals his identity, he'll be found out before long. Offend a great Grandmaster, and even a Grandmaster must flee for his life. Otherwise death is certain. The crowd murmured among themselves, and Yifan overheard every word. A great Grandmaster is it? Yifan felt no fear, only a renewed determination to break through his cultivation and grow stronger as swiftly as possible. I need to break through to Grandmaster soon. Yifan resolved, vowing to devour the spiritual herbs the moment he left this place and make his breakthrough without delay. Yifan did not take the matter too much to heart, feeling utterly fearless. After acquiring a large amount of valuables, he simply left, and no one dared to stop him. Everyone automatically made way, allowing Yifan to leave quickly. The Black Wolf gang has always been domineering and has fleeced more than a few fat sheep. Now they've kicked an iron plate, haven't they? They deserve it. Offending a Grandmaster should naturally lead to such an outcome. I had a younger cousin killed by the Black Wolf gang, and now they've finally gotten their retribution. In the black market, the crowd buzzed with discussion, all feeling as though a pent-up grievance had been vented. The Black Wolf's infamy was widespread. It had harmed plenty of people and fleeced fat sheep, and no one knew how many victims there were. But all of them were intimidated by the Black Wolf gang's leader, that great Grandmaster, so they did not dare seek vengeance and could only swallow their anger. Now that someone had vented their anger for them, they naturally felt elated. Moreover, they were prepared not to speak of today's events. Even if others asked, they would not describe Yifan's appearance. Though to be honest, they had not seen him clearly either. An hour later, in an exquisitely decorated KTV room, sat a burly man with a black beard. He lounged on a leather sofa, 2 seductive women nestled beside him. He appeared to be around 40 years old, and the power of his blood chi was terrifyingly dense. Especially his build. Because he was so huge, the 2 women beside him looked almost like his young daughters when seated before him, appearing exceedingly small and frail. Bang! Suddenly the door was slammed open, and a figure stumbled in, dropping to his knees with a thud. Boss Scarface is dead. The speaker was a gaunt man in his 30s, his face full of fear and unease, for he knew Scarface's identity. He was the boss's younger cousin. The burly Black Wolf gang leader rose to his feet. He was over 2 meters tall, with a tattoo on his left arm that resembled a fierce tiger. His expression darkened, and his dense blood chi made the private room feel oppressive. The 2 women behind him had curled up together, trembling uncontrollably. They were terrified. This was a great Grandmaster. The aura radiating from him was simply not something ordinary people like them could withstand. Which reckless bastard, tired of living, dares to show me disrespect? The Black Wolf gang leader bellowed furiously. Since breaking through to great Grandmaster, who had ever dared to disrespect him? He had not imagined he would encounter a reckless greenhorn now. Was the fellow asking for death? We don't know. That person was masked, so we couldn't immediately determine his identity. The gaunt man reported true. Useless. The Black Wolf gang leader's gaze turned icy. He kicked the man in front of him, sending him flying into the bang. After being knocked flying, the gaunt man's mouth seeped blood, but he wiped it away and did not dare show even a trace of resentment. Then hurry up and investigate. Once I find him, I'll make him experience a fate worse than death. The Black Wolf gang leader's voice grew colder and colder until it held not a trace of warmth. The atmosphere in the room became even more suffocating. The 2 women had already fainted. Yes, boss. The gaunt man stood up and quickly backed out. He was the second in command of the Black Wolf gang, a Grandmaster level expert, yet in front of the gang leader, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Seeing that no one else was left in the room, the Black Wolf Gang leader sat back down on the leather sofa. He glanced at the two unconscious women, all interest in his heart completely gone. All he wanted now was to quickly find out who had dared to kill his younger cousin. After all, this was his own relative, and now that he had died at a stranger's hands, he would definitely avenge this enmity. Moreover, whoever offended his Black Wolf Gang either already had grass growing 5 zhang tall over his grave, or had not even been born yet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yi Fan did not return home. Instead, he found an empty, secluded place, planning to refine the spirit medicine there and increase his strength. Amplify, Yi Fan mentally murmured. The grade 3 spirit medicine in his hand instantly turned into a grade 4 spirit medicine and exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance. Generally speaking, an ordinary martial master would not risk swallowing a grade 4 spirit medicine. There was the danger of their body exploding and killing them. But Yi Fan was no ordinary person. He had awakened the primordial sacred body, and his blood qi was so dense it was not inferior to a grandmaster's. Therefore, he believed his physique could completely digest the medicine's potency. Yi Fan swallowed it directly, then closed his eyes and began to refine it. After swallowing it, he felt his meridians grow scorching hot, and his whole body turned red like a boiled shrimp, making him look as though he might burst at any moment. Though it was extremely uncomfortable, Yi Fan could feel his blood qi growing at a frantic pace. As long as he succeeded in absorbing it, he would surely break through several realms. Streams of heat coursed through his body, ceaselessly washing over Yi Fan's flesh. White vapor even began hissing off him, as if he were in a steam sauna. After who knows how long, Yi Fan's body gradually faded from red, and he slowly recovered. When he opened his eyes, a brilliant gleam shot forth from them. He had broken through to the 9th level of martial master. In an instant, he had crossed 6 minor realms. Of course, aside from the medicine's potency, this was also due to his accumulated foundation bursting forth. With his aptitude, he should have reached the 9th level of martial master long ago. If his talent had not been crippled along the way, he would not have waited until now to cultivate to this realm. But it was not too late, because his physique was now even more powerful. Thus, Yi Fan decided to amplify another spirit medicine. It happened that he had seized a grade 3 spirit medicine from those men, so he amplified it once more. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Fan expended one of his available amplification uses. After all, once he broke through to Grandmaster, this count would refresh. Once again, a grade 4 spirit medicine appeared in his hand. As a rule, no martial artist would swallow spirit medicines consecutively. They needed time to settle and digest them. But Yi Fan did not need such time at all, because he had already fully absorbed the potency of the previous grade 4 spirit medicine. Let me see whether I can break through to Grandmaster. Yi Fan began to consume the grade 4 spirit medicine, swallowing it in one go just like before, and then started refining it. However, after taking the grade 4 spirit medicine a second time, Yi Fan felt much better. There was none of that agonizing pain. Instead, his entire body felt incomparably comfortable. It was like soaking in a hot spring. Yi Fan could sense his strength continuously increasing, and his blood qi climbing steadily upward. This was simply a pleasure. This was also thanks to the might of the primordial sacred body, which allowed him to break through to Grandmaster without the slightest bottleneck. It was as natural as water flowing into a channel. What constitutes a Grandmaster? Upon reaching the Grandmaster realm, one's strength undergoes a qualitative leap. A martial master is merely a teacher of the martial path, whereas a Grandmaster can truly be called a formidable powerhouse. Even in the black market, few would dare to provoke a Grandmaster. The might of a Grandmaster is utterly beyond the comparison of any martial master. Even if 30 martial masters joined forces to attack a Grandmaster, they would be effortlessly routed, or even slain, by the Grandmaster. A Grandmaster's vital energy and blood power is 10 times that of an ordinary martial master, marking a truly formidable level. Yi Fan had only heard of the Grandmaster's power before, never had he experienced it. But now he felt it. He sensed every inch of his meridians strengthening this very moment, while the vital energy and blood power within his body surged explosively. Moreover, a new power was born within him, a golden qi. This was the true qi that only Grandmasters could. Why are Grandmasters so powerful? Apart from vital energy and blood power, the most fearsome aspect is the true qi they generate. Once true qi is born, it can form a protective shield that almost no one below the Grandmaster realm can break. True qi can also be unleashed in an instant. Combined with martial techniques, it can amplify one's vital energy and blood power, allowing one to take an enemy's head from 100 paces away. The potency of true qi extends even further. It possesses remarkable penetrative power. Even if the foe wears heavy armor, true qi can pierce it with ease, delivering a fatal blow in a single strike. So this is the Grandmaster realm. Yi Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, sensing his own formidable strength. As his true qi surged outward, an automatic protective shield formed around him. Yi Fan pressed hard against the shield, finding it as solid as steel. Then he slammed violently into the mountain wall. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted as the mountain wall shattered apart, yet the true qi shield remained completely unscathed. This was the Grandmaster realm. Having attained this realm, Yi Fan felt an unprecedented sense of power, as if a portal to an entirely new world had swung open before him. Only now did he understand why Grandmasters were hailed as true powerhouses. This explosive surge in strength and the birth of true qi brought about a genuine qualitative transformation in one's power. Break. Yi Fan thrust his fist forward, and the very air exploded. A streak of golden light then shot toward a massive tree in the distance, one so thick it would take 2 people to encircle it. The great tree was instantly obliterated by the light collapsing with a resounding crash and kicking up a cloud of dust. This was achieved without employing any martial technique whatsoever. I'm afraid my current combat power is no less than 3 million. Perhaps it was because he was already too powerful, his martial master self could rival a grandmaster, that the increase wasn't as immense. Still, the threefold enhancement instantly made him a formidable figure among grandmasters. Even an ordinary grandmaster at the 6th level of the realm would likely be no match for him and would be easily slain. Forget it. I'd better find a machine to test my strength. Yi Fan could only estimate roughly how powerful his combat strength was, but he couldn't be truly certain. Thus he made his way to a large public park. It was already late at night, and the park was utterly deserted save for a few brand new machines. This was the largest park in the vicinity. Word had it that the machines here were the latest models capable of withstanding tests from great grandmasters, let alone a single grandmaster like him. Yi Fan approached one of the machines. It too was equipped with a large LCD screen. All he had to do was strike it with force to learn his true combat power. Yi Fan raised his palm, which was enveloped in true qi, and then slashed it forward. Beep. The numbers on the screen flickered incessantly before finally settling. The combat power displayed was, "It seems I'm even more powerful than I imagined." A satisfied smile spread across Yi Fan's face. Without even using martial techniques, his combat power had already reached 3 million. With techniques, the force would be even greater. Of course, Yi Fan was not content with this level of strength. In his view, he was determined to take first place in the upcoming 10 schools assessment. Yet he had also heard that some prodigies from other schools had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Having cultivated longer than him, they were probably already considered powerful figures among Grandmasters. Therefore, claiming first place would not be easy at all. He had to become even stronger. So Yi Fan set his sights on obtaining an internal cultivation method as soon as possible. This was of paramount importance, for an internal cultivation method could make a Grandmaster even more powerful, allowing him to unleash his strength more perfectly. In the past, he had never been qualified to access such methods. Even if he had one, he couldn't have cultivated it. But now things were different. He had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, so he needed to find an internal cultivation method post-haste to cultivate and break through to even higher realms more rapidly. This was absolutely vital to Yi Fan. However, he also knew that internal cultivation methods were incredibly valuable, so he would have to plan carefully. In just a single day, Yi Fan had been utterly transformed, evolving from a former waste into a powerful grand. Thus, Yi Fan was filled with soaring ambition, believing that in the days ahead, he could wash away all past humiliation and silence those who had mocked him, those who had deemed him worthless. At the grand competition, he would show everyone present what a true genius looked like. Of course, Yi Fan had another goal: to grow even stronger at the earliest opportunity and take vengeance upon those from the myriad races sect. This grudge had never left his mind. By the way, I recall that the 10 schools grand competition rewards internal cultivation methods. Yi Fan had been agonizing over how to obtain a high-grade internal cultivation method, but now he had an idea. In the past, he had never dreamed of claiming the championship at the 10 schools grand competition and earning an internal cultivation method. But now he was different. He already possessed the qualification and strength to do so. Internal cultivation methods were also ranked by level. The more advanced the method, the higher its ceiling, and the denser and more profound the true qi it could produce. An ordinary internal cultivation method might only triple the true qi within one's body. That was already its limit. But a top-grade method could enhance one's true qi by as much as 6-fold. As far as Yi Fan knew, the lowest grade of internal cultivation method was first grade, which was further divided into lower and upper tiers. Not dwelling on such matters, he shook his head, gazed at the red sun rising in the distance, and smiled as he headed toward home. Feeling a bit hungry, he decided to buy some breakfast to take home, sparing his mother the trouble of preparing it in the morning. Yi Fan arrived at a steamed bun shop. Since he had come very early, there were few people around. Yi Fan spent a little over 30 yuan buying a large stack of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and other items. Carrying these, he headed home. In the early morning, the air was crisp and fresh. Yi Fan walked along the road, feeling that his steps had become considerably lighter. In just one night since awakening the system, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. Xiao Fan, good morning. A middle-aged man greeted Yi Fan. Good morning, Uncle Lu. Yi Fan replied with a smile. This was a neighbor from their residential community, a man whose attitude toward him had never changed. Uncle Lu also liked to go for a run in the morning to stay in shape. After exchanging greetings, Yi Fan continued walking toward home and soon arrived. When he opened the door, he saw his mother Zhang Yu already up, getting ready to prepare breakfast for them in the living room. Mom, I bought steamed buns and fried dough sticks, Yi Fan said with a smile. Zhang Yu looked at him and said, Child, how could you stay out all night without even calling me? There was worry in her tone, for she was afraid that something had happened to Yi Fan. Yi Fan said, Mom will tell you some good news in a little. What? Zhang Yu looked puzzled. My younger brother and sister should be getting ready for school. Let's wake them up for breakfast now. Then Yi Fan personally brought his younger brother and sister out. Yi Zhou and Yi Yu were both still bleary-eyed, but they had to get out of bed quickly, or they would be late. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, the two sat at the table in the living room and began eating the steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Yi Fan meanwhile went to his father's door and knocked. Knock knock. No response came from inside. Mom, hasn't Dad woken up yet? Yi Fan asked. A smile spread across Zhang Ye's face, and she said he woke up long ago. He was already awake after you went out last night. And what's more, for some reason, he regretted not having celebrated your birthday with you in person. He went out yesterday saying he was going to find a job, turn over a new leaf, and work hard at life. And he still hasn't come back. Hearing this, Yi Fan also smiled. His father had finally stepped out of the shadows of the past. Originally, he had planned to wait until his parents were together before telling them the good news that his talent had recovered. But since his father was not there now, he could only tell his mother first. Mom, the reason I didn't come home yesterday is that I received help from a noble benefactor and my talent has recovered. Yi Fan had already thought of an explanation. If his talent suddenly recovered out of nowhere, it would surely arouse suspicion, so it was better to invent a benefactor. Zhang Yu was stunned for a full half-minute after hearing that, wondering if Yi Fan was lying to her. This sort of thing was just were there really so many benefactors in the world willing to help her son for no reason at all? Though she had figured this out, she still did not expose Yi Fan. She did not care how her son had recovered his talent, as long as it was recovered, that was enough. Good. This is good. A smile appeared on Zhang Ye's face. It was the happiest she had been in all these years. By the way, these are a few black cards. Each one has 100,000 yuan on it with no password. You can just swipe them directly. Yi Fan handed the 500,000 yuan to his mother. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Where did her son get? Yi Fan then took several spirit herbs from his bosom and said these are some first and second grade spirit herbs. They are good for boosting blood and qi. One of them might even help father restore his cultivation. Zhang Yu was shocked again and again, almost not recognizing her own son. How could he have acquired so many things in one night? Could he have robbed a bank? Otherwise, how could he have landed such a windfall? Wow. Big brother, where did you get this? So this is a spirit herb. It's my first time seeing one. Yi Zhou and Yi Yu had never seen such things before, because these were not something ordinary commoners could afford. The cheapest spirit herb cost at least 100,000 yuan. How could an average family ever afford that? Only powerful martial artists or the scions of great clans were qualified to use such things. Each of you may take a first-grade spirit herb. Yi Fan said slowly as he looked at his younger brother and sister. Thank you, big brother. The two were beside themselves with joy. Each picked a spirit herb, happy smiles spreading across their faces. Yi Fan, come with me. Zhang Yu pulled Yi Fan aside. Tell me the truth. Where did you get these things? Did you do something bad? She was worried that Yi Fan had gone astray. Gambling, for instance, could make people rich overnight at first, but once they sank into it, they would eventually lose everything and be hounded to death. Mom, don't worry. I only do good things. How could I do bad things? The image of killing those Black Wolf gang members surfaced in Yi Fan's mind, but he believed he had done nothing wrong. Those people deserved to die. They were cancers of society. Eliminating them was also a way of punishing evil and upholding justice. Mom will call Dad first. Yi Fan took out his phone and pressed one of the numbers. Ring, ring. It was the phone ringing, but no one answered for a long time, which made Yi Fan frown. Mom, where did Dad go to look for a job? Yi Fan asked. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said he went to Quifeng Logistics. I heard he has an old acquaintance there, but I'm not sure whether he found the job. Without saying another word, Yi Fan pushed open the door and headed for Quifeng Logistics. He was very familiar with this area, so he naturally knew where the logistics company was. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Quifeng Logistics, a large truck was parked. Several porters were moving boxes, all drenched in sweat. Although it was still early morning, they were doing manual labor, so it was normal for them to be soaked with sweat. One of them was Yi Fan's father, Yi Chang'e. Yi Chang'e bore a 5/10 resemblance to Yi Fan. Even in middle age, his handsome features could still be seen, except that his eyes were filled with a sense of vicissitude. His eyes were vastly different from Yi Fan's. This was why Yi Fan's mother had once liked Yi Chang'e. He was tall and handsome, had a fairly good talent at the time, and was also a powerful martial artist. Now, however, after Yi Chang'e laboriously carried a box down from the truck, he suddenly heard his phone ring. Old Yi, someone's calling you now. It might be urgent. Take it first, a middle-aged man said. He was Yi Chang'e's old acquaintance, the one who had introduced Yi Chang'e to work here. All right. Yi Chang'e took out his phone and was just about to press the green button when at that moment a young man emerged from the logistics company. He had a refined, noble air, but his eyes were cold and sinister, making him look ill-tempered. Slap. Seeing Yi Chang'e about to answer the phone, the young man walked straight over and dealt him a heavy slap across the face. This startled everyone, and they all looked up in astonishment. I pay you not to let you slack off. The cold-eyed young man spoke in an icy tone. This scene startled all the other logistics workers. At that moment, old Fong, who had introduced Yi Chang'e to the job, hurried forward. Young master, he wasn't slacking off. He's been working all night. He just wanted to take a phone call and get back to work. He knew this was someone they could not afford to offend. This young man was from a great family, the son of an executive at this logistics company and a young master himself. If I say he's slacking off, then he's slacking off. Today I'm going to make an example of him. The young dandy completely ignored old Fong's attempts to dissuade him and continued to strike. This made the other logistics workers' faces darken. They had come to work not to be humiliated. Did money give him the right to bully people at will? Enough. The young dandy was about to strike again when Old Fong's roar startled him. If you don't treat us as human beings, then we don't want to work for you either. Settle our wages, and we'll leave. Old Fong was the leader of these workers. He had worked there for decades and ordinarily would not have left. But the man before them had gone too far. At worst, Old Fong could take these logistics workers to another company. That would still be better than suffering humiliation here. Besides, someone from another logistics company had already approached him trying to poach him. Still, he was a loyal person and had real feelings for Quifing Logistics. They had watched this company grow bigger and stronger step by step, so they were reluctant to leave easily. But now, since the other party showed them no respect, they couldn't be bothered to keep serving them. They were human beings, not livestock. Since the young master of this logistics company didn't treat them as people, they didn't want to stay any longer. Oh, a bunch of lowly servants like you dare talk back to me, and even threaten to leave. The young dandy broke into a sneer. His name was Wang Yuan. Accustomed to arrogance and tyranny in daily life, he had just been scolded by his father, so he was in a foul mood and looking for someone to take it out on. He happened to spot Yi Chang'e slacking off without expecting it to cause such an uproar. But he didn't care. These logistics workers could be replaced anytime. At worst, he could have his father hire a new batch. After all, with money one could always find a large crowd of workers, and this was hardly a difficulty for his father. If you don't like working here, then get lost. But today I'm definitely going to teach this fellow a lesson. Wang Yuan was utterly unreasonable. He viciously kicked Yi Chang'e in the stomach, sending him flying. Clutching his abdomen, Yi Chang'e felt his gut churn violently, and pain twisted across his face. Old Fong trembled with rage. He and Yi Chang'e were friends, which was why he had recommended him to work here. After this happened so soon after his arrival, Old Fong was deeply upset and felt he had lost face. But Wang Yuan had several black-clad bodyguards beside him, and they might not be able to defeat them. Seize him. Wang Yuan ordered 2 black-clad bodyguards to seize Yi Chang'e again, then prepared to slap him twice. However, at that moment a young man appeared not far from them, his gaze icy as he looked over. Try touching him again, and I'll cripple you. The youth was none other than Yi Fan. The moment he arrived, he saw his father being beaten, and rage surged within him. Not to mention that he had now recovered his talent and cultivation. Even if he hadn't, he could never bear to see his father humiliated like this. Hearing this, Wang Yuan was startled at first, but then he looked at Yi Fan and burst out laughing. Huh. You want to cripple me? He found the joke hilarious. From the resemblance between the two, he could also guess that Yi Chang'e was Yi Fan's father. But he didn't care who Yi Fan was. Right now he was upset, which meant someone had to get beaten. Seize him too. Wang Yuan gave the order to his bodyguards again. At that moment, however, Yi Chang'e struggled free from one of the black-clad bodyguards and shouted toward Yi Fan, run. Yi Fan simply ignored his father's words. Run? How could he? How could he stand by idly while his father was bullied by others? A murderous glint flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Staring at the 2 black-clad bodyguards approaching him, he erupted with the power of his blood and chi. Bang! The 2 black-clad bodyguards couldn't even withstand one move from Yi Fan. They slammed hard onto the ground, each with a fist imprint on his face, knocked out by a single punch. This was only because Yi Fan had held back. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been knocked down, they would have been killed. Although killing someone in the black market would invite no interference, and few would care. That was a dark, shadowy place. But in front of the logistics company, Yi Fan could not casually kill, otherwise he would be sentenced and taken away by the police. Yes, there were police here too, but the police in this world were martial artists with formidable strength. Next, it's your turn. Yi Fan locked his gaze on Wang Yuan and approached him step by step. Stop him. Now. Wang Yuan was not panicked. He ordered the 6 bodyguards beside him to attack together. One of the bodyguards was burly and dark-skinned, a black man whose blood-danki power was even stronger than the other. This was a formidable martial master. Before recovering his cultivation, Yi Fan would have had no chance against such a martial master. But today was not like the past. Yi Fan clenched his fist. Without even using martial techniques, he merely relied on his formidable blood-danki power, channeling the true chi within his body. In just a single exchange. Oh! The black man let out a miserable scream and collapsed to his knees. Yi Fan had slammed his fist viciously into his stomach, twisting his face in agony. He fell to the ground, groaning in pain, looking as if he would rather be dead. The other bodyguards naturally suffered the same fate. Each was knocked down by a single move from Yi Fan. Yi Fan walked up to Wang Yuan and glanced at the slap marks on his father's face. Slap, slap, slap. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan delivered several slaps. The sounds were crisp and clear, audible to everyone. Wang Yuan's face quickly swelled up, and his gaze at Yi Fan was filled with hatred. You're finished. How dare you? I'm a member of the Wang family. My father will never let you get away with this. Before Wang Yuan could finish, Yi Fan continued to strike. He deliberately held back his strength simply to give Wang Yuan a few more slaps and vent the anger in his heart. He beat him for a full 3 minutes. Wang Yuan's face became swollen, blood seeping from his mouth. 2 of his teeth were knocked out, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog, tears and snot streaming down unceasingly. Watching this, the logistics workers felt a sense of relief, but they also thought Yi Fan was doomed. How could one offend the Wang family so easily? That was a great family, one of the wealthiest in this city. Sure enough, several police cars soon arrived and parked outside. 4 or 5 police officers got out, all of them martial masters. They had just received a report and rushed over at once. Everyone stay where you are. No one is allowed to leave. One of the police officers began to seal off the scene. Unwilling to cooperate, Yifan did not resist the police at all. Instead, he followed them and voluntarily got into the car. His heart was as calm as still water, without the slightest panic or worry, as if the person being taken away were not him. Yi Chang'e watched as Yifan was seized by the police and forcibly put into the police car, his heart filled with worry. Son, I'm sorry. Your father is useless. He clenched his fists, and at that moment he desperately wished for great power. If he could become a grandmaster, even the police would have no way to deal with him. Because once one became a grandmaster, one would possess a certain degree of immunity. As long as no life had been lost, one would almost never be put on trial. A grandmaster-level cultivator was already considered a formidable power in the region, and even the Wang family would not casually offend such a person. Unfortunately, he was not a grandmaster now, and he was far from possessing such strength. He could only watch helplessly as his son was taken away. Wang Yuan was also taken away by the police. Although his face was bruised and swollen, these were only superficial wounds, and because he was a martial artist, he recovered very quickly. He did not even go to the hospital. But now he harbored a blazing hatred for Yifan. Never had he been so humiliated by anyone before. As a young master, he had never received such treatment. But now he had been beaten black and blue. This was a disgrace. If word got out, even his father would become a laughingstock. Yifan, you're finished. I will never let you off easily. Wang Yuan nursed his hatred in secret, resolving to pile up accusations of Yifan's misdeeds and make him suffer the ordeal of imprisonment. Just then, Yifan, who had already gotten into the police car, said something to the police and suddenly opened the door and got out. He walked up to Yi Chang'e and said, Dad, don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. Hearing this, Wang Yuan sneered coldly and said, offend me, offend our Wang family, and I will make your life worse than death. My younger brother studies and cultivates at Jianhai Academy. He is a true, peerless genius. Once he learns of this, he will never let you off. The Wang family was a great clan. Most people who offended them came to a bad end unless they possessed overwhelming strength. Jianhai Academy, meanwhile, was a high school, an aristocratic school with excellent cultivation resources. That was why Wang Yuan dared to say those words. Though he was a good for nothing, if his younger brother saw his elder brother being humiliated like this, he would absolutely not spare Yifan. After all, they were bound by blood. Although his younger brother was not on good terms with him on ordinary days, he would still help him in a matter like this. Jianhai Academy. Yi Chang'e frowned. To be a genius at a top-tier high school, one's strength must not be underestimated. A mere genius from Jianhai Academy is nothing worth mentioning. Yifan said these words with such overbearing arrogance that even his father was startled. Since when had his son become so audacious in his speech? Although Jianhai Academy could not compare with Jinling No. One high school, it was still a renowned high school, and an aristocratic school with no shortage of cultivation resources. If his son's strength had not been crippled, he could have ignored such a genius. But now that his son's talent had already been crippled, offending such a genius was not a wise move. Faint are you? Yi Chang'e was worried about Yifan, believing that Yifan had deliberately said these words to comfort him and stop him from worrying. Dad, I am a grandmaster. Yifan said softly into his father's ear, then turned and got back into the police car. The police officer in the police car glanced at Yifan and said, at least you have some filial piety. The reason he had let Yifan get out just now was that Yifan had told him he was afraid his father would worry and wanted to save him. This police officer was rather easily swayed, so he had let Yifan out. Besides, since it wouldn't hold up official business, he could afford to wait such a short while. Yi Chang'e watched the police car speed away until it disappeared from sight, yet for a long time, he could not come back to his senses, and his face still wore an expression of disbelief. It was simply because what Yifan had just said to him was too astonishing. A grandmaster. To have reached such a realm at such a young age. How could it be possible? The grandmaster realm was not something one could break through at will. Especially at such an age, those who succeeded were truly 1 in 10,000. But Feiner normally doesn't lie. Yi Chang'e lowered his head and thought for a moment, then finally chose to believe his son. Old Yi, I have failed you. Old Fong patted Yi Chang'e on the shoulder, his face full of guilt. Yi Chang'e said, it's not your fault. That young master was far too arrogant and overbearing. All of you get in the car. A police officer walked over and informed them that they also had to go to the police station. What had happened here needed to be clarified. No one could leave. All right. The logistics workers were then led away. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit interrogation room, Yifan sat beneath the lights. Before him sat 2 police officers, one taking notes, the other asking questions. Tell me what happened, asked one of the police officers, whose face was rather stern. Yifan recounted the whole story, briefly explaining what had happened. But you still can't hit people. Hitting someone is your fault. Admit your mistake now, and he'll try to make peace between you. He is from the Wang family. If you can settle, that's for the best. Just pay him some medical expenses. That police officer appeared stern, but he was somewhat inclined toward Yifan. After all, what Yifan had done was only natural for an ordinary person who no lives had been taken, and acting on hot blood was forgivable. But I don't want to settle, Yifan said calmly, leaving the stern-faced police officer stunned for a moment. He could not understand why Yifan would say such a thing. What was the point of insisting? Because I am already a grandmaster now. Yi Fan raised his head and spoke with confidence. Grandmasters possessed certain immunity, so this matter could not possibly bring him any punishment. The room fell silent for a moment, and then the two police officers burst out laughing. That joke of yours isn't funny at all. The stern-faced police officer shook his head utterly unconvinced. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, who had already finished his interrogation next door, was also brought into this interrogation room. When he heard Yi Fan's words, he burst out laughing on the spot. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. You a grandmaster. Then I'm a great grandmaster. His tone was dripping with mockery. Yi Fan looked at Wang Yuan's smug, self-satisfied face. If I were a grandmaster, what would you do then? Wang Yuan sneered. If you were a grandmaster, I'd even kneel to you. Those at the grandmaster realm could be said to have undergone a qualitative transformation possessing formidable strength beyond ordinary comprehension. So at that moment he did not believe a word Yi Fan said. The police officers naturally did not believe it either. They even felt a headache, wondering if there was something mentally wrong with Yi Fan. Why else would he say something so absurd? Then take a look at this. True Qi swirled in Yi Fan's hand. A golden stream of energy wrapped around his arm, and then exploded with a startling aura. Boom! Yi Fan casually slammed his fist into the wall. The wall immediately became covered with cracks, and even shed a layer of white dust. Both police officers were so startled that they shot to their feet, staring at Yi Fan with looks of disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. They had never seen a grandmaster so young. Wang Yuan, who had been ridiculing Yi Fan moments before, suddenly felt ice cold all over, as if every cell in his body was trembling. The person he had offended was truly a grandmaster, and a young grandmaster at that. If Yi Fan had already cultivated to such a level, now what heights would he reach in the future? Wang Yuan could not believe he had offended such a prodigy. I was wrong. Please spare me. Wang Yuan threw away all dignity and knelt down, tugging at Yi Fan's clothes while kowtowing repeatedly, hoping to beg for forgiveness and mercy. I can pay you money. Your father's medical expenses and all other costs I am willing to cover. At that moment, Wang Yuan only wanted to bring this matter to an end as soon as possible. Although the Wang family was a prominent clan, if his father found out that he had offended a young grandmaster, he would probably... A young grandmaster represented absolute power and tremendous potential. Offending someone like that would very likely invite retaliation beyond imagination in the future. Scram! Yi Fan kicked the man aside, not caring at all about Wang Yuan's pleas. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on his father had touched the one thing Yi Fan would never tolerate. So he had no intention of forgiving this reckless fool before him. This bastard struck my father in public. He must be severely punished and give me an explanation. Yi Fan spoke with absolute confidence, not caring what the police officers thought. Yes, we will surely do as you say. The two police officers nodded hurriedly, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Yi Fan. They were only two martial artists. Who knew how long it would take for them to reach the Grandmaster realm? Perhaps they would never set foot into that realm in their entire lives. Yet Yi Fan, so young, had boundless prospects. He was far beyond anyone they could afford to offend. Such a man was destined to stand at heights they could not imagine. For such a prodigy, they needed to hold reverence in their hearts. Wang Yuan, meanwhile, collapsed to the ground in a state of utter dejection, knowing he was finished. Offending someone like that, being punished by the police, was a minor matter. If his father were to find out, he would probably receive a sound beating. What he feared most was his father. He had carried that shadow since childhood. Even the thought of his father made him tremble with fear. Where is my father? There's no need to interrogate him, right? Yi Fan looked at the police officers and asked. An officer nodded. Of course there's no need for interrogation. The matter is already clear. Wang Yuan was bullying others with his family's power. They immediately branded Wang Yuan with a serious charge, not caring what the young master of the Wang family thought. They only knew that they absolutely must not offend the grandmaster before them, or there would be no good end for them later. Only then did Yi Fan nod in satisfaction. Where is my father now? Take me there. A police officer led the way, and they soon arrived at an interrogation room. The logistics workers were all there, but they had merely been called back to make statements. They were not being interrogated. Dad. Son. When Yi Chang'e saw that Yi Fan was safe and sound, he walked over excitedly and embraced. Dad, I told you I would be fine. From now on, don't go out to work anymore. Just stay at home. He'll find ways to earn money to support our younger brother and sister. Yi Fan said. Once he had formidable strength, there would be many ways to make money, and supporting his younger brother and sister was effortless. After reaching the Grandmaster realm, if one wanted to earn money, a single year's income could equal what his parents earned in decades, or even a lifetime. There was simply no need to make his parents work so hard. Feigner, you really have grown up. Yi Chang'e now understood that his son was probably an unrivaled prodigy, truly a young grandmaster. Otherwise, how could he have been released so quickly? The logistics workers behind Yi Chang'e were baffled. They knew the Wang family was powerful and influential. Yi Fan's public beating of Wang Yuan could not possibly end so easily. But the truth was that Yi Fan had indeed walked out unscathed without facing any trouble. That left them thoroughly unable to make sense of it. They turned their puzzled gazes to Yi Chang'e. Let's go home first. Yi Fan called a car for himself and his father, and they soon returned home. Yi Fan also told his mother that he had become a grandmaster. Zhang Yuyu was immensely excited. Her son had finally lived up to her hopes. His younger brother Yi Zhou and younger sister Yi Yu had stars in their eyes, gazing at Yi Fan with adoration. Big brother is the best. Big brother is a grandmaster. Just see who dares to mess with me at school now. The two of them were the happiest of all. Yifan smiled faintly. I've only just entered the grandmaster realm. He'll need to go into seclusion for a while, so I won't go to school. He'll call the teacher later to ask for leave. All right. Yi Chang'e and Zhang Yuyu had no objections. Since their son was a young grandmaster, they would let him do as he pleased. Even if he didn't attend school for the time being, it didn't matter. Yifan quickly dialed a number on his phone and informed his teacher that he would be taking a leave of absence for a while. The teacher agreed to Yifan's request, but reminded him that he must come for the 10th school assessment. Yifan nodded, saying that he would definitely go. Meanwhile, in a magnificent villa, a middle-aged man of the Wang family received the news. He rose abruptly from his leather sofa, cold light flashing in his eyes, furious on the spot. He had just received a shocking report. His son Wang Yuan had offended a prodigy and was to be detained for a month and fined 100,000 yuan. The money was a minor matter. But how dare a prodigy offend the Wang family so brazenly? Did he really think the Wang family had no grandmaster? Only those who did not fall could be called prodigies. If one died midway, one was nothing but a pile of bones. Go investigate the identity of this young grandmaster. The middle-aged man ordered his subordinates. Before anyone realized it, time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye a month had arrived. Jinlingno. One high school was exceptionally lively today, for this assessment was to be held there. A large number of students had gathered, and the principals of the various schools had also assembled in the school square. A huge building had been constructed on the square. Looking down from it, one could clearly see everything happening below. Inside this building, the principals of the 10 schools had assembled. There was also a stern-looking middle-aged man dressed in he carried the aura of a person in authority, and his pair of tiger eyes emanated an imposing majesty. This man was none other than the city lord of Jinling, City Lord Wang. Beside the city lord sat a young man of extraordinary bearing, wearing a purple robe. He was tall and slender, with true qi flowing through his body. This was clearly a young grandmaster, and his true identity was even more shocking. The purple-robed senior, a youth of extraordinary bearing, carried an air of pride as he looked down at the many students below with an appraising gaze. Not for any other reason, the purple-robed youth was in truth a peerless genius. He was a genius from the 10 great academies by the name of Chao Wuhui. Even City Lord Wang treated Chao Wuhui with warmth and respect, placing him on an equal footing. Wuhui, what do you think of this year's geniuses? City Lord Wang asked with a smile. It is still not clear, but this year's caliber of geniuses seems better than in previous years, Chao Wuhui replied with a smile. In truth, he was only humoring City Lord Wang. He had come from Jinlingno, one high school, and so he could be considered a senior to many of the students. But he clearly understood that Jinling's students could not compare with those from other cities. Jinling's resources were simply too scarce. If even one student managed to pass the examination and enter the 10 great academies in a year, it was already a stroke of luck. In previous years, Jinling had ranked dead last, with not a single successful candidate, becoming the laughingstock of other cities. Wuhui, when you passed the exam to enter the 10 great academies back, then you truly surprised me. I never thought my Jinlingno one high school had been hiding a true dragon like you. Lu Wamping, the principal of Jinlingno one high school, stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes full of pride. At the time, people from other cities thought none of their students could enter the 10 great academies, but Chao Wuhui had truly won them honor. Principal Lu, you flatter me, Chao Wuhui said modestly. The principals of the other schools looked at Principal Lu with envious eyes. It was precisely because they had produced Chao Wuhui that most of Jinling's cultivation resources now tilted toward Jinlingno one high school, causing the other schools' cultivation resources to dwindle considerably. After all, there was only so much cake to go around. Once someone took the largest slice, no matter how the rest was divided, the others would not get much. The students of No. one high school looked up at Chao Wuhui with fervent eyes and began discussing among themselves. That's Senior Chao. I heard Senior Chao joined one of the 10 great academies. The Xinhua Palace, known as the Flame, shall be passed down forever. That is a true sacred land of martial arts. If only I could be as formidable as Senior Chao. The students below looked at the purple-robed youth on the high platform with worshipful gazes, taking him as the role model of their lives. They knew that to enter the 10 great academies, one had to be a truly invincible genius. Most of them, in truth, would never have this chance. Those with the greatest opportunity were the 10 great geniuses. Just then a clamor suddenly arose from outside the door, followed by someone shouting in surprise, "The 10 great geniuses are here." Everyone's gaze shifted and fell upon 9 people, 8 men and 1 woman. The men were dashing and imposing, and the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Naturally, the female genius attracted the most attention, for she was simply too stunning. The woman was the campus belle, with long hair flowing over her shoulders, dressed in a pure white gown. Her eyes were like water, and a faint smile graced her face. When she smiled, a row of white teeth was revealed, truly bright eyes and gleaming teeth. Xianyuan Rumling is as beautiful as ever. After all, she is of the Xianyuan clan. Among the 10 great geniuses, she can certainly rank in the top 3. Bai Guiyuan is here too. It is said he had a falling out with the former leader of the 10 great geniuses and wants to settle it at the 10 schools grand competition. The crowd discussed in low voices, then began searching for Yifan. But after looking for a long time, they still did not see him, and they could not help looking disappointed. Had the former leader of the 10 great geniuses become so cowardly? Did he not even dare to show up at the 10 schools grand competition? This made them feel utterly disappointed and somewhat bored. At that moment, Bai Guiyuan, one of the 10 great geniuses, swept his gaze across the venue. Seeing no trace of Yi Fan either, he sneered coldly on the spot. That trash Yi Fan does not even dare to appear before me. It seems he really is finished. The other geniuses remained silent, and most of them no longer paid much attention to Yi Fan. Once Yi Fan was crippled, he was no longer on the same level as them, so there was no need to go out of their way to cause trouble for someone. It was just that Bai Guiyuan was bored all day. He had been jealous of Yi Fan every day before. Now that Yi Fan had met with misfortune, he could not wait to trample him to death. He will come. At this moment, the campus bell, Xianyuan Ruming, unexpectedly spoke up for Yi Fan. This caught everyone off guard. The campus bell was usually very aloof and had rarely spoken up for anyone. Even though she and Yi Fan had been desk mates and once had a good relationship, Yi Fan was already crippled and no longer worthy of associating with her. Why would Xianyuan Ruming still speak up for that trash Yi Fan? Bai Guiyuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. He resented Yi Fan, who could easily get whatever he wanted, while Bai Guiyuan, no matter how hard he tried, could not get so much as a glance from Xianyuan Ruming. She treated him like air. This filled him with bitter indignation. Why could a piece of trash also win Xianyuan Ruming's favor, while he, a genius, was not even worthy of a single proper look from her? The other students discussed animatedly. Some thought Yi Fan would definitely come, while others believed he had lost his nerve. Still, it was better to be timid. At least it saved him from getting hurt. In any case, it was Yi Fan's own choice. On the high platform, Xiao Wuhui overheard the students' discussion below and asked, "Who is this Yi Fan?" He was the former leader of the 10 great geniuses. Unfortunately, because of his father, his talent was crippled, thus destroying his future. Principal Lu sighed, feeling immense regret. He had originally thought highly of Yi Fan, believing him to be the one most likely to enter the 10 great academies. But now everything had changed. Yi Fan was completely finished, with no hope left of entering the 10 great academies. Still, he is a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, City Lord Wang commented. He had heard of Yi Fan long ago. What a pity, though. A genius whose talent had been crippled could no longer be called a genius. He could only be called trash. I see. Xiao Wuhui nodded slightly and did not ask any further questions. A crippled genius was not qualified to receive such attention from him. He had returned this time to see who among the students of his alma mater might one day join the 10 great academies. The time has come. Let the grand competition begin, City Lord Wang announced. Principal Lu said, "But some students have not arrived yet. Should we wait a little longer?" "Are we going to make so many people wait for him alone?" spoke one of the gray-haired principals, the principal of Jinling No. Principal Lu said, "What you say is reasonable. Although Yi Fan has not arrived, perhaps he was delayed by something. But let us carry out the assessment first and deal with that later." "All right, the assessment now officially begins," City Lord Wang declared. "The assessment officially begins." City Lord Wang's voice rang out from the loudspeaker, clear enough for everyone. The students were all extremely excited. The 10-school assessment was finally about to begin. This time the geniuses from all 10 schools had gathered, but those from Jinling No. One high school were clearly a cut above the rest. After all, they had access to far more cultivation resources. The assessment begins. First trial strength test. A middle-aged man in black walked over, followed by more than a dozen teachers responsible for maintaining order. Those important figures, such as the principals, were all there to observe, so there was no need for them to take the field. The teachers led the many genius students to the entrance of an alley. From the mouth of the alley, wooden puppets assembled from timber could be faintly seen inside. These puppets stood in the lane just like human figures. "Pass through this alley within 10 minutes, and you'll clear the trial." The examining teachers announced the rules. One student after another stepped forward to take the test. "Ouch! These wooden puppets are way too strong. Their combat power is 10,000. That's brutal. This is too hard." Many students were knocked right back out as soon as they entered, their faces bruised and swollen, clearly lacking in strength. They were, after all, elites selected from every school, yet not one could last very long. A bunch of trash. After 20 people in a row were eliminated, one of the 9 geniuses of Jinling No. One high school stepped forward. This genius was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, looking extremely strong, and the chi and blood energy radiating from his body was extremely powerful. Martial master. Many students could tell his cultivation realm the moment they felt his aura. He was one of the 9 great geniuses, Sherdang. He entered the alley and, facing the attacks of the wooden puppets, showed not the slightest panic, blocking them, heating with his hands. Since this trial tested strength, one naturally needed sufficient combat power to pass. He endured the puppets' attacks by pure brute force and walked out from the other end in only 8 minutes. If you can't even clear such a simple assessment, who gave you the courage to take part in the 10-school grand competition? Sherdang said unceremoniously, even sneering. The students from other schools lowered their faces in shame. Sherdang swept his gaze over the crowd with contempt and returned to Jinling No. One high school's area. "He'll try to." Another genius stepped forward. Like Sherdang, he cleared the trial with ease in just 8 minutes, as if it had no difficulty at all. This filled the students eliminated at the start with deep frustration. This trial was clearly meant to weed out those who did not meet the standard. Although most of them were called geniuses, they were actually nothing more than mediocrities making up the numbers. Sure enough, after 2 geniuses had passed, the others stepped forward one by one. Some were eliminated, some passed. Soon Bai Guiyuan's name was called. Bai Guiyuan stood at the alley entrance, looked at the wooden puppets inside, and walked in without hesitation. 5 minutes later, he successfully came out from the other side, having cleared the trial. This made the other geniuses a little surprised. Their eyes toward Bai Guiyuan were filled with envy and wariness. Clearly, among the 9 remaining geniuses, Bai Guiyuan had the strength to rank in the top 5. Afterwards, the remaining geniuses also went up one by one and successfully passed through the alley, though some took more time and others less. The one who used the least time was actually Xianyuan Roaming. Though she was a delicate-looking girl, her combat power was terrifying, and she cleared the trial with ease. City Lord Wang, seated on the high platform, was extremely satisfied with Xianyuan Roaming's performance. As expected of the Xianyuan clan, children raised by a great family really are different. Chao Wuhui, what do you think? City Lord Wang turned his gaze toward Chao Wuhui, wanting his opinion. In his heart, he very much hoped Chao Wuhui would praise these geniuses. Chao Wuhui shook his head and said that female genius performance was barely passable. The rest can only be considered barely qualified. With strength like this, it is almost impossible for them to shine brilliantly in the 36 cities assessment. Hearing this, City Lord Wang's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. As expected, a place like Jinling truly struggled to produce a dazzling genius. The principals of the many schools also sighed. In the 36 cities assessment, Jinling would take part together with people from other cities, and after the final rankings, the most outstanding would join the 10 great academies. But the geniuses appearing in Jinling were far too rare. Unlike other cities with ample cultivation resources where even a young grandmaster could emerge, Jinling simply could not compare. Seeing the disappointed look in the city lord's eyes, Chao Wuhui felt helpless. The 36 cities assessment was brutal by nature. Those who performed well had boundless futures. But those who performed poorly, if they still wanted to grow stronger and obtain cultivation resources, would probably have to go to the front lines to fight the myriad clans and survive life and death trials. A destiny completely different from that of true geniuses. Another hour passed, and everyone who was to be tested had finished. It was at this moment that the true geniuses were singled out. The rankings of the first trial were about to be announced, and they were about to enter the next round. Xianyuan Roman grew a little anxious, looking toward the entrance, but still saw no sign of Yifan. Yifan, you wouldn't give up so easily, would you? I believe you will definitely come to the grand competition. At this moment, Principal Liu on the high platform was also growing anxious. Seeing that Yifan had still not arrived, he was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Although Yifan's talent was ruined, he should at least come to the grand competition. Even if he merely passed the first trial, that would be good. Unfortunately, it seemed Yifan no longer had such courage. Principal Liu could not help feeling disappointed. He had thought that Yifan was delayed by something, but now it seemed he truly did not want to come. Teacher announced the results of the first trial. Bai Guiyuan did not want to waste any more time, and said smugly, hoping the results would be declared soon. In his view, Yifan was now trash. He did not even dare to stand in front of him. The teacher nodded and prepared to announce the results. As for the remaining untested candidates, they would simply be considered eliminated. But at that very moment, the young man in purple sitting on the high platform suddenly stood up in agitation, his gaze fixed. Wait! He stopped the teacher from announcing the rankings. Everyone followed Chao Wui's gaze and saw a teenager dressed entirely in black walking toward them step by step. The stronger a person was, the more keenly they could sense the thick furnace-like qi and blood energy radiating from the. And this young man was none other than Yifan, who had arrived late. After receiving the news, he had rushed over as fast as he could, but it seemed he was not too late after all. Who is this young man? Why haven't you mentioned him to me? Chao Wuhui asked excitedly. The newcomer's purpose was clear. He had evidently come for the grand competition. Furthermore, he could sense that Yifan was a powerful young grandmaster. A genius of such caliber was exceeding. He could hardly imagine that Jinling could produce such a genius. It was just like panning gold from sand. The probability was far too small. He is Yifan. Principal Liu introduced, his own heart skipping a beat as well. As the principal, he was naturally a strong expert, and he could sense the terrifying vital qi surging from Yifan's body. This vital qi was immensely thick and profound, like an endlessly blazing furnace. It did not seem at all like someone who had just entered the Grandmaster realm. Although he remembered Yifan had exceptional talent, it had never been this absurd. Could it be that Yifan had encountered some lucky opportunity during this period? But he was overjoyed because this year Jinling would likely produce yet another genius to enter the 10 great academies. And what's more, another student from Jinling No. 1 middle school. The mere thought was stirring and exciting. City Lord Wang was profoundly shaken. His gaze fell on Yifan as he said, I remember he was crippled by the all-races cult. How did he suddenly cultivate to Grandmaster? This abrupt appearance of Yifan truly caught him off guard. A young Grandmaster was someone Jinling could produce only once in many years. He had assumed there would be none this year, but to his surprise Yifan had actually made it. Jinling No. 1 middle school is really lucky. If only our Zhanghai prefecture could have a young Grandmaster. You're dreaming. A young Grandmaster. Only a genius of astonishing talent could reach that level at such an age, and those who do are almost destined to join the 10 great academies. But I remember this Yi Fan was once the top of the 10 geniuses. Wasn't he crippled later? Can't someone who was crippled obtain an opportunity and recover their talent? Maybe he got lucky, found a special spiritual medicine, swallowed it, and succeeded in surviving thereby, fully restoring his talent. The principals buzzed with discussion, looking at Yi Fan with envious eyes. In their hearts they envied Jinling No. One middle school, even more for being able to produce such a genius. Principal Lu said with immense pride, "That boy Yi Fan has boundless prospects." At this moment, Yi Fan walked onto the stage, glanced at Principal Lu and bowed. "Principal, I'm sorry, I came a little late. This is City Lord Wang, and this is your senior Chao Wuhui." Principal Lu introduced the two of them. The other principals, he couldn't be bothered to introduce. City Lord Senior Chao, hello. Yi Fan greeted them. City Lord Wang smiled and nodded. "You're not too late after all. Go take the test now." Chao Wuhui looked at City Lord Wang and said, "With Yi Fan's strength, there's no need for him to take the mechanism puppet test at all. It would be completely redundant. Let's just start the ranking tournament." The mechanism puppets were only meant to screen out weak students. Yi Fan was clearly extremely powerful, so taking that kind of test was pure redundancy. There was simply no need. "That's a good suggestion." City Lord Wang agreed as well. Exceptional geniuses deserved exceptional treatment. Yi Fan rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Then I thank the City Lord and Senior Chao." Afterward, he walked over to the gathered geniuses. City Lord Wang meanwhile instructed a principal beside him to explain the matter to the examination teachers. "Yi Fan, you finally come." Shi Dang's eyes surged with battle intent. He was only at the martial master cultivation level now, so he could not see through the current Yi Fan. Only by at least reaching the Grandmaster realm could one perceive how terrifying Yi Fan was. Otherwise one could only wait for Yi Fan to proactively release his aura. "Yi Fan, I hope you can successfully make it through the first round." Li Kuan, one of the 9 geniuses, spoke with a trace of scorn. The Yi Fan of the past had been in existence far beyond their reach, but the Yi Fan of now was nothing more than a crippled has-been. People like him weren't really worth much attention. His greeting Yi Fan now was only meant to mock him. "Yi Fan, you finally come. But why do I feel that the aura on you is stronger than mine?" Xianyuan Ruming stared intently at Yi Fan. She hadn't seen through his true cultivation at all. She was relying purely on her sixth sense. Yi Fan smiled. "I'm a young grandmaster, so naturally I'm stronger." Xianyuan Ruming covered her mouth and giggled. "You've been more and more fond of joking lately." The other geniuses sneered one after another, all eyes turning to Yi Fan, all thinking he must be insane. How could Grandmaster be broken through that easily? Even if Yi Fan's talent hadn't been crippled, he would only be a martial master by now. How could he possibly become a grandmaster? What shameless boast. Shi Dang, one of the 9 geniuses, snorted coldly. He felt Yi Fan's words were a bit like grandstanding. The other geniuses also didn't take Yi Fan's words seriously. But just then a teacher walked over and announced, "Yi Fan, you don't need to take the first round test. Proceed directly to the second round. The second round is the ranking tournament. Everyone get ready. In a moment we'll use a draw system." Before the teacher finished, Yi Fan cut him off directly. "Teacher, there's no need for all this trouble. Since it's a ranking tournament, I'll take first place. Let everyone challenge me." Yi Fan's sudden outburst caught the many geniuses off guard, and they all looked baffled. "Yi Fan, even if you've recovered your talent, you've neglected your cultivation for so long. We've long since caught up to you. Yi Fan, I alone can defeat you." The 9 geniuses all had fierce battle intent blazing in their eyes, each wanting to be the first opponent to defeat Yi Fan. Even Xianyuan Ruming felt the same. Although she and Yi Fan were good friends, the 10 Academy's grand competition ultimately emphasized strength. Moreover, the most respectful way to treat an opponent was to go all out, not deliberately hold back. Doing that would be insane. Bai Guiyuan narrowed his eyes, still rather shocked inside. He had originally planned to humiliate Yi Fan in this grand competition, yet the other party had actually recovered his talent. How was that possible? But if he hadn't recovered, how could City Lord Wang have allowed him to skip the first round directly? The other geniuses had all guessed this. If Yi Fan had recovered his talent, the first round's test was indeed no challenge for him at all. Completely unnecessary. Hearing their words, Yi Fan's heart remained utterly undisturbed. A terrifying aura and a shocking surge of vital qi swept directly toward the 9 geniuses. "You'll only have one chance to strike. All of you come together." Yi Fan's vital qi erupted, and the temperature of the surrounding air rose in that instant. Many students began sweating profusely, fanning themselves, endlessly staring at Yi Fan with horrified eyes. That surge of blood force was as profound as an abyss, overwhelming the aura of every prodigy present. All the students felt their breathing grow labored. Many broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads, their scalps tingling, as fear spread like wildfire through their hearts. Naturally, the 9 prodigies felt the strongest pressure. That invincible momentum directly suppressed them, making them feel that the opponent before them was an existence that could not be defeated. At this moment, in the eyes of these prodigies, Yi Fan was like a deity, radiating dazzling light from his entire being, almost unbearable to look at directly. They clearly sensed that Yi Fan had truly stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Such a young Grandmaster merely standing there gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. A scorching aura enveloped the entire scene, terrifying beyond measure. "Yi Fan, you really have stepped into the Grandmaster realm." Dang's lips trembled, his voice filled with shock. He felt that every cell in his body was quivering. This was the Grandmaster realm, the realm every martial artist dreamed of reaching. Normally one could only attain it by joining one of the 10 great academies. But Yi Fan was already a master of this realm. This filled his heart with unwillingness. Why could a once crippled genius take the lead before him? The other prodigies could not understand it either. A handsome young man with a slender build and sharp eyes stared fixedly. He was one of the 9 prodigies, Chun Wui. His strength was no weaker than Xian Ruan Ruming's. He was a fiercely powerful genius. In the past he could still see Yi Fan's back, but now he realized that Yi Fan had already reached a height he could not. This was a young grandmaster. How could such a person be defeated by the likes of them? Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning as he swept his gaze across the 9 prodigies, seeing shock and awe on every face. Even his good friend Xian Ruan Ruming was the same. Her cherry lips slightly parted, her beautiful face paling with astonishment. She had never expected that what Yi Fan had just said was true. Yi Fan smiled slightly and began to inhale and exhale. The entire world seemed to resonate with his breathing, a truly terrifying phenomenon. Golden true energy began to flow across his body, releasing an even more dreadful pressure. Bai Guiyuan's expression twisted, for this blow struck him the hardest. He had thought that the crippled Yi Fan would eventually be trampled beneath his feet, begging for mercy and kowtowing in apology. But now he realized how staggeringly wrong he was. Yi Fan had recovered his talent and become even more monstrous than before. Yet his heart refused to accept it. Refused to accept that Yi Fan could suppress them so easily. Yi Fan, don't be so arrogant. Bai Guiyuan shoved a pill into his mouth. The blood force in his body surged upward, erupting with a more terrifying. Originally he had saved this pill for when he fought the other prodigies. It could temporarily boost his blood force. But now he could not bear it any longer. Being suppressed by a previously crippled genius was utter humiliation to him. Even more than humiliation, it was fury and unwillingness. They had thought they could overtake him on the curve, only to become a huge joke. Their earlier bold words now struck them in the face like resounding slaps. Hearing Bai Guiyuan's unwilling roar, Yi Fan did not even glance at him, his eyes utterly indifferent. In the past, Bai Guiyuan might have truly possessed the strength to contend with him, but now Yi Fan no longer held him in his. Such a person was no longer qualified to be his opponent. Even before the oppressive blood force he released, the other struggled to withstand it. The gap between them was simply too vast. Yi Fan, you actually reached this level without anyone noticing. Xian Ruan Ruming recovered from her shock. The blood force within her began to stir, and a white radiance bloomed upon her flawless skin. Crank martial arts spirit convergence break. A mass of white light condensed into a brilliant orb streaked across the sky and flew toward Yi Fan. Chun Wui did not hesitate either, unleashing his powerful martial art. A blazing light burst from his body, a crimson radiance that condensed into a blade midair and slashed forward. The remaining prodigies also used their strongest techniques, all attacking Yi Fan at once. They knew they truly only had one chance to strike. Even though Yi Fan was a young grandmaster, if they joined forces there might still be a chance to fight. Bai Guiyuan's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a roar. Yi Fan, even if you are a young grandmaster, I will knock you. The blood force within his body erupted. His hands formed strange gestures as he crouched slightly. Behind him a fierce tiger seemed to materialize. He lunged forward, and the tiger let out a thunderous roar before transforming into a streak of black light, charging at Yi Fan. This was the Brank martial art, fierce tiger art. Body like a fierce tiger, momentum terrifying to behold. Seeing the 9 prodigies strike together, the surrounding students held their breath and widened their eyes, desperate to witness everything. They wanted to see whether Yi Fan, the young grandmaster, could truly suppress the 9 prodigies. In their understanding, even if Yi Fan had broken through to the grandmaster realm, it must have been only recently. His aura might not yet be stable. Now that the prodigies were attacking together, it probably would not be easy for Yi Fan to withstand them. Watching the attacks of the many prodigies, Yi Fan laughed heartily and said, "Well struck. I also happen to have a fist technique. Please enlighten me." He clenched his fist, and a golden light radiated from it, blazing and blinding like a burning sun. Yi Fan threw a punch, and his muscles seemed to flow like liquid, giving an indescribable sensation. This was a special technique of power release. Roar. At that moment a dragon's cry resounded in everyone's ears, deep and resonant, carrying with it an earth-shaking, heaven-startling pressure. Under this pressure most of the students collapsed to the ground, unable to move a single inch, too afraid to even rise. Among the 9 prodigies, the first to be struck down was Bai Guiyuan. His martial art required him to draw close to Yi Fan, so he was the first to kneel. Hearing the dragon's cry by his ear, his aura instantly dispersed. His blood force was forcibly suppressed back, and he could not even lift a finger. Thud. He fell to both knees, unable even to raise his head, feeling nothing but boundless agony and despair. The other prodigies were shaken by Bai Guiyuan's miserable state. But this was no time to dwell on that. The remaining attackers continued to hurl their techniques at Yi Fan. A dreadful dragon's roar carrying an unparalleled aura suppressed all the prodigies. Even the surrounding temperature continued to climb, and everyone felt unbearably hot. A surge of true chi emanated from Yi Fan's body. In the eyes of all present, it was as though a true dragon was soaring skyward, releasing a terrifying pressure. Yi Fan swung his fist. At that instant, everyone felt a blinding glare in their eyes. The discomfort was so intense that they shut their eyes one after another. It was instinct, and that instinct told them that if they didn't close their eyes immediately, they risked going blind. Boom. A fierce gale raged, dreadful air currents surged in all directions carrying howls. At this moment Qiao Wuhui, on the high platform together with the city lord and the others, did not close their eyes, instead they watched wide-eyed. With their cultivation bases they could naturally discern that those terrifying air currents were all released from the fist imprint created by Yi Fan's explosive punch. This attack was already diluted, otherwise that single punch would likely have killed all 9 prodigies. The attacks of the 9 prodigies before they could even approach Yi Fan burst apart upon touching the air currents and dissipated midair. All the prodigies were helplessly tossed into the air by a powerful current, landing one after another, unable to rise, their eyes full of horror. One man had suppressed 9 prodigies with seemingly no use of his full strength. All the students present felt the glare fade, and when they opened their eyes again and saw the scene before them, they were utterly frozen in shock. All 9 prodigies lay collapsed on the ground. Bai Guiyuan in particular was spitting blood, his lips pale, and his eyes filled with unbridled fear. Their frantic resistance from moments ago had proved futile. Before that terrifying current, each of them was routed. Seeing them all fallen, Yi Fan did not continue attacking, and instead restrained the qi and blood power within his body. Too weak. That was Yi Fan's inner thought. In the past these people could still be his opponents, but now he felt they were not even on the same level. Ever since he awakened the system, his strength had grown far beyond what it was, and now having broken through to Grandmaster, the opponents before him could not bring him the slightest pressure. Even when he used the Rising Dragon Fist just now, he instinctively felt that if he had truly sent a punch at them, these people would have been reduced to mangled flesh and blood. These people were, after all, classmates in the same academy. There was no deep blood feud, merely, at most, some verbal altercations. Thus Yi Fan did not resort to a merciless kill. He couldn't simply kill people over a quarrel, could he? Wouldn't that make him insane? Moreover, among these prodigies were his own close friends, such as Xianyuan Ruming, who had lent him money without hesitation when he asked. Yi Fan was not someone who would forget favors, which was why he deliberately held back some strength when he struck. Thus, Xianyuan Ruming sustained the lightest injuries. Too strong. Chen Wui rose from the ground, speaking bitterly. The other prodigies also stood up. Recalling Yi Fan's punch, they all sensed a life-or-death crisis. If it had truly been a life-and-death struggle, they would probably all be dead. Yi Fan, you're amazing. Xianyuan Ruming's face broke into a smile. She seemed simply delighted, and there was even a trace of admiration in her eyes. It was as if she saw once more the dazzling Yi Fan of old, the undisputed #1 prodigy in her heart, whom no one could defeat. On the high platform, whether it was City Lord Wang or Principal Lu and the others, all of them fell into utter silence. Watching the scene below, tempestuous waves rose within their hearts. They had thought that the 9 prodigies were already quite impressive, but compared with Yi Fan they seemed pitifully weak. It seems this student Yi hasn't just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. City Lord Wang could tell at a glance. If he had only just broken through the realm, his qi could not have been this powerful, nor could the might he unleashed be so astonishing. Now Yi Fan was like a seasoned Grandmaster possessing overwhelming strength that left them all stunned. Yi Fan, you broke down only to rebuild, accumulating strength over time, and then bursting forth. I am truly delighted for you, Principal Lu said with deep emotion. In the past he had thought highly of Yi Fan, but when Yi Fan had later been rendered crippled, he had felt greatly disappointed. He believed Yi Fan had ruined his own prospects, a decision bordering on foolishness. But he had never imagined that Yi Fan could restore his talent and reach this point. It was beyond surprise and utterly unexpected joy. Qiao Wuhui, praised to suppress all the prodigies with one person's strength. Such imposing spirit is truly invincible. As he said these words, a figure's back surfaced in his mind. A back that had struck him as incomparably awe-inspiring, and now Yi Fan seemed to overlap with that figure from back then. Within our Xinhua Palace, there is only one person with such invincible spirit. That senior is now the #1 figure of Xinhua Palace, unrivaled, a mythic existence. Back when he first joined Xinhua Palace, he had witnessed a challenge match in which several prodigies challenged that senior. Like Yi Fan, that senior had effortlessly crushed all the prodigies and left without a backward glance. He was the most legendary figure in Xinhua Palace, and the one they all admired most. Are you referring to that one from the Murong family? City Lord Wang asked solemnly. Qiao Wuhui shook his head. That Murong scion was merely a defeated opponent of my senior. City Lord Wang instantly jumped in fright, his throat bobbing his heart, unable to remain calm. He remembered that the Murong scion had also joined Xinhua Palace. It was said that his talent was supreme seen, but once in a century, at a young age he had swept through the city's younger generation, ranking first and unable to find a single defeat. Unexpectedly, after entering Xinhua Palace, he had become a stepping stone for someone else. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Yi Fan, having broken and rebuilt himself, reaching such a realm, his future is limitless. City Lord Wang regained his composure and praised. Principal Lu, your school has cultivated an excellent student. The City Lord added a complimentary remark in passing. But in the eyes of the other principals, this was already a tremendous honor. It was extremely rare for the city lord to praise anyone like that. The city lord flatters me. Principal Liu was modest in his words, but his smile could not be held back. He was truly overjoyed. It seems that this year at the grand examination of the 36 cities, Jinling will surely shine. City Lord Wang and Principal Liu both harbored the same thought, full of hope for the future. After all, even Qiao Wuhui had spoken of Yi Fan with extraordinary praise and the highest regard. The grand examination of the 36 cities was the martial world's equivalent of a provincial college entrance examination. Once one achieved excellent results, one would have the chance to be selected by one of the 10 great academies. These 10 great academies were the place every martial artist dreamed of joining. Everything they could ever wish for awaited them there. As long as they cultivated diligently, they could obtain abundant cultivation resources that far exceeded those of their peers. It could be said that once admitted to one of the 10 great academies, one's future would be boundless. Most would eventually become town generals, and some would even ascend to even higher levels. In their Jinling, this was simply unimaginable. Even the city lord nurtured the aspiration in his heart, yet he knew that he lacked the potential to achieve it. Once one became a town general, one could rule an entire province, guard a region with true authority, or head to the front lines to slay ferocious beasts and protect the peace of the human race. In short, entering one of the 10 great academies was like rising to heaven in a single step. No matter one's original family background, once one successfully graduated from one of these academies, one would be recruited by every major power, reaping endless advantages. It could be said that joining an academy was the dream of every martial artist, yet only a tiny minority could ever fulfill that dream. Take their Jinling, for example. It had taken tremendous effort to produce even one Qiao Wuhui. Although he had been at the bottom, it was not entirely disgraceful. At least they could still produce a genius. City Lord Wang, however, wanted to change this situation. He hoped a promising young talent would appear and once again be selected by the 10 great academies. If that happened, he could approach his superiors and negotiate for more cultivation resources. Wuhui, what rank do you think Yi Fan will take in the grand examination of the 36 cities? City Lord Wang asked the question he most wanted to ask. The other principals also turned their eyes to this young genius, waiting for an answer. After all, Qiao Wuhui was the most gifted person they had ever had access to. One of the finest talents ever produced. The height he could reach in the future was something they could only look up to. What rank, you ask? Qiao Wuhui lowered his head and pondered for a moment, also evaluating Yi Fan's strength. Then he soon sighed and said if it were my cohort, he might rank within the top 50. Hearing this, City Lord Wang and the others beamed with excitement. They had never achieved a top 50 placement before. After all, they always came in last. Now that hope had suddenly appeared, they were naturally stirred. Great. Jinling has finally produced an enviable. Principal Liu's eyes were shining with light, utterly delighted and astonished. He felt as if he were about to float into the clouds. Since such a genius had come from their Jinling, no one high school, its reputation would surely soar again in the future. Seeing their excitement, Qiao Wuhui felt a little speechless. He had not finished yet. Principals, please calm down. I was only referring to my own cohort. But this year's is completely different. According to the information I have received, this grand examination of the 36 cities has brought forth some astonishingly gifted geniuses. Those who could previously rank within the top 50 might now barely squeeze into the top 100. When he said this, he could not help but sigh ruefully. He himself had only ranked 80th back then, but if he were to take the grand examination again, even the top 100 would have no place for him. What? City Lord Wang was taken aback, his brows knitting together as confusion filled his eyes. He had not received any such news at all. He had never imagined that a prodigy far away in the 10 great academies would have access to information through such fast channels. These tidings had not been revealed in the least, though no one knew how difficult this grand examination would be. This was told to me by a senior of mine with whom I have an excellent relationship. He has a younger cousin who lives among the 36 cities, and it is said that he broke through to Grandmaster long ago. They have formed a small circle. Within that circle, their information is far sharper than ours, and they know far better how many true prodigies there are. However, I don't know the exact details either. Only that this cohort's geniuses far surpass those of any previous year. With these words, Qiao Wuhui looked at Yi Fan again and felt a trace of regret. Although Yi Fan was extremely powerful, he had run into the very year when this cohort boasted the greatest number of prodigies. One could say his luck was terribly poor. Still, if Yi Fan could break into the top 100 this time, he would undoubtedly be admitted to an academy and receive special attention. Fortune and misfortune truly depended on each other. At this moment, Yi Fan, who had just defeated all the other geniuses, flicked his ears slightly and overheard the principal's conversation. Yet not the slightest ripple stirred in his eyes. His heart was as tranquil as still water. What use were even more prodigies? Yi Fan was confident that his primordial sacred body was not inferior to anyone else's. Even now, with all its potential not yet fully unearthed, it was already so terrifyingly powerful that he feared no opponent at the same cultivation level. Even fighting beyond his level was as simple as eating or drinking. Therefore, the more geniuses there were, the better. Only by defeating them all could he experience true pleasure. Fortunately, Qiao Wuhui had no idea what was running through Yi Fan's mind at that moment. Otherwise, he would surely have been shocked and thought Yi Fan too arrogant. Such arrogance generally led to blind self-confidence, which would eventually cause great suffering. Just then the examiner stepped forward and made an announcement to the crowd. The champion of this 10-school grand competition is none other than Yi Fan. But when the teacher uttered these words, the area below was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone wore a look of immense shock, their entire bodies nearly going numb and their scalps prickling. No one had imagined that Yi Fan would suddenly appear, overwhelm every genius, and take first place. This was more than a little shocking. The one who once stood at the pinnacle of the 10 great geniuses has returned and reclaimed his position. I knew, senior brother, you would climb to the summit once again. After the initial silence, the students broke into fervent discussion, repeatedly going over what had just happened. Nearly every student gazed at Yi Fan with admiration in their eyes. This was their senior, the goal they wished to chase and surpass. Now that the first place had returned, the other 9 geniuses now had to regard one another with contempt and re-rank themselves. They each fought a match, and a new top 10 finally took shape. Xianyuan Rumeng was unquestionably second. Chen Wui, who concealed himself extremely deeply, ranked third. At the very bottom now stood Bai Guiyuan. Bai Guiyuan seemed on the verge of mental collapse, and with the lingering side effects from the medicinal pills he had taken, this ranking was hardly unexpected. However, in these past days people paid little attention to any of that. Aside from first place, the 9 remaining positions meant almost nothing to them. Everyone would remember only the champion of the 10-school grand competition. The second place finisher would barely be mentioned, and even when he was, it would only be as a stepping stone for Yi Fan. Yi Fan overwhelmed the entire venue to claim first place, a result no one had ever anticipated. Standing on the award podium, his tall frame was bathed in golden light, as if gilded with a layer of gold. When all the students looked at Yi Fan, their eyes were filled with awe. The one who had once stood at the pinnacle of the 10 prodigies had once again displayed his former brilliance. Congratulations, Yi Fan, on winning first place in this 10-school grand competition. Principal Lu stood before Yi Fan and said with a smile. Then he took out a book from his bosom and placed it into Yi Fan's hands. Principal Lu personally presented the reward to Yi Fan and offered a few words of encouragement. Yi Fan looked at the book in his hands, his heart stirring with excitement. In others' eyes, it was merely a grade 1 inner cultivation art, but in his eyes it had already become a grade 2 inner cultivation art. With just 1 amplification, he could effortlessly obtain a formidable inner cultivation art. How satisfying was that? He remembered that inner cultivation arts were divided into 6 grades, and the higher the grade, the more true chi the art could enhance. This Blazing Sun manual was absolutely capable of increasing the true chi within his body by dozens of times. Originally, the first place reward was only an inner cultivation art and 1 million in cash, but City Lord Wang just discussed it with me, and we decided to add a villa as an extra reward. Principal Lu told Yi Fan this precisely so that Yi Fan would remember the kindness City Lord Wang had shown him. This was also something City Lord Wang had specifically asked him to convey. A villa might not be particularly precious to City Lord Wang, but for the current Yi Fan, it was like coal delivered in a snowstorm. Invaluable and of paramount importance. I understand. I will remember City Lord Wang's kindness. Yi Fan nodded. On the award podium, Bai Guiyuan watched Yi Fan chatting and laughing with the principal, and jealousy consumed him. He slammed his palm viciously against the ground, producing a dull, muffled thud. His face was filled with unwillingness and his heart was overwhelmed with despair. At this moment he was nothing but a buffoon, ignored by everyone, and the former glory he once enjoyed had vanished completely. Only now did he finally understand what kind of mentality Yi Fan must have had when he was crippled back then. He now felt that the road ahead was bleak. Worse, the envy in his heart caused his Tao heart to collapse completely. He felt as though the sky were falling and his future was utterly ruined. Yi Fan was already this powerful now. Bai Guiyuan could not even catch a glimpse of his back, let alone in the future. Yi Fan would only grow even mightier. Why? Now their positions had essentially been swapped. The other was the lofty, peerless prodigy, while he was merely an ordinary genius. A difference as vast as clouds and mud. Chen Wui and the others watched Yi Fan's infinitely glorious bearing, their thoughts shifting rapidly. Thinking back, when Yi Fan had fallen from the altar, they all believed this prodigy had been thoroughly ruined. Yet now he had returned, reascended the altar, and displayed a level of talent that none of the other prodigies could hope to reach, even greater than before. Congratulations, Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi has now stepped into the Grandmaster realm. His future is of the original 9 prodigies. Apart from Bai Guiyuan, who did not congratulate Yi Fan, almost all the other prodigies took the initiative to speak well of him, their eyes filled with admiration. When the gap between 2 people is only slight, they will chase after each other and compete. But when the gap becomes irreparable, the weaker party can only look up in awe with no thought of catching up. Because they know that no matter how hard they chase, the weak will always remain weak, forever unable to reach that level. Xianyuan Rumeng smiled as beautifully as a blooming flower and said, the Yi Fan I first knew has finally come back. She did not mind in the least that she had only taken 2nd place. Back then she could not even rank 2nd among the 10 prodigies. It was all because Yi Fan guided her that she had improved so rapidly. In Xianyuan Rumeng's heart, Yi Fan would always be first. No one could ever change that. At this moment Yi Fan accepted a black card and a set of keys from Principal Lu, yet his mind felt somewhat dazed. 1 million was not a huge sum, but it seemed far too easy to obtain. Of course, the most unexpected thing was the villa. Principal Lu told him it was in Biyun district. He knew that place well. Housing prices there were terrifyingly expensive. Just this one detached villa probably carried a staggering price. Even if his family worked for a lifetime, they still might not be able to afford it. The city lord truly was generous. With this villa, Yi Fan could move his family over and improve their lives. To Yi Fan this was excellent news, because in his heart family would always come first. No matter how powerful he became, his attitude toward his family would never change. This money I can return to Xinyuan Rumming first. Yi Fan decided to repay the money first since he was not exactly short on cash at the moment. Now that he had an inner cultivation art, this money was temporarily of no use. After receiving his reward, Yi Fan was about to return the money when suddenly a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully stepping into the Grandmaster realm. The amplification multiplier has reached 500 times. Yi Fan was stunned by the notification within his body, feeling that the system's prompt was far too slow. He had already entered the Grandmaster realm long ago, yet it was only now reminding him. However, this was not a major problem for Yi Fan. Even if it had prompted earlier, he had not possessed such an inner cultivation art back then. But now things were different. He could enhance it just in time. Yi Fan was about to silently intone and amplify the inner cultivation art. Anyway, no one else could see it. Even if he enhanced it in front of the crowd, they would not notice. As long as he cultivated it after the enhancement, he would absolutely advance by leaps and bounds, becoming far more powerful than his current self and reaching an astonishing level. After all, the power of a Grandmaster lay chiefly in the depth of true Qi within the body. The denser the true Qi, the faster the body tempering process, and the more fiercely one's strength increased. Naturally, an abundance of true Qi could also greatly enhance his combat power. Perhaps once he finished cultivating, his strength would reach an unimaginable level. Yi Fan was filled with anticipation and silently intoned 500-fold amplification enhanced the blazing sun art. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful enhancement. You have obtained a grade 2 inner cultivation art. The true yang art can increase the true Qi in your body 30-fold. When circulating the art, your body temperature rises and flames manifest upon your body. When Yi Fan saw that his inner cultivation art had not been elevated to grade 3, he was not surprised at all. Because the gap between grade 2 and grade 3 was likewise 100-fold, so an amplification of 500 times was still far from enough. At this moment, the purple-robed youth on the high platform suddenly walked down, came to Yi Fan's side, and said with a smile, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am from Xinhua Palace, one of the 10 great academies. My name is Chao Wuhui." He extended his hand, taking the initiative to befriend Yi Fan. "Hello, Senior Chao. I'm Yi Fan." Faced with this peerless genius seeking his friendship, Yi Fan did not diminish in presence in the slightest. "Junior Yi, just now I watched you single-handedly suppress the other 9 geniuses. Your bearing was truly remarkable, unforgettable at a glance. Senior Chao, you flatter me. At the Grandmaster realm, suppressing martial masters is hardly worth mentioning." The two chatted and laughed with ease. Yi Fan did not become arrogant merely because he had just defeated 9 great geniuses. He knew that all of Jiangling was too small a stage. Being number 1 here did not guarantee being number 1 beyond. If merely winning first place in the 10-school grand competition made him believe he was unmatched under heaven, that would be the true joke. If he became complacent because of this one accomplishment, he would very likely stumble badly in the future, just like Bai Guiyuan. The 9 geniuses around them wore complicated expressions. As they watched Yi Fan and the 10 great academies prodigy chatting cheerfully, envy stirred in their hearts, and in some outright jealousy. Bai Guiyuan, for instance, gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with unwillingness. His pupils contracted sharply as he wished he could take Yi Fan's place. City Lord Wang was more than happy to watch this. He knew that Chao Wuhui had already reached the very peak of the Grandmaster realm and needed only one more step to break through into a higher realm. After all, he was a genius from the 10 great academies. "Junior Yi, which academy do you plan to enter in the future?" Chao Wuhui suddenly asked Yi Fan an extremely important question. Yi Fan looked at the other's gaze, gentle yet carrying a razor-sharp edge, and shook his head. "I don't know much about the 10 great academies yet, so I haven't decided." "Then why not come to my Xinhua Palace? Xinhua Palace treats commoners the best and offers all kinds of subsidies. If you decide, come find me at the academy." Chao Wuhui took the initiative to invite Yi Fan. In his view, someone like Yi Fan would join the 10 great academies sooner or later. The sooner he built a good relationship with Yi Fan, the more likely Yi Fan would choose Xinhua Palace after the grand examination. "Thank you for your kindness, senior. He'll think it over carefully." Yi Fan smiled faintly. Xinyuan Rumming fixed her beautiful eyes on Yi Fan and revealed a faint smile. "It seems you are destined to enter the 10 great academies. What an enviable talent. Even she, born into a great clan, could not be fully certain of entering one of the 10 great academies. Yet Yi Fan had been invited so earnestly by someone like Chao Wuhui, which showed how highly he regarded Yi Fan, making Yi Fan's chances of admission extremely high. Chen Wui was stunned. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out, and in the end he closed it again. As a genius, he was probably nothing but a worthless nobody in the eyes of others now. Qiao Wuhui chatted and laughed with Yi Fan, yet shared not a single word with a genius like him. The man could not even be bothered to give him a glance. It was easy to imagine that the other might think he was not even qualified to be befriended. Heh! Chun Wui lowered his head and laughed, his eyes filled with dejection. Of course the most tormented was Bai Guiyuan. He left the place with a gloomy face, utterly unwilling to stay and watch Yi Fan steal the spotlight any longer. The more limelight Yi Fan took, the worse he felt. Even if someone else had taken first place, he would not have felt this way. But of all people, it had to be Yi Fan. A wave of indescribable mixed emotions churned in his heart. You two, with so many people around, this isn't a suitable place for conversation. Why don't we continue in the principal's office? Seeing the clamor around them and the noisy discussions of the students, City Lord Wang decided to give the two geniuses a... Of course, the main reason was that he still had some matters to discuss with Yi Fan. As for the other geniuses, he had absolutely... Right now, aside from Yi Fan, none of the other geniuses were worth his notice. They would almost all fail with no real hope of joining one of the 10 great academies. That was why Yi Fan was now a student of special concern. Otherwise, City Lord Wang would not have awarded Yi Fan a private villa as a separate reward. After all, the villa was quite valuable. Giving it to Yi Fan was mainly an investment. Once Yi Fan grew powerful in the future, even resources squeezed from the cracks of his fingernails might be more than City Lord Wang could ever dream of in this lifetime. They soon arrived at the office where Principal Liu was also seated. City Lord Wang asked with a solemn expression, "Yi Fan, how much do you know about the 36 cities grand examination?" "Not much. I know it abounds in geniuses, and there are probably plenty of young grandmasters among them." He had only heard about it, never actually participated, so he could only repeat what he had heard. "That's right. This year the 36 cities grand examination is harder than in previous years." He said that he had just received word from Qiao Wuhui, and that this year's geniuses were so numerous that even a young grandmaster like Yi Fan would probably not rank very high. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. If even a young grandmaster would not rank too high, the quality of this year's geniuses must indeed be beyond imagination. Junior Yi, the 36 cities grand examination has many ancient noble clans. From what I've learned, some geniuses may break through to great grandmaster during this year's exam. Over the coming period, you must work hard to improve your strength. Qiao Wuhui cautioned him with these words. When the ancient noble clans came up, envy stirred within him as well. After all, he was of commoner birth. He had relied on himself every step of the way to reach where he was now, pouring in countless efforts. And yet he still needed some time to break through to great grandmaster. But the geniuses of those ancient clans had never lacked cultivation resources since childhood, surpassing a genius like him by a tremendous margin. Still, he believed he would slowly catch up and would not lag behind those geniuses. That, however, would take time, and time was a cost. Yi Fan, however, was different. He had spent far too little time cultivating and did not have abundant cultivation resources. If he could squeeze into the top 80 in this grand examination, that would already be extraordinarily lucky. He should forget about any better ranking. Great grandmaster. When Yi Fan heard that there might be great grandmasters among the geniuses, there was no fear in his eyes, only excitement. He felt a hint of pressure. Only with pressure was there motivation. If the grand examination were filled entirely with weak little grandmasters, how boring would that be? Don't worry. He'll meet this grand examination in my best condition. In his heart, Yi Fan silently resolved to become stronger and give his family a better life. Of course, that goal was already most of the way to being achieved. Now he had a villa and could move his family there at any time, where their personal safety would also be guaranteed. But still, what he wanted more was revenge. The accursed myriad races cult, those rats living underground, had dared to ambush and strike him by surprise back then. That grudge had to be avenged. Otherwise, his heart would never be at peace, and he might encounter obstacles on his future cultivation path. There was another reason he wanted to grow stronger. He refused to repeat the mistakes of the past. Thus, he needed to become powerful enough to defeat every genius in the grand examination. Let's set a small goal, winning the 36 cities grand examination. That shouldn't be too hard, right? City Lord Wang watched Yi Fan's supremely confident demeanor and felt reassured about the grand exam. He was deeply satisfied knowing that Jinling would soon see another astonishing prodigy emerge. It would certainly astonish others beyond measure. If you have nothing else, City Lord, will be on my way. Yi Fan stood up. City Lord Wang naturally had no objections and nodded. Yi Fan left the place quickly, intending to return home first and share the good news of the move with his family. The Bai residence. Inside a room, Bai Guiyuan had locked himself in with all the curtains drawn. He huddled in a dark corner like a wounded cat. At that moment, the curtain was pulled open and a middle-aged man who bore a certain resemblance to Bai Guiyuan came into view. This middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Bai family. Looking at his son's pitiable appearance, he felt a surge of anger rise in his heart. I've heard about what happened to you. Isn't it just that you encountered a formidable genius? Can't you stand a single defeat? Back in my day, I faced plenty of geniuses, even some who defeated me. But most of them ended up worse off than me. Strength at one moment doesn't mean strength forever. Don't think that joining the 10 grand academies is necessarily a good thing. The number of disciples who perish there each year is not small. I've said all this for one purpose: just cultivate diligently. If you lack any cultivation resources, tell me. I believe you too can break through to Grandmaster. After saying these words, his father took a cigarette and took a few puffs, blowing clouds of smoke. He then stubbed out the cigarette and left. Bai Guiyuan had remained silent the whole time, but after his father was gone his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had finally figured everything out. Father is right. A single victory or defeat doesn't mean much. Yifan, sooner or later I will surpass you. At that moment he rose from the floor, dispelling his earlier dejection, and a new goal took shape in his heart. Perhaps Yifan seemed invincible right now, but if he worked hard, wouldn't he eventually catch up? The first thing to do was to also gain admission to the 10 Grand Academies. Most crucial of all, he had to break through to Grandmaster quickly. That was the direction he would strive toward. Meanwhile, all over Tianhe province, one trending topic towered above the rest: the Jinling 10 School Grand Competition has ended. Who will claim the championship? Everyone who saw the title clicked it without hesitation. But inside there was no video, only a photo and some. In the photo was a youth with clear bright eyes bathed in sunlight. He looked strikingly handsome, radiating an aura of youthful vigor. Yifan was originally the foremost of Jinling's 10 great geniuses. Later his innate talent was crippled, but for some unknown reason he recovered it and broke through to Grandmaster, overpowering 9 martial master geniuses. The editor who wrote this knew some inside information and publicized it widely, making it known to all. Of course, the ones most interested in such trending topics were formidable geniuses themselves. The entire Tianhe province began to stir. Tianhe province had as many as 36 cities, and Jinling was merely one of them. At that moment, geniuses from other cities had varied reactions to the top trending topic. Some were intrigued, believing Yifan could contend with them. Others sneered, refusing to regard him as a rival. The Bai residence. Outside Bai Guiyuan's door appeared a youth with short cropped hair. He wore a white shirt and black dress trousers, possessed handsome features, and when he smiled he gave off a warm sunny impression. Guiyuan, are you in there? The youth knocked and asked. Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Guiyuan hastily opened the door, a smile breaking across his face, and embraced the youth in the white shirt. Cousin, you came to Jinling without telling me. Bai Guiyuan was overjoyed because this person was a relative of his, living in a neighboring city, though that city was much larger than Jinling. Moreover, his cousin's strength was formidable and unfathomable. At any rate, he couldn't see through it. I heard from your uncle that you were defeated by a genius named Yifan, and that you've been shut in your room without eating. Looks like you've come around now. But this Yifan, do you want me to go teach him a lesson? The youth in the white shirt was named Bai Long. He too was a genius, and he acted rather recklessly. When he said this, he didn't sound like he was joking at all. Cousin, no need for you to intervene. He'll strive to break through to Grandmaster during this period. If I don't defeat him with my own hands, he'll never overcome the inner demon in my heart. Hearing his cousin's words, Bai Long patted him on the shoulder and said, You've got spirit, just as I'd expect from my cousin. If you lack any cultivation resources, have your uncle tell me, and he'll acquire them for you. Bai Guiyuan nodded. He and this cousin were extremely close, having played together since childhood. They were like brothers with no estrangement between them. By the way, since you have such confidence, let me give you a brief introduction to the geniuses in the grand exam. Yifan may seem like an unreachable genius here in Jinling, but in the grand exam I wager he won't even make it into the... I've heard that this grand exam will feature young great grandmasters. They've already locked up the top 10 spots. No one can shake their positions. As for the geniuses behind them, they're not easy to deal with either. There are many at the late grandmaster stage with chi and blood surging like dragons, formidable opponents. So my goal for you is simply to break into the top 100, and then you'll be able to join the 10 grand academies. Bai Guiyuan listened with great interest, but he was also startled. Young great grandmasters. Such cultivation speed was terrifying. Cousin, who are these young great grandmasters? Bai Guiyuan asked curiously, wanting to know their names. Since you want to know, I'll tell you briefly. The first is someone from the Wang family. The most terrifying prodigy of this generation is named Wang Chongyang. It's said he has cultivated his martial art to the point of perfection, and his talent is extraordinary. He once single-handedly killed dozens of fifth-rank fierce beasts, possessing a record that leaves others far behind. As he spoke of this person, a figure seemed to appear in his mind, a boy in blue robes with an excellent build, a slender stature, and eyes as deep as the stars. The second young great grandmaster is from the Morong family, Morong Qingfeng. It's said this youth's talent is also exceptional. He's even a year younger than Wang Chongyang, but his strength may very well win in the championship. Bai Long patiently explained these geniuses, giving Bai Guiyuan a general idea. From my estimates, there will probably be as many as 120 young grandmasters participating in this grand exam. Even making it into the top 100 will be difficult. You'll need to work hard and strive to break through as soon as possible. At the Wang residence. Today, dozens of black-clad bodyguards stood in 2 rows at the entrance of the villa, as if waiting for someone's arrival. At that moment, a black sedan pulled up at the entrance. A short-haired young man stepped out of the car wearing a black hoodie and a pair of black dress trousers. He looked extremely young, no more than 20 or so, but his aura was restrained, and he carried an astonishing pressure. The instant he appeared, everyone could not help but notice him. Shina, you're back? A middle-aged man took the initiative to greet him, gazing at his youngest son with eyes full of pride. This youngest son was nothing like his elder brother. Gifted since childhood, he had been sent to Zhanghai Prefecture at great expense, and he had not disappointed. The father had long heard that this son of his had already become a grandmaster. Although not a teenage grandmaster, he was still a young grandmaster with limitless prospects. Where's my brother? Wang Xian asked. In his memory, his elder brother always came to pick him up. Why hadn't he come today? Alas, your brother offended someone and is still in custody. Wang Hai sighed. Whenever he thought of his eldest son, his head ached. Since childhood, the boy had done countless things that made him worry. How different was this youngest son, young, astonishingly talented, and never once a cause of worry. A teenage girl. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with disdain. A mere grandmaster actually had my brother locked up. If it weren't for the law here, I would kill this grandmaster. His eyes were filled with utter confidence, as if he were stating a fact. At that moment, an incredibly terrifying pressure surged from his body. The black-clad bodyguards around him broke out in cold sweat, their legs trembling. Wang Hai was stunned for a moment, then wild joy spread across his face. This terrifying aura, it was a great grandmaster. Xianer, I never imagined that at such a young age you've already reached this level. An incomparable pride surged in his heart. Wang Xian asked calmly, Father, who exactly was it that had my brother? It's a fellow named Yi Fan, the first-place winner of this 10-school grand competition. So it's him. That makes things simple. Since I can't settle this openly, I'll wait for the 36 cities assessment. When the time comes, I'll cripple him, so that he can never cultivate again. Wang Xian's voice was calm, but his words carried a domineering aura that made him seem unique and supreme above all others. His tone and expression made it clear that he did not take Yi Fan seriously at all. Good. Wang Hai nodded with a smile. He trusted that this son of his could easily cripple Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and a beautiful woman were seated in a vehicle, a public bus, surrounded by many strangers. And this beautiful woman was none other than Xianyuan Ruming. She was so beautiful that even with only light makeup she gave off a pure, yet unapproachable impression. Ordinary people could not help but feel inferior before her. Yi Fan, how much longer until we reach your home? Xianyuan Ruming asked. After the grand competition, she had originally planned to go home, but Yi Fan called and said he wanted to repay the money in person, so she agreed. After repaying the money, Yi Fan told her that to thank her for lending it to him, he wanted to invite her to his home for a meal. That was why the present scene had come about. She had agreed, though she hadn't expected to be riding a bus. A young lady like her almost never rode buses, as she always had a dedicated private car. This was her first time experiencing it. If anyone else had invited her, she would almost certainly not have agreed, but it was different when the one inviting her was Yi Fan. Almost there, just 2 more stops, Yi Fan said. At this moment, Xianyuan Ruming stared at Yi Fan's handsome face and suddenly smiled. Yi Fan, are you inviting me to your home to meet the parents? Yi Fan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Yes, to meet the parents. When are you going to let me meet your father and mother? Xianyuan Ruming smiled faintly and said, I'm done joking with you. I want to know, how did your talent recover? She had suddenly asked a very crucial question. Yi Fan naturally would not tell her the truth. A while ago I ate a spirit herb and it recovered. If he told others about the system, they wouldn't believe it, so it was better not to mention it. I see. Xianyuan Ruming suddenly understood. The two chatted for a while, and soon the bus stopped. They got off and walked toward a residential area. Before long they arrived at Yi Fan's front door. Yi Fan unlocked the door with his key and heard movement from inside. His parents were at home, and his younger brother and sister were not watching TV. He didn't see them at the moment. They were probably in their rooms. Xiao Fan, you're back. Oh, is this your classmate? Zhang Yu and Yi Chang'e walked over. Seeing Yi Fan bring a female classmate home, they felt a little surprised. After all, Yi Fan had never brought anyone home before, let alone a girl. Hello, uncle and auntie. I'm Xianyuan Ruming, a classmate of Yi Fan. Xianyuan Ruming smiled gently, giving a very pure impression, somewhat like a celebrity on television. This Xiao Fan really is something, having a guest come without giving us any notice. You must stay for dinner. We'll go buy groceries right now. There's a supermarket right next door. We'll be back very quickly. Yi Chang'e and the others quickly left to buy ingredients. At that moment, his younger brother and sister came out of their rooms and greeted Yi Fan when they saw him. This is my class. Hello, big sister. Yi Zhou and Yi Yu greeted her politely. Hi there. Xianyuan Ruming smiled and waited in a short while the table was laden with dishes. Ruming, these are just simple home-cooked dishes. Eat as much as you like. Don't be polite. Besides, our Xiao Fan has brought a female classmate home for the first time. Zhang Yu and Yi Chang'e, as Yi Fan's parents secretly hoped that Yi Fan and this girl would get together. After all, she was so beautiful, had good genes, and her name was lovely too. But Yi Fan had no such thoughts at the moment. He simply regarded Xianyuan Ruming as his best friend and hadn't reached that stage yet. By the way, Mom and Dad, I won first place in the grand competition this time, and City Lord Wang rewarded me with a villa in Biyun district. You should move there tomorrow. After eating a couple of mouthfuls, Yi Fan said this very naturally. Okay. The two of them nodded, at first not reacting. Then they opened their eyes wide and stared at Yi Fan, their eyes filled with absolute disbelief. Brother, you're amazing. His younger siblings wore adoring expressions with little stars shining in their eyes. You two are still growing. I bought some myriad races meat and put it in the fridge. Eat as much as you can. Yi Fan put down his bowl and chopsticks and went to pour himself a glass of water. It took quite a while for Yi Fan's parents to recover from their shock. The thought that they would be moving to Biyun district tomorrow still felt unreal. Uncle and auntie, thank you for the meal. I should be going now. Xianyuan Ruming stood up after finishing dinner. All right. Xiao Fan, walk Ruming out. Got it. Yi Fan naturally would not refuse his parents' instruction. That night, a full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the night, and draping every inch of the land in pure white moonlight. Under the combined glow of moonlight and lamplight, a young man and woman were walking slowly along a road in the residential area. The man was handsome and dashing while the woman in a white dress wore a sweet, pure smile. They looked like an immortal couple. "Thank you, Xianyuan Ruming." Yi Fan expressed his gratitude once again. Had she not lent him 1 million, he would not have grown so quickly and become. "With me, there's no need to mention that. Let's talk about something else." Xianyuan Ruming did not want to dwell on this topic. Yi Fan nodded. For a moment, both of them fell silent, not knowing what to say. "Well, what are your plans for the future?" Yi Fan asked. Xianyuan Ruming gave a faint smile. "What other plans can I have? He'll aim to get into the 10 great academies. Yi Fan, you need to work harder. He'll break through to Grandmaster soon, and by then you may no longer be a match for me." Yi Fan nodded but did not take it to heart. Grandmaster was only the starting point, and he was no ordinary Grandmaster. He would become far stronger. The two continued walking along the road, chatting about other amusing topics, such as gossip about celebrities. As they chatted, they arrived in front of a villa. Even from the outside, it was breathtaking, looking like a resplendent golden palace. The villa was extremely vast. From outside, one could even see a swimming pool, gardens, and more. It was truly an independent compound, as expected of a great clan. It was also Yi Fan's first time at Xianyuan Ruming's doorstep. He had not expected it to be not far from his own home. Home. You should go back first." Xianyuan Ruming waved goodbye. "All right." Yi Fan turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. Xianyuan Ruming watched Yi Fan's retreating figure with reluctance in her eyes. She had to admit that she had long been moved in her heart, as she had simply been holding herself back. After all, the Xianyuan family was a great clan. If Yi Fan did not have enough strength, the two of them could never be together. Moreover, the Xianyuan family she belonged to was only a branch family. The main family had countless powerhouses, young grandmasters, and even beings who surpassed great grandmasters. The Xianyuan clan was a place where true geniuses gathered in abundance. Ruming, who was that young man just now? Suddenly, a middle-aged man spoke out of nowhere. Startled, Xianyuan Ruming looked at the man and said, "No one. Just a classmate." "That was Yi Fan, wasn't it? He's been causing quite a stir lately. But I don't want you to have any relationship with him, or I won't be able to answer to your father." The middle-aged man had a black beard, wore a black suit, and had a stern expression, looking like someone who was usually very imposing. "I understand." Xianyuan Ruming did not take those words to heart. "Ruming, this tiny Jinling is not a place for you to stay long. In the future, you are meant for a higher stage. Don't ruin your own future." After saying that, the middle-aged man stopped speaking and turned to leave. "Ruin my own future?" Xianyuan Ruming watched his retreating figure, her heart utterly calm. "It seems I need to become stronger quickly, strong enough that the clan cannot control my decisions." Under the cold, clear moonlight, the girl in a white dress with long flowing hair held a goal in her heart. On the other side, creak. Yi Fan opened the door and returned home. Yi Zhou and Yi Yu popped up out of nowhere. "Brother, that sister Ruming was so beautiful just now. Is she your girlfriend?" "Brother, you've got to work hard, or such a pretty girlfriend will be snatched away by someone else." Hearing his younger brother and sister say this, Yi Fan's face darkened as he glared at them fiercely. Why would they imitate these things instead of learning something good? At such a young age, they were already thinking about romance. "Have you two finished your homework?" Yi Fan asked. Hearing this, Yi Yu and Yi Zhou immediately wore awkward smiles and took a few steps back. "If you haven't finished, go back and do it now. He'll check on you later," Yi Fan said sternly. His younger brother and sister immediately fled in panic to do their homework, no longer interested in gossiping. Yi Fan's parents watched the scene with smiles on their faces. This was the life they had dreamed of, simple, happy, and relaxed. "By the way, Dad, were those spirit medicines you took effective?" Yi Fan asked. Before going out, he had given his father some spirit medicines. Yi Chang'e shook his head and said, "It was useless. I only felt a little better physically. It simply couldn't restore my cultivation." His cultivation had been crippled long ago, and no one knew how much time had passed. Naturally, it could not be easily restored now. "Dad, don't worry. One day, I will find a spirit medicine that can restore your strength." Yi Fan promised with a firm, "Good. I believe my son will keep his word." A relieved smile appeared on Yi Chang'e's face. He had been very dispirited for a while, but after learning that his son had become a grandmaster, he had now completely come to terms with it. Even if he could not restore his original strength, having such a son was already something to be proud of. What he had been unable to give his family, his son could easily achieve. Yi Fan looked at his parents and smiled. Whether it was his younger siblings or his parents, he would protect them all from now on. No one could break this peace. Inside the house, Yi Fan returned to his room and turned on the desk lamp. It was an eye-protecting lamp that gave off white light, illuminating Yi Fan's face. The enhancement was already complete. Now it was time to cultivate the true yang art. If this inner cultivation technique were converted into a martial skill, it would probably be at the grade level. This was also the first time Yi Fan had cultivated such an advanced inner cultivation technique. He began to mobilize the true qi in his body according to the description in the manual. As soon as he began cultivating, he found that his true qi carried a burning sensation, scorching his meridians until they hurt. Moreover, this true qi was extremely overbearing, constantly washing through his body and continuously growing stronger. At first it was somewhat uncomfortable, but before long Yi Fan grew used to it, and instead found it pleasant, because he could sense himself becoming stronger every moment. The amount of true qi increased endlessly, which meant his combat power was also rising. The stronger his true qi, the more explosive his combat strength would be. The quantity of true qi quickly increased threefold, but this was far from the end, because he had already cultivated this inner technique to the consummate level. For someone with his level of comprehension, there was simply no great difficulty in any of this. In the room, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yi Fan's figure. At this moment, a surging, boundless power churned within Yi Fan's body, like a vast river racing through him, scouring his meridians, tempering his internal organs, and strengthening his bones. His body was being tempered and fortified by this force, and he had grown visibly more robust as lean muscles began to bulge across his frame. The true qi within him continued to swell its profound density, making him feel unprecedentedly powerful. The internal cultivation method was indeed formidable, and he had only cultivated a second-rank one. The abundant generation of true qi accelerated his cultivation speed. He could sense his physical body swiftly growing stronger. After nearly an hour of cultivation, Yi Fan finally opened his eyes and exhaled a murky breath. In just a single day of training, he had almost stepped into the second stage of the Grandmaster realm. In another 2 days, he would smoothly break through to that realm. Yet Yi Fan still found it too slow. The 36 cities grand examination was imminent. He had to break through to the great Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Yi Fan's goal was first place. Only the first could be remembered forever and passed from mouth to mouth. Of course, besides wanting to enter the academy, he also wanted to let those from the myriad races cult see. The young man they had crippled back then had now regained his talent and was about to reach even greater heights. No doubt the myriad races cult would not let him off. They would send people to target him. But that was exactly what he wanted. It was the perfect chance to settle scores with those scum. If one came, he would kill one. If a pair came, he would kill both. The true qi in my body right now is probably even more powerful than that of a myriad races beast of the same rank. Yi Fan's true qi had now surged by 7 times, and it was overwhelmingly domineering. As he circulated it, slightly golden flames materialized in his palm, radiating a dangerous aura. Moreover, he could sense that these flames carried extreme heat. They could likely incinerate an ordinary person's body with ease. The internal cultivation method was indeed extraordinary. He could no longer estimate exactly what level his combat power had reached. 5 million, 6 million, or an even higher level. Yi Fan did not test it, it hardly mattered to him. What he should do now was focus on elevating his cultivation and further reinforcing his fundamental combat strength. Yi Fan closed his eyes once more and resumed cultivating. True qi churned around his body, tempering his physique and making him progressively stronger. The next room. After finishing their homework, Yi Zhou and Yi Yu were so excited that they could not sleep all night because they were moving into a... They had heard classmates talk about how wonderful villa environments were. There was one classmate in their class who lived in a villa, always carrying himself with such arrogance that his tail might as well have been pointing at the sky. He looked down on everyone else as if he were the greatest under heaven. And tomorrow they too would live in a villa. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Brother, just how big is a villa? Yi Yu asked. Yi Zhou rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, how would I know? I've never lived in one. We'll find out tomorrow. Big brother is really amazing. He actually managed to get a villa. When Yi Yu mentioned Yi Fan, her eyes were full. Yi Zhou nodded. Big brother is truly formidable. I want to be just as amazing as him in the future. But no sooner had they finished talking than a tremor suddenly came from the next room, and the temperature began to climb rapidly. The night had been cool, but now an intense heat pressed in on them. It was as if winter had turned to summer in an instant, an abrupt shift from cold to hot. What is Big brother doing? Yi Zhou was astonished. He knew exactly how terrifying an expert who could casually alter the temperature of his surroundings was. It was said that only figures at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm could accomplish such a feat. Had their brother already grown so powerful? The thought was almost unbelievable. Their father and mother had been on the verge of sleep when they suddenly felt the change in temperature. They had no choice but to get up and switch on the electric fan, which whirred noisily. They did not disturb Yi Fan's cultivation. Xiao Fan has grown more and more powerful, Yi Chang'e said with immense gratification, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling gently as an irrepressible smile spread across his face. Don't smoke so much at night, it's too choking, Zhang Yu said. Alright. After finishing his cigarette, Yi Chang'e stamped out the butt. The 5-blade fan sent cool air his way, and the smile on his face deepened. Having a brilliant genius for a son was the greatest joy he could ask for. Time swiftly flowed by. Before he knew it, Yi Fan had been cultivating until dawn. He opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh. My cultivation speed is still too slow. Yi Fan noticed that the denser his true qi became, the faster his cultivation speed got, yet breaking through to the next realm would take even longer. I should spend money on spirit medicines to cultivate. Only then can I improve my cultivation speed quickly, Yi Fan thought to himself. However, he felt he was still short on money. Spiritual medicines capable of aiding a grandmaster's cultivation were very expensive. With his current savings, he probably could not buy too many. But having some spiritual medicines was better than having none. Who knows, he might even seize someone else's property after killing them. The moment this idea surfaced in his mind, he quickly shook his head. What am I thinking? I'm a student. How can I do such things often? Yi Fan thought this ridiculous idea had probably been born from the fortune he had acquired last time. Yi Fan quickly adjusted his mindset and looked out the window. He could see the bright sunlight outside. It was already daybreak and a new day had arrived. Yi Fan drew open the curtains and golden sunlight poured into the room, making it bright and radiant. Some of the light fell upon his body, bringing a wave of warmth that felt immensely comfortable. This was the newborn morning sun. When the dawn light spilled down, the whole city seemed to come alive. In the neighborhood, people were taking their children to school, and the breakfast shops outside were opening for business, brimming with the warm bustle of everyday life. Looking down from the window, Yi Fan felt utterly at ease. Dawn had broken. Time to move. He could already hear the sounds of the household. His parents were probably preparing to pack up the things they needed to take. Yi Fan turned and opened the front door, only to see his younger brother and sister also helping out. Each of them carried a backpack and held a suitcase in hand, clearly ready to go. Brother, you're up. Hurry up and eat breakfast, then we'll move. Yi Yu looked as if she could hardly wait. Yi Fan nodded, washed up, and sat down at the table where breakfast had already been prepared. He began to eat. After finishing breakfast, Yi Fan stood up. Let's go, time to move. Yi Zhou and Yi Yu were extremely excited, both very eager, finally moving to a new home. Arriving downstairs in the residential compound, they saw a moving truck below, likely belonging to a company. Yi Fan had little to prepare. Among the belongings at home, only a few sets of clothes and shoes were of any use to him. The rest held little value. His parents, however, had brought a huge pile of things, taking along all the pots, pans, and utensils, clearly very frugal. Yi Fan saw this and said nothing, merely smiling faintly. His parents were more frugal, so he let them be. After all, such habits formed over many years were not easily changed. Oh, old you, what are you doing? Moving. A middle-aged woman cracking sunflower seeds appeared. She was a neighbor from the compound, commonly known as Sister Lu. She was famously gossipy, knowing everything about anyone in the compound, and could obtain information faster than, yes, we're moving. Yi Chang'e nodded with a smile, quite happy about moving to a new home. What he had failed to achieve, his son had accomplished for him. Where are you moving to? Sister Lu asked, still cracking seeds. Biyun District. Yi Zhou answered proudly. Sister Lu, who was mid-bite into her seeds, suddenly found them tasteless. Her expression was one of utter shock, disbelief written all over her face. She knew how astronomical the housing prices in Biyun District were. You must be joking. Coming back to her senses, she thought Yi Zhou was pulling her leg. Yi Fan, seeing that most of the belongings had been loaded, said, Driver, please head to Biyun District. Just follow the navigator. All right. The driver, filled with envy, looked at Yi Fan. Those who lived in Biyun District were all extremely wealthy and influential. Yi Fan's current residence was merely an ordinary compound, yet now they were moving to Biyun District. It was like rising to the heavens overnight. What great fortune! Sister Liu's eyes were filled with envy. It was really Biyun District. Had the old Yi family struck it rich? At that moment, other neighbors passing by also inquired upon seeing them moving. Upon learning they were heading to Biyun District, every face wore an expression of deep envy. Yi Fan's parents even struck up conversations with the neighbors, in no hurry to leave. The driver did not urge them on, simply waiting inside the vehicle. Old Yi, your family has raised an excellent son. You said it. The city lord gifted this to your son. His future is boundless. Let's keep in touch. These neighbors warmly greeted Yi Chang'e and his family. Mom, Dad, we should go. Yi Fan called from inside the car. All right, coming. Finally, they bid farewell to the neighbors, boarded the moving truck, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Fan's parents were beaming with pride, looking radiant and in excellent spirits. They felt this might be the proudest moment of their lives. After roughly 2 hours of driving, they finally arrived in Biyun District. Every corner here featured a standalone villa. Yi Fan's family headed to Villa No. 7, which came fully furnished with complete amenities, including a private swimming pool, massage chairs, and an exquisitely decorated entrance. Everything inside was fully furnished with fine decorations. The floors were flawlessly white and laid with patterned wood. The moment the door opened, it was a sight to behold. This residence was worlds apart from where they had lived before. Yi Yu and Yi Zhou rushed straight into the villa to explore the rooms. This villa alone on the lower floor had several bedrooms, all finely decorated. Moreover, the space was enormous. Wow, this is 3 times the size of my old room. Yi Zhou randomly opened a room, spotted a soft large bed, and immediately flopped onto it, his face full of contentment. Yi Yu likewise found a room. She was very satisfied with tossing her school bag aside. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled. As long as his family was happy. Then Yi Zhou and Yi Yu began taking photos with their phones, wanting to post on social media to show off. Yi Fan did not stop them. It was only natural to want to flaunt living in a villa. His parents, meanwhile, carried all the brought items inside, with the driver lending a hand. The driver, equally awestruck, kept exclaiming in wonder upon entering the villa. After all, someone like him might never afford to live in such a villa in his entire life, so he was curious about everything inside. Driver, have some water. After Yi Chang'e and his family settled their belongings, they poured a glass of water for the driver. The driver hastily took the glass, saying, Thank you. After finishing the water, the driver took his leave. Yi Chang'e and Zhang Yu personally escorted him to the door. At that moment, from the neighboring Villa No. 6, a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious elegance appeared. She looked relatively young, clearly maintaining herself well year after year. She wore designer clothes and carried an expensive handbag worth over $1 million. She was currently telling a group of wealthy people about her son. Bai Guiyuan performed well in the school tournament, this time ranking in the top 20. He has already reached the third stage of Martial Master. By the time of the 36-city tournament, he should break through to Grandmaster. The woman boasted to the other ladies. Is that so? I heard becoming a Grandmaster is not easy. Is your son confident? Someone raised a question. The woman holding the designer bag smiled and said, You don't know, do you? My son is transferring schools to an academy in the neighboring Qingyun city where there are better cultivation resources. My husband and I went to great lengths to arrange this transfer. Hearing this, the surrounding women all wore expressions of envy. The neighboring Qingyun city was far larger than Jinling, a true metropolis. Yi Chang'e and Zhang Yu heard these words and exchanged a smile, saying nothing. Other people went to great lengths to help, but their son had already become a grandmaster through his own efforts, which was truly their pride. When they returned home, however, they saw Yi Fan walking out of the house. Mom, Dad, no need to prepare dinner for me. I have something to attend to, and we'll be back later. Yi Fan said this, and he intended to visit the black market again to purchase spiritual herbs to improve his cultivation. Soon he took a taxi back to the black market and entered with ease. But upon entering the black market, several figures with cold glints in their eyes quickly slipped away and made a phone call. Hey, tell the gang leader that Brad is back at the black market again. Yi Fan was wearing similar clothes to last time, so he was recognized. Alright, I'll report to the gang leader right away. The call ended, and the message was passed upward. In a KTV with flashing lights, the Black Wolf gang leader sat with a cold expression. He was perched on a leather sofa while 3 men knelt below him. 3 grandmasters, no less. One of them was a gaunt figure, none other than the second master. Yet even as a grandmaster, he was now trembling. The Black Wolf gang leader was thoroughly enraged. After so long, they still hadn't uncovered the identity of the one who had dared to provoke his gang. A humiliation beyond bearing. You useless lot. I asked you to track down a single person, and you couldn't even do that. What use are you to me? The gang leader's aura surged like an abyss, his entire presence radiating extreme danger, like a fierce tiger on the verge of losing control. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of the 3 grandmasters, their bodies shaking with terror. They felt wronged as well. The person who had suddenly appeared to provoke the Black Wolf gang was too heavily concealed to identify. They had only gathered some clues so far, and were unable to confirm anything. Boss, I have some leads, the second master said, steeling himself. He knew his leader's temper. Without the answer the man wanted, he would surely take it out on him. Leads, oi. The Black Wolf gang leader rose, his burly frame blocking out the light, towering like an iron pagoda. But what I want is not leads. An aura at the level of a great grandmaster exploded outward, an oppressive pressure filling every corner of the KTV. Even grandmasters felt suffocated. It was as if one had dived into the deep sea, endless dark blue waters, pressing and making it impossible to breathe. Just then a man with dyed hair rushed in, falling to his knees. Boss, the man who killed our brothers last time has... The terrifying pressure receded like a tide, and all returned to calm. A faint smile appeared in the Black Wolf gang leader's eyes. Good. Where is this person now? Reporting to the boss, he has come to the black market again. A brother just called to notify me, so I hurried here to report. You've done well. There will be a reward. The Black Wolf gang leader tossed a card toward him. There's 1 million inside. The password is the 6-digit default. Take it and distribute it among the brothers. Thank you, boss. The dyed-haired man was overjoyed. Seeing his leader wave him away, he quickly retreated. Upon hearing about Yi Fan, the 3 grandmasters' eyes flashed with killing intent. They had finally waited for that person. Boss, this man has appeared again. Let us go retrieve his head. The second master spoke eagerly. Go. Do not disappoint me again. The Black Wolf gang leader sat back down and closed his eyes slightly. The 3 grandmasters departed simultaneously, ready to pour all their hatred onto Yi Fan, that damned fellow who had made them live in constant fear. At the same time, the black market. Yi Fan wore the same outfit as before, hat, sunglasses, and a mask, making his face impossible to discern. He was not afraid of being discovered in this attire. Even without it, the Black Wolf gang would likely have already picked up some traces. It was only a matter of time before they traced him. So this time when he came to buy spiritual herbs, he was also prepared to deal with the Black Wolf gang. Boss, how much for this 4th grade spiritual herb? Yi Fan approached a small stall and asked. 10 million, non-negotiable. The stall owner, smoking and puffing clouds of smoke, was neither enthusiastic nor caring whether Yi Fan bought anything. Yi Fan weighed his funds in his mind and realized he still did not have enough. He walked to another stall and inquired about the price of a 3rd grade spiritual herb. As before, it was a fixed price, 1 million per herb. They'll take it. Yi Fan asked the stall owner to pack it up and prepared to leave. The stall owner, a somewhat portly man, was quite enthusiastic in helping Yi Fan pack the herbs. But just as Yi Fan was about to exit, a commotion erupted outside the door. Move. The Black Wolf gang is on business. Bystanders, clear out. A group of burly men surged in, each armed with different weapons, knives, axes, and more. The most conspicuous were the 3 figures at the center, true chi flowing within them, each appearance utterly ferocious. 3 grandmasters. Seeing such a massive force, the stall holders in the black market quickly packed up and stepped aside. The group swiftly surrounded Yi Fan, their killing intent surging. What are you doing? Yi Fan acted innocent, feigning fear as he asked. You brat, stop pretending. Last time you were dressed exactly like this when you killed so many of our brothers. You won't. One member of the Black Wolf gang stared at Yi Fan with deep resentment. Yi Fan glanced at him, but could not recall much. After all, few people managed to leave an impression on him. Forgetting a lowly henchman of the Black Wolf gang was only natural. You must have the wrong person. This is my first time here. Yi Fan did not confirm his identity because he truly did not wish to fight. Fighting meant killing and looting again, something one should not do frequently. Cut the crap. Even if you've got the wrong person, you still die. One man swung a knife at Yi Fan with furious momentum, the heavy blow aimed straight for his neck. Sigh. Yi Fan exhaled. True chi surged through his body, a thick aura erupting with a sharp crack. The man who had attacked him was sent flying, spitting a mouthful of blood. Several teeth hit the ground, and his chest. It's him. Someone from the Black Wolf gang exclaimed, scrambling backward in terror. After all, this was a grandmaster. No ordinary person could handle one. Such powerful true chi. Too bad you offended the Black Wolf gang. The gaunt second master Su, who true chi also surged around him. He casually stretched his limbs, and a pressure radiated toward Yi Fan. However, it had no effect on him. The nearby gang members meanwhile trembled in fear, some even falling to their knees. Some stall owners in the black market turned pale with fright. But this was not all. The remaining two grandmasters also harbored killing intent, releasing their grandmaster-level pressure. The three grandmasters pressed their authority simultaneously, yet Yi Fan felt nothing. A pressure emanated from his own body, perfectly countering the three grandmasters' combined might. Three grandmasters. The Black Wolf gang really spared no expense. This guy is dead for sure. How daring, to offend the Black Wolf gang and still come to the black market. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Not a single person believed Yi Fan had a chance. Hep. Yi Fan laughed beneath the mask, coldly eyeing the three grandmasters. Sending three grandmasters against me. Quite the lavish gesture. His tone was calm with no trace of fear, instead a shocking killing intent blazed from his eyes. Clearly he intended to turn the tables and slay all three grandmasters before him. This made the people around think Yi Fan had gone mad. Facing such formidable opponents, he should have fled at once, yet he emanated killing intent. He was simply courting death. He'll butcher this brat. One of the grandmasters erupted with true chi, flooding the entire arena with his dense energy, and then the crowd seemed to hear an eagle shriek. His 5 fingers curved like eagle talons, reaching down from above toward Yi Fan, his eyes full of contempt. Clearly he did not treat Yi Fan as a real opponent. Yi Fan remained rooted to the spot before the attack, as if frightened into a stupor. But his true thought at that moment, since cultivating the true yang art, Yi Fan's realm had not advanced, but his strength had undergone earth-shaking. That piece of trash opposite him had evidently never practiced an internal cultivation method, which was why the true chi he released was so weak. Of course that was in Yi Fan's eyes. In the eyes of ordinary people, a grandmaster was already an unreachable existence, a truly powerful martial artist. Facing the strike, Yi Fan curled his lips in a cold sneer. True chi likewise erupted from his body, so dense that the air around twisted, carrying the scorching breath of flames. With a single punch, an indescribable force shattered the opponent's attack, and then smashed into the grandmaster with devastating, irresistible power. That grandmaster was tall, but when the fist slammed into his body, he froze in place, completely motionless. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, mouth, nose, ears, and finally he sank to his knees, his breath slow. Hiss! Nearly everyone on the scene drew in a sharp breath, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. A grandmaster had died, just like that. Old Fort. Second-in-command Su, who saw his brother killed on the spot, too fast for him even to react. He lowered his head slightly, intense murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from him. The third-in-command beside him was likewise consumed by rage. The two raised their heads and exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's meaning. The two grandmasters moved left and right, sealing off Yi Fan's escape routes as they struck simultaneously. Second-in-command Su Hu's true chi surged, condensing into a precious saber that he slashed toward Yi Fan. The third-in-command's face darkened, his true chi erupted violently, coalescing into a giant palm. Both of them unleashed the martial arts techniques they excelled in. Martial art splitting blade. Martial art hurricane palm. Facing such lethal moves, Yi Fan's eyes remained clear and undisturbed like still water, as if he felt no pressure whatsoever. So weak and still called a grandmaster. Let me show you what a real grandmaster is. True chi flowed through Yi Fan like liquid mercury. Then he swung his fist forward, and at that instant a dragon's roar sounded in everyone's ears. Roar. An unimaginable pressure flooded the entire field, and Yi Fan's true chi was engulfed in blazing, burning flames. No one saw the process clearly, they only saw the two grandmasters coughing up mouthfuls of blood, flying backward like waterfalls and crashing into the wall not far away, unconscious, alive, or dead. Yi Fan withdrew his aura and stood still in place. Yet that very act gave the people around him an inexplicable sense of shock. Everyone instinctively sensed danger. The Black Wolf gang members nearby were so terrified they nearly lost their souls. The 3 leaders are dead. Go report to the chief quickly. Run away. These people dared not remain, fleeing in all directions. Yi Fan did not go after them because he needed someone to send a message. He walked up to the 3 dead grandmasters, searched their bodies, and found several golden cards. A grin spread across Yi Fan's face. Each of these cards was worth 1 million. The 3 men together had 5 such cards totaling 5 million. That was a considerable fortune. Besides that, he also found 3 third-grade spiritual herbs on their bodies. Adding the one he had bought, that made 4 third-grade spiritual herbs in all. By amplifying them to 4th grade and refining them all, he would surely boost his power tremendously. Without hesitation, Yi Fan began to use his 4 chances of amplification. If he wanted to become stronger, he could not hesitate. Through amplification, the 4 herbs quickly turned into 4th-grade spiritual herbs. However, because the amplification had reached 500, these 4th-grade herbs were far higher grade than the 4th-grade one he had refined last time. They were the extreme tier among 4th-grade spiritual herbs. Yi Fan had no intention of leaving. True Qi surged from his body, forming a protective shield, and he sat down there to directly refine the spiritual herbs. Flames appeared above his true Qi, blocking the view, so no one could make out what was happening inside. From a distance, it looked like a huge fireball had appeared, and everyone retreated afraid to approach. After all, this fierce man had just killed 3 Black Wolf Gang grandmasters, and his strength was terrifyingly dreadful. Better not offend someone like that. This grandmaster is truly bold. He doesn't show the slightest intention of leaving. The Black Wolf Gang chief will surely come in person. There's going to be a wonderful show. Not all the people left, some remained here ready to witness the battle. Meanwhile, the Black Wolf Gang chief soon received the news. He was savoring fine wine, a beautiful woman in a red dress sitting beside him, dressed glamorously with an exquisite figure. But just as he finished the red wine and turned toward the beauty ready to get down to business, a young man abruptly rushed in. "Get out!" The Black Wolf Gang chief glared, his eyes fierce with murderous light. How dared he interrupt his bliss? Was he looking for death? "Chief, something terrible has happened. The second in command and all the others are dead," the young man said, kneeling on the ground. At that moment, the room was so silent that the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Then dreadful true Qi began to spread. The glass cup shattered, and red wine spilled all over the floor. Rage blazed in the Black Wolf Gang chief's eyes, and his aura became horrifyingly fierce, like an enraged tiger. "What did you say? Say that again." His voice carried boundless coldness. "The 3 leaders are dead, killed by..." The instant those words fell, the young man felt a terrifying wave of cold air hit him, and he was flung away, chest throbbing with pain. Yet he dared not utter a word of complaint. "You dare kill 3 grandmasters of my Black Wolf Gang. I will have you dead. Someone prepare the car." The Black Wolf Gang chief's figure vanished from the spot in an instant and reappeared outside the car door. He sat inside the car, and the driver in front was sweating all over his forehead. With the chief in a rage, that man was doomed. The black market. A flame Qi barrier formed from true Qi radiated scorching heat. Not a single person dared to approach within 10 meters of it. They could only watch from afar. Extraordinary, this man. Such terrifying true Qi. He hardly seems like an ordinary grandmaster. Exactly. Otherwise, how could he easily kill 3 grandmasters in an instant? The crowd had initially thought Yi Fan was doomed beyond doubt, but now they felt he just might survive, because his true Qi was so profound and abundant. Moreover, since the man actually dared to sit there seemingly cultivating, he must have the confidence to face a great grandmaster. Although the black market had now become unable to conduct any business, no one complained. After all, there was a good show to watch. At that moment, a youthful face in the crowd looked toward the spot where the flame. He did not seem very old, just barely old enough to be considered an adult. This person was Bai Guiyuan. To break through to the Grandmaster realm, sufficient resources were essential, so this time, he had brought 10 million yuan to purchase a tier 4 spiritual herb. Yet to his surprise, not a single person was doing business. "My friend, what happened here?" Bai Guiyuan asked. The person he asked was a lean and wiry man. Hearing the question, the man did not even turn his head, too lazy to bother replying. Bai Guiyuan frowned slightly, but did not lose his temper on the spot. After all, this was the black market, so it was normal for the people here to have odd temperaments. He then patted another man's shoulder, a middle-aged man with a simple, honest look. The middle-aged man explained, "Something big is about to happen here. A grandmaster killed the 3 leaders of the Black Wolf Gang. The gang leaders certainly won't swallow this outrage. Mind you, the leader of the Black Wolf Gang is a great grandmaster. It'll definitely be very interesting." Bai Guiyuan gave the simple, honest-looking middle-aged man a surprised glance and shook his head. He had heard of the Black Wolf Gang, an underground force engaged in dark dealings. Its leader certainly couldn't be a good person. He had to be vicious, ruthless, and extremely dangerous. And yet this man actually dared to remain here, so calmly watching the show, unafraid of being caught up as an innocent victim. People from the black market truly were not normal. In the end, Bai Guiyuan decided to return another time to buy the spiritual herb. He turned around and left, but on his way out, he glanced at the flame Qi barrier formed from true Qi. He kept feeling a familiar aura, but it probably wasn't that person. That person, no matter how powerful, could not possibly have reached such a level. He knew that the 3 leaders of the Black Wolf Gang were likely grandmasters. To be able to kill martial artists this powerful was not something an ordinary grandmaster could do. He must be a latest-stage grandmaster powerhouse, only a step away from the great grandmaster realm. He cast aside those impractical thoughts and walked out, leaving the black market. Just as he walked out of the black market, a black sedan came straight toward him. Then the door opened, and a burly man stepped out. The man carried a fierce oppressive aura. Merely standing close to him made Bai Guiyuan feel nearly suffocated, and his teeth chattered. Fortunately, the man only cast him a glance before brushing past. Drenched in cold sweat, Bai Guiyuan watched the man's receding figure and muttered, "A great grandmaster." Only such an expert could exert such terrifying pressure on him. Meanwhile, inside the chi barrier, Yifan had already refined 3 spiritual herbs. Refining so many at once caused Yifan's realm to keep advancing. He had reached the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm and felt that the true chi throughout his body had become even more abundant. In addition, a burning heat spread through him, his skin reddened, and the true chi inside him began to circulate at great speed. Yifan was not actually unafraid of the great Grandmaster. He was gambling. He wanted to use the pressure to skyrocket his cultivation, and sure enough, he was about to step into the 6th level of the Grandmaster realm. Yifan took out the last spiritual herb. Divine light surged in his eyes, and true chi quickly wrapped around the herb as he began to refine it. A resonant hum. Yifan's body jolted. The true chi within him increased once more, and his entire body felt incomparably pleasant. This true chi would temper and strengthen his body. Moreover, the more true chi he had, the stronger his combat power would become. When he refined the last spiritual herb, it was several times faster than before, and before long, he reached saturation at a certain level. His entire body was filled with dense, profound, true chi, at least several times stronger than just moments ago. At the 6th level of the Grandmaster realm, even he could not estimate how much combat power he had. After reaching this realm, every meridian in his body felt as if it had been widened, granting him a strength he had never experienced before. This feeling of immense power made him fearless. Yifan sensed the true chi in every one of his meridians, each like a little stream. He then controlled his true chi and began to retract his power. All of it flowed back into his body in that moment like rivers converging into the sea. The chi barrier outside dissipated, and Yifan's entire aura was drawn inward, making him appear like an ordinary person. But now Yifan was far more powerful than before. The rise in his cultivation realm had granted him unparalleled. Yifan estimated that his combat power had already exceeded 10 million, making him in no way inferior to a great grandmaster. At that exact moment, the onlooking crowd parted, and a tall, burly man appeared. The true chi emanating from this man was far more terrifying than an ordinary grandmaster's, like sharp needles, every edge exposed, making him look extremely dangerous. The Black Wolf Gang leader is here. They say this leader is ruthless and merciless, has destroyed many gangs, and has plenty of businesses under his command. He is a ruthless man. Do not provoke him. Everyone who saw the Black Wolf Gang leader had awe in their eyes. They did not know the leader's name, but they had heard of his reputation. He was a vicious and evil man who repaid every grievance with vengeance and would never spare any enemy. "Leader, this is the one who killed our men." One man pointed at Yifan as he said this. The Black Wolf Gang leader turned his sharp gaze onto Yifan, his aura spreading outward, and the breath of everyone around turned cautious and quiet. This kind of oppressive aura was truly terrifying, like a great mountain pressing down from overhead. Yet Yifan still had his eyes closed. Only when he felt the pressure sweep over him did he slowly open his eyes. In the instant his eyes opened, divine light seemed to surge within them, revealing a dangerous aura. At that very moment, the Black Wolf Gang leader actually felt a jolt in his heart, something he found almost unbelievable. Before he could think further, Yifan's sharp gaze had already landed on him. "Black Wolf Gang leader, you came at just the right time. Wretched brat, you're courting death." Black Wolf Gang leader, the one who... Yifan released his true chi again. The flames within his true chi let out a roar, and the temperature around them abruptly surged. The auras of the two actually seemed to be locked in a contest of equals. Though clearly only a master, Yifan's aura showed no fear of the Grandmaster opposite him. Each formed a special force field, and the two forces collided with each other. The onlookers around were so frightened that they retreated several steps, terror visible in their eyes. For the sheer force of the two powerhouses' collision continuously emitted wave upon wave of residual energy, radiating an overwhelming sense of danger. This aura made it impossible for them to approach, even causing their souls to tremble. "Kill." The leader of the Black Wolf Gang clenched both fists, activated the true chi within his body, and channeled the power of his battle skill. With a single chop of his palm, a razor-sharp aura burst forth. In midair, his true chi condensed into the phantom of an axe, splitting the air as it slashed toward Yifan. The battle skill he was executing was none other than the crank martial art rift-splitting axe, immensely powerful and ferocious, instilling a sense of breathtaking intimidation. At the sight of this move, ordinary people's hearts shook. Those with weaker minds even felt terror and an urge to... Yifan, however, remained utterly calm. Facing the enemy's fierce martial attack, divine light blazed in his eyes. Without any attempt to dodge, he directly unleashed the rising dragon fist. Roar! A dragon's cry resounded through the air. The two forces collided, and wave after wave of white airbursts exploded on the spot. Both combatants retreated 2 steps, seemingly evenly matched. At this moment, however, Yifan smiled. Eyes murderous, he fixed them on the Black Wolf Gang leader, and sneered, "It seems you're even weaker than I thought, Grandmaster." This made the Black Wolf Gang leader's face darken horribly, like a black cloud looming overhead radiating a terrifying presence. He couldn't take down a mere master with one strike, and this enraged him. He launched another attack. But this time Yi Fan was even faster. Golden flames blazed, and the true chi from his body converged. He once again used the Rising Dragon Fist, but this punch was far more powerful than before. The previous strike had merely been a test. Yi Fan had not exerted his full strength. But now, unleashing his full power, he executed the move to its utmost limit. His own battle power of over 10 million was completely ignited as he threw a punch. Boom. A violent explosion resounded through the void. The gang leader's expression changed drastically. He deployed his martial art again, condensing true chi into a giant axe that cleaved toward Yi Fan. But the moment the axe touched Yi Fan's fist, it instantly dissolved. The fist then imprinted onto his body. He staggered backward, repeatedly, disbelief written all over his eyes. The next moment his consciousness began to fade, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. All around was dead silent. Golden flames still burned on the ground. Had a dignified grandmaster really been killed in a single strike? Who exactly was this masked person before them? Could he be an old enemy of the Black Wolf Gang leader, concealing his true power, and in reality, a grandmaster? Everyone thought of this possibility, and their gazes toward Yi Fan were filled with awe and reverence. Although they did not know Yi Fan's identity, they now knew that he had easily slain the leader of the Black Wolf Gang in a heated confrontation. To them, such a figure was truly a big shot not to be offended. The leader is dead. Run. The Black Wolf Gang members around had instantly turned into a disorderly mob, scattering like frightened birds and beasts. None stayed behind to await death. After all, they weren't fools. A person capable of killing their leader was definitely a formidable figure. Such a person might take a dislike to them and crush them like ants. Yi Fan watched the fleeing crowd but did not chase after them. These minor pawns were numerous and had not attacked him, so he was unwilling to slaughter the innocent. Moreover, he had more important matters to attend to. He walked over to the body of the Black Wolf Gang leader and searched him, only to find nothing. Impossible. How can a gang leader be so poor? Yi Fan frowned slightly, finding it quite unbelievable. Logic dictated that the richest should be the Black Wolf Gang leader, yet this leader had not a single valuable item. Just as he began to feel disappointed, he suddenly noticed an extremely shiny object on the leader's hand glint. Yi Fan looked closely and saw it was a ring. He removed it and said, "So it's a storage ring." He had read about such objects in books. They were extremely expensive, even more so than a 4th grade spirit herb worth tens of millions. And that was for the cheapest one. Yi Fan studied the ring and finally figured out how to open it. All he needed was to extend his consciousness into it, but there was a seal that had to be broken with true chi. Yi Fan probed inside and found that it had a volume of about 50 cubic meters. It contained over a dozen gold cards, and most importantly, 2 4th grade spirit herbs. This fortune amounted to tens of millions more. Besides those cards, there were also many other cards, such as cards worth 100,000 each. Yi Fan did not count carefully, but he estimated that these 100,000 cards numbered at least 100 worth over 10. As expected of a gang leader, he was dripping with wealth beyond comparison with others. Yi Fan let out a breath, and a smile spread across his face. At that moment he found something else good. A book. Yi Fan opened it, and saw that it was actually a crank martial art called the Lingxi Fist Technique. As for the Black Wolf Gang leader's other battle skills, he did not see any. Still, the gains before him were already more than enough. If the effects of these 2 spirit herbs were amplified, their potency would be astonishing. Perhaps enough to let him break through directly to Grandmaster. If an ordinary person were to break through like this, their body would definitely not withstand it, because the speed of becoming stronger would be too fast. But Yi Fan was different. What he had awakened was the sacred body. The sacred body had no limits. As long as there were sufficient cultivation resources, it could grow stronger and break through. The sacred body was like a vast ocean. As water is poured into it, it only grows larger with no limit. An ordinary person's constitution was like a small puddle. Once filled, the water easily overflows. Yi Fan was quite satisfied with this haul. However, this was not the place to break through with so many people around. The breakthrough here just now was solely to slay the Black Wolf Gang leader and eliminate the future threat. Now that the matter was resolved, it was time to leave. Yi Fan strode forward, and the people around parted to make way, their gazes filled with awe and fear. Yi Fan ignored what others might be thinking. He was simply delighted, for this trip had yielded no small gains. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Yi Fan tossed the face mask into the trash, set his cap aside, and slipped off the outer garment from his body. The leader of the Black Wolf Gang had already been slain by him, so there was no need to worry about retaliation. What he had not expected, however, was that the Black Wolf Gang leader would prove far weaker than he had imagined. It was said that a grandmaster could kill a man from 100 paces away and even punch through a tree with one blow. A truly formidable martial artist. In Yi Fan's eyes, however, this grandmaster was indeed somewhat pathetic. Perhaps it was because his holy body was too powerful. Yi Fan found a deserted park nearby. Since no one was around at night, he immediately took out 2 4th grade spirit herbs and began amplifying them. The 4th grade spirit herbs quickly became 5th grade, exuding a faint fragrance that refreshed the spirit of any. After all, a 5th grade spirit herb was terrifyingly expensive. usually more than 10 times the price of a fourth-grade one. In other words, the minimum cost was 100 million. For an ordinary family, this was something they would not even dare to dream of. Yet now it was in his hands waiting for him to. He was reminded of the saying, the poor study letters, the rich practice martial arts. Indeed, only a true powerhouse could earn money at such speed. Yi Fan circulated his true qi, and the medicinal power was quickly refined into pure true qi that flowed through his body, strengthening his physique and transforming it. With his eyes closed, Yi Fan could clearly feel his muscles, bones, and even his meridians vibrating. His meridians became tougher, his muscles stronger, and his bones harder. After absorbing the medicinal power of just one fifth-grade spirit herb, Yi Fan successfully reached the 9th level of the Master Realm, and his true qi had become vastly more powerful. But Yi Fan was not satisfied. He wanted to keep breaking through, and there were still more spirit herbs left. Without the slightest hesitation, he swallowed the second herb, aiming to break into the Grandmaster Realm. True qi surged through his body, and flames blazed over his skin, the manifestation of his true qi emerging from the surface of his body. Breaking through to the Grandmaster Realm was no easy task, but once he succeeded, his combat power would increase dramatically. At that moment, a crimson sun slowly rose on the distant horizon, illuminating Yi Fan's figure and the park. His body stood motionless, flaming true qi swirling around him and radiating a mighty aura. It was now early morning, and some elderly people had appeared in the park. Once people reach a certain age, they find it hard to sleep much longer, so they had risen early and were strolling in the morning. There's a person over there. A white-haired old man quickly spotted Yi Fan, but he dared not approach, for the aura emanating from Yi Fan was so terrifying that it made his very soul tremble. This is a powerful martial artist, perhaps a master. Another old man beside him exclaimed. They were ordinary people, but they understood the strength of martial artists, especially masters who were truly extraordinary. To them, even a master was an incredible existence. While they were talking, Yi Fan opened his eyes. His true qi surged violently, flames blazed even more fiercely, rolling through the air. Yi Fan punched out, and a fist imprint formed from true qi, snapped a tree 100 paces away. Yi Fan looked at his palm and felt the surging power of true qi inside his body. For a moment, he wished he could let out a long, sky-shaking cry. In a single night, he had already broken through from master to grandmaster, and the true qi within him was inconceivably abundant. His combat power had also reached a shocking 20 million. Of course, that was only his own estimate. He would still need a machine to test the exact figure. Even so, he was in peak condition now, with true qi so thick that he was far more powerful than ordinary masters. An ordinary master could release true qi outward, but without using any martial technique, he might not be able to snap a tree from 100 paces. Yi Fan's true qi, however, was incomparably fierce. One punch, and the tree broke cleanly apart. Such explosive power far surpassed that of an ordinary master. Of course, the most obvious change was the power of his physical body, which had undergone a completely reborn transformation overnight. Now in every move and gesture, his strength multiplied. Even against the latest grandmaster, he felt no fear at all. The elderly men, utterly dumbfounded, now looked at him with deep reverence. Such a young grandmaster. This young man is terrifying. Even his released true qi is terrifying from 100. Hearing the old men's words, Yi Fan smiled faintly at them, then vanished from where he stood. He stamped the ground, swept off into the distance, and left them only his silhouette. Within a few seconds, Yi Fan had disappeared without a trace. These elderly men would probably never forget what they had witnessed today for the rest of their lives. After all, they had never seen such a young grandmaster. It was a true eye-opener. After leaving, Yi Fan arrived at a small street stall that sold rice rolls. He found a seat and said, "Boss, one bowl of..." Coming right up. The owner nodded. Before long, he brought Yi Fan a bowl of rice rolls, which Yi Fan finished and, "Boss, 2 more bowls." Yi Fan called out. The owner glanced at him and asked, "Are these to go?" "No need to pack it." Yi Fan said. "All right." The owner thought Yi Fan had quite an appetite. After finishing 3 bowls of rice rolls, Yi Fan paid and left, though he was actually far from full. Perhaps because he had grown stronger too quickly, his body needed to consume a vast amount of energy from food. That was why when he returned, he would still have to eat some savage beast meat from the myriad races. He was not in a hurry to go home, however. Instead, he condensed a protective shield around his body. A true qi shield formed by a grandmaster was clearly far more powerful and had stronger defensive capabilities than one formed by a master. An ordinary master could not break through it at all. Yi Fan was very satisfied with such mighty power. Afterward, he arrived at a back mountain, a place normally desolate and uninhabited, with few people ever coming there. It was a scenic area, and entering it required a fee. But since he had come in the early morning, no one was around, which made it just right for Yi Fan to test the power of a grandmaster. Besides, the scenic area had combat power testing machines, so he could know for certain exactly how much combat power he had. At that moment, ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to Grandmaster. You have received a 1000-fold amplification. Yi Fan heard the pleasant notification, and a smile spread across his face. Fortunately, he had first broken through his realm instead of upgrading the martial art, the Lingxi fist technique. Otherwise, he would definitely have regretted it. Now, with the 1000-fold amplification, he could absolutely elevate the crank martial art to a far higher level. Amplify martial technique, Lingxi fist technique. Yi Fan silently recited in his mind, and the Lingxi fist technique he mastered began to change, taking shape as a brand new martial technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful amplification. You have obtained the grade martial art Ghost God Fist. The pleasant notification sounded, bringing a smile to Yi Fan's face. Grade martial arts were divided into upper and lower grades. Obtaining an upper grade martial art was extremely difficult, yet now, with just a minor amplification, he had gained such a formidable martial art. Yi Fan began to try cultivating. Following the method of this martial art, he circulated true qi within his body and started practicing. Because this scenic area was remote, it usually only received visitors on holidays. Fortunately, that was the case, though otherwise anyone would have been startled by the scene. Rich, profound, true qi circulated through Yi Fan's body and radiated outward, making the fallen leaves around him dance in the air and forming a beautiful sight. To cultivate the Ghost God Fist, one had to condense true qi into particles within the body. At most 10 such particles could be condensed. Once all of them were formed, it meant the art had reached perfection. Yi Fan began condensing. Since entering the threshold only required condensing a single true qi particle, there was no great difficulty. He condensed it on the spot. A black particle was born within his body, only about the size of a little finger. But once he condensed it, he could sense that within the power of this true qi particle lurked some terrifying force. However, Yi Fan did not dwell on it and continued condensing. Around him, an astonishingly high temperature rose, and terrifying flame, true qi, set the surrounding leaves ablaze. His true qi seemed to be boiling, radiating an extremely dangerous aura that made it impossible for ordinary people to approach. At the same time, the scenic area attendant was sitting in a room, cracking melon seeds, looking completely at ease. He was a local villager. With nothing to do on ordinary days, he cracked melon seeds to pass the time. Today, however, could be considered his first business. A young man had just entered, and he had collected 20 yuan. Besides, no one usually came to this scenic area. That place had no refined facilities to speak of. It was simply a wild, barren mountain. Just at that moment, he suddenly noticed what appeared to be smoke rising from the mountain peak. Oh no, that kid isn't playing with fire, is he? The attendant was a heavy-set man about 1.7 meters tall. His face went pale with alarm, and he immediately rushed toward the scene. If this scenic area were burned down over such a small amount of money, it would be a real disaster. But when he reached the spot, he was utterly dumbfounded. He saw a blazing dome formed of flames radiating scorching heat. A terrifying wave of heat rushed toward his face, turning his cheeks red. Such a dreadful aura, such a heart-shaking power. This must surely be a grandmaster. At that moment, the attendant shuddered, feeling a chill sweep through his entire body. Of course, the temperature here was extreme, and sweat was pouring from his forehead because of the heat. Yet his heart was shaken. A grandmaster so young. He did not even dare think about it. Then, without hesitation, he turned and slowly left. He did not dare disturb such a terrifying grandmaster in cultivation, who otherwise even a casually exhaled breath from that person could gravely injure him. Just as the attendant left, Yi Fan opened his eyes, a bright light shining in his gaze. At this moment, he had already condensed 10 particles within his body, perfecting this powerful martial art. It had only taken about an hour. If word of this spread, who knew how many people would be shocked, shaken beyond belief. Let me test the power of the Ghost God Fist. The 10 particles condensed in his body exploded at the same instant. A layer of black light wrapped around his fist, and his combat power began to surge. His fist blazed with light as it hammered viciously into the machine. The punch produced a resounding crack. The air itself seemed to howl, and a dreadful power exploded through the mountain woods. It was as if countless bombs had been detonated at the same moment, unleashing a deafening roar. 1. The numbers on the machine in front of him kept jumping, the red digits flashing before finally settling at 40 mil. This number was dazzlingly bright, representing Yi Fan's current ultimate combat power. Yi Fan was fairly satisfied with this combat power. Truly, it was worthy of a grade martial art. Yi Fan then tried a grade martial art, the Rising Dragon Fist. A dragon's roar resounded. Boom. The number on the machine jumped again and finally settled at only about 29 million. This was because after breaking through to Grandmaster, his base combat power had become too formidable to be amplified much further. It was in no way comparable to the amplification of the Ghost God Fist. I need to obtain even stronger martial arts. Yi Fan set his goal in his heart. Gazing at the red sun in the distance, he prepared to shine brilliantly in the 36th city assessment and acquire even mightier martial arts. Moreover, he was absolutely determined to take first place. He had learned that an ordinary Grandmaster's base combat power was only about 5 million. His base was 4 times that of an ordinary Grandmaster. With the Ghost God Fist he had obtained, he was highly confident of seizing first place in the 36th city grand competition. Anyone who stood in his way he would crush. Feeling his true qi at full capacity, Yi Fan's eyes brimmed with confidence. Then he restrained his aura, looking just like an ordinary person, and began walking down the mountain. Now that he had become a Grandmaster, not only was his combat power greater, but his stamina was also far more enduring. Moreover, because his combat power was far more ferocious than that of ordinary experts at the same level, the true qi in his body could last even longer. Yi Fan now seemed to have been reforged through countless trials, and he no longer feared any opponent or enemy. If he encountered the Black Wolf Gang's leader now, he could easily defeat him with one hand. This was the benefit brought by increased combat power. As the saying goes, when the spring breeze is favorable, the horse's hoofs fly fast. Today Yi Fan was in an excellent mood, and as he admired the scenery, his heart felt utterly at ease. He was now hurrying homeward, intending to rest for a while. After all, his improvement was nearly complete, and all lingering dangers had been thoroughly eliminated. He could go to his new home and relax, watch television, and so on. Besides, he was feeling a little hungry. It was the perfect time to eat fierce beast meat from the myriad races, satisfy his appetite, and replenish the stamina he had consumed. Yi Fan soon returned to Biyun district. Sitting on the sofa at home, he looked at the television screen in the living room, which was over 100 inches wide. Xiao Fan, you're back. You must be hungry. I'll go cook for you. His mother walked over with a smile and said with concern, Mom, make me some fierce beast meat, Yi Fan said. Okay. His mother nodded. At the dinner table, Yi Fan feasted on a hearty meal of ferocious beast meat, then lay contentedly on the sofa to rest. After reaching the great Grandmaster realm, he no longer felt that pressing sense of urgency. He only needed to cultivate steadily, use the wealth he had obtained to purchase cultivation resources, and by the time of the 36 cities grand competition, he would absolutely shine brilliantly. He was destined to enter the 10 great academies, and no one could stop him. Meanwhile, at the same time, news that the Black Wolf Gang had been wiped out spread quickly. For Jinling, this was earth-shaking news, and everyone familiar with the Black Wolf Gang's background was greatly shocked. Even City Lord Wang got the news. Frowning, he said that Black Wolf Gang leader offended too many people. It is only natural that he was wiped out. He did not pay much attention to it because the Black Wolf Gang was an underworld force that had done many evil deeds. However, they had destroyed all the evidence, so he had not been able to do anything to them. Besides, the Black Wolf Gang leader had not provoked him, so he had turned a blind eye and not dealt with the man. Now that someone had taken the initiative to clean it up for him, it was also a good thing, removing a scourge in the process. The news soon swept through Jinling like a hurricane, and people everywhere were discussing it. Did you all hear? The Black Wolf Gang was wiped out. It is said their leader was a great grandmaster with terrifying... Of course I heard. Apparently he had offended some expert and was killed on the spot. Who was it with such incredible ability? Yichanga was walking down the street, carrying 2 bags filled with meat, vegetables, and fruit. Hearing people talk about this, he was also curious. Exactly how powerful was an existence capable of slaying a great grandmaster? But this was not something he should think about. He could not come into contact with such people, though his son Yi Fan might be able to. Soon he returned home. Now that his son had become successful, his eyes brightened, and he felt refreshed in both body and, as the saying goes, parents wish for their children to become dragons. Now that Yi Fan could be considered a dragon, his heart was naturally filled with joy. Although Yi Fan had not yet found the spiritual medicine that could restore Yi Chang's cultivation, his father believed that his son would eventually obtain it. You're back. Yi Fan's mother Zhang Yu walked over with a smile, took the 2 bags, and carried everything into the kitchen. I heard something outside. A notorious gang was wiped out, supposedly killed by some expert with a single strike. That expert was also ridding the world of evil. Yi Fan's parents were discussing this in the living room, while Yi Fan, lying on the sofa watching television, had a somewhat strange expression. Dad, is the gang you mentioned the Black Wolf Gang? Yi Fan asked. Yi Changa nodded and said, Xiao Fan, have you heard of it? The gang you mentioned was destroyed by me, Yi Fan said. Yi Changa and Zhang Yu stood frozen, their minds reeling. The expert is my son. But he remembered Yi Fan was only at the Grandmaster realm. How could he possibly defeat a great Grandmaster that was fighting above his rank? It seemed impossible. Dad, don't overthink it. Yesterday, I accidentally broke through to Great Grandmaster, Yi Fan said while eating a grape. Yi Changa stared at him for a moment and said, as expected, you are my son. He did not ask how Yi Fan had broken through. Perhaps his son had obtained some unimaginable opportunity. You two are quite good at boasting, father and son. Zhang Yu smiled. Although she was not a martial artist, she knew that the higher one's cultivation realm, the slower one's progress. Yi Fan did not explain further. It was enough to tell his parents. As for whether they believed him, it did not matter. He would prove it with strength later. He had told his parents this only to let them know that he could give their family a better life. I'm going out to get some fresh air. Yi Fan's mother walked out the door, looked at the green residential area, and felt much more cheerful. At this time in the villa next door, an elegant middle-aged woman was discussing something with her son. Her son was a young man of about 18, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, looking quite heroic. He had also participated in the 10 schools grand competition and had now reached the 4th level of martial master. Son, the Black Wolf Gang has been destroyed. It seems things have been a bit unsettled outside lately. You should go to Qingyun City for school early, the middle-aged woman said. Mom, the death of a great grandmaster was most likely the work of another great grandmaster. It has indeed been a bit unsettled recently. Perhaps it was a turf war among these underground forces. That person is probably an underworld boss who has taken the Black Wolf Gang's place. However, this has little to do with us, Mu Yungue said. He felt this matter was still rather distant from him. After all, that was a conflict at the great grandmaster level, and for someone like him such things were very far away. After all, one could not see a great grandmaster just because one wanted to. You have a point. These conflicts among underground forces won't affect us. The middle-aged woman was somewhat shocked at heart. The rumor she had heard was only that the Black Wolf Gang leader had been killed, but she had not known what cultivation level he actually possessed. Now she knew. He had actually been a terrifying great-grandmaster. Such matters were best left to private discussion. Yet at that moment, she suddenly noticed a figure standing not far outside the door. She immediately walked out with her son smiling. Son, this is our new neighbor. Probably one of the newly rich, but we should still go greet them politely. The middle-aged woman said as she walked. Mu Yungue, however, looked utterly indifferent. He was destined to leave Jinling and go to a larger city. In the future, he would have little connection with this place. Thus, he had no intention of maintaining neighborly relations. Hello, new neighbor. My name is Mu Xin. You can also call me Mrs. Mu. She greeted her with a smile. Zhang Yu saw that the neighbor was dressed head to toe in designer brands and quickly extended her hand. Hello, I'm Zhang Yu. My husband's surname is Yi, so you can call me Mrs. Yi. After exchanging greetings, the two began to chat. However, whether intentionally or not, this Mrs. Mu frequently. This child of mine has already reached the 4th level of martial master and will go to Qingyun Academy tomorrow. He has boundless prospects. You flatter me. Hearing Zhang Yu take the initiative to praise her child, she felt quite proud inside. Then she went on to ask about Zhang Yu's child. Zhang Yu was guileless and naturally told her everything. The two chatted for a while, then happily returned to their own homes. Oh my, their son is actually Yi Fan. No wonder they live here, Mrs. Mu said. Yi Fan. Mu Yungue's eyes lit up when he heard the name, recalling the dazzling figure from the 10 school's grand competition. He is indeed strong, but I will surpass him. Mu Yungue secretly resolved in his heart. Inside the villa, Yi Fan sat on the sofa and opened his eyes. It turned out that he had unconsciously fallen asleep while watching television, and now he was awake again. He smelled the aroma of dishes being cooked. In the living room, his younger brother and younger sister were sitting there. Yi Zhou Yi, the two of you have improved quite a lot in strength recently. At Yi Fan's current level, he could see at a glance that his younger brother and sister had made breakthroughs, and their blood and chi power had become even stronger. His younger brother was about at the 6th rank of the martial artist realm, and his younger sister had also successfully broken through and become a martial artist. Seeing such talent in his younger siblings, he was very satisfied. They were no weaker than he had been back then. I still have several tier 2 spirit herbs here. Take them and remember to cultivate properly. Yi Fan took some tier 2 spirit herbs out of his storage ring. Yi Zhou and Yi Yu watched in astonishment. Brother, this is a storage ring. What an amazing object. Inside a ring, it can actually store things. His younger brother and sister both found it novel. Yi Chang'e was also astonished. Having once been a martial artist himself, he naturally knew how expensive such an item was. He had never expected his son to be able to obtain one. Zhang Yu did not quite understand such things, as she merely felt that the storage ring was rather mystical. Mom, I have a tier 1 spirit herb here that can beautify the face and make one look young. Yi Fan found a spirit herb and handed it to his mother Zhang Yu. Xiao Fan, something this precious is better kept for your... His mother refused. Mom, I am not lacking tier 1 spirit herbs. Please accept it, Yi Fan said. Take it. This is the child's filial intention. Yi Chang'e said. His mother could not decline any longer, so she finally accepted the spirit herb, a smile appearing on her face. Having filial children who had even brought them to live in a grand villa, she was already very content. Such a life was beyond anything she had dared to imagine before. The family happily began to eat, full of warmth and joy. At that moment, the television started broadcasting. The 36 cities grand examination is about to arrive. Who will take the championship? That was the headline, and then the two hosts began speaking with each other. The annual 36 cities grand examination is still 60 days away. I am looking forward to seeing how those geniuses perform this year. It is said that countless geniuses will take part in this 36 cities grand examination, and the competition will be fierce. This shows that our Tianhe province is full of outstanding talents. Yi Fan only caught these bits of the host conversation and learned there were still 2 months left. During this time, he could do his best to raise his strength. It might seem like a lot of time, but in fact it was quite urgent. 2 months would pass in the blink of an eye. I must use this time to become stronger. I want to give my whole family a better life. Yi Fan looked at the family before him and had already made up his mind. Of course, the most important matter was still resolving the dilemma of his father's crippled cultivation. Joining the 10 great academies might be the way to find a solution. Of course, this time, he also wanted to enter the 10 great academies with the most brilliant results, obtain enough cultivation resources, and swiftly elevate his cultivation realm. However, Yi Fan was also full of confidence. He believed that with the improvements gained over these 2 months, he could increase his combat power even further. After dinner, everyone went back to their own rooms to rest. His current room was extremely spacious, several times larger than the original, luxuriously decorated, and there was no desk lamp at all. Instead, extremely luxurious lamps hung above, radiating bright light that illuminated the entire room. Yi Fan sat in his computer chair, looked at the moonlight outside the window, and remembered what he had said to Xianyuan Rumeng under the moonlight that day. She had said that he should train harder because she might defeat him in the 36 cities grand examination. Yi Fan slowly closed his eyes and began cultivating again. Without spirit herbs, the improvement speed was far too slow. After cultivating for the entire night, Yi Fan was still full of energy, but he had not broken through to a higher realm. However, this was the normal pace of cultivation. But after tasting that extreme speed of improvement, returning to the normal pace made him feel as if it was agonizingly slow. It seems I need to visit the black market again in a couple of days. Yi Fan remembered that he had taken all the wealth of the Black Wolf Gang leader. With that, he should be able to buy a few Tier 4 spirit herbs. Through the enhancement boost, he would definitely be able to raise his... Of course, it would be best to obtain Tier 5 spirit herbs, but the price of such herbs would surely be astonishingly high, and the money he had would be far from enough. The days passed uneventfully. 2 days later, Yi Fan went to the black market once again. There was no sign of the Black Wolf Gang here, and no new gang had risen. No one knew exactly what kind of powerful figure the expert who killed Black Wolf was. Moreover, the entire black market had become somewhat trendy with people wearing masks, sunglasses, black hats, and all black suits. At a glance, such people were everywhere. Even Yi Fan was completely inconspicuous when he arrived. This made his eyelid twitch. The trend following was so ridiculous that he did not know what to say. But that was fine as well. No one would pay attention to him or investigate his identity, and that could be considered a good thing. Yi Fan came to a small stall and bargained with the owner. In the end, he spent 28 million to buy 3 spirit herbs, nearly draining all the wealth he had obtained. However, Yi Fan did not feel it was a pity because strength was the most important thing. Money was merely a worldly possession. As long as one was strong enough, it could be earned back eventually. These were all minor matters. Yi Fan did not return home to refine the spirit herbs. Instead, he found some empty places and began refining them. After all, the process caused quite a commotion, and he was afraid of disturbing his family if he did it at home. Yi Fan was not in a hurry. After amplifying and refining a Tier 4 spirit herb, he successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm with his base combat power, increasing by another 10 million. Yi Fan was especially satisfied with such improvement. Then he went home. Since there was no life or death crisis, there was no need to consume everything at once. There was still time, and he would take things slowly. Before he knew it, almost 2 months had gone by. On this day, Yi Fan, who was sitting at home, suddenly opened his eyes. A vast aura erupted from his body, and terrifying flame, true chi, swirled around him, as if it would burn everything to ashes. Having refined all the spirit herbs, and with the hard cultivation he had maintained all this time, he had finally broken through to the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm, the late Grandmaster stage. Moreover, when he broke through to this realm, he felt as if some shackles inside him had snapped. Within his dantian was a boundless golden ocean, which he called the Sea of Bitterness. And now within that Sea of Bitterness, a golden lotus appeared. Behind him, the same vision also emerged. In the boundless golden ocean, a golden lotus bloomed, radiating terrifying vitality and aura. This was a stunning vision. When it was born, Yi Fan could feel his combat power climbing crazily. Both of Yi Fan's pupils turned golden. He felt that his profound, true chi could burn everything, and he could also sense it growing denser and heavier. The true power of the primordial sacred body had awakened. 50 million combat power. 60 million combat power. 70 million combat power. That terrifying surge made Yi Fan want to release a long howl, but he suppressed the urge. The true chi within him grew more and more fearsome, and his combat power kept rising without pause, as if it had no limit. Even his skin, every single pore, radiated golden light at all times. Finally, after the better part of a day, Yi Fan's enhancement gradually came to a halt, and the power of true chi within him had become incomparably profound, reaching a limit, and now temporarily liquid-like true chi flowed over his body, and then astonishingly it began to condense. In the end, it transformed into runes like sparks, solidifying into crystal-like forms. This is Gang Chi. Yi Fan recalled a passage: when true chi is compressed to its absolute limit, it forms Gang Chi. However, it was said that one had to be at the town general level to cultivate to such a state, and yet he had already done so. A town general's base combat power is 100 million before one can condense Gang Chi. It seems my base combat power has now reached that level. Yi Fan casually swung his fist, producing a sound of air being torn apart, as if the air itself were wailing. Moreover, the speed of that punch was terrifyingly fast, exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. It could smash an ordinary person into a blood mist. Even some great grandmasters would be unable to withstand it, and would die under that fist. After all, this was only an ordinary attack. He had not even used a martial art. A divine gleam lit up Yi Fan's eyes. He felt even more confident about the 36 cities grand exam. He refused to believe that any of those great grandmasters could be his match. Even if some prodigies among them were town generals, he could still defeat them. This was Yi Fan's invincible confidence. Meanwhile, in Qinyun Prefecture, inside a luxurious hall, sat a young man in a black suit carrying a noble aura. The handsome young man was resting with his eyes closed, true chi flowing around him like water. The next moment, he opened his eyes, and a terrifying fluctuation radiated from his body. With him at the center, dense bolts of lightning emerged all around. The lightning bolts were savage and violent, as if they could tear everything apart, possessing unimaginable power. The 36 cities grand examination is tomorrow, but unfortunately I'm still one step short of town general. The young man wreathed in lightning sighed softly. He was Murong Qingfeng, the strongest prodigy of the Murong family in Qinyun Prefecture. At just 20 years old, he was already at the half-step town general level. On the other side, at the Situ family in Xinhua Prefecture, in a large villa, several young people had gathered and started. At the head of these young people was a youth with short hair dressed in purple robes. His profile was as sharp as if carved by a knife, extraordinarily handsome. This was none other than the Situ family's strongest prodigy, Situ Kongming. At the half-step town general level, he was the center of attention wherever he stood. Cousin, is it true that this 36 cities examination will take place on the battlefield of 10,000 races? A young man asked cautiously. Situ Kongming nodded slightly. Of course it's true. A greenhouse cannot nurture peerless powerhouses. Only by truly entering the battlefield of 10,000 races, hunting down all the races, and surviving life-and-death crises, can one be called a prodigy. When the young people around him heard this, their expressions turned rather unpleasant. Although they came from ancient clans and had never lacked cultivation resources since childhood, they had never truly experienced life-and-death combat. They hadn't expected the examination to be so dangerous, and many felt their hearts thumping. Situ Kongming watched his younger cousin's reactions, his own heart calm, and turned his gaze toward the distant sky. This time his competitors would be the prodigies of those ancient clans. Xianyuan Long, I wonder whether you've broken through to town general yet. His greatest worry was Xianyuan Long, who had already broken through by now. Although that man shared the same reputation, Situ Kongming still remembered how terrifying he was. A year ago they had held a private contest and he lost. Although he lost by only one move, a loss was still a loss. Xianyuan Long was not only a prodigy, but also a ruthless man, and Situ Kongming considered him his greatest rival. He and Xianyuan Long surely had the same goal, to claim first place in the 36 cities grand examination. Of course he had other rivals, all powerful prodigies as well. For instance, Wang Chongyang of the Wang family and Long Outyin of the Long family. All of them were prodigies at the same level, with strength not much inferior to his. But he was not afraid of these prodigies, believing that his greatest rival was still Xianyuan Long. In addition to these few prodigies, one ancient clan after another also saw its prodigies come out of seclusion. The auras of those prodigies were utterly terrifying. Among the major clans, the weakest were grandmasters, and the stronger ones were great grandmasters. However, they were all prodigies from ancient clans. Commoners could hardly reach such a level. Meanwhile, at this moment in an academy, Mu Yungue opened his eyes. True Qi was flowing through his body as well, and he had also succeeded in breaking through to the grandmaster realm. Yi Fan, you never expected this, did you? Back then you stole the limelight, but now I will definitely trample you underfoot. Mu Yungue was supremely confident in his own strength. He believed that after breaking through to Grandmaster, he was no longer much weaker than Yi Fan. Back when Yi Fan won first place in the 10-school tournament, it had become a nightmare in his heart. He had to personally defeat Yi Fan to dispel that nightmare. Moreover, the cultivation resources of Qingyun Prefecture were far more abundant than those of Jinling. Now that he had reached the second level of the Grandmaster realm, he felt that this time he would definitely avenge his past humiliation. He also knew that the 36 cities grand examination was said to be a hell-level trial of extreme difficulty. But he had no intention of retreating. Just then 2 students passed by not far from him, discussing. I just got word that this 36 cities examination is different from past contests. Instead of competing against each other, we're entering the battlefield of 10,000 races. Oh, then it's dangerous. On that battlefield one could fall at any moment. Who knows how many martial artists have died? Mu Yungue watched the 2 students leave, a flicker passing through his eyes. Still, he had no intention of withdrawing. This examination concerned his future prospects, so even if it was fraught with danger, he had to go. In Jinling at the Wang residence, Wang Yuan obsequiously poured a cup of water for a young man wearing a fawning smile. Little brother, have some water. He handed the cup over. This young man was none other than his genius younger brother Wang Xingchen. I've heard about what happened to you. Wang Xingchen took the cup from his brother and drank it in one gulp. Father told me. Don't worry. As long as he dares to enter the 36 cities grand examination, I will deal with him personally. He spoke these words with absolute calm, completely disregarding Yi Fan. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in and said with a smile, that's my son. I heard you've become acquainted with Wang Chongyang, the prodigy of the main branch of the Wang family. Is that true? Father, it's true. I am now his follower, and now I am a great grandmaster. As soon as these words were spoken, gasps could be heard all around. At the same time, they were full of confidence in Wang Xingchen, all believing that Yi Fan was as good as dead. No matter how powerful Yi Fan was, he was merely a grandmaster. Nothing compared to a great grandmaster. Truly, my son, that Yi Fan is as good as dead, the middle-aged man declared with delight. Those who dare defend the Wang family deserve death. Even a youthful grandmaster was no exception. His son was a great grandmaster. Little brother, you're incredible. You must exact a brutal revenge for me. Wang Yuan was equally thrilled. With such an imposing backer, Yi Fan's doom was sealed. Wang Xingchen watched the 2 of them in their excitement, yet inwardly shook his head, feeling that his father and elder brother were too short-sighted. A mere youthful grandmaster was nothing. Only by stepping out into the wider world could one behold the truly terrifying prodigies. The reason he had been able to break through to great grandmaster was not simply innate talent, it was chiefly because he had attached himself to Wang Chongyang, who had lavished him with abundant cultivation resources. The mere thought of Wang Chongyang stirred awe within his heart. Meanwhile, at the Bai residence inside a villa, a young man in a white shirt and tailored trousers sat on a sofa, savoring a glass of red wine. He was exquisitely handsome, with an extraordinary aura, and the sunlight, cascading over him, gave one a breathtaking impression. This man was Bai Long, and he was waiting for his cousin Bai Guiyuan to emerge from seclusion. The 36-city assessment was about to begin, and he would be taking part as well. Originally, he had been confident in contending for the top 30, but recent intelligence had left him uncertain. Boom. At that moment, a violent fluctuation of true chi erupted from one of the rooms. Bai Long smiled and said, "It seems you've successfully broken through to Grandmaster." Sure enough, Bai Guiyuan emerged from the room, true chi flowing through his body and confidence blazing in his eye. Seeing Bai Long, Bai Guiyuan was overjoyed. It was because Bai Long had procured ample cultivation resources for him that he could break through before the 36-city examination. "I'm glad you've broken through to Grandmaster. Tomorrow we'll enter the 36-city assessment together, and he'll back you up." Bai Long looked like a sunny youth, his words cultured and refined. "Thank you, cousin." Bai Guiyuan nodded. This time he would defeat Yi Fan with his own hands. As for his cousin entering with him, it was because Bai Long represented another city, not their Jinling. The next day sunlight spilled across the sky, illuminating heaven and earth. The people of every city were beginning to stir with excitement. The 36-city grand examination was a truly momentous affair. The geniuses of each city were personally led by their own city lords. A coach bus stopped in Biyun district, and seated at its very front was City Lord Wang. Yi Fan meanwhile was bidding farewell to his parents. "Mom, Dad, go on back. No need to see me off." At this moment Yi Zhou and Yi Yu called out to Yi Fan, "Big brother." "All right." Yi Fan nodded to them, then boarded the bus. Once inside, he greeted City Lord Wang. "City Lord Wang." City Lord Wang fixed his gaze on Yi Fan and said, "You're quite impressive. It seems you've improved again during this period." Yi Fan smiled without replying, found an empty seat, and sat down. There were other martial artists on the bus, and he also spotted Bai Guiyuan. This time, quite a number of participants were taking part in the 36-city assessment. There were 3 full buses, and all of them appeared to be packed. The vehicles drove along slowly, and under the city lord's lead they soon all arrived at the high-speed rail station. Today the station had been cleared of all other passengers, reserved solely to transport them to the designated examination site. The group boarded the high-speed train, a white iron dragon tearing through the air as it raced along the tracks. Yi Fan sat quietly with his eyes closed, resting. After roughly half a day of travel, the train finally came to a halt, and the doors slid open. "Everyone get off. We've reached the examination site." The group followed City Lord Wang off the train, and arrived at a massive elliptical plaza where a surging crowd. "Go wait over there for now. You'll be notified when the assessment begins." City Lord Wang pointed to an area filled with seats, and the many geniuses made their way over to wait. City Lord Wang meanwhile departed for a high platform where the other city lords had gathered. "Look, isn't that Yi Fan, the strongest prodigy of Jinling?" A youthful grandmaster dares to call himself the strongest prodigy. Jinling really is a backwater place. 2 months have passed. Perhaps this prodigy has made a breakthrough, and might even break into the top 80 this time. Voices buzzed with discussion, though most were envious of Yi Fan. Only the prodigies from ancient aristocratic families paid him no regard. Thus opinions differed from one person to another. Yi Fan remained utterly calm, heedless of the chatter around him. His sole ambition now was to claim the championship. No matter how grueling the examination, nothing would stand in his way. Meanwhile, City Lord Wang climbed the high platform, greeting the other city lords with a smile. The most distinguished figure on the platform was a man seated in a chair. He appeared to be middle-aged, yet an awe-inspiring majesty radiated from him. The aura emanating from his body suppressed everything around him, far surpassing that of any city lord present. "Provincial Lord." City Lord Wang hastened to bow upon seeing the man, his eyes filled with reverence. Still, he was somewhat surprised. On ordinary occasions, this great figure never came to the examinations. His personal arrival now signaled just how seriously he regarded this competition. The man before him was the Lord of Tianhe Province, his direct superior, a peerless town-suppressing general of terrifying might. The provincial lord merely glanced at City Lord Wang before averting his gaze, his expression remaining indifferent all the while. In his eyes, Jinling was merely one of the weaker cities under his jurisdiction. After paying his respects to the provincial lord, City Lord Wang found a seat and sat down. He fell into conversation with the city lords seated beside him. "City Lordly, long time no see. I hear your city has produced many prodigies this year. No shortage of great grandmasters, so they're sure to shine even brighter than in past years." City Lordly appeared to be a man of around 30, without a single strand of gray hair, looking remarkably young. "You flatter me. Jinling has done quite well this year too. I've heard you've produced a formidable genius who might break into the top 80. Then you won't have to keep occupying the bottom," City Lordly said with a smile. Hearing those words, City Lord Wang broke into a smile as well. His greatest hope this time was Yi Fan. Yet he also knew this year's examination would be exceptionally difficult. What rank Yi Fan achieved would be a matter of fate. Of course, the higher the rank the better, and the more delighted he would be. But none of it was something he could decide on his own. It all depended on whether Yi Fan could deliver. The other city lords joined the conversation as well, but they did not chat for long. 2 people stepped out from beside the provincial lord, a man and a woman, the chief examiners of this 36-city competition and trusted confidants of the provincial lord. "I now declare the 36-city grand competition officially begun." One of them spoke out toward the crowd below, his voice spreading across the entire plaza. The geniuses assembled in the plaza all had light kindling in their eyes. The grand competition had finally begun, and they had been waiting for this day for a long time. If they could secure a good ranking today, they would not only obtain abundant cultivation resources, but also gain admission into the 10 great academies with boundless prospects ahead. Now I shall announce the rules of the assessment. In a moment you will leave the plaza and enter a spatial passage that will transport you to the myriad races trial grounds. That is the No. 9 trial grounds. The most powerful among the myriad races there can rival our human race's town generals, but the overall difficulty is not too great. This No. 9 trial has 9 levels, and the strength of the myriad races will gradually grow stronger as the difficulty of the levels increases. Once you enter the trial grounds, you will need to hunt the myriad races to earn points. The more powerful the race you slay, the higher the points you will obtain. Before each of you enters, a watch will be issued to you, and the points you earn from killing the myriad races will be recorded on. However, you must remember that it is extremely dangerous inside. The survival rate over the generations has been only about 50%. With over 10,000 people here, roughly half of you will die. If any of you are afraid, you may directly forfeit the assessment and leave without any punishment. The male examiner began explaining the rules to the crowd. The purpose was to weed out cowards. Once you choose to withdraw, you cut off your own future and lose the qualification to join the 10 great academies. It means the path of martial arts ahead will become extremely arduous. We are unwilling to withdraw, so please begin the assessment. No withdrawal. Start the assessment. Then more than 10,000 people below spoke one after another. No one chose to retreat, and no one was willing to give up their future. Even if dangers abound, what of it? Though the odds of falling were high, crisis came hand in hand with opportunity. The rewards this time were surely astonishingly high. Good. The governor of Tianhe province, who had been seated, rose to his feet. His aura at the town general level erupted like a blazing sun, and terrifying astral energies surrounded him. These astral energies distorted the surrounding air, making his figure seem somewhat blurred. The governor's tiger-like eyes swept across the crowd, and he said, "You are all fine sons of the human race, and I hold great expectations for you. This time the one who ranks first in points will receive a grade cultivation method, a second grade internal cultivation technique, 3 fifth-grade spirit herbs, and 300 million in cash." As the governor of Tianhe province announced these rewards, the crowd below erupted, especially some commoners whose eyes were gleaming. These rewards were things they would never have dared to imagine on ordinary days in a lifetime. They could not earn so much. Of course, aside from first place, the top 100 will each receive different rewards. Of course, the governor did not elaborate on every detail. Instead, everything was displayed on a huge screen for everyone to see. After seeing the rewards for the top 10, the crowd was quite satisfied. Even the 10th place would receive a grade martial art. Everyone began secretly rubbing their fists and palms, ready to vie for a good ranking. Yifan, however, ignored the lower rewards entirely and focused on the first place prize, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "I won't yield this first place to anyone," Yifan said calmly. This made Bai Guiyuan and the others unable to help glancing at Yifan, thinking his tone was too arrogant. "Yifan, it seems you are quite confident." At that moment, Xianyuan Ruming, dressed in a white gown, walked over. The moment she arrived, she drew the gaze of many. She was truly too beautiful. Her delicate face was as small as a palm, coupled with an outstanding temperament that even the prodigies of the great cities could not help but steal several more glances at Xianyuan Ruming. "Your strength." Yifan looked at Xianyuan Ruming, feeling somewhat surprised. "I broke through yesterday. I am now a grandmaster." Xianyuan Ruming smiled gently. Yifan also laughed, saying, "No wonder you told me to cultivate diligently." He was not too surprised, but he sensed that Xianyuan Ruming's background was probably even stronger than he had imagined. To break through in such a short time and become a grandmaster required a massive amount of cultivation resources. If she had relied solely on the Xianyuan family of Jinling, it would probably not have been enough. "Yifan, why are you here? I looked for you for ages and couldn't find you." Li Fu walked over. "Why are you here?" Seeing Li Fu, Yifan was somewhat surprised. Logically, Li Fu's strength was insufficient to participate in such an assessment. "I came to the spectator stands on purpose to cheer you on." Li Fu grinned as he said those words. "You're thoughtful." Yifan looked at Li Fu. For this good friend, he would certainly help if he had the chance in the future. Isn't this rooming the campus bell?" Li Fu seemed slow to react. Only after chatting with Yifan did he notice Xianyuan Ruming, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Xianyuan Ruming smiled gently and paid no mind. "Yifan, you must do your best." Xianyuan Ruming made a gesture of encouragement. "Let's both do our best." Yifan looked at Xianyuan Ruming with a very gentle gaze. "Yifan, you are the most talented prodigy of Jinling. You must win a good ranking." City Lord Wang had at some unknown time come down from the high platform and walked over to Yifan to cheer him on in person. "Rest assured, Lord City Lord." Yifan was quite confident in himself. "All of you come line up. In a moment, staff members will hand you watches. Once you put them on, you can enter the No. 9 trial grounds for the assessment." The voice of the female chief examiner from the high platform reached the ears of the crowd. It didn't take long before he finally received his watch and could enter the No. 9 trial grounds. Yifan walked forward and came upon a massive gate. As Yifan stepped into it, he felt a wave of spatial fluctuation, and his entire perception plunged into darkness. He did not know how much time had passed before the darkness around him vanished. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw was a landscape of green mountains and clear waters. Not far away, some white horses were grazing on tender green grass. The water babbled softly, looking like a paradise removed from the world. It seemed to be another world entirely, forming a stark contrast with the high-tech plaza from moments ago. So this is the No. 9 trial grounds. Yi Fan had long heard of this trial grounds. It was said that there were several thousand passages within, and one could encounter the myriad races in every passage. He had entered one of those passages. Yi Fan looked up and sensed the presence of demonic beasts within the dense forest not far away. Demonic beasts were also one of the myriad races, and they were extremely ferocious. It seems the assessment is to kill these demonic beasts. Yi Fan calmly walked toward the forest ahead. Yi Fan walked into the woods and soon spotted a demonic beast, a tiger-like monster whose fur blazed like flames, devouring something at that moment. When Yi Fan focused his gaze, a terrifying killing intent burst from his eyes and swept toward the beast. What the beast was eating turned out to be a human. Most of the body had already been devoured, leaving only a pair of wicked beast. Yi Fan's killing intent surged. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged forward. His profound inner chi erupted, condensed into a fist seal, and blasted toward the front. Bang! The beast didn't even have a chance to let out a scream before it was blasted into a mist of blood. Though the beast was dead, the killing intent radiating from Yi Fan did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, he cast a piercing gaze toward another place. Although he didn't know who the devoured person was, these myriad races truly deserved death. They were the great enemies of humanity, and one must never show them mercy. All those demonic beasts deserved to die. He would never let them off. At this moment, Yi Fan had temporarily forgotten about the points. All he wanted was to slaughter the myriad races. Were it not for these myriad races, humanity would not have to live in such misery, with countless people losing their loved ones every year. Everyone had to force themselves to grow stronger, otherwise when the myriad races came to slaughter, they could only wait. Yi Fan continued deeper. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of a fight. He looked ahead and saw several trial participants who had entered the training grounds together with him. They were currently fighting a terrifying demonic beast, a level 4 fierce beast, extremely dangerous, exuding an incredibly dreadful aura. The two trial participants opposing the beast had yet to break through to Grandmaster, and they were utterly dumbfounded. Who could have thought that simply entering a random passage for training would lead them to encounter such a terrifying fierce beast? We're done for. A short, stocky man was in despair. What they faced was a snow-white giant wolf with gleaming white fur bearing its fangs at them. Moreover, this terrifying giant wolf was extremely fast and dangerous. Roar! The wolf let out a thunderous howl, its figure instantly turning into a streak of white light as it charged at one of the trial participants. Despair appeared on that trial participant's face. The moment they encountered this giant wolf, they knew they were doomed. This was a white wolf demonic beast, a master of speed, and its cultivation realm was superior to theirs. Its sharp claws could pierce their hearts in an instant. In front of me, you still want to kill? Yi Fan took a step forward, the air around him twisting. A terrifying burst of inner chi formed a stream of light and shot straight toward the white wolf. The white wolf had intended to kill the trial participant, but suddenly sensed danger and instinctively tried to flee backward. However, it had greatly underestimated the speed of that chi stream. It was unbelievably fast. Swoosh! The stream of light tore through the air at several times the speed of sound. Ow! The giant wolf let out a mournful wail. Its body was pierced through by the stream of light, and it collapsed onto the ground. Crimson blood instantly flooded that small patch of ground. Watching all this, the two trial participants froze, instinctively swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Then they both turned their gazes to the one who had saved them. Yi Fan, it's him. As expected of Jinling's #1 talent, his reputation is well-deserved. The two trial participants looked at Yi Fan with astonishment and then expressed their gratitude. Yi Fan, thank you for saving our lives. Yi Fan nodded at them and said, don't mention it. I needed to pass this first level anyway, it was merely a matter of convenience. Then Yi Fan walked up to the fierce beast. With his profound inner chi, he sliced open its belly and retrieved a beast crystal from within. Such a crystal only formed in fierce beasts that had reached level 4. Directly in front of everyone, Yi Fan absorbed the crystal. In the span of 2 breaths, it dimmed and then crumbled into powder that dissipated. Yi Fan felt his combat power increase somewhat, only by around 100,000. Still, it was indeed a bit of an. Moreover, this was merely an ordinary level 4 Grandmaster rank fierce beast, yet it could increase his combat power by so much and strengthen his primordial sacred body. If he killed even more powerful fierce beasts, he would surely gain an even greater boost in combat power. At this thought, Yi Fan felt a sense of anticipation. He let out a soft breath and slowly walked deeper. He needed to slay more fierce beasts to raise his combat power and become even stronger. After all, he possessed the primordial sacred body. If it could reach great perfection, he could slaughter even venerables or even more terrifying powerhouses. However, that was still far off, for he had yet to achieve even minor mastery, let alone the seemingly unreachable great perfection. Right now, he had only awakened a fraction of the primordial sacred Bodhi's power. The two trial participants watched Yi Fan leave with reverence and awe. Then they exchanged a glance. Did we see that right? He refined a level 4 crystal in just a few breaths. Even an ordinary great grandmaster couldn't do that. It seems this Yi Fan is far more powerful than we imagined. With that thought, they stared in the direction Yi Fan had gone, their gazes growing even more reverent. Meanwhile, outside, on a high platform, several enormous screens had risen into view, each displaying scenes from one of the various passages. In these scenes, some human trial participants were torn apart alive by demonic beasts, or even devoured. All the city lords watched these scenes calmly. Every year people were devoured by demonic beasts, they had long grown, but there were also trial participants who were slaughtering demonic beasts, madly wielding terrifying strength. Take for instance those prodigies at the half-step town general level. They had already fought their way through the first level, and every demonic beast that stood in their way had fallen one after another in pools of blood. True peerless prodigies like Long Aoyan and Wang Chongyang were far stronger than the other trial participants. They were simply on a whole different level. Each of them possessed overwhelming methods and advanced unimpeded. At that moment, several city lords were watching passage No. 6, where a genius was shining brilliantly. This genius had short tousled hair and a proud aloof expression on his face. At that instant he executed a martial art and instantly slew over 100 demonic beasts, a totally devastating sweep that slaughtered straight through them. Isn't this Murong Chengwang from Qingyan Mansion? He's actually this powerful, one city lord exclaimed in surprise. The records indicated that this person was around the 3rd level of the Great Grandmaster realm, but that was clearly inaccurate. This Murong Chengwang has the strength to challenge the top 10, commented the governor of Tianhe province. Everyone turned envious gazes toward the Qingyan Mansion lord. The Qingyan Mansion would likely occupy 2 of the top 10 spots, truly a sight to envy. The Qingyan Mansion lord looked refined, gentle, and affable. A smile hung on his face, now clearly showing his high spirits. Long Aoyan's score is soaring. He has taken first place. Suddenly someone cried out in surprise. Everyone looked at the leaderboard on the screen. Long Aoyan was far ahead, already at 10,000 points, while second place had only 5,000. Among the 10 great geniuses, Long Aoyan is the most likely to claim the championship. A city lord commented. The Tianhe province lord said who will take first place is still unknown. Because as far as he knew there were 6 prodigies at the half-step town general level this time, otherwise he would not have come. Moreover, he knew that besides these 6 half-step town general prodigies, those ranked 7th to 10th were also extraordinary. Almost all were at the 8th level of the Great Grandmaster realm, each one incomparably powerful. This year could be called the highest quality cohort in their Tianhe province, so the competition would be exceptionally fierce. Of course, the most intense contest was for first place, where 6 peerless geniuses would be battling wildly. They were Bai Guiyuan, Long Aoyan, Murong Qingfeng, Xianyuan Long, Situ Kongming, and Wang Chongyang. At this moment the screen was showing a scene from inside one of the passages. He was a handsome youth with short hair dressed in purple robes. He too had already reached the second trial, and the myriad races of the second trial included beings comparable to great grandmasters. One such being, holding a spiked club and resembling a goblin, was glaring savagely at the purple-robed youth Situ Kongming. Foolish creature of the myriad races. Situ Kongming made no excessive movements. He merely cast a glare at that creature of the myriad races. A terrifying spiritual power swept over. The goblin-like creature froze at once. Its soul was shattered, and it collapsed to the ground lifeless. Situ Kongming calmly walked over, drew out the crystal from its body, and continued toward the next trial. This Situ Kongming truly has formidable spiritual power. A city lord sighed in admiration, thinking that this man was truly powerful. The others were filled with envy as well. This was a prodigy of Xinyue Mansion. Unfortunately, their own cities could hardly produce such a mighty peerless genius. City Lord Wang watched the performances of these peerless geniuses and was utterly shocked, but he could only envy them. Then his gaze shifted to one of the passages, the place where Yi Fan was. At this moment Yi Fan was searching for fierce beasts. But compared with those peerless geniuses, he was simply far too lacking. Yi Fan, hurry up and clear the first trial. You absolutely must win glory for our Jinling. City Lord Wang's greatest hopes rested on Yi Fan. The other prodigies of Jinling were far weaker than him. City Lord Wang, it seems rather uncertain whether Yi Fan can even make the top 100. So many prodigies have emerged. The city lords around him were discussing. Besides Grandmaster level prodigies, there were quite a few great Grandmaster level ones. They felt that Jinling would probably end up at the bottom again, because Yi Fan in the live feed was simply too unremarkable. When City Lord Wang heard the other city lord's sarcastic remarks, he felt bitter inside. What are you in such a hurry about? Who says Jinling will be at the bottom again? No one knows the result until the final moment. Seeing City Lord Wang's stubborn manner, the other city lords said no more, and simply turned their eyes to the screen ahead. At this moment, another peerless genius on the screen made his move. He was a black-haired man in black robes with a frigid aura radiating from his entire body like a millennium-old profound ice. This Bai Guiyuan is said to possess terrifying natural talent, having cultivated several branch martial arts to perform. One city lord had specifically investigated Bai Guiyuan and discovered that his talent was indeed unspeakably terrifying. The growth speed and cultivation speed of such peerless geniuses were beyond their imagination. Now the Bai Guiyuan in the live feed made his move. A long saber was strapped to his back. The The long saber flew out on its own and slashed forward. A blade chi dozens of meters long instantly slew every myriad race creature in his path. Whether they were great grandmaster-level creatures of the myriad races or weak ones, they were treated equally. Under that single slash, they were torn apart by the blade chi, turning into cold corpses. Blood drenched the ground. Yet not a single drop stained Bai Guiyuan's body. With 6 peerless geniuses contending for first place this year, one truly cannot say who will come out on top. This assessment is truly fascinating. All the city lords were discussing. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Long and Murong Qingfeng also began to exert their strength. Xianyuan Long was a relatively burly man. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his method of slaughtering myriad race creatures was equally brutal. He did not use true chi, he relied purely on physical force, and easily tore them apart. The resulting scene was even more shocking. Murong Qingfeng, his body wreathed in lightning, passed the second trial with ease and entered the third. Everywhere he walked, crackling lightning lingered on the ground along with piles of ashes from the myriad races. His lightning power was so wildly violent that none of the myriad race creatures struck by it could leave behind an intact corpse. The performances of these peerless geniuses left many city lords feeling ashamed of their own inadequacy. After all, even if they went themselves, they would not necessarily perform any better than these peerless geniuses. These peerless geniuses were destined to join the top 10 great academies. They were destined to rise to even greater heights, to a realm that these city lords could only look up to. The Tianhe province lord watched the 6 peerless geniuses make their moves, all vying for first place, and a faint smile crept onto his face. The more peerless geniuses appeared, the more resources his Tianhe province would obtain, and the higher the realm he himself could enter. Meanwhile, in passage 1000, where Yi Fan was, the corpses of many demonic beasts lay all around him. Demonic beasts were also one race among the myriad races. He had already passed the first trial. Moreover, by refining a large amount of crystal power, his combat power had increased by over 1 million. In particular, he had opened up the bitter sea within his body. His bitter sea had originally been opened to only 10 meters, but now it had reached 50 meters. One had to consider that this was merely from the beasts of the first trial. If he killed more beasts later, he would definitely be able to expand his bitter sea even further. The more his bitter sea expanded, the greater the might of his divine manifestation would become. Therefore, Yi Fan stepped into the second trial, without hesitation, intending to slay the myriad races at an even faster pace. The scene before him changed. This time he arrived on a vast desert where countless myriad race creatures resembling black scorpions surrounded him, their stingers gleaming with cold light. Yi Fan looked at these myriad race creatures. At this moment, his thick blood Danqi power erupted, and his Gang Qi surged outward as well. Rising Dragon Fist. Yi Fan threw a punch. Against these densely packed myriad race creatures, it was a massacre on the spot. The terrifying Gang Qi fist seal bloomed with dazzling radiance, and a dragon's roar rang out. Immediately afterward, countless bodies of myriad race creatures were blasted into clouds of blood mist, and crystals fell to the ground one after another. Among these myriad race creatures, there were actually numerous grandmasters, and even great grandmasters. But under Yi Fan's single move, they were all like ants. Yi Fan looked at the points he had accrued, and was startled to find they had reached 20,000. He remembered that just before they had only been 8,000. He then stepped forward and gathered all the myriad race crystals, intending to stay where he was, and refine them all, opening up an even greater space in his bitter sea. At that moment, the screen outside flickered. Yi Fan's points had jumped directly to 11th place. Quick look, there's a dark horse. It's Jinling's Yi Fan. Someone shouted. The city lords all turned their gazes toward passage 1000 and looked at Yi Fan. In the video, a young boy was refining a ferocious beast crystal. The stage he was on was the second level with 200 points, indicating that the next stage could be unlocked. How did Yi Fan suddenly rise to 11th place? How did he manage this? It is simply astonishing. Quick, a city lord instructed the staff to begin replaying the video, and the scenes from the footage appeared before everyone's eyes. With just a single strike, whether it was a Grandmaster or Supreme Grandmaster level beast, it was instantly defeated, reduced to ashes beneath that radiant fist. Witnessing this scene, many people wore expressions of astonishment. The Heavenly River Province Lord began to focus directly on Yi Fan, remarking, "It seems he has been concealing his true strength. He must have already reached the Supreme Grandmaster realm, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Old one, you really know how to play the part. With such strength, you could surely challenge the top 50. This is quite the dark horse, truly unbelievable. I believe he could even crack the top 30. The city lords began discussing among themselves, their gazes falling upon and now City Lord Wang's heart was filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? All he had hoped for was that Yi Fan could break into the top 80, which would have been excellent enough to fill him with immense surprise. But now Yi Fan's ranking left him feeling utterly incredulous and bewildered. It was as if an ordinary person suddenly discovered an extra 100 million in their bank account. This was simply too incredible, almost impossible. That fist of blazing fire with its terrifying power had annihilated countless beasts in an instant. Yi Fan should be designated as a key observation target. The Heavenly River Province Lord declared. City Lord Wang, grinning widely at this moment, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The envious and jealous glances from those around him only made him feel even more pleased. That kid Yi Fan seems to have made another massive leap in recent times. Yet he was also somewhat surprised. When had Yi Fan broken through to the Supreme Grandmaster realm? Wait, could it be that he was the one who killed the Black Wolf Gang leader? City Lord Wang suddenly recalled something. The death of the Black Wolf Gang leader had caused quite a stir, with everyone speculating about who could have killed such a Supreme Grand. Thinking back now, it was very likely Yi Fan. Or perhaps Yi Fan had been concealing his strength even during the 10 Schools Grand competition, having already reached the Supreme Grandmaster realm long ago. Later he had wiped out the Black Wolf Gang, entirely seizing all their cultivation resources, which allowed him to advance to his current realm. With this in mind, everything fell into place. After all, Yi Fan came from an ordinary family, and even with extraordinary talent, without sufficient cultivation resources, it would have been impossible to advance so rapidly. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, his heart swelled with delight. If he had known Yi Fan's talent was this astonishing, he could have easily sponsored the young man, providing him with ample cultivation resources. Wang Chongyang has already reached the 4th stage. The city lord of Mingyue City was watching his peerless prodigy, Wang Chongyang, whom he had high hopes for. Now he had surpassed Long Outyin in one move, charging straight to the 4th stage. In the footage, Wang Chongyang appeared as a youth of formidable presence, his entire body surging with profound true qi. Moreover, he radiated an intense heat that seemed capable of melting anything. Crimson flames flared around him, directly dissolving the snow and wind of the 4th stage, burning them into vapor. Opposite Wang Chongyang stood a single beast from the myriad races, a massive, 3-headed black wolf, exuding dangerous killing intent as it stared at Wang Chongyang. This enormous beast stood fully 10 meters tall, resembling a 3-headed hound unleashed from hell, possessing strength comparable to a mid-stage Supreme Grandmaster. It was truly fearsome. Yet Wang Chongyang, facing it, employed no elaborate techniques. He simply extended his palm forward, and the void itself seemed to wail, as if unable to bear the weight of his power. Immediately, true qi condensed into a colossal claw wreathed in crimson flames. This massive claw swept across the landscape, carrying an astonishing temperature and a terrifying killing aura. The 3 mouths of the beast simultaneously spewed black rays, dark light brimming with terrifying energy. Yet it still could not shatter the flame-forged claw. From afar, it resembled a hawk diving from the clouds to seize its prey. This was the cloud-searching claw, a formidable martial technique. Roar! The beast let out a bellow, but to no avail. It was grasped by the flaming claw with unstoppable force, and with a powerful squeeze its body began to melt, billowing with thick black smoke. Its lament echoed across the wilderness, but soon faded away as it collapsed lifeless upon the ground. Wang Chongyang walked forward, retrieved the beast crystal from its body, and then with an expressionless face entered the next stage. Witnessing this, everyone was somewhat astonished, feeling that Wang Chongyang's strength had somewhat exceeded expectations. Incredible! This Wang Chongyang has overtaken Long Outyin. Do not speak too soon. Long Outyin has also entered the 4th stage. Everyone shifted their gaze to other peerless prodigies, discovering that nearly all of them were about to reach the 4th stage. However, Wang Chongyang's clearing speed was the fastest, his true qi carrying an exceptionally domineering flame. This made people wonder what would happen if Yi Fan and Wang Chongyang were to face each other. But soon they shook their heads, finding this notion somewhat absurd. Wang Chongyang's cultivation realm was certainly superior to Yi Fan's. Yi Fan stood little chance against him, making comparison unnecessary. Wang Chongyang was a peerless prodigy with a real chance at championship, while Yi Fan's performance thus far could only be described as that of a talented youth. The gap between them remained significant. At this moment, the city lord of Beihai Mansion sneered, for he knew that Bai Lisang's ultimate move had not yet been. Bai Lisang was the most terrifying prodigy he had ever encountered, his strength beyond imagination. Once he unleashed his final trump card, it would surely astonish everyone. After all, Bai Lisang had come completely intent on breaching the 9th stage. Any myriad race beast that stood in his path would perish beneath his blade. The city lord of Long City remained silent. He did not concern himself with Wang Chongyang's efforts, for he also knew that Long Outyin possessed even more powerful trump cards, merely choosing not to reveal them prematurely. He believed Long Outyin had a higher probability of claiming the championship than the other peerless prodigies. Thus, the various city lords no longer paid attention to Yi Fan. Only City Lord Wang continued to watch Yi Fan closely, his heart swelling with quiet satisfaction. The prospect of someone capable of breaking into the top 30 was enough to make one's spirits soar with excitement. Their Jinling was finally about to produce a formidable prodigy. They would no longer have to finish at the bottom year after year. Each year of finishing last meant ever-dwindling cultivation resources, which only made it harder to nurture talented youths. But now Yi Fan could shatter this curse. Meanwhile, inside a spacious great hall, a group of people clad in black robes stood together. Black aura clung to their bodies as if they had cultivated some kind of evil martial art. Especially the man seated at the very front. Gang Qi flowed around him. He was clearly a powerful town general. Yet his true qi was blood red, giving off an extremely unnerving feeling. Moreover, woven into his true qi were the wailing sounds of ghostly things, as if something was crying out in At this moment, this town general clad in black robes with a gaunt face was sitting on an enormous chair that resembled a throne carved all over with images of the various myriad races. As you all must know, the grand competition of the 36 cities of Tiana Prefecture has already begun. The place they chose for the assessment is Trial Ground No. 9, so what we must do is enter it as well and hunt down those prodigies. That town general spoke to the people below. He was a protector of the myriad races cult known as the Ninth Protector. Above him were 8 even more powerful protectors, and above the protectors were even more powerful elders. The creed of the myriad races cult was the eternity of the myriad races, and they blatantly worshipped the myriad races as gods. They were all traitors to the human race, yet they believed they had done nothing wrong. They had merely sided with the stronger party. They founded the myriad races cult because they believed that only by serving the myriad races could humanity have any future. We obey your decree. 3 people stepped forward and bowed first. These 3 were deacons of the myriad races cult, all at the half-step town general level. Under their command were a great number of captains, every one of them a grand master, and beneath the captains were countless cult followers. This time their task was to enter Trial Ground No. 9 through other channels and begin hunting down the prodigies inside. However, at that very moment, a terrifying aura descended and a middle-aged man appeared. He was about 1.9 meters tall with a pair of hawk-like eyes and looked extremely dangerous. Old 9, what is the point of killing a few prodigies? If we are going to strike, we should kill every last one of them. The Grand Protector has given the order. I am to assist you in destroying the teleportation array inside and wipe out all the prodigies in one net. The Ninth Protector said in a hoarse voice, murderous light flashing in his eyes and a manic expression spreading across his face. As expected of the Grand Protector, he thinks further ahead than I did. The Ninth Protector rose to his feet. He rather approved of this approach. He had heard that this generation of prodigies in Tiana province was of higher caliber than previous ones. If they were wiped out in one stroke, he very much wanted to see what expression would appear on the sour face of the Tianhe provincial lord. However, destroying the teleportation array would ultimately require their 2 town generals to act. No one else had the. You will follow the original plan and enter to slaughter the prodigies. The 8th Protector and I will wait for the right moment to destroy the teleportation array, but before we destroy it, we will warn you to withdraw. The 9th Protector said this to the crowd. As you command. Those below answered in unison. Then they were about to begin their operations. The first step was to enter Trial Ground No. 9. Having operated for so many years, the myriad races cult had naturally infiltrated every place. Entering Trial Ground No. 9 was as simple as eating and drinking for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the second trial, Yi Fan, who had been cultivating, opened his eyes. After refining those crystals, the bitter sea within his body had already been expanded to 100 meters. His battle power had increased considerably by roughly 10 million, and his cultivation realm had also successfully stepped into the 8th level of the Grandmaster stage. The bitter sea within him had also been smoothly expanded to 100 meters. The more he expanded the bitter sea, the more terrifying his strength would become, and the bitter sea stretched boundlessly. To reach minor mastery of the bitter sea, he would have to expand it to 1,000 meters. At that point, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. For others, Trial Ground No. 9 might be a nightmare, but to Yi Fan, it was a place brimming with opportunities. I need to obtain more crystals. At that moment, Yi Fan set his goal clearly. Without wasting a single moment, he went straight into the next trial. The third trial. What appeared before Yi Fan was not a horde of myriad race beings, but only 3 fierce-looking Grand Master level myriad race beings. He sensed them. These 3 myriad race beings were roughly at the 4th level of the Grand Master realm, having just stepped into the mid-Grand Master stage. 2 of them were half-human in shape with a pair of snow-white wings growing from their backs. Their complexions were so pale they seemed to shine, and instead of legs they had animal claws resembling crane talons. The other myriad race being was a black gorilla with 4 arms and a massive body 5 meters in size. At this moment it was baring its teeth at him. At their feet lay the withered bones of trial takers. Clearly they had killed quite a few humans. Roar! The gorilla-like myriad race demonic beast pounced at Yi Fan, carrying a terrifying slaughterous aura. Ferocious beyond measure, it whipped up a violent gale around it. Bang! But the next moment it was caught by a single palm. The palm exerted a slight force, and terrifying Gang Chi directly tore the savage beast apart, splattering bright red blood across the ground. The beast was torn in 2 while still alive. Even in death, it could not understand why the human before it was so powerful. The remaining 2 myriad race beings were now seized with terror. Knowing how powerful Yi Fan was, they immediately beat their wings and soared high into the sky. Then high in the air, they condensed white spheres formed from the true Qi erupting from within their bodies. Shwa shwa shwa. The spheres tore through the air with shrill whistles, streaking toward Yi Fan like bullets and unleashing astonishing power. Facing such deadly strikes, Yi Fan did not even look. He simply swung his fist toward the sky. Ayo! A dragon's roar resounded. The brilliant fist light erupted with air-ending force, and that terrifying power directly blasted the 2 myriad race beings out of the sky. And so the 3 myriad race beings were effortlessly dealt with. Yi Fan had not been the least bit serious, because to him these myriad race beings were far too weak. Only the crystals in their bodies were useful, helping him expand the bitter sea. He took the 3 crystals, found a place to sit down, and began refining them. The trial that others considered extremely difficult was to Yi Fan now nothing more than child's play. At this moment, Yi Fan's ranking also began to shoot upward, leaping straight to 8th place. Meanwhile, in the plaza, the city lords watched Yi Fan's ranking suddenly reach 8th, and astonishment spread across their faces. Even the Tianhe provincial lord looked taken aback. After all, he had just remarked that Yi Fan had the potential to challenge the top 30. Now that seemed a little like a slap to his own face. How was this merely a push for the top 30? With such a fast clearance speed, even the top 15 was possible. This time, however, the Tianhe provincial lord had learned to be wiser. He no longer made casual evaluations. Instead, he had the staff replay the footage. When everyone watched the replay, they all showed astonished expressions, as if by unspoken agreement. Because Yi Fan's clearance speed this time was exceptionally fast, clean, and decisive, as if he had not been serious at all. Another one-punch instant kill. This made it even harder for them to see through Yi Fan. This Yi Fan. Why does he feel a bit like a peerless prodigy? Someone suddenly said this, and surprisingly no one refuted it. Because now they also felt it was somewhat true. After all, only prodigies ranked in the top 10 could handle things so cleanly and decisively. He probably hasn't reached the level of a peerless prodigy. He hasn't broken through to half-step town general, but he should be roughly on par with the last 4 of the 10 great geniuses. The Qingyun prefecture lord gave a fair and pertinent assessment. The others nodded in agreement, then cast their gazes towards City Lord Wang. Hearing the discussions around him, City Lord Wang was no longer just pleasantly surprised. He was wild with joy. Top 10 aptitude. Had he been blind? Why had he not discovered Yi Fan's terrifyingly apt aptitude earlier? He stared fixedly at the screen, and only came back to his senses after a long while. Golden flames blazed fiercely as Yi Fan refined the crystals in the 3rd trial, opening up even more space within the bitter sea of his body. 3 powerful crystals merged into his body, transforming into pure astral qi, successfully carving out another 100 meters of the bitter sea. Yi Fan opened his eyes. His combat strength had increased once more, but this boost amounted only to roughly. Moreover, he could sense that opening the bitter sea was growing more and more difficult. To open it to 1,000 meters would likely be especially arduous. If I want the primordial sacred body to reach minor mastery, I'm afraid I'll have to clear the 9th trial. With that, Yi Fan looked ahead where a new passage had formed. He stepped into it and vanished from sight. When he appeared again, he found himself before an ancient, desolate city. The old city seemed somewhat dilapidated, and at its city gate stood 2 stone statues of soldiers. Those stone statues were equally weathered, covered with traces of age. From within the city, a tremendous rumbling sound came, and then a massive beast appeared in Yi Fan's field of vision, a colossal monster of enormous size. It appeared to be 15 meters tall, resembling a turtle-like monster, but its shell was covered in sharp spikes that glowed. At that moment, the ferocious beast was staring fixedly at Yi Fan. 6th level Great Grandmaster. Yi Fan sensed the beast's cultivation realm, and curled his lips, paying it no mind at all. This 4th trial might be very difficult for others, but for him it was as easy as pie. Absolutely no challenge at all. Meanwhile, over on another side. Passage 1000 Trial 3. These passages were shared by all. Anyone could enter, but the monsters encountered would be different. At this moment, 2 people had entered. One was the handsome Bai Long, still dressed in a white shirt, looking every bit like a son. Following behind him was his younger cousin Bai Guiyuan. Bai Guiyuan's body was stained with many traces of blood. Clearly, he had only fought through bloody battles in the earlier stages to barely reach this place. Cousin, this 2nd trial is too terrifying. We actually ran into several great Grandmaster tier monsters. Thank goodness you were here, otherwise we'd be done for. Bai Guiyuan still felt a lingering fear just thinking about it. Fortunately, he had appeared in the same passage as his cousin and was protected by him, otherwise he would already be dead. Why stand on ceremony with me? Let's keep moving forward. Bai Long said dismissively, wearing an appearance of complete ease. But at that moment he was only pretending to be calm. Trial ground no. 9 was simply too difficult. With his strength, he suspected he could probably reach the 5th trial at most. That was already his limit. After all, the myriad races in the later stages would only grow stronger. His younger cousin was destined to be eliminated. Since he had to protect his cousin, he had to hold himself back, unable to fully unleash his formidable power. The most crushed person at this moment was Bai Guiyuan. He had originally thought that after breaking through to Grandmaster, he could wipe away his shame and teach Yi Fan a lesson. But now he no longer had such thoughts. He even believed Yi Fan had probably been eliminated in the earlier stages. If not for his cousin's protection, he too would have been eliminated by now. Surviving in such a cruel trial was simply too. Perhaps directly conceding was the best choice. As long as one gave up and admitted defeat, one would be teleported straight out and in this trial. Meanwhile, on another side. Inside one passage, the indifferent-faced Wang Xingqian was also at the 3rd trial. He was full of confidence, his gaze cold as he looked at the 3 great Grandmaster tier monsters ahead. You are all destined to die here today. Wang Xingqian spoke with extreme arrogance, his eyes brimming with confidence, refusing to take these monsters seriously at all. The monsters now flew into a frenzy and threw themselves at Wang Xingqian one after another. A full-scale battle erupted. After a long while, 2 monsters lay on the ground, leaving only one struggling desperately. Wang Xingchen looked at the last monster with an indifferent expression. True Qi condensed in his hand into a long saber, and with a single stroke he cut off the monster's head. After killing these monsters, he did not continue onward. Instead, he prepared to recover here and absorb the power of the monster crystals to make himself even stronger. My foolish elder brother always thought Yi Fan was a remarkable enemy. That piece of trash should be eliminated. At this moment, Wang Xingchen felt that Yi Fan was truly finished. Although he was a grandmaster, participating in this kind of assessment meant he was doomed to be eliminated. Even he himself had fought so hard to reach this point. How could Yi Fan possibly be stronger? Very likely Yi Fan had died in some obscure corner of trial ground. No. 9. With that, Wang Xingchen closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Boom. A colossal roar sounded. The fist imprint condensed from flames erupted with a dragon's cry, rocking heaven and earth and shaking all directions. At this moment, Yi Fan was like a young guardian general. With a single punch, he blasted a mid-grandmaster to your mind. That was right. The monster's hard outer shell was of no use. Under the light of Yi Fan's fist, it was as fragile as a piece of thin paper, utterly unable to resist. The monster's enormous body exploded and was utterly destroyed, not even leaving behind an intact corpse. Yi Fan reached out and seized the crystal before him. Looking at the dazzling crystal, he smiled slightly. He could expand the bitter sea once again. Should I just fight my way straight through the 5th trial? Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment, then decided not to refine the crystal just yet. With his current strength, he could easily sweep through the 5th trial. When the time came, he would refine the 5th trial's beast crystal together with the 4th trial's crystal, which would also save a fair amount of time. At that thought, Yi Fan did not hesitate in the slightest. He stepped directly into the 5th trial, and his figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, at this very moment, outside, everything had utterly exploded into uproar. Almost everyone's gaze shifted to passage 1000, where Yi Fan was. Hiss. One city lord even drew in a breath of cold air because Yi Fan was too terrifying. His showing was in no way inferior to those peerless prodigies. No matter how powerful the monster he faced, he killed it in an instant. These trial checkpoints were like child's play to him, seemingly without any difficulty at all. Old one, you've hidden this remarkably well. What exactly is Yi Fan's strength level? A person acquainted with At this moment, City Lord Wang was also dumbfounded. Yi Fan had been shattering his expectations time and time again. No wonder he had reached 9th on the points leaderboard so quickly. His speed at killing monsters was horrifying, and he did it so cleanly and decisively. It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky onto him, leaving him utterly in disbelief. This City Lord Wang is a genuine scoundrel. He deliberately hid such a proud prodigy. He must have designs on the championship. How pretentious this old Wang. The others were all discussing the matter. After all, the strength Yi Fan had displayed was enough to make every last one of them look at him in a new light. Moreover, he was now charging into the 5th level. His clearing speed had already surpassed many grandmasters, and even a few of the 10 great geniuses were not as quick as Yi Fan. One must know that even a grandmaster at the 8th level would need considerable effort to slay a 6th level grandmaster ferocious beast, especially one renowned for its defense. But Yi Fan finished it with one neat punch. His personal strength was clearly at an extraordinary level. Even if he was not yet comparable to the half-step town general prodigies, he probably was not far behind. At this moment, City Lord Wang was being misunderstood by the crowd, and he felt as if he had swallowed bitter herbs while being unable to speak. After all, he had no idea that Yi Fan was so terrifying. He had originally thought Yi Fan was only strong enough for the top 10, but now it seemed he might rank as high as 7th. The gap between 10th place and 7th place was enormous. Let us first see how Yi Fan performs on the 5th level. The Tianhe province lord found this especially intriguing and also began to pay attention to Yi Fan. He felt that Yi Fan might be a formidable dark horse, perhaps even capable of pulling down one of the unparalleled prodigies. So what if he is strong? Wang Chongyang is even stronger. Long Outyin is no slouch either. Their performances are far stronger than Yi Fan's. The city lord of Mingyue City and the city lord of Longqing both gave cold snorts, feeling that they should not pay Yi Fan too much attention. Clearly their own unparalleled prodigies were stronger, yet he was stealing the limelight. Besides, their unmatched prodigies were clearly ranked higher than Yi Fan. They had already passed the 5th level and were now stepping into the 6th, so they were obviously more worthy of attention. The Tianhe province lord shifted his gaze directly to one of the passages, and there in that passage was Wang Chongyang. At this moment, Wang Chongyang's aura was even more terrifying, and he had already entered the 6th level, where he faced a horrifying late grandmaster creature of the myriad races. The myriad race creature he was dealing with had 6 arms, 3 heads, and a body full of muscles. If not for the extra heads and arms, it would have looked somewhat like the Hulk. Because this myriad race creature was green all over and bared its fangs in a ferocious snarl, it clearly intended to tear Wang Chongyang apart and kill him. Roar. The dreadful beast let out a roar and lunged over, wanting to kill Wang Chongyang. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the outcome was exactly the opposite. Wang Chongyang stood in place with extraordinary bearing. Scarlet red flames blazed around his body, then condensed above his head into a long sword. The blade burned fiercely, radiating dangerous pressure. Then he brought it down in one slash. That sword strike advanced without hesitation, carrying a bizarre blend of ethereal lightness and crushing weight. But when that sword stroke passed through, the myriad race creature before him was already cut in two. Its body was also scorched by the flames, charred black. This is... The Tianhe province lord, watching the live feed, suddenly rose to his feet in excitement, his eyes full of disbelief. It was obvious that what was unfolding before him had deeply shocked him. Fire intent. I never expected that he had comprehended such a power. Some city lords also recognized it. Only one who had awakened this power could possess such terrifying offensive strength, killing a late Grandmaster myriad race creature with just one strike. Quick look at Long Outyin. Someone suddenly cried out, and everyone's attention was drawn over. Long Outyin was also on the 6th level. The myriad race creature opposite him was likewise at the late Grandmaster stage. A giant spider fully 5 meters tall, with a pair of eyes glowing with eerie light. This enormous myriad race creature excelled at spiritual attacks. At this moment its eyes lit. Wind of all things, heed my call. Long Outyin seemed to chant some kind of incantation, and then he executed a martial technique. The formless winds of heaven and earth all gathered, condensing above his head into a giant hammer. Boom. His palm descended slightly, and the condensed giant hammer struck the enormous spider with a force like... The spider let out a miserable shriek and struggled frenziedly, but all in vain. Large amounts of green liquid flowed from its body and spilled onto the ground. Sizzle. A corrosive hissing sound rang out as the ground itself began to melt. It was clear that its blood was extremely toxic. Yet such a ferocious myriad race creature had been killed so easily in Long Aotian's hands. Long Outyin, his face expressionless, took the crystal from the creature's body and entered the 7th level. Wind intent. Someone cried out, but clearly there was not as much shock as before, because they now understood that those unparalleled prodigies had probably all awakened the power of intent. They simply had not needed to use it before, as the opponents they had faced at the beginning were too weak. The power of intent was a terrifying force. Once awakened, it could greatly increase the might of any martial technique and also reduce the consumption of true qi. Besides that, one's spiritual power would also be greatly enhanced. However, not everyone could awaken this power. It depended on one's innate talent. Ordinary prodigies could not even touch the threshold of intent, let alone awaken such a power. Sure enough, the remaining unparalleled prodigies, Bai Lishang Situ, Kongming Murong Qingfeng, and Xianyuan Long, also used the power of intent when they entered the 6th level, sweeping through entirely without feeling any pressure. The trump cards of the various unparalleled prodigies had already been revealed, in part shocking many city lords. After all, they too had once wished to comprehend the power of intent, but their talent was not enough. These unparalleled prodigies, so young, had already reached such astonishing heights, which genuinely made them envious. And the city lord of Mingyue, along with the city lords of Longcheng and other cities that produced those unparalleled prodigies, now had smiles on their faces. This was the true greatness of their city's unparalleled prodigies. How could Yi Fan possibly catch up? After that, they looked back at the screen showing Yi Fan. He was still on the 5th level, still some distance behind those unparalleled prodigies were all sprinting with full force, passing the 6th level and charging straight toward the 7th, apparently intending to fight for first place. In Yi Fan's passage, his opponent this time was an 8th level Grandmaster ferocious beast. This beast was not very large, no more than 2 meters tall. It was a mantis-type beast, and its pair of emerald green eyes emitted a faint cold light. From its appearance, one could tell it was a speed-type beast. Shua. The beast tore through the air, its true qi condensing into a long saber in the sky. That blade, bearing dreadful powers, sliced through the air like a falling battle axe, intent on killing Yi Fan in one strike. Facing the demonic beast's assault, Yi Fan's eyes were icy cold. Without any unnecessary motion, he simply threw a punch. Terrifying true qi erupted, churning the surrounding air and carrying an unstoppable force that shattered the beast's attack. The mantis-like demonic beast was forcibly driven back, staggering dozens of steps before steadying itself, its cold pupils fixed on Yi Fan. It mobilized the true qi within its body, preparing to attack Yi Fan once more, but Yi Fan stood still with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint trace of mockery gleaming in his eyes. The beast flew into a rage, but only then did it notice the countless cracks spreading across its body. It turned out that during the earlier collision, the terrifying force of that punch had shattered all the vitality within it. The beast spat out a large mouthful of blood, then collapsed to its knees and gradually stopped breathing, dying completely. Yi Fan watched the scene calmly. With battle power in the hundreds of millions comparable to a town guardian, it would have been strange if he couldn't kill a mere lesser beast. After killing the beast, Yi Fan retrieved its crystal core, intending to refine it. He found a place to sit down, activated the true qi within his body, and the beast crystal quickly transformed into a steady stream of energy that flowed into him. This time he wanted to open up more bitter sea space and become even stronger. After about half an hour, Yi Fan opened his eyes, having successfully expanded his bitter sea space by a full 300 meters. Having cultivated to this level, his battle power surged once again, increasing by a full 10 million. Moreover, apart from the growth in battle power, his soul force had also become immensely powerful, allowing him to perceive all movements around him in an instant. His perception could even extend to a radius of 1,000 meters. Suddenly Yi Fan felt his vision go dark and he nearly collapsed to the ground, as if an invisible hand had given his mind a vicious squeeze. Buzz! Darkness engulfed his vision and he could no longer see anything, as if he were about to sink into that abyss. But before long he saw light again, an unprecedented radiance. It was just like upgrading from 1080p to 2K, everything appeared far more vivid and clear. Within the 1,000-meter radius, every detail was perfectly presented before his mind's eye. A torrent of information surged into his mind like a flood, yet without the slightest sense of obstruction. With his spiritual power greatly enhanced, the influx of light, sounds, objects, and even sense was processed in perfect order. It felt as though he could multitask with ease. With a mere casual release of his spirit, he could clearly perceive anything he wished to see. He casually experimented by pondering over his martial techniques, and countless images materialized in his mind. Even scenes of his past battles with others surfaced within them. Those he had once defeated had nearly faded from memory, yet now those recollections swelled wildly, flooding back. It was as if once he had seen something he would never forget it. The only downside to this feeling was the sheer volume of information, but the benefits were far greater. With his spiritual power this formidable, he could directly perceive an opponent's weaknesses in battle, divide his focus, and easily overwhelm them. The ancient desolate sacred body hasn't even reached minor success, yet it already brings me such an immense improvement. It's truly unbelievable. Yi Fan said slowly, then raised his head toward the passage to the 6th stage. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly sensed a figure in his perception. It was a man clad in black, radiating a sinister aura, drawing closer to where Yi Fan stood. This aura is the 10,000 Races cult. A fearsome killing intent emanated from Yi Fan. He never expected that such a person could have infiltrated Trial Ground No. 9. What exactly were their special purpose? Yi Fan did not rush into the 6th stage. Instead, he moved swiftly toward the location of that member of the 10,000 Races cult. Meanwhile, atop the square's elevated platform, everyone watched as Yi Fan easily passed the 5th stage, once again utterly speechless. Yi Fan's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. The beast in the 5th stage was no pushover. Logically speaking, Yi Fan should have needed at least a few exchanges to get through right. But it was another simple instant kill. It seemed there was no beast he couldn't one-shot. Is this Yi Fan also a City Lord level figure? Questioned doubtfully. If he weren't a peerless prodigy, there was no way he could perform so formidably. Moreover, Yi Fan's points had already ranked 7th, nearly matching the true peerless prodigies. Once he cleared the 6th stage, he would be able to catch up. The governor of Tianhe province watched Yi Fan with great interest and remarked with a smile, "This young man's prospects are truly extraordinary." He could now be entirely certain that Yi Fan was a formidable dark horse, even though he had yet to reveal any truly powerful trump card. But with his current strength, he could almost secure 7th place at the very least. If he continued sweeping through like this, he might even surpass several peerless prodigies and enter the top 3. However, that was merely a passing thought. Yi Fan's combat strength was impressive, but he had yet to comprehend the power of artistic conception. In the end, he would still be a notch below those peerless prodigies. At this moment, the most thrilled and excited one was naturally City Lord Wang. His smile was practically unstoppable, and many city lords around him were currying favor, hoping to build a closer relationship with him. Old Wang, just how did this Yi Fan cultivate? He seems absolutely invincible at the Grandmaster realm. This is another young prodigy. Old Wang, how did Jinling manage to produce such a peerless talent? Too powerful. He has never needed a second move to kill a beast. Does he think these beasts aren't worthy of a second move? Everyone discussed animatedly, finding the whole thing almost impossible to believe. Of course, most of all they envied and were jealous of City Lord Wang. He usually appeared honest and unassuming, yet who would have thought he had secretly recruited such a genius and nurtured him to this level? In fact, many city lords began to form their own plans, thinking they should also quietly cultivate such a terrifying prodigy and let him stun the world in the same way. But City Lord Wang said nothing, simply gazing at the screen. He wouldn't be flattered by those around him. No matter how much they praised Yi Fan's strength, what truly mattered was how far Yi Fan could go. Performing well now didn't mean he would remain invincible all the way through. Yi Fan isn't entering the next stage. He's heading in another direction. Could he still be trying to hunt more beasts? Doesn't he know that after clearing a stage he won't earn any additional points without entering the next one? Everyone was puzzled by Yi Fan's actions. At this very moment, inside the passageway, a figure moved with the lightness of a swallow, swiftly closing in on that member of the Myriad Races cult. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Fan's method toward members of the Myriad Races cult was to kill everyone he met, never leaving them any chance to live. Finally, he was less than 100 meters from that cultist, and his oppressive aura surged outward. The black-clad cultist of the Myriad Races cult visibly stiffened, fear flashing in his eyes. This man was a powerful grandmaster and a captain of the Myriad Races cult known as Captain 10. He had been transported here through a special passage, originally intending to slaughter some human prodigies, but unexpectedly, he had been locked onto by someone the moment he arrived. Moreover, the one coming was terrifying. The pressure and murderous aura radiating from him made even his soul tremble. Could it be a half-step town general? Someone capable of emitting such astonishing pressure could only be a powerful half-step town general. His scalp tingling, he erupted with mighty true chi, broke free from the pressure and tried to flee. But at that moment a figure appeared before him. It was a tall, slender youth with sharply chiseled features, sword-like brows, and star-bright eyes conveying an aura of heroic handsomeness. The youth was now staring at him with an icy cold gaze as if looking at a dead man. Which unparalleled prodigy are? Captain Ten stared at Yi Fan, utterly bewildered, because in his memory there was no such unparalleled prodigy. After all, before arriving they had reviewed the profiles and knew about Long Outyin and the others. The scum of the myriad races cult all deserve to die here. Yi Fan said expressionlessly. Terrifying astral chi surged from his body, condensing into a fist imprint that hung in the air, radiating monstrous heat. Captain Ten was now prostrate on the ground. The terrifying pressure made it hard to stand, and the fatal life-and-death crisis made every hair on his body stand on end. His body instinctively trembled, and fear and dread filled his heart. Too strong, too terrifying. Yi Fan asked. If he had not wanted to uncover the reason, he would have already struck him dead. I won't tell you. True chi began to circulate within Captain Ten's body. Since he was going to die anyway, he would not let this unparalleled prodigy get off easy. Go to hell. His true chi suddenly swelled as he unleashed a self-detonation martial art. Boom. Blood burst from every part of his body, but his self-detonation did not fully succeed because the true chi within him was suppressed by a far stronger force. It forcibly suppressed him, preventing the explosion from completing and instead damaging his own body. At that moment, the fist imprint Yi Fan had condensed blasted forth, utterly ending the cultist's life. After killing the man, Yi Fan stepped forward and searched him because he knew that anyone in the myriad races cult who had reached such a cultivation level must have amassed plenty of ill-gotten gains. Sure enough, he found a storage ring on the man. Inside were a considerable amount of money, around 30 million, and a grade 5 spirit herb. This brought a smile to Yi Fan's face. It was a very good harvest for him. Of course, what he valued most was the grade 5 spirit herb. Through a 1,000-fold amplification, it could become a grade 6 spirit herb and should directly raise his cultivation by 1 rank. However, Yi Fan looked up at the sky. Drones were flying overhead and red lights were flashing. Clearly, everything happening now could be seen from outside. If he directly amplified and advanced, the people outside would likely notice something amiss. So Yi Fan put it away first. A grade 5 spirit herb suddenly turning into a grade 6 one would make anyone suspicious, so he could not use it immediately. He could clear the stage first and refine it in a later level. Yi Fan did not want anyone to know he had an amplification. After putting away his gains, Yi Fan looked toward the passage to the 6th level, then stepped into it and vanished. Outside, all of this was seen by the spectators. Of course, they were not astonished by Yi Fan's strength, because it was only his opponent had merely been a mid-stage grandmaster, so killing him so easily was completely reasonable. The key was the clothing worn by the person he killed. The garment was embroidered with a tree covered in many skulls, the emblem of the myriad races cult. How did someone from the myriad races cult sneak into the trial grounds? The province lord of Tianhe frowned and looked at the male and female examiners. The two were his trusted subordinates responsible for arranging the assessment. But the two examiners also looked completely dumbfounded and utterly unaware, clearly taken by surprise as well. Investigate this thoroughly. I want to see exactly who opened a passage for these scum of the myriad races cult. The province lord of Tianhe said coldly, fury blazing in his eyes. Someone had done such a thing right under his nose. It was a provocation against him. My lord, this is bad. More than one myriad races cultist has infiltrated the grounds. A city lord exclaimed. At this moment, everyone turned to the screens and saw cultists appearing in almost every passage, even actively hunting down the geniuses. Some geniuses had already been hunted down and now lay in pools of blood. Should we stop this trial? Another city lord asked. The prefecture lord of Beihai stepped forward and said, I don't think we need to stop it. Since this is an assessment, we can also treat these myriad races cult members as part of the trial. Although the death toll may be higher, they will have to face the myriad races cult sooner or later anyway. What he said made sense. The other city lords pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, for they saw no problem with it. The province lord of Tianhe nodded slightly. What you said carries some reason. Then I won't send anyone to interfere for now. Then he turned his gaze to the large screen. On it, some geniuses had died at the hands of the myriad races cult, but others had killed the cultists instead. The scene appeared rather chaotic. Yet facing the myriad races cult was something these geniuses would have to undergo sooner or later. This was merely making them face it ahead of time. Although the mortality rate would rise, successfully killing cultists could forge a strong martial heart, so that in the future they would feel no fear when facing those scum of the myriad races cult. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had successfully arrived at the 6th level. When he reached it, all he saw was a single structure, a villa-like building surrounded by many flowers and plants. He even saw familiar people inside the villa, his father, mother, younger brother, and younger sister. Coming here gave him a feeling of returning home. Xiao Fan. Yi Chang'e walked toward him with large strides, his bearing steady and powerful, his vital blood qi rich and thick. It seemed that his cultivation had not been crippled. Dad. Yi Fan smiled when he saw the man approaching. Even though he knew this was an illusion, deep down he still wished that his father remained the same confident, proud martial artist as before. But as the man drew closer, Yi Fan's body instinctively sensed a faint chill. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed fiercely forward astral chi, condensing on his palm, tearing into the illusion ahead. Spiritual power radiated outward, and the illusion before him burst apart. Facing him was a red-furred fox more than 1 person in height, now eyeing him sinisterly. "I didn't expect your will to be so firm." The demonic fox extended its tongue and licked its lips. Phantom fox, a beast of the 10,000 races. Yi Fan stared coldly at the creature before him, one of the more formidable races among the myriad clans. They excelled at weaving illusion realms. Even those far stronger than themselves could easily fall into their illusion. "Your will is strong, but you are destined to die by my hands." The phantom fox's eyes gleamed with confidence. "Can you still unleash that illusion now?" Yi Fan suddenly asked. The phantom fox looked startled, then laughed. "If you wish, I can make you drown in that illusion forever. Every life has its regrets, and illusions can help you mend them." It spoke coaxingly, trying to lure Yi Fan. It was not the first time it had done this. Previous trial takers who came here had been ruthlessly slain. Indeed, life is full of regrets. Yi Fan sighed softly, acknowledging the words. "So you wish to remain lost in the illusion?" the phantom fox inquired. Yi Fan smiled slightly. "But your illusion is far too weak." The moment the words left his mouth, he swung a punch. Terrifying primal chi gathered around his arm, his fist blazed with light, and golden flame, true chi burned. A dreadful aura filled the scene, cracking the ground beneath, and spawning countless spiderweb-like fissures. Yi Fan exuded murderous intent, so overwhelming that it was clear he meant to kill. His primal chi, like a million-ton boulder, swept forward under his fist, erupting with unstoppable force. Across a vast area, gravity intensified, wildly shattering everything with crackling devastation. The phantom fox's face turned livid. Even as it mobilized the true chi within its body to break free, nothing worked. It only felt as though blood was seeping from every pore. "No. Who exactly are you?" The phantom fox panicked completely. This human's power was clearly far above its own, yet it could sense that Yi Fan's cultivation realm was actually lower. After all, it was a 5th-ranked dire beast, one of the very pinnacle, having reached the late Grandmaster stage. Yet in Yi Fan's hands it seemed utterly powerless. Facing Yi Fan, it felt as if it were confronting a mighty town general determined to annihilate it. "I am a god." Yi Fan's fist tightened, and terrifying primal chi shattered the entire area. The phantom fox's body was blasted into a blood mist. Not even a complete corpse remained, only a beast core dropping to the ground. Yi Fan reached out and caught the core, his heart perfectly calm, as if he had just done something trivial. Then he silently invoked the amplification of spirit medicine. The 5th-grade spirit medicine in his body was elevated to 6th grade. Combined with the beast core before him, refining them together might allow him to step straight into the half-step town general realm. Yi Fan sat down cross-legged and began to absorb and refine. Outside the trial, City Lord Wong watched the scene in Channel 100. Words could no longer describe the shock in his heart. His entire being seemed utterly numbed. The speed at which Yi Fan cleared the 6th level, he felt, was even faster and more decisive than some legendary prodigies. Although he had not used the power of intent, his strength was already on par with those prodigies. And he was still improving. Right now he was refining the beast core, and who knew where he had obtained a 6th-grade spirit medicine. These treasures would likely push Yi Fan's realm even higher. He felt like he was about to laugh himself silly. This was simply too satisfying. This year their Jinling was destined to make a name across the entire nation and rise to fame in one stroke. This Yi Fan. Why do I feel that what he used is not true chi, but primal chi? The governor of Tianhe province watched the footage, a trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. Because as far as he knew, only town generals could condense primal chi. However, primal chi and true chi were generally indistinguishable, for they were extremely similar. Primal chi was merely denser and more substantial. Unless it crystallized, it was hard to detect. Yet to punch a late Grandmaster dire beast into a blood mist with ease, using a martial art that looked utterly unremarkable. This made him fall into suspicion. Could it be that Yi Fan's combat power has already exceeded 100 million? The governor suddenly considered this possibility. Indeed, such prodigies existed in the world, but they were rarely born, yet Yi Fan might be one. Still, he couldn't be completely certain. He would have to wait until the 7th level. Next, Yi Fan would face a town general level dire beast at the 7th level, an extremely difficult opponent. Then he could see whether Yi Fan had truly condensed primal chi. Meanwhile, in another channel, those legendary prodigies had finally stopped hiding their strength. The first to reveal his true power was Long Outyin, who had reached the 7th level. The creature he faced was a colossal beast resembling a triceratops, the sword-horned demonic dragon. It was a terrifying town general level beast. One step from it split the ground apart completely. This beast possessed fearsome power. From its mouth shot beams of white light, formed by condensed primal chi, capable of piercing the protective true chi of a grandmaster. Wind of all things, annihilation. Facing such a terrifying beast, Long Outyin unleashed the wind intent at full power. Countless biting winds swirled around him, carrying a slashing sensation that could rend everything asunder. Yet against this beast it seemed largely ineffective. Even the wind intent could not kill it outright, only leaving a few wounds on its body. Damn you human. How dare you treat us as training fodder, die. The sword-horned demonic dragon let out a roar and once again spewed a white beam containing catastrophic power. Wind intent, a rank martial art hurricane slash. In the sky, endless howling winds condensed into a colossal wind blade that radiated an aura capable of cutting through all things, slashing toward the beast before him. Then came a deafening collision, like the sky shattering and the earth splitting as terrifying power shook the surroundings. On another front, in another channel, the space was engulfed in endless flames. Crimson fire condensed into all manner of weapons, madly slashing toward the dire beast ahead. This was Wang Chongyang making his move. The town general level beast he faced was a bizarre serpent with 3 heads. It was one of the 10,000 races, the demon 3-headed serpent. Each head contained a different poison, a single bite meant certain death. Weapons condensed from true chi continuously slashed at the demon 3-headed snake, yet only sparked flashes of fire. This was because the beast's body was covered in thick scales, granting it an astonishing defensive power. Although it was merely a ferocious beast at the first stage of the Zhenjiang realm, its terrifying defense combined with its dreadful venom made it one of the most fearsome creatures among Zhenjiang-level beasts. Fire domain 10,000 flames scorched the heavens. At this moment, Wang Chongyang also unleashed his killing move, unleashing the power of his perfectly mastered grade martial art. A massive amount of flames gathered frantically, eventually condensing into a towering fire giant behind him. The fire giant stood over 5 meters tall, resembling a miniature divine avatar, bearing an identical countenance to Wang Chongyang. It moved in perfect synchronization with Wang Chongyang launching its killing strike. The fire giant possessed 6 arms, all swinging simultaneously, forming an enormous ball of flame in the sky. Then the fireball exploded with devastating power, surging forward with incomprehensible force, tearing through the very air before crashing down mercilessly onto the beast. The demon 3-headed snake was sent flying, its scales shattered, tumbling across the ground for several rolls before painfully struggling to its feet. More than half of the scales on its body had shattered, leaving it drenched in blood. Yet Wang Chongyang showed no sign of relaxation, his gaze instead locked intently upon the terrifying beast ahead. The broken scales on the beast were actually repairing themselves at a rapid pace. This was one of the demon 3-headed snake's abilities. Its recovery power was simply astonishing. You dare wound me. I will make you die. The demon 3-headed snake went berserk, clashing furiously with Wang Chongyang. Terrifying forces shook the very space around them. Inside a passage, Bai Guiyuan was also exerting himself. Countless blade lights manifested around him, each carrying the power to sever all things. However, the beast he faced was a rock giant renowned for its defense, its entire body composed of black stone, harder than anything imaginable. Its body was even harder than steel. The blade light struck against it, leaving only pale white scratches. Bai Guiyuan had no choice but to unleash his true strength. His blade intent erupted, terrifying blade chi converging like a tornado, enveloping his longsword. Then a single slash was delivered, radiating an astonishing chill as though one had entered a frozen wasteland. The ground below was covered in azure lightning. This was also the 7th stage, and the one clearing it was Morong Qingfeng. The lightning emanating from his body had already formed a domain of thunder within the area, with azure lightning flashing everywhere. Yet his expression was grave, for the creature he faced was a beast with a massive belly and a pig's head. The beast wielded an enormous axe. Its entire body was covered in muscle, with veins bulging like thick tree roots. The axe was blood red in color, radiating an astonishing aura, clearly not an ordinary item. Even the terrifying thunder strikes crashing into the beast seemed to have little effect, as though someone were merely tickled. If this is all you've got, you'd better become my meal. With a physique like yours, the meat must be delightfully chewy. The beast grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Morong Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged, as though nothing could truly anger him. You damned beast, daring to speak such arrogance. Today I will show you what true thunder power looks like. The lightning intent erupted, covering his arms. The thunder in his hands became incomparably ferocious at that moment, radiating an even more dangerous aura. Then the lightning rapidly condensed, forming a divine seal about 1 meter tall. 10,000 thunder art, heavenly thunder seal. He unleashed his most powerful martial art, rapidly circulating the true chi within his body, and charged toward the beast ahead. Situ Kongming and Xianyuan Long, the 2 peerless prodigies, had also arrived at the 7th stage, engaging in battle against the beast. The beasts of the 7th stage were all at the Zhenjiang level, a completely different tier from the creatures they had faced before. Even the peerless prodigies found it far from easy to pass, sensing great difficulty. However, although they were struggling immensely against the beast, the city lord, watching from outside, felt their performance was after all a levels even beast had already born Gengqi, making it extraordinarily powerful. Generally speaking, a great grandmaster could not possibly be their match. Only these peerless prodigies who had awakened the power of intent were qualified to clear the 7th stage. I fear only the top 6 peerless prodigies can pass the 7th stage. Yifan likely doesn't have that level of strength. A levels even beast is too terrifying. Even a half-step Zhenjiang who has awakened intent finds it so difficult. The crowd buzzed with discussion, believing that this stage was set far too difficult. The Tianhe provincial master, however, gazed at the screen with a calm heart. In the past, generally speaking, anyone who cleared the 7th stage would claim the championship. But this year was different. Perhaps 6 of them could pass the 7th stage, and they might even reach the 8th stage, let alone the most terrifying 9th stage. However, the prerequisite was that they must break through to the Zhenjiang realm after clearing the 7th stage. Otherwise, attempting the 8th and 9th stages would be extremely difficult, nearly impossible. But after reaching the half-step Zhenjiang stage, all that was lacking was an opportunity in true life-and-death combat. If one could achieve all of this, breaking through to the Zhenjiang realm was actually not particularly difficult. And as long as these peerless prodigies cleared the 7th stage, there was a great possibility they would step into the Zhenjiang realm. The prodigies of ancient families are truly extraordinary, the Tianhe provincial master thought to himself. And at that moment in passage number 100, which no one had noticed, Yi Fan had already opened his eyes. Having completely refined the spiritual medicine and the ferocious beast Crystal, his bitter sea had successfully expanded to 600 meters. Of course, his own realm had also entered the 9th stage of the Great Grandmaster. Upon reaching the peak of the 9th stage, one could be called a half-step Zhenjiang. At this moment, Yi Fan's combat power had reached an astonishing 150 million, even surpassing beasts at the 1st stage of Zhenjiang. His skin appeared incredibly lustrous without a single visible pore, resembling mutton fat jade. The vitality within his body was astonishing, and more terrifying still, his gengqi had grown even more profound. Moreover, his eyes had turned a pure golden color. Having opened up more bitter sea space, golden flames swirled around his body, a mysterious power that could make his gengqi even more terrifying. This must be the power of intent. Yi Fan had consulted the records and knew that there existed a special intent that could amplify one's combat power and reduce personal consumption. In other words, increased power with decreased energy cost. Looking toward the passage ahead, he stepped into it with a rope. He wanted to see what kind of beast the 7th stage had arranged. But no matter what creature it was, he harbored no fear whatsoever. Even a Xinjiang-level beast would have to die. Passage 100, Trial 9. With a ripple of spatial fluctuations, Yi Fan successfully arrived at this place. Before him stretched an endless desert, yet at its heart stood a colossal castle, its sheer scale spanning thousands of miles. Even the outer walls towered hundreds of meters high, a breathtaking sight at first glance. Yi Fan strode forward with utterly calm, eyes utterly unconcerned about any sudden beast attack. For no matter what beast came, it would become another soul beneath his hand. There were no exceptions. Such was Yi Fan's confidence. Such was the confidence granted by his primordial sacred body. His blood vitality now surged, and his profound qi was inconceivably dense. If any town generalkless demon beast existed, it had better appear soon. As if sensing his thoughts, the massive castle gates suddenly burst open, sending clouds of dust billowing out. From within the gate, a colossal, ferocious beast emerged. It was a pure white werewolf, standing upright and striding across the ground toward him. The werewolf radiated astonishing profound qi, and its mere presence exuded an indescribable pressure. Even the surrounding air twisted faintly. Its eyes gleamed with intelligence, sharp and cunning. Foolish human, setting foot here means this is your burial ground. The moment the words fell, the werewolf struck. Boom. A thunderous sound exploded as the werewolf raised its claw. Terrifying power coalesced in the sky, condensing into a giant claw of pure qi that carried a suffocating aura. This beast surpassed every demon beast Yi Fan had ever encountered. It was on an entirely different level. This was unquestionably a 7th-grade demon beast at the town general level. Extremely dangerous. Moreover, this beast exuded an invincible momentum. Even a casual strike carried the terrifying might to overturn heaven and earth. With such power, no wonder it was so arrogant. Yet Yi Fan was utterly unafraid. He sneered coldly and said, "You're the foolish one. A mere 7th-grade beast dares to boast without fearing the wind snapping its tongue. Today I'll take your head and teach you what a true powerhouse is." As he spoke, he stomped the ground fiercely. Boom. Countless streams of profound qi exploded beneath his feet, and towering flames rose around him. That was his flame, profound qi. Then the qi condensed into a massive fist imprint that collided directly with the giant claw. Boom. The two forces detonated in an instant, unleashing heaven-shaking, earth-shattering fluctuations. The castle rocked violently, the earth split apart, and a unique force field burst into being. A paltry trick. The white-furred werewolf's voice suddenly grew louder and carried a sharp, piercing edge. As its voice thundered, its profound qi violently surged forth, forming a huge spectral wolf head in the sky wreathed in thick, blood-red mist. An inexpressible pressure swept outward, and even Yi Fan's spirit felt shaken. The primordial sacred body bestowed upon Yi Fan an invincible fleshly form and primal combat power, capable of crushing almost anything. But its weakness was also obvious. His spiritual power had not yet reached the town general level, leaving him highly susceptible to spiritual attacks. At this moment, his mind felt as though it had been smashed by a heavy hammer. But just then, Yi Fan activated his artistic conception, a power that reinforced his spiritual strength and allowed it to directly contend with town general level foes. Damn it. If only my sacred body had reached minor completion, then without even using artistic conception, I could seize the initiative and blast this white-furred werewolf apart with a single punch, giving it no chance to use other tricks. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with fierce killing intent, but it did not matter anymore. Killing this white-furred werewolf before him might just push his sacred body to minor completion. Ghost God Fist. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Fan unleashed the most powerful martial art he had cultivated. Terrifying chi coiled layer upon layer reinforced by artistic conception, and with one punch even ghosts and gods trembled. The surrounding air shrieked in agony, twisting madly and growing distorted. The white-furred werewolf's expression drastically changed, all traces of arrogance gone. It sensed a lethal crisis, and every hair on its body stood on end. The spectral wolf head it had conjured silently dissipated into nothingness. Meanwhile outside, in the outside world, the provincial lords of Tianhe province stared at the screens, watching the peerless prodigies wreaking havoc. First was Wang Chongyang. Facing a 7th-grade alien race, he was brutally overwhelming it. He had comprehended the artistic conception of fire, and the crimson flame giant he formed relentlessly battered the demonic three-headed serpent. Though the demonic three-headed serpent had tenacious vitality, he had already severed 2 of its heads, leaving its scale-covered body drenched in blood. Remember, Wang Chongyang was only a half-step town general, yet against a 7th-grade alien race, he overpowered it time and again, slamming it to the ground as it howled in agony and struggled helplessly. Damn human, I'll kill you. The demonic three-headed serpent rampaged its body, even turning crimson as it entered a berserk state, spewing venom endlessly from its mouths. But Wang Chongyang's flames effortlessly incinerated every drop. You cannot block my path because you are not worthy. This time I will clear the 9th trial and become the champion of the 36 cities of Tianhe province. Anyone standing in my way must die. Wang Chongyang's words were extremely domineering. Terrifying flames formed a special domain that engulfed the demonic three-headed serpent, relentlessly scorching its body. He grabbed one of the serpent's heads and slammed it viciously into the ground, carving out a deep crater. Yet he did not stop. A giant hand clenched into a fist and kept pounding mercilessly. Sparks of fire flew everywhere as flesh and blood splattered. The demonic three-headed serpent had been arrogant with its words, but now it was nothing but a miserable wreck. Inside another passage, Bai Lisang's performance was equally dazzling. The sturdy rock giant now bore another wound, a gash over half a meter long on its arm. Gnashing its teeth, it glared at Bai Lisang, wishing it could tear a strip of flesh from his body. Inside Long A Ocean's passage, the scene had become almost impossible to see clearly. Dense winds filled the space, countless wind blades gathering in the sky. The sword-horned demon dragon on the ground was in a miserable state, staring resentfully at Long Outyin with venomous eyes, but utterly helpless. The prefect of Beihai Prefecture, observing the exchange between the two, kept his gaze fixed on Bai Lisang and revealed a satisfied smile. Bai Lisang's performance had already exceeded his expectations. At present his strength was in no way inferior to Wang Chongyang and the others. He was exceptionally outstanding and might even break through to become a town general in this trial. In truth, he knew that their heated arguments and verbal sparring here were utterly futile. Now victory would depend on which prodigy could break through to town general first, that one would hold the greatest chance of claiming the championship. Without such a breakthrough, one would almost certainly be out of contention for the championship. Meanwhile, the prefect of Qingyan Prefecture was also staring at Murong Qingfeng. Watching the violent, thunderous power flashing across the screen, he remained silent. Murong Qingfeng was indeed formidable, but he had not opened a decisive gap between himself and the other prodigies. It could be said that the trump cards revealed by the top 6 prodigies were more or less evenly matched. In any previous competition, each of them would have been a champion-caliber existence. Unfortunately, they lived in the same era, and there could only be one champion. Though there were many prodigies, only one could claim the throne, the rest would merely be his defeated foes. He was also hoping that Murong Qingfeng would be the first to slay the Wanzhou cultists, and then quickly break through, becoming the sole ruler. Not good. Situ Kongming is in danger. The prefect of Xingyue Prefecture suddenly cried out in alarm as he watched the screen, his expression turning grave. The beast that Situ Kongming was fighting was a pure white spider, one that excelled in spiritual attacks. Situ Kongming in turn was unleashing his own spiritual power to counter it. The two invisible forces collided, sending out waves of terrifying ripples. Spiritual attacks were extremely perilous. A single lapse of concentration could reduce one to a drooling fool. For spiritual force attacked the very soul, capable of utterly annihilating it. If the soul was destroyed, and only the mortal body remained, that would be no more than an empty husk. And at this critical moment, a black-clad figure appeared behind Situ, combing a sinister smile etched upon his face. He extended a withered palm, lips slightly parted, and erupted with true chi. The force condensed into a black, ghostly claw that shot directly towards Situ Kongming's back, aiming to slay him in a single fatal strike. You scum of the Wanzhou cult. The prefect of Xingyue gnashed his teeth in fury. At such a critical moment, these Wanzhou cult bastards had actually resorted to a sneak attack. Situ Kongming let out a miserable scream. His soul had suffered unprecedented damage, as if a piece had been forcibly carved away. The agony set his entire body trembling, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. His body, like a tattered rag, plummeted from the sky. His consciousness was sinking, engulfed by boundless darkness. Everything around him seemed to move in slow motion, all things slowing to a crawl, as though time and space themselves had come to a halt. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, blazing with the light of hatred. The Wanzhou cult has severed my path of martial arts. I will fight you to the death. Situ Kongming now went completely berserk. His terrifying spiritual power surged once more while the dense true qi around his body condensed into a pair of wings. The wings slowed his descent, and he finally landed safely on the ground. Murderous intent radiated from his entire being. Though the enemy's strike had not killed him, only gravely wounded him. The spiritual power he had always taken pride in had now suffered an incurable wound. This meant that his innate aptitude would now be a notch lower than the other prodigies. One step behind, and every step behind. That sneak attacker from the Wanzhou cult had effectively severed his future path. Kill. A terrifying wave of spiritual power swept out, and the power of his intent expanded. The intent he had comprehended was that of darkness. The surroundings immediately fell into dimness as he charged at the Wanzhou cult attacker, his spiritual force erupting in a murderous onslaught. Alas, what a pity. A city lord sighed as he watched the scene on the screen. He knew that Situ Kongming no longer had any hope of winning the championship. Having been ambushed and gravely wounded, he would likely fail the 8th trial, and find it extremely difficult to break through to Town General. The prefect of Xingyue clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, yet he felt no pain at all. Hatred toward the Wanzhou cult filled his heart. Look at Yifan quick, someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's gaze turned to the screen showing Yifan. On the screen, Yifan was fighting a werewolf covered in white fur. The beast erupted with gang qi and condensed it into a massive claw, attempting to tear Yifan apart. However, Yifan also erupted with terrifying power and shattered the opponent's attack with a single move. That is gang qi. The prefect of Tianhe Prefecture could now be absolutely certain that it was gang qi. Nothing else could be so powerful. Astonishment stirred in his heart. After all, gang qi could only be condensed at a combat power of 100 million. Yet Yifan, this extraordinary prodigy, had achieved it ahead of time. For that reason alone, he could already be regarded as the most exceptional of all the prodigies. What? Gang qi? How did Yifan manage this? Old one, that's not fair of you. You never told us a thing. All the city lords were shocked, their faces revealing astonishment. They felt they were going mad. Everyone stared at City Lord Wang with envy, jealousy, and resentment. This seemingly honest and unassuming city lord had actually tricked them all in the end. He deliberately spread the word that Yifan's talent was merely that of a grandmaster. Clearly the man was a freak. Compared to him, the host of prodigies suddenly seemed utterly ordinary. He hasn't comprehended the power of intent yet. That doesn't guarantee he'll win the championship, said the city lord of Longcheng at that moment. He certainly did not want Yifan to claim the title. After all, if one won the championship, the 10 great academies would fight over recruiting them, representing boundless future prospects. The runner-up might also be outstanding, but only the champion was the true king and would receive far more resources upon entering the academy. Just as he finished speaking, Yifan on the screen was already enveloped in golden gang qi, with a mysterious power gathering upon his fists. A dreadful aura spread out. The terrifying force made even the 7th-tier beast's expression drastically change, revealing sheer terror. Boom. Then Yifan threw a single punch. The spectators seemed to hear wailing ghosts and howling wolves. The white-furred werewolf on the screen struggled desperately to defend itself, its gang qi erupting wildly, yet to no avail. That punch was truly an earth-shattering blow, carrying unimaginable divine might. It shattered the void itself, and the golden flame-like gang qi seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path. Boom. In the picture, golden radiance engulfed the white-furred werewolf. The terrifying 7th-tier beast let out a shrill, miserable howl, and was instantly slain. At that moment, dead silence reigned. Everyone seemed to have a hand clamped around their throats, unable to utter a single word, their eyes filled with profound shock. The other prodigies were still struggling desperately to clear their trials, even unleashing powerful techniques, yet still barely surviving. Yifan, meanwhile, had slain a 7th-tier beast with a single punch. The stark contrast left everyone's minds buzzing with disbelief. This is impossible, this is fake. The city lord of Longcheng roared in total loss of composure. Yifan's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. It was absurdly monstrous. If things continued like this, Long Outyin would never claim the championship. He was destined to become a stepping stone. He is cheating. The city lord of Mingyue also felt that this had to be false. Yifan must have resorted to some kind of cheating. He could not accept the reality before his eyes. He believed Wang Chongyang was the final champion, not Yifan, this dark horse that had inexplicably burst onto the scene. Among all present, city lord Wang was the most shaken. Yifan's radiance far exceeded his imagination. This was simply completely off the charts. It was like intending to pick up an ordinary brick, yet ending up with a gold brick. This immense surprise kept surging through his mind, leaving him deeply shaken for a long time before he finally came back to his senses. Cheating. Impossible. At this moment, the provincial lord of Tianhe let out a cold snort, and swept an icy gaze across the faces of those two city lords. Tell me, how could he cheat? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, who could possibly do such a thing? The other city lords all remained silent. Any discerning eye could tell that Yi Fan was utterly terrifying, a dark horse beyond all standards, so formidably strong that it defied belief. Originally, they had thought Murong Chengwang was the dark horse, but by now few people cared about him. How everyone was, because Yi Fan's performance was the most dazzling of all, like a slowly rising sun, its light destined to illumine. Then how could he kill a 7th-rank ferocious beast with one strike? Even intent power should not be able to do that, right? The prefecture lord of Beihai voiced the doubt in his heart. He simply could not understand why Yi Fan could so easily slay a 7th-rank ferocious beast in a single move. Even more crucial was the fact that Yi Fan was not even a half-step town general. How could he be so overwhelmingly invincible? There had to be something in this that they had yet to understand. Ordinary intent power indeed cannot do this, but that was intent power of the upper 3 grades. If I am not mistaken, it should be the divine fire intent. The provincial lord of Tianhe said solemnly. He had not been completely certain before, but now he could say it with certainty. The upper 3 grade intent is something that only a true invincible prodigy can comprehend. As everyone knew, to break through and become a powerful king, one had to comprehend a kind of intent power. Otherwise, one was not qualified to step into the king realm. And the upper 3 grade intent is the intent power that must be comprehended to break through to the venerable realm. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, incredulous expressions appearing on their faces. In other words, Yi Fan might one day become a venerable who surpassed the king realm. How exalted and lofty were venerables! Which one was not an invincible presence who dominated a whole region? They did not know much about venerables, but the only thing they knew was that venerables were like gods in their eyes, standing at the edge of the heavens, completely beyond reach. Especially for the entire Tianhe province, if a genius capable of charging toward the king realm was born once a year, that was already a fine result. The provincial lord of Tianhe continued intent power is divided into the upper 3 grades, the middle 3 grades, and the lower 3 grades. In other provinces, those who comprehend upper 3 grade intent power can be called invincible prodigies. Those who comprehend middle 3 grade intent power can be called peerless prodigies. Those who comprehend lower 3 grade intent power can be called prodigies. But in our province, as long as one reaches half-step town general or comprehends a lower 3 grade intent power, you would call that person a peerless prodigy. That is actually an exaggeration. The surrounding city lords finally understood just how terrifying a prodigy who had comprehended upper 3 grade intent was. Provincial lord, how many invincible prodigies are born in other provinces every year? A city lord asked. The provincial lord of Tianhe shook his head. I am not very clear either. The only thing I know is that some truly top-tier provinces produce 3 invincible prodigies every single year, or even more. At this point he was deeply envious, because when an invincible prodigy entered the Grand Academy, the resources they obtained were different, far surpassing those received by ordinary prodigies. Hiss! Everyone drew in a sharp breath, clearly frightened. They had thought this year's prodigies from Tianhe province were impressive, yet unexpectedly apart from Yi Fan, the others had all been utterly crushed by prodigies from other provinces. Do not think too much about it. This year our province produced a Yi Fan, and the provincial lords of other provinces will have to look at me with a new level of respect. The provincial lord of Tianhe spoke with a smile on his face. Yi Fan was the only prodigy in Tianhe province who had comprehended upper 3 grade intent. In Tianhe province, he could be said to have no equal before him and no successor after him. Inside passage no. 1000. At this moment Yi Fan was completely unconcerned with what those outside thought. He began focusing wholeheartedly on absorbing the energy of the crystal stones. Large amounts of pure energy surged into his body and transformed into refined gang qi, making Yi Fan even stronger. After absorbing the ferocious beast crystals, Yi Fan broke through to half-step town general. In addition, a large amount of energy flowed into his bitter sea, expanding it by another 399 meters. Yi Fan's combat power increased once more, this time by 50 million more than all of his previous increases combined. His own combat power had reached 200 million. Yi Fan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. The breath carried flames with it and burned a crack into the ground. He was now stronger than he had ever been. Between every gesture and movement, a terrible power flowed through his body. It was his incomparably dense gang qi, a strength that could easily kill any existence below the town general realm. The sacred body has reached minor completion. Only the last step remains. Now the bitter sea inside his body had been expanded to 999 meters. With only a single meter left, his combat power would undergo a qualitative transformation. Although I have not broken through to town general as expected, if my sacred body reaches minor completion, I can strike upward against those above my rank and slay middle-stage or even latest-stage town general powerhouses even without breaking through. Yi Fan understood that the primordial sacred body was his strongest trump card and would bring him invincible combat. As for the weakness of his spiritual power, the intent power he had comprehended was more than enough to compensate. At this point he could be considered flawless without any weakness at all. Every enemy will die at my hands. Yi Fan opened his eyes, and a terrifying pressure burst out from his body. The surrounding void trembled faintly as if it could collapse at any moment. The air around him twisted and became blurred. The air current stalled in that instant as if a vacuum domain had. Yi Fan was now far more terrifying than an ordinary town general. Afterwards he retracted his power and pressure, and everything around him receded like the tide. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Fan stepped into the 8th gate. Shortly after Yi Fan departed, a figure cloaked in black appeared, none other than an executor of the 10,000 Races sect. This imposing man had a sturdy build with a sharp glimmer flickering in his eyes. What dreadful aura! Sensing the residual presence, his eyes flickered with wariness. He knew that the 7th stage here housed a beast at the 7th grade town general level, and yet it had been slain. A truly fearsome prodigy. He decisively abandoned any notion of ambushing this prodigy, and instead prepared to head for another passage. Such a person was far beyond what he could handle. In another passage, Wang Chongyang sat on the ground, exhaling deeply, surrounded by blazing crimson flame. By unleashing the fire concept and his formidable martial arts, he had finally managed to slaughter the demonic three-headed serpent. Though the beast's vitality was tenacious, it could not withstand the relentless assault. Now it lay as a corpse upon the ground, its 3 heads battered beyond recognition, unable to regenerate any further. In his hand, he now held a town general-grade beast core. Let you become the nourishment for my breakthrough to town. Flames seemed to blaze within Wang Chongyang's eyes. He was confident that he was definitely the first to slay a 7th grade beast. Everyone outside must be astonished by his strength. Thus he wore a proud expression, convinced that all were now gazing at him with awe, as if he were a god. And he intended to break through to town general right here, then storm through the 8th stage in one go. The 9th stage. He would make everyone know that he was the king of this competition. In another passage, Bai Guiyuan was still unleashing his techniques, countless blades of saber, chi swirling through the air, ceaselessly striking the stone giant before him. He felt he was extraordinarily unlucky to encounter such a race with terrifyingly strong defense. Had it been any other 7th grade race, he would have carved straight through them by now. Wail beneath my saber intent. Bai Guiyuan was genuinely enraged now. The battle had dragged on for a long time, consuming most of his true chi, yet he had only managed to carve a few wounds into the stone giant without finishing it off. So he resolved to unleash his ultimate killing move, gathering all his power into a single point to end this arduous battle. He raised the saber in his hand as terrifying true chi surged and converged upon the blade, while fierce howls tore through the surrounding air. Slash! As the saber descended, heaven and earth seemed to roar, resonating with his saber intent. In Long Aocean's passage, his opponent, the sword-horned flood dragon, was covered in dense wounds. Roar! The dreadful beast bellowed furiously, its violent chi tearing through the ground, which split open as it went completely berserk. But he was facing Long Aoyan. Long Aocean's wind concept was now at full power. Combined with his true chi, it coalesced into one wind blade after another, relentlessly slicing at the sword-horned flood dragon on the ground. Moreover, his wind could take any shape, making it impossible for the sword-horned flood dragon to defend effectively. 7th grade beasts truly are hard to kill. Still, for occupying me this long, it's not bad at all. Wind of all things, heed my call. Annihilating tempest. As those words fell, the wind around him suddenly turned savage, its power surging dramatically. 3 terrifying tornadoes materialized in an instant, engulfing the sword-horned flood dragon. From within the whirlwinds came the beast's agonized howls. Clearly it could no longer hold on, and was about to perish beneath that attack. In another passage, blood-red stains covered the ground everywhere. A man stood there, his eyes dyed crimson, clearly consumed by a killing frenzy. This man was none other than Situ Kongming. He clutched the neck of an executor from the 10,000 Races sect, whose body was already lifeless. Yet he kept slamming it into the ground again and again, smashing it into a mangled pulp of flesh and blood. Still he did not stop. Even the 7th grade beast he had been fighting now looked at Situ Kongming with a hint of fear, feeling that this man before it was simply a madman. In truth, Situ Kongming knew he had no hope of winning the championship, so he simply wanted to vent the rage burning. His darkness concept was among the most exceptional of the lower 3-grade concepts, and he had comprehended it to an extremely profound level. Combined with his spiritual power, it should have been unstoppable. He had been one of the strongest contenders for the championship, but that dream was now shattered. After smashing the corpse countless times, he tossed it aside and turned his icy gaze toward the spider beast. Now it's your turn. A terrifying wave of spiritual power erupted, intertwined with the darkness concept, plunging the spider beast into boundless darkness. At this moment, violent thunder arcade around Murong Kingfeng's body. The beast he had been fighting now lay fallen in a pool of blood, blasted into fragments by his raging lightning. He too had cleared the 7th stage. Beast core in hand, he was preparing to refine it to break through to the town general realm before entering the 8th stage. He was also brimming with confidence, believing himself to be first, no one faster than him. He was destined to reign supreme and claim the championship. Among the other peerless prodigies, Xianyuan Long was still locked in fierce combat, with the 7th grade beast unaware when it would finally end. His physical body was extraordinarily powerful, and the concept he had comprehended was the terrifying power concept capable of amplifying his strength. Thus his way of fighting beasts was far more brutal. Every punch struck flesh and bone, driving the beast to howl in agony. Clearly it could not endure much longer. These peerless prodigies seemed impressive, yet no one was paying attention to them at the moment. Instead, all eyes were fixed on the video from Passage 1000, eager to see how Yi Fan would perform next. The governor of Tianhe province was now completely certain that Yi Fan was destined to be this competition's champion. The other city lords, however, thought otherwise. They wanted to see Yi Fan suffer defeat, hoping he would not sweep through everyone and claim the crown. At last, City Lord Wang snapped back to his senses. Though he was already numbed by shock, he could only wonder whether Yi Fan's upcoming performance would defy his expectations yet again. He knew that the races in the 8th stage had reached the 3rd grade town general level and had buried countless prodigies within their grounds. He had even witnessed some peerless talents enter the 8th stage, brimming with confidence, only to be crushed to death. As the spatial passage rippled, Yi Fan in the video finally arrived at the 8th stage. The first thing he saw was snow, great expanses of snow covering the ground like a new garment draped over the earth. There were no buildings here, only wind and snow, as if this were a realm of blizzards. Gusts of piercing cold wind cut like sharp blades. Boom. Yi Fan was about to search for traces of the beast when he heard a tremendous commotion. The ground trembled as if an earthquake were coming. Yi Fan stared ahead and beheld a colossal dark silhouette, like a moving castle, approaching step closer. The rumbling sound drew nearer and nearer. Only then did Yi Fan see the creature's true form. A giant ape covered in blood white, first standing fully 50 meters tall, grinning at him at this very moment. But Yi Fan sensed that something was wrong, for he detected spiritual fluctuations, and extraordinarily powerful ones at that. Another illusion. Yi Fan understood at once. Otherwise, given that giant ape's terrifying 50-meter frame, it could not possibly be merely a rank-7 demonic beast. Because he too had recognized the species, the snow mountain giant ape. To reach a 50-meter stature, it would need to be at least at the peak of rank 8. It was impossible for such a beast to be arranged here, otherwise who could possibly get through? Let alone them. Even the current province lord of Tianhe would be swatted to death on the spot if he truly encountered a peak rank 8 demonic beast without the slightest chance to fight back. But just at that moment, Yi Fan saw a colossal hand, so horrifyingly huge that one palm was even larger than the 50-meter snow mountain giant ape. Its 5 fingers like heavenly pillars grasping down toward this place. It seemed intent on annihilating everything here. Such terrifyingly extreme power made one's very soul tremble, leaving a sense of utter helplessness. Yi Fan could clearly see the surrounding space shattering and everything blazing apart. It was as if a god were present, a suffocating presence that stole one's breath. Yi Fan's heart began to pound. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, Yi Fan was both thrilled and exhilarated. Such terrifying power surely belonged to a venerable, or perhaps an even higher level. If he could perfect his sacred body, he would absolutely harness strength just as dreadful. In that instant, Yi Fan felt as if he had seen the road to his future. Once any power reaches its ultimate extreme, it becomes inconceivable, utterly beyond all. Feeling this astonishing pressure, Yi Fan's chi began to surge, and his divine fire intent spread outward. His chi blazed with soaring flames, the golden firelight appearing to illuminate all creation. Time to shatter the illusion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, back at the plaza, everyone stared at the screen with bated breath. When they saw Yi Fan enter the 8th trial only to stand there dazed and motionless, the city lord of Longcheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he is no longer sweeping everything before him. The lord of Beihai Prefecture secretly gloated. Entering the 8th trial without breaking through to town general was destined to meet such an end. He thought he should have anticipated it long ago, because he knew that the 8th trial held a ferocious demonic beast, a member of one of the most terrifying races among the myriad clans. In strength, mental power, and defense alike, it was utterly without weakness. One could call it truly well-rounded. Even a town general of the same rank would find it an excruciating headache. It was said that the human race's experts once debated whether to include this beast in the 8th trial precisely because the risk factor was far too high. With a single lapse, Tianhe province's peerless prodigy would fall, turning into withered bones. Province Lord Yi Fan is in danger. Please act to save him. The most anxious of all was City Lord Wang, watching Yi Fan as motionless as a sculpture, his heart filled with worry. As for the other city lords, they watched the scene as if savoring a fine joke. What was the use of the unstoppable momentum from earlier? And now is he not on the verge of falling? But the province lord of Tianhe remained unmoved, shaking his head. You need not worry too much. He should be tempering himself. He passed the 7th trial with ease. Although the 8th trial is dangerous, the risk level is not that high. He watched Yi Fan on the screen, convinced in his heart that Yi Fan had a high probability of clearing this trial. Those who still could not see the truth were merely trapped in their own world, unwilling to accept that outcome. In truth, anyone who looked closely would realize that the current Yi Fan was far too terrifying, far too formidable. Being able to manifest chi showed that he was no weaker than the prodigies who had broken through to town general, and having comprehended the divine fire intent, he surely possessed astonishing enlightenment. How could such a person die at the 8th trial? If he truly died, would that not be a joke? And at that very moment the Yi fan in the video, exactly as the province lord had said, exploded with divine fire intent and fearsome spiritual power, directly shattering the illusion. A massive surge of golden flamiki blazed fiercely, melting the surrounding wind and snow, creating a 10 meter. His flamiki erupted with astonishing heat, like surging molten lava, melting the heavy goosefeather snowflakes pouring down from the sky. The terrifying chi churned into motion, giving off an appalling howl. And as Yi fan's circulation spun faster and faster, radiating ever more intense temperature, even the hard rock underfoot began to soften in the searing heat. The glacial chill within the 10-meter zone was swept clean away, leaving only scorching heat, dreadful waves of hot currents spreading outward layer after layer. It was as if one had leaped from winter into summer. At this moment it was a realm of ice and fire beyond 10 meters, sky-filling snow, within 10 meters such absurd heat that it left people restless and sweltering. Having broken the illusion, Yi fan finally saw clearly what his true opponent was. It was a colossal flying bear. A pair of wings grew from its back, its entire body snow-white, standing over 5 meters tall, with a pair of icy eyes locked onto Yi fan. Crimson snow flying bear. Yi fan recognized the beast. Among the myriad races, it was a demonic creature whose various abilities were all relatively balanced, almost entirely without weaknesses. Pathetic human. To break my illusion so quickly is certainly a startling feat. But today you will be buried right. The ranks even demonic beast spoke these supremely arrogant words, its icy eyes fixed on Yi fan. I'm only afraid you lack the ability to do so. Yi fan refused to indulge it in the least, retaliating with cold, biting sarcasm. A mere beast dares to be so insolent. How utterly absurd. The crimson snow flying bear said no more. Terrifying chi burst from its body, along with a pressure like mountains toppling and seas overturning, sweeping toward him. That dread pressure could strip any martial artist below the rank of town general of all fighting spirit. Even their souls would tremble and recoil in fear. Then the crimson snow flying bear lashed out with a single claw, exploding with astonishing speed and ripping the air apart, clearly aiming to finish the fight in one move. Yi fan's eyes flashed like lightning, utterly fearless. A radiant beam of fist light erupted and streaked across the sky. A dragon's roar resounded. The rising dragon fist had exploded forth. Because he had opened up even more regions within his bitter sea, the power of this technique became even more terrible. The moment his fist blasted out, its might was devastating beyond measure. Boom. The two forces collided, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Wind and snow surged wildly as searing heat and biting frost clashed. As scorching heat and biting frost exploded, a terrifying aura reverberated. A snow-white blur shot out, the figure of the Chi Shui flying bear, sent flying backward like a tattered rag. However, the Chi Shui flying bear soon landed on the ground and regained its footing. It let out a sinister laugh. Interesting. It seems you are one of the top human prodigies able to comprehend the divine fire concept. A mere half-step town general actually managed to force me back. You are indeed a future venerable talent, but I won't let you leave here alive. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had completely forgotten being knocked back by Yi fan moments ago, and was instead overjoyed. He had been captured by powerful humans and locked in this godforsaken place for who knows how many years, living a life of mere survival, enduring a fate worse than death. And this pain he would repay twofold upon those human prodigies. Especially one like Yi fan. If he were to die here, the humans outside would surely go mad. But that was exactly what he enjoyed. He had merely been careless, just now not using his full strength, thinking that one swipe of his claw could crush Yi fan. But now that he knew how powerful Yi fan was, he was ready to unleash his true strength. He channeled the gang chi within his body, and the surrounding wind and snow began to converge. Above his head a tornado formed, one composed entirely of wind and snow. An overwhelming tide of power surged through the air, erupting with astonishing might. But this was not the end. The power of his bloodline erupted, a crimson bloodline flashed, and vast amounts of gang chi veiled the wind and snow tornado. Whoosh! The violent howls ceaselessly tore through the air, rising to a terrifying peak. This technique he reserved only for those prodigies worthy of being killed by him. Die. The tornado formed from wind and snow towered over 30 meters, its overwhelming force surging toward Yi fan, striking fear into the heart. However, there was not a trace of fear in Yi fan's eyes. He deliberately waited until his opponent's power and momentum reached their zenith, and only then did he strike, without hesitation. Yi fan struck with no trace to follow. His figure simply vanished from sight. But the instant he disappeared, the ghost god fist erupted. An indescribable fist imprint carrying an aura that could rend heaven and earth howled like grieving ghosts and wailing spirits, seeming to briefly freeze the surrounding wind and snow. The might of this punch was vast, majestic, magnificent, and utterly unstoppable, dissolving the power of the surrounding wind and snow. It was like a blazing sun descending upon the earth, melting the blizzard away. This strike was even more powerful, like the sun arcing across the sky, dazzling and resplendent, carrying an indomitable force that seemed capable of shattering everything. Rumble. The two forces collided madly, and in that moment the very world seemed on the verge of collapse. It felt like an instant, yet also like centuries or millennia had passed. Bang! The wind and snow tornado burst apart. A bloodstain appeared on the Qi Shui flying bear's face, and then its entire body, like shattered porcelain, was covered in more blood streaks. On its neck, throat, abdomen, everywhere. The Gangxi around its body dispersed, its fur burst apart, and blood flowed from its eyeballs. Blood seeped from all 7 orifices. This terrifying Qi Shui flying bear was thus killed with a single punch. Even in death, it could not understand why its own all-out strike had been defeated by Yi Fan. His cultivation realm was clearly higher, and his strength far greater. Yet Yi Fan calmly watched the Qi Shui flying bear collapse to the ground without the slightest pride or arrogance, as if this was exactly how it should be. Refining this beast crystal will definitely bring the sacred body to minor attainment. Yi Fan stepped forward, split open the Qi Shui flying bear's belly, and extracted a crystal. A smile of eager anticipation spread across his face. Outside, at this moment, a huge uproar had erupted. All the city lords were stunned watching the Qi Shui flying bear in the video being slain. They knew it was all over. The extraordinary prodigies they had set their sights on would become stepping stones for Yi Fan. They refused to accept it, yet there was nothing they could do. How can he be so powerful beyond all reason? The city lord of Longsheng let out a heavy sigh, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He had expected Long Outyin to perform brilliantly and seize the championship crown, but now he had become a joke. The city lord of Mingyue City was also deeply distressed at this moment. Wang Chongyang's performance had clearly been excellent, yet he was a step too slow, ultimately no match for Yi Fan. Yi Fan had instantly obliterated even such a ferocious beast in the 8th trial and successfully passed it. Catching up to him was essentially impossible. The other city lords felt much the same. In their hearts they were truly astonished. Why had such an extraordinary prodigy as Yi Fan appeared? And he had come from an ordinary family, completely shattering everyone's imagination. With such a humble background, how had he obtained so many cultivation resources to improve himself? Logically speaking, an ordinary family could never have produced such a powerful martial artist. At this moment, City Lord Wang was also dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. He felt that he had been truly blind. As for such a terrifying, extraordinary prodigy like Yi Fan, he had previously thought that merely contending for the top 80 would be enough. This was simply foolish, the height of folly. But in truth, he also could not figure out where exactly Yi Fan had obtained his cultivation resources. Even if he had killed the Black Wolf Gang's leader, the resources from that would not have been enough to allow him to reach his current realm. Faced with such an incomprehensible matter, City Lord Wang felt he should not overthink it, and simply continue watching. Meanwhile, the provincial lord of Tianhe, watching the scene on the screen, a thought suddenly sprang into his mind. This Yi Fan could perhaps become an immortal seed in the future. The world only knew of the venerable realm, but did not know that above it stood the mighty immortals. The immortal was exalted far above, with a lifespan stretching for thousands of years. Their souls were imperishable, allowing them to reincarnate, and thus it was called the immortal realm. He knew that among the 10 great academies they all cultivated immortal seeds, but only if one possessed the potential. And he felt Yi Fan had that potential. After entering the 10 great academies, he might truly have a faint chance of becoming an immortal. At the thought of this, the provincial lord of Tianhe felt his scalp tingle. Their province had never produced even a venerable. If it could produce an immortal, what a cause for glory that would be. Even he found it hard to conceal his excitement and elation at such a prospect. If an immortal were born, Tianhe province would absolutely gain unimaginable cultivation resources, and he himself might even be in theft as a king in the future. Such were the benefits of nurturing extraordinary prodigies. The more exceptional the prodigy you cultivated, the more cultivation resources you obtained, thereby making yourself even stronger. Provincial Lord, someone has passed the 8th trial. Should we inform the other prodigies inside? A staff member, snapping out of their shock, asked. Notify them. The final trial, the 9th trial, cannot be passed by one's own strength alone. Also inform them of the rules. The provincial lord of Tianhe nodded. It had been a long time since anyone had reached the 9th trial, so he had not instructed them to explain the detailed rules. Now that Yi Fan had unexpectedly passed the 8th trial, it was time for the rules of the 9th trial to be revealed. Within a passageway, level 8. Wang Chongyang stepped into this place, and before him materialized a colossal black shadow, a bat-like ferocious beast with wings spanning over a dozen meters, blotting out the sky, its body wreathed in dreadful astral chi. At this moment, Wang Chongyang's body also churned with astral chi, for he had successfully broken through to become a town general. As a town general, I shall know no fear. His eyes shone with blazing radiance. Facing a town general triple-tier beast, he showed not the slightest fear, already preparing to unleash his techniques and slay it. But just then he heard news that startled him. Your attention, everyone. Someone has already passed level 8. Those remaining must hurry to level 9. Level 9 requires the combined strength of 6 people to open the Great Gate and enter the final trial. In the level 9 trial, the one with the most dazzling performance shall be the champion. The announcement rang out, and Wang Chongyang froze on the spot, struggling to comprehend it. Who could be faster than him? Is it Long Outyin? Or Xianyuan Long? Bai Guiyuan? Since no specific name was given, Wang Chongyang could only speculate endlessly, yet no guess satisfied him. It vexed him that someone had outpaced him. Forget it. Since 6 people are needed to open the gate once I clear level 8, I'll see with my own eyes who moved faster than me. Then boundless flames erupted, the conception of fire blazing forth. Combined with the terrifying astral chi around him, it unleashed a might that seemed capable of burning heaven and earth to cinders. Torrents of fire roared and raged, nearly consuming everything. Within the neighboring passageway, Bai Guiyuan slew the rock giant as well and was refining its crystal core. Suddenly fearsome astral chi burst from his body, tearing through the surrounding air with a shrill howl. Countless pebbles on the ground rose into the air, suspended mid-space. At this moment Bai Guiyuan had also stepped into the town general realm. His terrifying saber intent radiated naturally, combined with true chi, carving countless fissures into the earth. His dreadful saber chi seemed capable of severing everything, reducing all things to nothingness. But now he raised his head, his eyes filled with battle intent, for he too heard that someone had passed level 8. A cold smirk curved at the corner of his mouth. Wang Chongyang, Long Outyin, or some other peerless prodigy. Don't think that just because you cleared level 8 first you can claim the championship. Wreathed in murderous intent, he plunged directly into level 8, it determined to end it, swiftly slay the beast, and reach level 9. At that moment Long Outyin also heard the voice within the passageway. Invisible winds swirled around him, merging with his dense astral chi to condense into the shapes of various weapons. These winds could freely coalesce into all manner of forms, hovering in midair and radiating an awe-inspiring. Interesting. Reaching level 9 first, in a sense, is also a special kind of champion. He felt no urgency. Calmly, he stepped into level 8, for being first to arrive at level 9 did not make. In fact, he thought the first person to enter level 9 was rather unlucky. With this rule now in place, that first arrival would certainly be singled out and targeted by the others. By then the championship would be utterly out of reach. Within a passageway drenched in blood, Sikong Kongming had gone berserk. The beast before him had been shattered into countless fragments. A beast crystal lay on the ground, yet he did not even bother to absorb it first. His dream of the championship was crushed, and he needed to vent the fury and resentment surging within him. Yet when he heard the voice echoing through the sky, his gaze gradually calmed. Finally he sat on the ground and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, 6 people are needed to open the final gate. They will have no choice but to wait for me. Though my aptitude has been damaged, if I can seize the championship and enter the academy, perhaps I can find something there to restore my talent. With that thought, he immediately refined the beast crystal, preparing to break into the town general realm in one go and reach level 9. Within a passageway filled with thunder, a man was refining a beast crystal there. Tiny arcs of electricity danced across his body, while dense thunder surrounded him, forming a domain of lightning that struck fear into any who beheld it. Boom! At that instant, a pure white bolt of lightning erupted from his body. Terrifying electric light tore through the void around him, carving a rift dozens of meters long into the ground. All caused by that dreadful arc of lightning. Murong Qingfeng had also stepped into the town general realm. His mastery over thunder might now far greater than before. Since someone has entered level 9 ahead of time, I cannot lag behind either. After breaking through, he too went straight into level 8, determined to reach level 9 at the fastest possible speed. In his life, he had never yielded to anyone, and this time he was unwilling to fall too far behind. The last peerless prodigy, Xianyuan Long, radiated surging blood energy and astral chi as he too arrived at level 8. None of these peerless prodigies could bear anyone being even slightly superior to them. Without claiming the championship, all of it held no meaning for them. At this very moment, within corridor 1000, Yi Fan was refining the beast crystal. Around him boundless flames and astral chi spread outward, forming a protective shroud that enveloped him, radiating terrifying high temperatures. The heat reached over 1,000 degrees. Anyone drawing near would have their body melted on the spot. Yi Fan intended to first open the bitter sea before breaking through his realm. Yet now he realized he had underestimated the energy required to open the final meter of the bitter sea. Even after refining most of the beast crystal's energy, he still could not expand the bitter sea to 1,000 meters. That single meter felt more difficult to open than all the space before it combined, as if some invisible barrier stood before him, forever preventing his breakthrough. Should I break through to the town general realm first? At this moment, Yi Fan began to hesitate, wondering if if he broke through to town general, now his combat power would instantly soar. But this thought was swiftly extinguished. The ancient holy body was the true source of his strength, so what if he had not reached town general? As long as his holy body achieved minor completion, he could fear nothing and march against those above his station. With this understanding, Yi Fan returned to his focused assault on the minor completion of his holy body. It was an extremely lengthy process. As the energy crystal of the 7th tier beast was consumed faster and faster, he sensed that invisible wall beginning to tear and shatter. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Fan's body jolted violently as the power within him surged wildly up. 300 million combat power. 400 million combat power. He had finally broken through to the minor success stage of the sacred body, and the power within his body continued to surge. However, at this moment, a bizarre vision appeared in Yi Fan's mind. He saw a figure whose chi and blood power were exceedingly profound, and whose origin power was almost identical to his own. No, It should be said that it was the very same origin power. The desolate ancient sacred body. That was a remarkably valiant man with sword-like eyebrows and a thick mane of black hair cascading over his chest and back. His gaze was piercing his chi and blood surging skyward like a rolling sea. Merely standing there, he gave the impression that heaven and earth might collapse. His physical strength, so astonishingly world-shaking, as to feel almost unreal. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. Could this man be someone who had awakened the desolate ancient sacred body here in ancient times? He had read about it in books. Long before his era, there had indeed been others who awakened this peerless physique. Slaying enemies from all directions, he stood supreme at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. His mere presence radiated an overwhelming might, as if no one could ever hope to defeat him. Yet at this moment the man wore a grave expression as he received a token from another man. Feng Wushuang, from this day forth you shall be the last disciple of the desolate ancient sacred body. I can foresee that heaven and earth shall undergo tremendous changes, and the desolate ancient sacred body will no longer be born. No sooner had he heard these words than everything before Yi Fan vanished into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself witnessing yet another scene. His perspective was now that of Feng Wushuang himself. Wherever his gaze fell, myriad races covered the land like a vast carpet, dense and terrifying, more numerous than ants. Among these myriad races there also existed extraordinarily terrifying beings radiating astonishing pressure perceptible even from immeasurable distances. This was a lone city with only Feng Wushuang standing within it. Since I am the immortal guardian of the human race, I shall remain at the forefront and shed the last drop of my blood for my people. Feng Wushuang spoke slowly, his will resolute and unyielding. Then alone he fought fiercely for 10 days and 10 nights, the heavens and earth growing dark, the corpses of ferocious beasts piled high, rivers of blood flowing. Even the ferocious beasts comparable to immortals all fell upon this ground. Feng Wushuang's aura had grown exceedingly faint, his body appearing as though his lamp of life was on the verge of extinguishing. He looked up at the blood moon on the horizon and spoke again. The torch of the human race shall be passed down for billions of years without extinction. One day all the myriad races shall be driven away. But just then darkness suddenly swallowed heaven and earth, and a colossal black dragon extended its head from the sky. This head was unfathomably large, filling the entire sky, revealing a pair of cold, chilling eyes. Those eyes were like 2 moons suspended in the high heavens, radiating an incomparable aura. Yi Fan felt his very soul tremble at this presence. This was a race he had never before encountered, its aura terrifying beyond measure. You cursed sacred body of the human race. You have slain over 100 million of my people. I will make you die. The terrifying myriad race entity spoke, its voice shaking heaven and earth, causing the great earth to quake and the firmament to seem as though it might shatter. A divine-level myriad race. It is too terrifying. Merely meeting its gaze fills me with Feng Wushuang muttered to himself. Yet he did not retreat an inch, continuing, this city must not fall. It is the last defensive line of the human race. Once breached, all hope for humanity's future shall be extinguished. I am the sacred body. Even in death I shall not let it advance a single step. At this moment Feng Wushuang seemed to have made a resolute choice within his heart. His previously faint aura suddenly surged with newfound power, as though some profound shackles had been shattered. Surrounding heaven and earth's spiritual energy poured into his body in a frenzy, restoring him to his peak. His thick black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his terrifying chi and blood power shook the firmament. Born from the brink of death, breaking through to the half-god realm. But before me you remain but an ant. The divine black dragon in the sky boasted arrogantly, showing no fear whatsoever. Once again darkness fell before Yi Fan's eyes. When he opened them once more the scene had shifted again. The colossal black dragon now had dark blood streaming across its body, its eyes revealing terror and unease, its former arrogance completely gone. How can a mere half-god be so powerful? Why? Feng Wushuang spoke without expression. I am the sacred body of the human race, a half-god of the human race. It is my duty to guard the torch of humanity. Future generations, if any of you awaken the desolate ancient sacred body and watch this strike, I shall imprint it into your bloodline. Feng Wushuang's words finally answered the doubts in Yi Fan's heart as to why he was witnessing this vision. Desolate ancient sacred fist. Feng Wushuang clenched his fist, terrifying power surging across it. His fist shone like the sun, erupting with explosive force. A world-shaking surge of chi and blood power pierced the firmament, tearing through the surrounding darkness and bringing boundless light. Yi Fan could barely track the movement before he saw the arrogant and overbearing black dragon pierced through by this fist light, its aura completely dimmed. Feng Wushuang remained frozen in the posture of his strike. At this moment his lamp of life was utterly exhausted. That had been his final move, his strongest strike after breaking through to the half-god realm. Yet through a breakthrough in the heat of battle, he had slain a god of the myriad races. The vision faded completely here, replaced by memory fragments deep within his bloodline. Memory fragments flooded into Yi Fan's mind, an inheritance encoded within his blood. He watched as his mind rapidly absorbed the cultivation method of the desolate ancient sacred fist. Half an hour later Yi Fan finally opened his eyes again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Desolate Ancient Sacred Fist growth type martial art. As the Desolate Ancient Sacred Body grows stronger, its power shall increase accordingly. This Desolate Ancient Sacred technique had no rank, but Yi Fan knew it was undoubtedly his most powerful martial art, at present far surpassing the Ghost God Fist. It could serve as his ultimate killing move and trump card. Moreover, he had a feeling that once he unleashed this strike, the aura in his body would likely be completely exhausted in an instant. Immortal, half-god, divine being. Are these the realms beyond venerables? Yi Fan's original goal had been to become a powerful venerable, but now he had a new objective. In the future, he must become a god. Yi Fan finally sensed the combat power increase after achieving minor success with the sacred body. He casually threw a punch, and its power was even greater than his previous Ghost God Fist strike. 2 billion combat power. Yi Fan now understood just how terrifying his base combat power had become. Such an increase was truly worthy of the sacred bonus minor success. But the most important thing was that he had awakened the Desolate Ancient Sacred Fist from deep within his bloodline. Senior, rest assured, I will inherit your will. One day I shall drive away the myriad races. Yi Fan's eyes now shone with bright determination. He then looked toward the passage ahead and stepped into it without hesitation. It was time to clear the 9th level and claim the championship. Trial 9. With a ripple of spatial distortion, Yi Fan appeared. His blood chi was astonishing, and streams of protective chi swirled around his body. He arrived before an ancient bronze gate. It was forged from a special material and covered with countless carvings. A stone stele stood outside the gate bearing an inscription: only the combined power of 6 people can open it. What you will face is a ferocious beast at the latest town general rank. Extremely dangerous. Yi Fan recalled the voice he had heard and finally understood why 6 people were required. But he could not wait that long. With eyes like lightning, he fixed his gaze on the ancient bronze gate. It was clearly made of an extremely precious material, or it would not have been used to imprison a terrifying beast at the latest town general rank. I wonder if this gate is hard enough. If it is not, could I challenge it all by myself? Yi Fan smiled slightly as terrifying chi condensed on his fist, and blood chi surged through his body. He walked straight up to the bronze gate. The next moment, boom. He threw a punch directly at it, and dazzling light burst. Meanwhile, in the square outside, the Tianhe province lord was watching Yi Fan. When he saw Yi Fan reach, but the next instant his pupils sharply contracted, and he wore an utterly stunned expression because he saw Yi Fan taking the initiative to attack the bronze gate. After all, the bronze gate had been forged from a special material, a substance comparable to an alloy, incredibly hard and strong enough to forge tier 7 weapons. Yet he quickly pulled himself together and calmed down because he believed Yi Fan could not shatter the gate. At that level of hardness, even a town general might not be able to break it, let alone Yi Fan. But in the next moment, he revealed a stunned expression once more. Boom. Hearing the sound from the video, he watched as the bronze gate cracked. Countless fissures appeared, and then it burst apart into countless fragments before his eyes. The province lord was dumbfounded, unable to find words for what lay before him. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Extraordinary. Waves of shock surged in his heart as he stared fixedly at the screen. The city lords outside were also stunned by the exploding gate, and thought Yi Fan had gone mad. Did he truly intend to challenge the ferocious beast inside alone? Province lord, we must stop him, City Lord Long said hastily. He did not want Yi Fan to take first place. Yes, he broke the rules, and must be punished. His qualification to continue the assessment should be revoked. Even with astonishing talent, he cannot trample on them. After all, if Yi Fan managed to pass alone, the prodigies from their cities would have no chance. They all knew that the first place winner this time would be desperately sought after by the 10 great academies. There were also lavish rewards along with preferential treatment upon entering those academies. City Lord Wang stepped forward and said, how truly ugly your faces are. Since your prodigies cannot compare in strength, you resort to schemes and tricks. Yi Fan could shatter the bronze gate because he has that strength, yet you want to eliminate him. He felt indignant on Yi Fan's behalf. The people before him disgusted him to the core. The city lords fell silent, but their expressions darkened because City Lord Wang had exposed the true thoughts hidden. Enough. Yi Fan did nothing wrong, and he will not be eliminated. You fools, stop thinking only of your own cities. The Tianhe province lord looked at the city lords and rebuked them without mercy, giving them no face at all. An invincible prodigy like Yi Fan is something you cannot find even if you search with a lantern. And you still harbor such stupid thoughts. Remember, those words were never spoken. Otherwise, once Yi Fan grows into an invincible powerhouse and later settles the score with you taking away your positions with a single sentence will be an easy matter for him. Hearing that the Tianhe province lord had truly become angry, the city lords dared not utter a single word of rebuttal. Instead, many of them broke out in cold sweat because what the province lord said was indeed true. Yi Fan was bound to reach an extremely lofty position sooner or later. If he ever learned of their conduct today, they would be finished. Everyone remained silent, daring to say nothing. Then the Tianhe province lord looked at the screen and praised, since he has the courage and wants to defeat the latest town general, ferocious beast alone, give him that chance. Since Yi Fan possessed such terrifying power, he clearly had the capability to challenge that beast. Even if Yi Fan could not win, he could rescue him immediately. Teleporting over did not take long anyway. As soon as he saw something amiss, he would step in to save him. Province Lord, what exactly is the ferocious beast in Trial 9? City Lord Wang asked. The Tianhe Province Lord answered, you will know soon enough. Watch the screen closely. He gave no further explanation, saying only that. So City Lord Wang had no choice but to suppress his worries and curiosity and turn his gaze to the scene on the screen. The other city lords were also watching, wanting to see what the Trial 9 ferocious beast actually was. Meanwhile, at Trial, Yi Fan walked deeper into the place. At first it was dim, but after a few hundred meters, light suddenly appeared. A mass of candles blazed to life, illuminating a huge cage. The cage was pitch black and surrounded by... Yi Fan looked ahead and saw a dark figure within the cage. The figure sat there radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. Even from a great distance it made one's heart tremble. It was a giant lion with golden fur all over its body except for a pair of blood-red eyes. Sensing someone approaching, the lion turned its gaze to Yi Fan, and an overwhelming pressure swept toward him. So it's a golden giant lion. Yi Fan recognized this type of demonic beast. It was one of the leading races among the myriad clans. This golden giant lion was nothing like the native lions of this land. It stood a full 10 meters tall and possessed astonishing power. It was said that such a terrifying demonic beast could shatter the heavens and scatter the clouds with a single roar, making it an extremely bloodthirsty and deadly creature. This kind of beast was extremely bloodthirsty. Sometimes it would even slaughter the myriad races merely for its own amusement, with no particular purpose at all. It was the same with humans. It enjoyed killing and craved slaughter as if that was its very mission. Wherever this demonic beast passed, not a single person could survive. You all would be killed by it. Human. The golden giant lion spoke aloud. A demonic beast of his level already possessed extremely high intelligence. It was somewhat taken aback to see Yi Fan arrive here. After all, countless years had passed since anyone had set foot here. He had nearly forgotten what humans looked like. Rattle. At that moment the black chains began to shake and then vanished into the darkness. At that same instant the massive cage swung fully open, granting the golden giant lion free rein to move. As long as someone arrived here, this cage would release the golden giant lion. Thank you. Because of you I now have freedom. In return, I will make your death quick and painless. The golden giant lion radiated a terrifying pressure, utterly ignoring Yi Fan. He could sense that Yi Fan's cultivation realm was unremarkable. He had yet to break through to the town general level. Too weak. Such a human could be struck down with a single effortless move. A quick and painless death. Yi Fan raised his head toward the golden giant lion and said, since you've said so, I will show mercy and grant you a quick painless death as well. Hearing Yi Fan's arrogant words, the golden giant lion frowned, obviously thinking Yi Fan's tone was far too inflated. A mere half-step town general. How dare you compare yourself to me? The golden lion voiced the doubt in his heart. He thought Yi Fan was reckless and utterly stupid. Yet how had such a person made it to this trial? That struck him as rather unexpected. In the past his opponents had never been this weak. Some had even reached the midtown general stage. Boom. But in that instant Yi Fan erupted with a fearsome aura that swept out like surging waves. A mighty pressure exploded from his body and his chi and blood churned like an ocean. For a moment the golden giant lion actually felt a stab of fear, as if the person before him was not a half-step town general, but a marquis ruling over a vast domain. Such terrifying pressure. Could you be one of the human race's invincible prodigies? Realization dawned on the golden giant lion's face. No wonder he had dared to address him in such an arrogant tone. You talk too much. Yi Fan made his move. Even with the simplest martial technique, he erupted with a world-overwhelming divine power far beyond the half-step town general level. A single punch blasted the ground apart layer by layer, shaking heaven and earth like a crack of thunder. Seeing that Yi Fan dared to strike first, the golden giant lion condensed a phantom image behind him. The phantom was identical to him, but it radiated an incomparably terrifying presence. His protective chi surged upward, coalescing into clouds in the sky. Then a claw reached down from those clouds toward Yi Fan as if seizing prey. Terrifying pressure engulfed everything around them, and murderous intent surged to the heavens as he sought to end Yi Fan in a single strike. He was a demonic beast that delighted in slaughter. Anyone who dared oppose him would die, and he would not spare a single one. Moreover, after being imprisoned here for so many years, he had long been itching for a bloody kill. The Yi Fan before him had walked straight into the jaws of death. He deserved to die. Meanwhile, outside, when everyone saw this, their hearts leapt into their throats. They had never imagined that the 9th trial would hold a demonic beast like the golden giant lion. This demonic beast could spew flames, and its dreadful fire could annihilate everything. What was more, this ferocious beast's bloodlust was so terrifying that it seemed born purely for slaughter. To place such a creature in the final trial was simply too dangerous. Wasn't this harming the prodigies inside? No wonder it was said that 6 people had to be gathered. If 6 had truly gone in together, perhaps 5 of them would have died there, or even the entire group might have been wiped out. City Lord Long and the others were still shaken, feeling fortunate that Long Outyin and his group had not reached this trial. Moreover, this ferocious beast had reached the late town general stage. The gap in realms was too vast. How could anyone fight that? City Lord Wang was frantic with anxiety, wishing he could make the province lord of Tianhe rush in to save Yi Fan, but the province lord of Tianhe kept staring at the screen. He knew that someone who could shatter the bronze gate with a single punch could not possibly be unable to withstand even one blow from the golden giant lion. Look, the golden giant lion was actually forced back. A city lord cried out in surprise. In the footage, the massive golden lion's body was continuously forced back several steps. In a pure contest of strength, it was completely outmatched by Yi Fan. Yi Fan, however, stood exactly where he was, as if he had used no effort at all. This left many city lords shaken, feeling that Yi Fan's physical power was absurdly formidable. How was his body forged? Why is his strength so immense? I can say for certain that even Xianyuan Long's physical strength could never match Yi Fan's. His qi and blood are like an ocean, perhaps comparable to a marquee. These people all held Yi Fan in the highest esteem. Even the province lord of Tianhe was surprised. He knew Yi Fan's physical body was formidable, but to force back the golden giant lion with one move. Just how high was his true combat strength? 1 billion, or 5 billion, or an even higher level. After all, an ordinary marquis possessed only about 2 billion in personal power. The most stunned was City Lord Wang. He sat there with a blank face, completely unable to find words to express the shock and awe in his heart. Is Yi Fan really that strong? He finally forced out. Now looking at the screen, he instead felt that the golden giant lion was the weaker party. At that moment, Bai Long had been eliminated and walked out with Bai Guiyuan at his side. Originally, Bai Long had planned to let Bai Guiyuan be eliminated first while he charged toward a higher level. However, he had also wanted to test the limits of his own strength, so he had kept Bai Guiyuan with him and charged all the way to the 6th trial. In the end, he was still eliminated for failing to pass. He was not too disheartened, though. He felt this was enough. He should be able to rank in the top 80, and Bai Guiyuan could also enjoy the reflected glory and obtain a decent ranking. After the two were eliminated, they sat in the spectator area and looked at the screen, wanting to see which trial those peerless prodigies had reached. But that single look nearly made Bai Guiyuan's eyes pop out. It was as if an invisible hand were squeezing his throat, almost cutting off his breath. Guiyuan, what's wrong? Seeing his cousin looking utterly shocked and uncomfortable, Bai Long hastily asked. At that moment, Bai Guiyuan blinked and looked at the screen again to make sure he had not seen wrong. With a mournful expression, he stammered to Bai Long, cousin. That freak Yi Fan reached the 9th trial alone. The moment he said this, Bai Long's body jolted. He quickly looked at the screen. Because the screen had many panels, he had originally been focused on Long, Outyin, and the others. Now hearing Bai Guiyuan's words, he hastily turned his gaze to the very top, where a feed of Yi Fan entering the 9th trial was playing. His face went stiff and he wore an expression of utter disbelief. He remembered that when he first arrived, he had boasted to his cousin that he would teach Yi Fan a lesson if given the chance. Now he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What lesson could he still teach? The target his cousin had wanted to surpass was actually a freak who could reach the 9th trial. After all, Long, Outyin, and the others were still on the 8th trial fighting demonic beasts, while Yi Fan had already reached the top of the 9th trial alone. This strength was even more ferocious than peerless prodigies like Long, Outyin. He even felt that his worldview was beginning to crack. How could Jinling produce such an outrageous prodigy? It was simply beyond reason. You're so weak, Yi Fan said calmly after repelling the golden giant lion. It wasn't that he wanted to show off. He just felt that a fierce beast at the late stage of the town general realm wasn't all that powerful. He had repelled it without even using his full strength. It was far weaker than he had imagined. Hearing this, the golden giant lion's body overflowed with a terrifying murderous aura and erupted with an astonishing presence. No human in a realm lower than his own had ever dared to speak such words before him. You're courting death. The golden giant lion unleashed another killing move because he too had not used his full strength earlier and had seriously underestimated Yi Fan. At first he had not regarded Yi Fan as a true opponent at all, but now he knew that Yi Fan was powerful, not like the opponents he had encountered before. A shocking amount of gang qi exploded from his body, and an even stronger pressure surged toward Yi Fan. Even the wind around them came to a standstill. The golden giant lion stretched out another claw and swept it toward the area where Yi Fan stood. This time, however, crimson flames flowed over the claw, radiating a dreadful aura, as if one blow could annihilate the entire region. Yi Fan stood where he was completely unaffected. Watching the killing move unleashed by the golden giant lion, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Did he still think Yi Fan was a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will? An astonishing blood and ki power burst forth. Yi Fan now revealed his true strength, spreading the divine fire intent and directly increasing his combat power by 50%. The ghost god fist erupted and his combat power surged by another 50%. With the two forces stacked together, Yi Fan's combat power at this moment was enhanced by a full 100%. A terrifying combat power of 4 billion condensed on his fist and accompanied by the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods directly enveloped the golden giant lion before him. Clearly, Yi Fan intended to finish the opponent with a single move. Boom. Terrifying power swept forward, irresistible and indestructible. The dreadful fluctuations rent the air and immediately blew the golden giant lion's claw to pieces. The flames on his claw dimmed in an instant. Roar. The golden giant lion let out a shocking roar, but as expected, his body was still engulfed by that fist light. The power of that move was simply too terrifying. Golden flames surged upward, incinerating everything in their path. The golden giant lion's colossal body turned to ashes within the golden fire. Yi Fan slowly withdrew his fist and let out a soft breath. The primordial sacred body was truly mighty. Even without breaking through to the town general realm, he could sweep through all foes in that realm. No enemy was a match for him. He had not even used the primordial sacred fist. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. Instead of hurrying to leave, he stayed where he was, preparing to recover his gang chi. But at that moment, many crimson flames suddenly appeared before him. The flames gathered together and soon reshaped the golden giant lion's figure. The golden giant lion had actually been reborn. Could he have awakened his bloodline power? Yi Fan had read in books that the ancestor of the golden giant lion species possessed the power of rebirth, but it could only be used once, and only once in a lifetime. However, he had to first awaken his bloodline power. If he did not, he could not be reborn. After rebirth, he would become stronger and far more dangerous. Yet Yi Fan was instead filled with anticipation. After all, he had not yet fought to his heart's content, and now was the perfect chance to test the might of the primordial sacred fist. After all, it was a martial art that could kill even gods. Although it had no recorded rank with his sacred body at minor mastery, Yi Fan felt that killing the golden giant lion should still be quite easy. Outside, when the city lords saw Yi Fan slay the golden giant lion with a single strike, overwhelming shock appeared on every face. How is this Yi Fan so powerful? Could he have a special physique? His talent is too terrifying. He absolutely has an extremely special physique, otherwise he could never be this invincible. They all now believed that Yi Fan had definitely awakened some ancient physique. Only one with a terrifying physique could at half-step town general kill such a dreadful fierce beast with a single punch. Long Outyin and the others seemed truly too weak when compared with the Yi Fan before them. Even if all those peerless geniuses were combined, they might not be a match for Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan's current strength was simply monstrous beyond reason. A genius like this should never have been born in Tianhe province. He should have been born in a much larger province. They also believed that once Yi Fan entered the 10 great academies, he would probably shine brilliantly there. He was simply too strong and too terrifying. In their entire lives, they had only ever seen one person like him, Yi Fan. He simply could not be understood by common sense. Fighting beyond his level was ridiculously easy for him, with no difficulty whatsoever. Yet just when they all thought the first place was decided, at that very moment, the golden giant lion was reborn. Torrents of crimson flame reformed his body. Not good. We can't continue the trial any longer. After his rebirth, the golden giant lion may well reach the half-step marquis level. Someone said in terror. Their gazes turned to the provincial lord of Tianhe, for they felt that even he might no longer be able to handle the golden giant lion in his current state. No need to worry. I can see that Yi Fan is calm and composed. He probably still has a trump card. The provincial lord of Tianhe had no intention of rescuing Yi Fan. In truth, with his strength, although he could not kill the golden giant lion, trapping him again was hardly difficult. He simply wanted to see how far Yi Fan could go. After all, Yi Fan's eyes now held no fear, only excitement. It seemed he still had a trump card he had not yet revealed. He believed that a prodigy like Yi Fan, blessed with peerless fortune, would not easily perish here. He knew that prodigies bearing great fortune would always turn danger into safety and never face any truly great risk. If worst came to worst, he would open a spatial passage at once and rush in to save him. There was definitely still time. The crowd now grew tense and stared at the screen, unwilling to blink. Hearing the provincial lord's words, they too wanted to see what other trump card Yi Fan possessed. They wondered whether this trump card could let him successfully withstand the reborn golden giant lion. Yi Fan waited in place while the golden giant lion completed his rebirth, the lion's aura reaching its peak state. He could also sense that the golden giant lion's power had grown stronger. The pressure emanating from him spread in all directions, enough to make an ordinary town general tremble. Puny human, you actually managed to kill me once. Your strength truly exceeds my imagination. But you will not leave here today. Thank you for helping me be reborn once. Soon I will chew you to pieces and swallow you into my stomach. Consider that the boon I grant you. After being reborn, the golden giant lion's fur gleamed even more brightly, and a layer of murderous aura and gang chi pervaded his body. This time, in addition to rebirth, he had also comprehended a killing art inherited from the depths of his bloodline, the equivalent of a human martial skill. Yi Fan did not take the words of the golden giant lion to heart. After all, anyone can say harsh words, but without real strength, those words amount to nothing. After your rebirth, your tone is quite bold, but I wonder whether you have the strength to match it. Yi Fan's gaze was indifferent. The golden giant lion, suffused with murderous intent, stared coldly at Yi Fan and said, "Soon I will make you know whether I have that strength." Kill. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the golden giant lion spat a crimson blaze from his mouth. It flew toward Yi Fan and transformed into a blade in midair, as if seeking to sever Yi Fan's head. But such a feeble technique required almost no real defense from Yi Fan. He simply reached out with his hand and snuffed out the crimson flame. Yet the golden giant lion now wore the smile of a scheme succeeding. More crimson flames erupted around him, and in the sky formed a phantom lion exactly like him. The phantom lion then slammed fiercely into him, merging completely with his body. At this moment, the golden giant lion seemed to be clad in a suit of crimson armor, his body burning with crimson flames. His aura and oppressive might had grown far stronger. Even his vital blood energy had surged wildly as he sought revenge against Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan had just killed him once. But he did not intend to unleash his killing move right away. He planned to beat Yi Fan into a pulp first, venting the fury in his heart. Being crushed in the earlier battle had left him deeply displeased. Little did he know, however, that this decision was about to bring him another round of terrible misfortune. Watching the golden giant lion lunge at him, Yi Fan thought the beast had grown too arrogant. Merely because it had undergone rebirth, it dared to come at him in close combat again, clearly believing its strength to be invincible. Then come. Yi Fan gave a long roar, vital blood energy erupting from his body, and hurled a punch straight. The moment that terrifying force met the lion's claw, flesh and blood were instantly mangled. The claw was smashed to a pulp by his punch, shattered on the spot, and crimson blood splashed through the air. The golden giant lion, frightened, hastily retreated, all the hair on his body standing on end as he stared at Yi Fan in terror. Although his regenerative power was formidable, he had never encountered an opponent like Yi Fan. His physical body seemed invincible, though anyone who engaged him in close combat was bound to lose. It should be remembered that the golden giant lion bloodline was itself renowned for power. Few ferocious beasts of the same rank dared to compete with him purely in strength. But Yi Fan was a complete exception. Who exactly are you? What physique do you have? The golden giant lion racked his brains, yet still could not figure out what kind of powerful physique Yi Fan possessed. Once someone like this grew stronger, he would surely pose a great threat to the myriad races. Kill. But by now Yi Fan had no desire to waste another word on him. He only wanted to finish the fight quickly and obtain the ferocious beast's crystal before him. After all, he still wanted to break through to the town general realm. Terrifying vital blood energy poured endlessly from Yi Fan's body. With Gangqi covering his fists, he closed in on the golden giant lion, giving him no time to rest at all. The great battle broke out again, yet even after his breakthrough, the golden giant lion still found Yi Fan a headache. His claws had been shattered who knows how many times. It was as if he had never been reborn at all. He was suppressed the entire time until he could barely breathe. Golden flames and Gangqi surged forth, dreadful and boundless. The sheer force battered the golden giant lion until he could hardly breathe. No matter how he struggled, those golden fists forced him relentlessly back. Even after his rebirth, the golden giant lion was still being beaten into a pitiful state. It felt almost as if their cultivation realms had been swapped. Roar. After several dozen exchanges, the golden giant lion let out a furious roar. He knew he could not keep fighting Yi Fan at close range. If he did, he would probably be blasted apart once more. With astonishing speed, he put some distance between himself and Yi Fan, staring at him from afar. Yi Fan, you are dead. Next I will reduce you to ashes. He decided to use his most powerful killing art. The bloodline power within his body surged, and the vast crimson flames around him suddenly blazed even more fiercely. Fire burned fiercely even in his eyes, while a baleful black aura spread outward in every direction. In the next instant he opened his mouth. Terrifying power converged there at once, crimson flames pouring in rapidly, and then turning blood red before the eyes of everyone present. Myriad annihilation flame. This was the killing art inherited in his bloodline. A beam of light shot from his mouth, sweeping toward Yi Fan like a torrential flood. It looked like a blood-red river surging through the sky, charging onward with overwhelming might in an attempt to drown him. Everything that dreadful flame touched melted in an instant. The surrounding walls began to dissolve, silently covered with countless bubbles, a clear sign of its terrifyingly high temperature. Outside, the Tianhe province lord's expression was grave. He was already preparing to go to the rescue. If he left now, it was still not too late. Open a spatial passage quickly, he instructed his staff. The two staff members promptly opened a new spatial passage, and the Tianhe province lord prepared to step through it to save Yi Fan. At that very moment, however, the screen suddenly blazed with light, as if a sun had burst open. The golden glare was so piercing that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Even the city lords had to shut their eyes at once, overcome by an intensely uncomfortable sensation. Only the Tianhe province lord could still make out what was happening on the screen. There Yi Fan appeared utterly fearless. He even charged directly at that dreadful blaze like a moth, throwing its... The Tianhe province lord might have wished to save him, but if someone deliberately rushed to his own death, no rescue was possible. All he could do was watch helplessly. But the next moment, a scene that almost made his jaw drop unfolded. Yi Fan suddenly threw a punch, and to the province lord that fist traced a perfect trajectory. As the punch was delivered, time around it seemed to slow down abruptly, becoming incredibly protracted. Then light blossomed from his fist. A golden light condensed from vital blood energy and Gangqi. At the instant it blazed, an indescribably terrifying power exploded outward. It was truly as if a sun had burst apart, with monstrous heat sweeping in all directions. The dreadful flames were torn apart outright. Before the golden giant lion could react, a beam of fist light pierced his massive body, and in an instant he lost every trace of life. Blood streamed down his body and his eyes grew dim. He had been instantly killed once again. The Tianhe province lord, watching all this, was completely stunned. Dumbfounded, he could not find words strong enough to express the shock in his heart. What martial art is Yi Fan using? Why is his battle prowess comparable to a marquis, able to instantly kill a golden giant lion? His heart was shaken beyond measure and filled with intense confusion. After slaying the golden giant lion, Yi Fan stepped forward and retrieved a crystal from within the beast's body. In the same moment, the terrifying creature completely disintegrated into ashes and vanished. Yi Fan gazed at the beast crystal in his hand, intending to refine it and break through to the town general realm. Just then, however, a strange burst of laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. I never thought that merely passing through this place would let me witness such a shocking scene. How intriguing. A dark, baleful wind swept in, and then a black shadow followed, closely appearing before Yi Fan. He was a gaunt man looking as if he hadn't eaten his fill for a long time. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes, making him appear to be a chronic insomniac. The myriad races cult. A murderous intent blazed in Yi Fan's eyes as he stared at the man before him. He despised the members of the myriad races cult more than anything. These traitors of humanity did not deserve to live in this world. I originally intended only to destroy the teleportation array, but I didn't expect to encounter such prey. How amusing. A tall, burly man appeared, radiating the same murderous aura, his icy gaze fixed on Yi Fan. Both of these men exuded the aura of Town General Realm, and they were precisely the 9th Protector and 8th Protector of the Myriad Races cult. They had both been searching for the internal teleportation array when they suddenly sensed violent fluctuations here and personally witnessed Yi Fan slaying the golden giant lion. As for why they did not flee, it was because they believed Yi Fan could no longer escape. Having killed the golden giant lion, his protective chi must have been enormously depleted. There was no way he could match the two of them. Destroying the teleportation array. Are you trying to kill all the prodigies who entered? Yi Fan instantly perceived their objective murderous intent surging in his eyes. He had been ruined in exactly this way in the past. Once they learned of his remarkable talent, the members of the Myriad Races cult had relentlessly targeted him. Whenever he recalled that incident, he wished he could hack these cultists into 1,000 pieces. Yes, the 9th Protector said icily. But simply destroying the teleportation array was too dull, so I sent others to hunt down those prodigies. By now, probably more than half of them are dead, haha. He laughed at the end, seeming to regard such deeds as glorious. Yi Fan gently let out a turbid breath and began to mobilize the blood and chi power within his body. Although his chi had indeed been almost entirely consumed, only a fraction remained. The power of the primordial sacred fist was extremely fearsome, but the chi it consumed was equally astonishing. However, even with only his blood and chi power left, Yi Fan did not regard the two cult town generals before him in the slightest. Do you think someone will come to save you, and that's why you're so calm? To be honest, we have already set up an isolation array here. It will seal this place for an hour, and no one can teleport in. Just obediently await your death. The 8th Protector of the Myriad Races cult revealed a sinister smile and cut off all of Yi Fan's escape. At this moment, Yi Fan remained utterly unruffled. He smiled at them and said, "You guessed wrong. I don't need anyone's support. Both of you are destined to fall here today." He spoke these words without ridicule or mockery, as if stating a calm, plain fact. The two town generals suddenly became alert, staring tensely at Yi Fan. They could already confirm that he truly had little chi left. How could he speak such confident words? Boom. The next moment, the void shattered, and Yi Fan's figure appeared before one of them. Terrifying blood and chi power surged forth. At this instant, Yi Fan was like a demon god. Just as he raised his hand and struck forward, such a simple motion, the protective chi of the 9th Protector was torn apart. Before he could even make a sound, blood burst from all 7 orifices of his body. The horrifying force shattered every trace of vitality within him. Every meridian exploded, reducing him to a blood-soaked figure. Before his death, his eyes still brimmed with disbelief. He could not believe why he had died there. The 8th Protector's scalp went numb, and in that instant he felt as if facing a formidable enemy. He let out a long howl, and a pillar of light shot up from his body. Terrifying chi swirled around him, mixed with blood-red, baleful energy converging together. The two forces whirled in the air, forming a massive palm imprint 5 meters in length and width. It struck toward Yi Fan like a thunderbolt, exploding its sound, shaking the surroundings. A rank martial art thunderclap palm. According to legend, this move was cultivated by a human powerhouse who observed the roar of lightning. It can unleash astonishing thunder from the palm. When the palm strikes, its might resembles the wrath of the thunder god. As a town general, he could fully unleash the power of this rank martial art. The roaring sound it produced shook all directions, carrying a mighty aura as it swept toward Yi Fan. Its savage power could instantly smash a person into pieces, and the lightning bursting from the palm could slay a man in the blink of an eye. Outside, the Lord of Tiana Province was initially stunned by Yi Fan's combat power, frozen in place for a long time. But when he saw two powerful figures of the Myriad Races cult suddenly appear, anxiety filled his heart. Yi Fan's chi at the moment could not have much left. He had to go save him immediately, or everything would be too late. He opened a passage to cross over, only to discover an inexplicable force blocking the passage, forcibly sealing it and preventing teleportation. His expression changed drastically, knowing this was the handiwork of the Myriad Races cult. Damned underground rats. If Yi Fan dies, I will definitely send people to turn the entire Tianhe province upside down and grind you bastards into dust. At this moment the lord of Tianhe province was fuming. It was rare for such an invincible prodigy to appear. If he fell, it would cut off his own future path. If a Yi Fan emerged, he could obtain cultivation resources granted from above far beyond imagination, and might even be in theft as a king in the future. But if Yi Fan died, all of this would become empty talk. The situation was critical. City Lord Wang stared fixedly at the screen, wishing he could charge in to help Yi Fan, but he was powerless. The other city lords wore expressions of mourning, evidently all believing that Yi Fan would fall. Yi Fan's condition was simply too poor. Now he still had to contend with 2 town generals. There was almost no hope of turning the tables. But at that moment Yi Fan in the video suddenly struck, first unleashing astonishing power. Relying solely on blood and chi power, he blasted apart one of the cult's town generals, catching him completely off guard. This instantly stunned all of them, their faces full of astonishment. Clearly no one had expected such an outcome. They felt that Yi Fan was too terrifying. His strength was simply breathtaking. To think that he could accomplish this with just blood and chi power. How powerful then was Yi Fan's physical body? Perhaps it was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary town general. At this moment they all realized that Yi Fan likely possessed some special constitution. The tide had turned. The Tianhe province lord also broke into a smile, his expression one of pleasant surprise, and inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Fan was not dead. If he could turn the tables and kill one town general, then was it not possible for him to slay another with thunderous speed? But just then the other town general of the myriad races cult reacted first and launched an attack, erupting with astonishing power in an instant, determined to end his life with a single strike. Clearly the other town general was not holding back. He was unleashing his most lethal killing move. At that moment Yi Fan was plunged into crisis once again. The Tianhe province lord grew tense again. He could feel his heartbeat quickening, and at that moment he wished he could rush in and save Yi Fan. The other city lords also held their breath, not daring to make a sound, watching to see whether Yi Fan on the screen could survive. The next moment, they witnessed that breathtaking punch once more. They truly could not imagine what kind of martial art it was. It was simply an eruption of pure blood and chi force, and in an instant it shattered the palm seal condensed from pristine chi. That bolt of lightning also scattered in midair, broken apart by the light of Yi Fan's fist. On the screen the other town general was sent flying by a fist as swift and fierce as a gale, and was slain within a single breath. They stared blankly at the scene on the screen, unable to comprehend it. Yi Fan was only a half-step town general, yet he could easily slay full town generals with nothing but pure blood and chi force. He was simply ferocious beyond measure. Worthy of the title Invincible Prodigy. He can turn the tables even in a situation like this. The Tianhe province lord laughed joyfully. The more he looked, the more pleased he became. A few city lords wore dejected expressions, knowing that everything was over. The first place had already been decided. Now Yi Fan was truly deserving of it. The remaining prodigies were nothing more than foils to highlight Yi Fan's existence. The Dragon City Lord was filled with unwillingness. The prefect of Beihai felt deeply bitter, and some city lords whose regions had produced peerless prodigies also felt a pang of sourness in their hearts. The first place was a dark horse who had appeared out of nowhere, and he had also won the approval of the Tianhe province lord. There was simply nothing they could do about Yi Fan. Besides, Yi Fan's strength now surpassed all of theirs. He was the undisputed first. Everyone rise. Let us congratulate the number 1. Yi Fan is the first to clear Gate 9 at the fastest speed ever seen. His pace is unprecedented. He is the invincible prodigy of our Tianhe province and the pride of our entire province. Let us celebrate and cheer for him. The Tianhe province lord was the first to stand before the screen. The others rose one after another, looking at the scene before them with deep reverence. Such strength had completely won over every city lord present. At the same time, many city lords were delighted. Since Tianhe province had produced such an outstanding invincible prodigy, they would all gain great benefits in the days to come. Only the Dragon City Lord and his companions were unhappy, their hearts filled with regret. The first place had originally been theirs, but now it had been snatched away by that dark horse Yi Fan. But there was nothing they could do about it, so they could only helplessly accept it in their hearts. At this moment the most excited one was none other than City Lord Wang. Watching the other city lords rise to congratulate Yi Fan, a surge of pride welled up in his heart. After all, it was his first time witnessing such a grand spectacle. Even the first-place winners of previous trials had never been treated this way by the Tianhe province lord. It could only be said that Yi Fan was simply too outstanding. Even Wang's city lord's direct superior was beside himself with excitement. Meanwhile, at Gate 9, after killing those 2 town general powerhouses, Yi Fan searched their bodies and found 2 storage rings. They contained a considerable amount of money and some low-grade spirit herbs. They were not of much use to him, but he stored them all away. Of course, he also found some pills that could replenish pristine chi. He swallowed them immediately and recovered a lot. Then he opened his eyes, extended his spiritual sense into the rings, and began searching for anything else valuable. Suddenly his gaze landed on a fiery red spirit herb among a cluster of low-grade spirit herbs, and he took it out. A grade 6 spirit herb. Yi Fan's heart surged with joy at the herb in his hand. However, he did not consume it. Instead, he put it in a separate place and stored it alone. It was not that he did not want to take it. Rather, this herb was mainly for healing wounds. It was called yang grass and possessed a miraculous effect for treating injuries. It was even rumored to be able to repair meridians. It was not of much use to Yi Fan, but he could bring it back for his father, and perhaps it could restore his father's talent and strength. Afterwards, Yi Fan walked toward the entrance. The stench of blood here was too strong for a breakthrough. He sat down beside the ancient bronze gate, took out a feral beast crystal, and began to refine it. Endless energy poured into his body, and the pristine chi within him began to circulate. He activated his inner cultivation method, and the flow grew faster and faster. He was about to strike for the town general realm. Golden flames of pristine chi blazed across his entire body, swirling around him into a flame barrier that enveloped his figure and prevented anyone from interrupting him. Elsewhere inside a passage at the 8th gate. This gate was covered in blood everywhere, and a massive feral beast lay collapsed at the feet of a person. That person was none other than Long Outyin. Invisible winds surrounded him, taking on all kinds of shapes, and leaving countless wounds on the feral beast's body. After he finished off the feral beast, he held a beast crystal in his hand and refined it on the spot. By now it was almost completely refined. Before long he opened his eyes. The aura around his body had become even more terrifying, like a vast boundless abyss unfathomably deep. He was now confident that he was invincible at the town general realm. No one could match him. Then let me be the second to step into Gate 9. So far there had been no notification that a second person had entered Gate 9, so he was certain it would be him. Then he took a step forward, and his figure gradually vanished into the spatial passage. With a ripple of spatial energy his body appeared at Gate 9. But at this moment his gaze sharp as lightning fell upon another person. That person's aura was equally terrifying, and he stood there with a proud expression. Wang Chongyang, so it really was you. At that moment Long Outyin took Wang Chongyang to be the first to enter Gate 9. Wang Chongyang shared the same thought as Long Outyin. Each believed the other was the first to enter Gate 9. Thus both their eyes burned with fighting spirit. There's no need to wait for those behind us. Let the two of us go in first, Long Outyin said. Long Chongyang nodded slightly, and the two walked forward. They had not gone far when they suddenly noticed a barrier of flaming pristine chi radiating an astonishing aura. Who is that? We can't make out his figure, but the aura on this person is powerful. He is also breaking through to the town general realm. They discussed it for a while, but they could not see clearly, only a blurry silhouette. Yet the aura Yi Fan gave off did not resemble that of any peerless prodigy they knew. It seems we are both one step slower than this person. He should be a dark horse. Forget it, let's not waste our time on him. He simply got lucky to reach this place, and since he is still in the middle of breaking through, he is destined to be nothing but a gatekeeper for us. Long Outyin and Wang Chongyang walked straight past Yi Fan. Glancing at the shattered ancient bronze gate, they did not give it much thought and headed deeper inside. Outside, amid a ripple of spatial fluctuations, Wang Xingchen strode out of the passage with an air of arrogance. He had successfully cleared the 5th level and had even come within a hair's breadth of passing the 6th. Though he had been eliminated, he remained utterly confident. He felt that this time he should be able to make the top 50. After all, this was the 36 cities grand competition of Tianhe province. He being in the top 50 carried immense weight and might even earn him a personal audience with the Tianhe provincial governor. Elated by these thoughts, he did not head toward the spectator stands at all, but walked off in another direction. Before he had gone far, he saw a tent set up ahead. Inside were several chairs with two people sitting there eating grapes. These two were none other than Wang Xingchen's father and elder brother. Seeing Wang Xingchen, they immediately stood up from where they were, smiles spreading across their faces. Because the screen before them had been broadcasting Wang Xingchen's progress through the passage all along, they had paid no attention to anyone else. Xingchen, your performance this time was outstanding. You made it straight through the 5th level, and even came close to passing the 6th. This time you'll definitely make the top 80. Wang Xingchen's father laughed heartily, his face beaming, as if his life had reached its pinnacle. Little brother Wang Yuan also smiled beside him, his eyes filled with envy. He was nothing but a good for nothing compared to his younger brother. He was utterly useless. Wang Xingchen merely nodded slightly at them, then found a chair and lay back. After fighting the myriad races for so long, it was time to rest. But before resting, he wanted to eat something. He picked up grapes from the table and stuffed them into his mouth. After eating a few, he wore a satisfied expression. By the way, I never encountered that Yi Fan inside. But even if he survives once this competition ends, he'll find a chance to kill. Wang Xingchen still remembered his father's instructions. It's fine. Yi Fan is worthless. He's probably already... His father said with a smile. Naturally, Yi Fan had to be dealt with. In fact, he had already sent people to search, though they were only looking for those who had already been eliminated. He didn't believe Yi Fan could hold out longer than his son. As for those peerless prodigies, he didn't even bother to glance at them. Their strength was too terrifying. Each one was freakishly monstrous, and simply seeing them was enough to wound one's spirit. Though young, each of them was formidable beyond reason, like clouds at the horizon, utterly beyond reach. Moreover, those peerless prodigies stood behind ancient aristocratic families and held noble status. So when it came to their trial videos, he only watched the first few levels and couldn't be bothered with the rest. Because those people slaughtered ferocious beasts at an unbelievable speed, the more he watched, the more disheartened he became. Such levels were no challenge to them at all. At this moment, the Wang family members were still immersed in their own world, unaware that before long a catastrophic disaster would befall them. On the other side, level 9. Not long after Long Outyin and Wang Xingchen had left, another ripple of spatial fluctuations spread, and a tall man like an iron pagoda appeared. His body was all muscle and his frame was extraordinarily burly. The blood energy radiating from him was almost absurdly powerful. This man was Xianyuan Long. His gaze was like lightning, and he immediately noticed Yi Fan cultivating there. How foolish. Instead of breaking through on level 8, you came all the way to level 9. Are you trying to beat me here by a few moments? With an arrogant expression, he didn't take Yi Fan seriously at all. He walked past Yi Fan and continued deeper toward the ancient bronze gate. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who was cultivating, could also hear the voices outside. Hearing one peerless prodigy after another speak such arrogant words, he felt somewhat displeased. If he weren't still cultivating to break through to the town general realm, he really would have wanted to suppress these peerless prodigies with a single hand. But it was almost there. The gang chi within him was growing denser and denser, and he could feel his power continually. When an ordinary person breaks through to the town general realm, they experience a violent surging of blood and chi. But Yi Fan was different. Because his primordial sacred body was too powerful, he felt tremendous ease when breaking through to the town general realm. This was because his physique was so powerful that there was essentially no bottleneck when breaking through this realm. He only needed to fully absorb the energy of the crystal. After a few dozen more breaths, Yi Fan's combat power increased by 500 million. But this was not the end. He could feel every one of his cells beginning to rejoice and leap. Boom. Finally, an immense stream of chi burst out from his pores, and a crackling sound echoed from within his body, as if he had undergone a rebirth. His gang chi became even denser, a portion of it even transformed into a vortex swirling and howling beside him. He could sense that he had broken through, successfully stepping into the town general realm. Upon stepping into this realm, Yi Fan could feel a portion of his true chi becoming richer and more solidified. If his original gang chi had been like tofu, then the gang chi he had just condensed was like a divine weapon that could pierce. He condensed both types of gang chi and let them collide. Sure enough, the newly condensed special gang chi effortlessly shattered his original gang chi. Could this be innate gang chi? Yi Fan could feel that his base combat power had now reached 4 billion, a terrifyingly overwhelming force. He was confident he could easily suppress any town general. It was said that innate gang chi was 10 times denser than ordinary gang chi, and it normally only appeared within king realm powerhouses. And now he had produced his own, though only 1% of it. This innate gang chi could condense into any shape, and the attacks it unleashed could directly ignore the gang chi barrier of a marquis. A smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as the flame true chi barrier around him dispersed. At this moment, golden flames seemed to burn within his eyes. Having broken through successfully and gained a new power, he felt that he had truly become utterly invincible. Moreover, when he went out, there would still be a reward. The reward for first place, which could allow him to break through to an even higher realm. Of course, what he valued even more was the second rank internal cultivation method. If he could elevate it into a third rank one, it would greatly enhance his strength, and he was determined to obtain it. Yi Fan stretched his muscles and bones, feeling his surging blood energy and gang chi. He felt he could shatter anything with a single punch. In fact, he didn't even need to use martial arts power. He could crush his enemies with pure blood energy and kill them. Right after Yi Fan broke through, another wave of spatial fluctuations arrived. 2 young men walked toward him, one of them wreathed in flashing thunder and wearing a somewhat volatile expression. Terrible white arcs of lightning spread out from his body, crackling ceaselessly along the ground. This was the peerless prodigy Murong Qingfeng, looking as imposing as a superhero in a TV series. The other man exuded an aura of razor-sharp edge. At first glance, he gave people a piercing impression. He was like a knife, a long saber that could sever everything in its path. Blade intent. Yi Fan looked at the two of them, knowing both were peerless prodigies. At that moment, Bai Guiyuan, who had comprehended blade intent, spoke up. Yi Fan, how could you possibly come here? Back then, the affair involving Yi Fan had made such a stir that he had naturally seen what Yi Fan actually looked like. He just found it hard to believe that a good for nothing from Jinling could have walked all the way here. After all, this was the 9th level. One had to slay a 3rd-tier town general beast to get here. Yi Fan obviously didn't have such strength. He refused to believe that a piece of trash like this could be stronger than him. Why can't I be here? Yi Fan heard his words and found them somewhat amusing. But before the two could exchange more than a few words, another ripple of spatial fluctuations emerged. A man with mighty spiritual power appeared, carrying a terrifying bloodthirsty aura. His eyes were bloodshot, and a heavy stench of blood clung to him. This man was the peerless prodigy Situ Kongming, the last to arrive. Yet he had not broken through to town general. His foundation had been damaged, so he had fallen far behind the other peerless prodigies. Situ Kongming, why is your... Bai Liseng couldn't help asking. Situ Kongming did not answer. In truth, his soul power had reached town general, only his physical strength had yet to catch up. His soul attack power was not weak. It was his physical strength that fell a whole notch behind the other peerless prodigies. He was the equivalent of a glass cannon, mage high damage, but terribly low defense. If an opponent managed to get close, he would almost certainly die. His origin has been wounded. Murong Qingfeng recognized. The current Situ Kongming had almost no hope of winning the crown. His physical strength was far too lacking compared to theirs, so there was no need to fear him. There had originally been 6 peerless prodigies, but now Murong felt there were only 5. Situ Kongming was about to be struck off the list. It looks like there's one less opponent, Bai Guiyuan said, with a disappointed expression. Situ Kongming remained silent, only staring at Yi Fan. He could sense the blood Danqi force radiating from Yi Fan's body. Though Yi Fan was trying hard to suppress it, even the slightest loose wisp made him feel intensely dangerous. Because his spiritual power was even greater than that of an ordinary town general, his perception was sharper than anyone else, so he noticed the problem first. Yi Fan. No. I should call you the guardian of the 9th level, shouldn't I? Situ Kongming stared at Yi Fan with an expression that seemed to see through everything. At that moment, Bai Guiyuan and Murong Qingfeng suddenly tensed up and stared hard at Yi Fan. They had already felt that something was wrong. How could a waste like Yi Fan appear in a place like this? Probably everything in front of them was false. The Yi Fan before them was likely an illusion conjured by some ferocious beast that excelled at spiritual power, making them see nothing more than a mirage. Seeing that they were solemn and treating him like a formidable enemy, Yi Fan smiled on the spot and said, "Defeat me. Beat me, or stay here forever." He had deliberately said this to scare these peerless prodigies. In truth, Yi Fan could have simply walked out and claimed the first-place reward. But now he was no longer in a hurry. He found these peerless prodigies quite interesting, and they could serve as whetstones to test his own strength. It really is a ferocious beast. It even fooled me. Bai Guiyuan grew furious. Blade, chi swirled around him and manifested across the void. He felt as though he had been greatly humiliated, even failing to see through something like this. Murong Qingfeng was much the same, his astonishing killing intent sweeping toward Yi Fan like a tide. Dense, terrifying thunder crackled across the ground, radiating a dangerous aura. Yi Fan's expression barely shifted as he watched the peerless prodigies reveal their skills. His heart was utterly calm. At that moment, Situ Kongming launched the first spiritual attack, trying to shatter the illusion before. Yi Fan's eyes turned sharp. Although his physical body was strong, reinforced by the divine fire intent and a rock-solid soul, what he hated most were people who relied on spiritual attacks. Without hesitation, Yi Fan erupted with blood Danqi power. He stamped the ground, and it burst apart, dense cracks spreading out with him at the center. Fierce chi coiled around his hand as he shot towards Situ Kongming like a cannonball howling through the air. Seeing that his spiritual attack had no effect whatsoever, Situ Kongming panicked and tried to retreat, but it was far too tough. He took a palm strike to the head, as if slammed by a heavy iron hammer, and his body flew backward, crashing into the wall and smashing it apart. A mouthful of bright red blood burst from his lips, and then he fell unconscious. Of course, Yi Fan had not intended to kill. It was only a casual strike. His gaze was indifferent, as if he had done something utterly insignificant. Situ Kongming simply had a somewhat stronger spiritual power. His physical body truly was fragile. If not for Yi Fan deliberately controlling his strength, the man might well have been slapped to death. Swish. The moment Yi Fan knocked Situ Kongming out, Bai Guiyuan and Murong Qingfeng's scalps went numb. They burst away at astonishing speed, keeping dozens of meters between themselves and Yi Fan staring at him like a great enemy. Although Situ Kongming could no longer be counted as a peerless prodigy, his spiritual attacks were nothing to joke about. Even they had to expend every possible means to defend against them before they could get close. Yet this beast before them had completely ignored the spiritual attack and severely wounded Situ Kongming with one blow. It was terrifyingly dangerous. The beast was utterly unlike the ones they had met before, but strength was almost frightening. No wonder it was said that 6 people had to challenge it together. With only the 2 of us, we probably can't defeat this beast. Bai Guiyuan furrowed his brow. Murong Qingfeng had the same thought. Forget it. Let's hold him off for now. Once Xianyuan Long and the others arrive, Xianyuan Long's physical strength should be enough to withstand it. Thunder shimmering around him, Murong Qingfeng gathered the lightning into a war spear in his hand. He decided to attack from range and absolutely not approach Yi Fan. Bai Guiyuan understood the point as well. The fierce chi spreading from his body turned into countless blade chi converging in midair into a 5-meter-long saber aimed at Yi Fan, exuding a dangerous aura. Boom. A lightning war spear rent the air, erupting with astonishing force as it shot toward Yi Fan. Then it abruptly exploded, sending a ferocious tide of thunderous power surging outward. Yi Fan's figure was drowned in the blink of an eye. Yet this was far from over. In that same instant, Bai Guiyuan made his move, ruthlessly chopping down with a 5-meter-long saber, cleaving straight toward Yi Fan with devastating destructive force. That attack alone was enough to shatter a mountain peak, radiating vast boundless ripples. 2 peerless prodigies fighting together unleashed their intent in a frantic onslaught from the very first moment. Yet after unleashing their attacks, the 2 wore somber faces. They felt no relief at all. Instead, a suffocating pressure crept over them. Because even within the endless thunder, they still sensed an incredibly formidable aura. Yi Fan remained rooted in place, completely unharmed. His divine flame intent spread outward, locking onto both peerless prodigies. You 2 are far too weak. Yi Fan shook his head, feeling that these so-called peerless prodigies were all names without substance. They could not even breach his defenses, making them truly pitifully weak. Those thunderbolts landed on him no more effectively than a gentle tickle, incapable of harming a single hair. Bai Guiyuan and Murong Qingfeng's faces soured, yet they still edged backward. Since they could not even break through the defense of this feral beast, they would simply have to wait for more people to arrive and take it down together. Yi Fan, however, would not give them that chance. He took a single step, and his figure vanished as swiftly as lightning, leaving behind a violent boom of air splitting apart. By the time he reappeared, he was already before Bai Guiyuan. Before the invincible prodigy could even speak, an icy chill flooded his limbs, and his very soul began to quake. He saw only a palm swinging straight toward his face. Ah! Even so, that single blow shattered the protective barrier around his body and dispersed his blade intent. His frame flew backward like a tattered rag, tumbled several times across the ground, and finally collapsed without moving. Yet another prodigy was felled in a single move. Even though his body was more powerful than Situ Kongming's, he was still as fragile as an ordinary mortal in front of Yi Fan. Murong Qingfeng's expression changed drastically, his eyelids twitching violently. His teeth chattered faintly, and terror crept through his heart like wildfire. His invincible conviction was fracturing. How was he supposed to fight this? Meanwhile, deep within the ancient bronze, two young prodigies appeared. They were tall and lean, each exuding a dangerous aura. These were too young. They had been undefeated all along, and an invincible heart had long been forged in their minds. They feared no opponent. Now they had come here in search of traces of the feral beast. Scum of the Wanzhou cult. At that moment, Long Outyin saw two corpses. Both had died miserable deaths, their blood drenching the ground, their eyeballs bulging, as if they had died with eyes wide open in grievance. The sight of those two corpses filled the two peerless prodigies with great delight. The people of the Wanzhou cult indeed deserved to die. They had destroyed who knows how many prodigies of the human race. There are traces of battle here. Could it be that the feral beast has already fled? Long Outyin had sword-like brows and carried the authority of one who had long held power. From time to time, invisible winds swept past him, radiating danger. He had already laid everything in readiness. The moment anything suspicious appeared, he would strike. His companion Wang Chongyang was no different. Crimson flames churned around him. That was his flame gang Qi. The two searched around for quite a while, and truly found no trace of the feral beast. Just then a powerful wave of blood Qi surged through the air, and they narrowed their eyes, turning alert. Very soon a man like an iron tower appeared in their sight. His muscles bulged in taut ridges, and a formidable aura of blood Qi radiated from his entire body. So it's Xianyuan Long. I got excited for nothing. Seeing him, Wang Chongyang and Long Outyin lost all interest. They were here to deal with the feral beast, and instead another peerless prodigy had popped up to snatch their prey. Have the two of you still not found the feral beast? Long Outyin asked, standing where he was. He himself could not be bothered to search. Anything that could be settled with muscle was better left unsolved by brains. No traces of the beast have been found. I'm afraid it's already escaped. Wang Chongyang answered him. No, when I came in I didn't see any feral beast. Xianyuan Long furrowed his brow. Just then a thought suddenly occurred to Long Outyin, and his eyes lit up. I've got it. This feral beast is skilled at disguise. Could it be that person we ran into when we came in? At those words, Wang Chongyang also looked as if a realization had dawned. It had deceived even him. That unfamiliar aura from before really could very well have been the feral beast in disguise. We fell for it. Hurry, go out. Don't let the feral beast get away. A torrent of wind surged from Long Outyin's body as he vanished from the spot with shocking speed. Wang Chongyang transformed into a blaze of fire and charged out as well. Hearing what they said, Xianyuan Long also rushed outward, murderous intent boiling around him. Here they were peerless prodigies, yet a feral beast had toyed with them. If news of this got out, it would be far too disgraceful. Worse, everyone outside was probably watching their current performance, so today's loss of face was enormous. Still, at least he was not the only fool. Long Outyin and Wang Chongyang had always been arrogant beyond measure. Now that they had been fooled, as well, Long Outyin felt it was somewhat acceptable. At least two others would bear the shame with him. On the plaza, the province lord of Tianhe watched as Yi Fan deliberately played the role of the feral beast, instead of coming out right away, and he could not help but laugh. This Yi Fan is quite amusing. He made no move to stop him, but instead watched with keen interest. Most of the other city lords also wore smiles. Only a few had rather sour expressions. Sure enough, the lord of Xingyue Prefecture caught sight of Situ Kongming being one-shot from the very first screen. He was deeply miserable inside, but he could not think of anything to say. All he could say was that the man was simply outmatched. Situ Kongming is utterly useless. He is unworthy of being called a peerless prodigy, mocked a city lord. This person was the lord of Beihai Prefecture. I wonder how many moves Bai Guiyuan can last. The lord of Xingyue Prefecture sneered. At the very least, he... No sooner had the lord of Beihai Prefecture spoken than he saw on the screen his own Bai Guiyuan get one shot, knocked out cold by a single palm strike, collapsing and losing consciousness. His face instantly turned crimson, and he wished he could squeeze into a crack in the ground. The other prefecture lords watched the scene with smug delight, desperately holding back their laughter. It seems Bai Guiyuan wasn't all that strong either. The lord of Xingyue Prefecture suddenly felt his mood brighten. A rank martial technique, cloud treading steps. At that moment, within the passage of the 9th level, Murong Qingfeng activated his signature movement skill, erupting with astonishing speed as he fled in panic. He knew that fighting alone was hopeless. A heating clash would only be throwing his life away. He had to wait for the others to join forces. To his astonishment, however, no matter how far he ran, he couldn't shake off the fierce beast behind him. All he could do was watch it draw closer, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. An overwhelming sense of crisis washed over him, as if he might plummet into the endless abyss at any moment. As a peerless prodigy who had always crushed his opponents with ease, fleeing like a stray dog was in itself a deeply humiliating ordeal. But at this moment, clinging to his pride would likely cost him his life. Why do you flee? Are you so-called prodigies afraid to face me, heathen? Yi Fan's voice came from behind him. Yi Fan was inwardly speechless. These were supposed to be peerless prodigies. They launch a single long-range attack and then bolt. Shouldn't people like this be called trash? Murong Qingfeng paid no heed to Yi Fan's words. Compared with his life, what was a little humiliation? Murong Qingfeng, why are you in such a sorry state? Suddenly a streak of fire descended, and Wang Chongyang's figure materialized before him. Then a violent gale howled, and Long Aoshan's form manifested as well. Shortly after, Xianyuan Long also arrived. With the arrival of these three peerless prodigies, Murong Qingfeng looked like a drowning man who had found a lifeline. He halted and broke into a smile. You came just in time. That Yi Fan behind me is a fake. He's a fierce beast. He's already killed Situ Kongming and Bai Lisang. Murong Qingfeng hastily explained to the three. Hearing this, Yi Fan thought Murong Qingfeng must be out of his mind. Hadn't he clearly held back? He had merely knocked those two unconscious, yet this man actually thought he had killed them. Was he the kind of person to absolutely ridiculous? What? Xianyuan Long was stunned, and then anger surged in his eyes. He and Situ Kongming were close friends. Who would have imagined they would now be separated forever? Damnable beast. Xianyuan Long erupted with vital essence. Terrifying aura coiled around his arms as his presence climbed higher and higher. Die. A monstrous wave of vital essence condensed into a 5-meter-wide palm imprint that smashed toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan was naturally unafraid. As a primordial sacred body, his vital essence was even more powerful. Without using any martial technique, he simply threw a punch. Boom. Xianyuan Long's attack shattered, and his body flew backward like a torn rag, crashing heavily into the ground and carving out a massive crater. Tiny stones scattered in all directions. A single punch had instantly overwhelmed Xianyuan Long, causing Wang Chongyang and Long Aoshan's expressions to turn extremely solemn. That had been Xianyuan Long, defeated purely by raw physical power in a direct clash. Ha! Just when everyone thought Xianyuan Long had been defeated, he sprang up from the crater like a coiled spring. Though ragged and disheveled, he hadn't been knocked out. His strength is terrifying. Don't engage him in close combat. Xianyuan Long said, staring intently at Yi Fan. His face showed no signs of discouragement, only burning battle intent. As expected of Xianyuan Long, Murong Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Xianyuan Long withstand Yi Fan's attack. With someone able to hold the front line, the three of them could combine their strength and stand a chance at killing the fierce beast. Winds of all things, heed my call. Long Outyin struck. Endless frigid gales swirled around him, forming a unique domain that enveloped Yi Fan. The invisible winds congealed into all manner of weapons, all aimed directly at Yi Fan. Heavenly fire descends. Wang Chongyang pressed his palms together. Surrounded by him, the area transformed into a crimson sea of flames blazing ferociously. High in the sky, flames condensed into one star after another, dozens in total, poised to fall at any moment and reduce Yi Fan to ashes. Thunder Battle Axe. Murong Qingfeng also unleashed his strongest killing move. This technique required a long charge-up time. Earlier, without Xianyuan Long to shield him, he hadn't dared to use it recklessly. He was afraid that before he could unleash it, his attack would be interrupted, and he would be instantly killed by Yi Fan. Now, however, he could safely focus on utilizing his ultimate technique to slay the powerful enemy before him. Countless arcs of lightning surged through his hands like flowing water, converging into his palm and solidifying into a physical axe. The axe stood more than 3 meters tall, radiating a dangerous presence. The combined pressure of the three pressed down upon Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Long stood guard in front of them, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yi Fan to prevent any surprise attack. Yi Fan was fully aware of Xianyuan Long's intentions. He made no move at all, quietly waiting for the three to finish charging their techniques. After several dozen breaths, the terrifying thunder, frigid wind, and blazing flame had spread through the void, emanating a dangerous and awe-inspiring aura. Kill. Their ultimate attacks fell one after another. Innumerable weapons forged from frigid wind came hurtling down, aiming to cleave Yi Fan apart. Relying purely on the power of his flesh, Yi Fan threw a punch forward. His vital essence exploded outward, shattering every weapon and destroying the domain that had been cast against him. Long Outyin let out a muffled grunt and staggered back 2 steps. At that moment, star-like flames began to fall, fireballs each nearly 10 meters wide crashing down one after another. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. His heart was calm and serene, confident that he was invincible at this moment. He didn't even use the power of his intent, relying solely on pure vital essence. He threw another punch forward, completely disregarding the fireballs. A stunning scene unfolded, one fireball after another burst apart, forcibly shattered by his vital essence, dimming as they scattered. None of them caused Yi Fan even the slightest harm. Then he reached out, seized the lightning-condensed battle axe, and squeezed. With a metallic screech, the axe of thunder exploded into fragments. The combined attacks of the three couldn't even pierce Yi Fan's skin. The toughness of his flesh was truly rarely seen. Cold sweat dripped down Xianyuan Long's forehead. If such terrifying attacks had struck him, he would already be dead with no place to bury his remains. Yet the fierce beast before them was completely unharmed. This was simply beyond absurd. With this kind of beast stationed at the 9th level, who on earth could possibly overcome it? Do you have any other tricks? If not, it's my turn now. Yi Fan stared at the four peerless prodigies before him. At this moment, they felt like sheep being sized up by a fierce tiger. Swish! Yi Fan's body vanished from the spot. Xianyuan Long sensed a powerful aura hurtling toward him, and without hesitation crossed his fists in front of his chest. Crack! Immediately after, he heard the sound of bones breaking. A sharp pain shot through his arms, and a sweet taste rose in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of fresh crimson blood. Just as he felt he was on the verge of death, Yi Fan retracted his strength and swept past him. Xianyuan Long gasped, heavily dropping to one knee, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Death had never been this close before. Long Outyin, Murong Qingfeng, and Wang Chongyang watched as Xianyuan Long was defeated in an instant, half kneeling on the ground. A chill surged through their hearts, racing from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads. Watching Yi Fan draw closer, fierce auras erupted from all three of them. Even if death was inevitable, they refused to die in such a suffocating, humiliating manner. Kill! Wang Chongyang burst into a thunderous roar. His protective chi surged outward like a tidal wave, condensing in the sky into an enormous palm. It was a bright crimson palm covered in raging flames that rippled like flowing water. It looked remarkably pure, blazing dazzlingly in the sky. The fiery red palm then slapped toward Yi Fan. This single blow could instantly kill a town general rank, fierce beast. However, it had no effect on Yi Fan whatsoever. He simply raised his hand, blood vitality exploding forth, steel-hard chi coiling around his fist. He had not even resorted to any martial technique. It was not that he was unwilling to employ one, but rather that there was no need to at all. His terrifying 4 billion combat power had elevated his current strength to a degree beyond comprehension. Even a casual gesture was the equivalent of a Marquis-rank powerhouse striking out with the force to split mountains and rend rocks. His blood vitality was like a dragon. With a single punch, Yi Fan shattered the palm imprint, then seized Wang Chongyang's neck with one hand, still refraining from killing him. Yi Fan shook his head. Losing interest, he hurled the man backward. Bang! Wang Chongyang's body smashed into the ground, sending gravel flying in every direction. A peerless prodigy had been defeated just like that, without the slightest power to resist. I won't lose so easily. Despite his fear, countless streams of sword chi materialized around Murong Qingfeng. Even if he was about to die, he refused to die in such an ignoble manner. The next moment, he witnessed a terrifying eruption of blood vitality. His sword chi was shattered into fragments, failing to provide even the slightest defense. Then a palm struck his chest, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky, plunged into the ground, and kicked up a billowing cloud of dust. At this moment, Long Outyin stopped in his tracks and no longer fled. He had realized that the fierce beast in front of them had been holding back, never truly killing his companions. So you are not a fierce beast after all, Long Outyin said calmly, standing before Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He wouldn't have thought Long Outyin was clever enough to have completely seen through it. Yi Fan, you dark horse, how powerful you are. I admit defeat, Long Outyin said openly, as if he had let. Yi Fan did not continue attacking. Since the man was so sensible, there was no need to knock him unconscious. Moreover, once he had conceded, attacking him further was meaningless. Yi Fan withdrew his aura and calmly turned to leave. It was time to go out. However, as he left, he failed to notice the venomous glint that flashed through Long Aocean's eyes. You despicable lowborn. How dare you steal first place from me? Just wait until we get outside. I'll make you regret this. He now knew he was no match for Yi Fan, so he needed to summon help from outside. So what if Yi Fan claimed first place? Once he got outside, he would learn what an ancient aristocratic family really was. As a member of the Long clan, he naturally had countless powerhouses standing behind him. The province lord of Tianhe was nothing more than a nominal master. Families like theirs possessed countless experts. He would put pressure on the province lord when the time came. Even if he could not retake first place, he would still teach Yi Fan a lesson he would never forget for the rest of his life. Long Outyin, do you still intend to take revenge on Yi Fan? Xianyuan Long frowned. Although he was also a member of an ancient aristocratic family, he despised bullying others through the influence of one's background. He was confident that his own strength could face any enemy with no need for family support. None of your business. Long Outyin snapped crossly, then left through the passage as well. Xianyuan Long watched Long Aocean's retreating figure and shook his head. I used to see you as a powerful opponent, but now it seems you're finished. You have lost the heart of a true warrior. A true warrior would never summon his family members to fight for him after a defeat. And by making that remark, just now to save face Long Outyin had probably gone to call for reinforcements. He disdained to associate himself with such a person. Xianyuan Long. At that moment a familiar voice came from behind him. It was Situ Kongming arriving in a disheveled state. He had just been defeated in an instant and his invincible spirit was gone. However, he was puzzled. Where was the fierce beast from earlier? Was it you who killed the fierce beast on the 9th stage? Situ Kongming asked. Xianyuan Long smiled wryly and said, how could it possibly be me? The beast was dealt with long ago by that Yi Fan. The beast you encountered was literally Yi Fan himself. At these words Situ Kongming froze on the spot, his whole body stiff. He stood silently for a long while, an expression of disbelief on his face. He needed time to digest the news. Behind Situ Kongming stood Bai Lishang, who had also heard these words. A forlorn look settled over his face. No wonder he hadn't died. It turned out what they faced was not a fierce beast at all, but a dark horse. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had appeared outside. The instant he stepped out of the rest area, he encountered a group of people. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man. When he saw Yi Fan, a glint of glee flashed through his eyes. Yi Fan, you really were eliminated after all. The middle-aged man said in an icy tone. Yi Fan frowned. Who are you? Do I know you? Having just come out of the passage and immediately run into such a tactless fellow, Yi Fan felt somewhat vexed. Who am I? The middle-aged man suddenly laughed. That's right. It's normal that you don't know me. But my son Wang Yuan certainly received your care. Hearing this, Yi Fan immediately knew who the man was. Probably the father of that Wang Yuan. What are you trying to do? Yi Fan stared at him icily. At that moment, the middle-aged man actually felt a chill run through his entire body, and so did the people behind him. None of them had reached the Grandmaster realm, and Yi Fan was a young Grandmaster, so they naturally felt fear. The middle-aged man left behind a harsh threat, then turned and walked away, clearly going to notify someone. Yi Fan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he found a chair nearby and sat down. He wanted to see just who the Wang family could find. A Grandmaster or a Great Grandmaster. It didn't matter anyway. Since they wanted to cause trouble, he would uproot the danger at its source. Yi Fan had never considered himself a soft-hearted man. Whoever dared to make a move, he would kill them. After all, his hands were already stained with the blood of Grandmasters and Great Grandmasters. Meanwhile, on the high platform in the square, the Tianhe province lord and the city lords looked at the screen as peerless prodigies collapsed one after another, astonishment written across their faces. Clearly they had not expected those peerless prodigies to seem so weak in Yi Fan's hands. All of them were instant killed. This young man is truly gifted by heaven. Even if he joined the 10 great academies, he would not be overshadowed. The Tianhe province lord praised him. He knew that geniuses were as numerous as clouds in the 10 great academies, but he believed Yi Fan's strength would never be inferior to those geniuses. The other city lords showed envious looks. They glanced at City Lord Wang, who was still in a daze, and many of them were almost mad with jealousy. Who could have known that Jinling would produce such a terrifying, invincible prodigy? It was simply unbearable. Even some of City Lord Wang's close friends felt mixed emotions at this moment. In the past, Jinling under City Lord Wang's rule had struggled to produce even a single dazzling prodigy in a year, and one could say he had endured hard times. But now that an invincible prodigy like Yi Fan had appeared, City Lord Wang was probably going to soar to great heights. No one wanted their brother to have a hard life, but no one wanted their brother to make a fortune either. City Lord Wang, come with us now to welcome this #1 prodigy. The Tianhe province lord's voice came over. Only then did City Lord Wang snap back to his senses, nodding hurriedly like a chick pecking at rice. The city lords followed behind the Tianhe province lord, descending from that place together and heading down below. Open air. A handsome young man was waiting there, munching on an apple in his hand. After he had come out, everything in this rest area was free: fruit, bread, and other food. Yi Fan naturally found something to eat. He was in no hurry to claim the reward. Instead, he wanted to see what kind of person the Wang family could summon. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, footsteps sounded from outside. The middle-aged man came back, but this time there were two. One of them was Wang Yuan. The other bore some resemblance to Wang Yuan, yet his aura was extremely powerful, with divine light concealed in his eyes. He looked like an expert. Are you Yi Fan? Wang Xingchen asked, his eyes carrying an air of condescension. And who are you? Yi Fan took a bite of his apple and asked calmly. At death's door, and still so insolent. Are you in that much of a hurry to eat your last meal? Wang Xingchen said arrogantly, not taking Yi Fan seriously in the slightest. He still thought Yi Fan was that young grandmaster while he himself was a great grandmaster, so he naturally looked down on Yi Fan. For that trivial matter, in the past you want me dead. The people of the Wang family are truly overbearing. Yi Fan took another bite of the apple and spoke while chewing. Watching him, Wang Xingchen's eyes flashed with murderous. He felt that Yi Fan was simply seeking death. How dare he be so arrogant? Was this not looking down on him? You, a mere young grandmaster, actually dare to treat my younger brother this way. Kneel now. Wang Yuan, seeing that he had someone backing him, stepped forward and said to Yi Fan arrogantly. Last time Yi Fan had scared him and had kept him detained for so long, he hated Yi Fan to the bone. Yi Fan finally finished the apple and let the provocations go in one ear and out the other. They were nothing but a pack of clowns, easily suppressed whenever he pleased. Yi Fan will give you a chance. Kneel down right now and kowtow 100 times to my elder brother, and I might just consider crippling one of your arms. Otherwise even here I will kill you. Wang Xingchen looked utterly unscrupulous because he had noticed there was no one around. Besides, who would try to stop him for no reason if he killed an ordinary commoner? Moreover, as a great grandmaster, he would not go to prison even if he killed someone. He had the right of immunity. Such was the world of the strong. True martial arts masters would one day take the battlefield to resist the myriad races and make great contributions to humanity. As a result, they had naturally come to possess a special privilege. As long as they did not go too far, killing a few ordinary people who did not know their place was hardly a big deal. Kill me. Hearing this, Yi Fan burst into laughter. I'd like to know who gave you the confidence to think you can kill me. You're seeking death. Without another word, Wang Xingchen erupted with true qi, condensed it in his palm, and viciously clawed at Yi Fan's head. Just that one simple move contained terrifying power. An ordinary young grandmaster would have his skull crushed by this strike and die on the spot. Wang Yuan and his father wore sinister smiles as if they had already seen the sight of Yi Fan's skull being crushed. Everyone who offends the Wang family deserves death. Yi Fan sneered coldly. Terrifying blood Danqi power spread from his body, golden protective qi flowed over his surface, and an overwhelmingly dreadful pressure emanated from him, making people's hearts tremble. You? Wang Xingchen's movement stopped in midair. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. He could sense that this pressure was at the level of a town general. Regret flooded his heart at that moment. He had thought Yi Fan was merely a grandmaster, but he turned out to be a town general with terrifying strength. The gap was simply too huge, like the difference between clouds and mud. And how could someone as young as Yi Fan be a town general? He must be a peerless prodigy. Wang Yuan, you've screwed me over. At that moment he hated that useless elder brother with all his heart, truly a champion at ruining his younger brother. The next instant he lost consciousness. He felt boundless blood Danqi power surging over him. He vomited blood wildly, every meridian in his body snapped, and his cultivation base was completely destroyed before he collapsed to the ground. After disposing of that man, Yi Fan turned his gaze to Wang Yuan and his father. The two were now overwhelmed with regret. Please spare us. We were wrong. Whatever compensation you want, we'll give it to you. The two even shamelessly knelt on the ground, not even sparing a glance at Wang Xingchen, who lay collapsed. They realized they had underestimated Yi Fan. This was someone they simply could not afford to offend. I have always been one to pull up weeds by the roots. Yi Fan's innate protective qi exploded. The moment it touched the father and son of the Wang family, bright red blood splattered. The two fell into a pool of blood, completely dead. That's more like it. A family should stay together neat and complete. Yi Fan calmly left the place. Not long after Yi Fan left, a youth appeared there. It was Long Outyin. He looked at the three corpses on the ground, and a smile broke across his face. Yi Fan, I was just worrying that I had no excuse to deal with you. After he came out, he had needed a proper reason to take revenge on Yi Fan, and now that reason had delivered itself to his. He had witnessed with his own eyes Yi Fan killing the three members of the Wang family, the father and his two sons. Although they had provoked first and had acted with murderous intent, wanting to put Yi Fan to death. He could, however, turn black into white and openly make his move. On the square, when Yi Fan appeared, all eyes converged upon him, all worship and envy. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with different eyes. His friends felt delighted for him. Li Fu even stood up directly and waved at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you're the best, my good brother. After he said this, countless gazes converged on Li Fu, their eyes filled with envy. Yi Fan smiled and nodded at Li Fu. At that moment, a woman had already taken the initiative to walk toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan, congratulations. Xianyuan Ruming congratulated him. She had never imagined that Yi Fan would be so powerful as to seize the championship this time. Although she was already a grandmaster, now the gap between her and Yi Fan was still enormous. The two stood there, one handsome and dashing, the other beautiful and elegant, like a painting. But just then the sound of footsteps came and the crowd parted to make way. A tall, mighty man appeared, followed by a host of city lords. Yi Fan, congratulations on winning the championship. The provincial lord of Tianhe descended from the high platform and personally came over to congratulate Yi Fan, a treatment that was simply unprecedented. The spectators in the stands watched the scene with immense envy. I heard the provincial lord of Tianhe hasn't personally received any prodigy in 10 years. This Yi Fan must have won the provincial lord's favor. But with such terrifying strength, it's only natural that he's held in high regard. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Who is this? The provincial lord of Tianhe glanced at Xianyuan Ruming beside Yi Fan. I am Xianyuan Ruming. She introduced herself proactively, neither humble nor overbearing. The Xianyuan family. The provincial lord of Tianhe gave Xianyuan Ruming a few looks, observing her extraordinary temperament and lack of fear when facing him. She was likely a scion of one of those ancient noble families. However, he did not press further into Xianyuan Ruming's identity. To him, what mattered was Yi Fan, not Xianyuan Ruming. The provincial lord flatters me, Yi Fan said modestly. Winning this championship was not the end for him. Next, he would join the 10 great academies, obtain more cultivation resources, and ascend to even higher realms of the martial way. But before they had exchanged more than a few words, a powerful aura suddenly surged over. A formidable expert like a blazing sun hovered high in the sky, scanning toward them with an icy gaze. He locked directly onto Yi Fan as his target. Long Outyin, what do you intend to do? The provincial lord of Tianhe erupted with a terrifying aura, the gang qi within his body surging forth at that moment. The auras of the two powerhouses collided, making the atmosphere extremely oppressive, the surrounding air constantly compressed. Both of them had reached the apex of the town general realm. Both existed at the 9th level of town general. At this moment Long Outyin stepped forward, a prideful sneer on his face. The champion this time could never be a base commoner like Yi Fan. He made these remarks in front of everyone, causing all the city lords' faces to change drastically. The city lord of Longsheng looked at Long Aoshan's demeanor and frowned. This was shaming their launching. If you can't win, you call for help, and then you utter such shameless words. Can the prodigies of ancient noble families not stand to lose? Long Outyin, what on earth are you trying to do? The city lord of Longsheng couldn't help but ask. Long Outyin smiled faintly as a flash of light flickered in his hand, and 3 corpses appeared on the ground. They had all been killed with a single strike. Their faces were pale, all signs of life extinguished. I am seeking justice for them. This Yi Fan has randomly slaughtered innocents and taken the lives of ordinary people. A man like him is unworthy of joining the 10 great academies, nor is he worthy of being this year's champion. Long Outyin said it with deep emotion, highly infectious. What? So Yi Fan is actually someone who slaughtered? He's too ruthless. Just because he won the championship, he can go around killing people. The previously reverent gazes directed at Yi Fan now turned into contempt and disbelief. Winning the championship is certainly astonishing, but indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent makes one repulsive. After all, who would like a martial artist who kills wantonly because he is powerful? Moi. The provincial lord of Tianhe knitted his brows, clearly realizing this matter was not easy to handle. No matter the reason, a strong person killing the weak without just cause would provoke intense revulsion. Moreover, if the 10 great academies were to recruit people, they would consider this as well. What evidence do you have that these people were killed by Yi Fan? Xinyuan Rumling raised the crucial question. Long Outyin stared at Yi Fan and said, as a peerless prodigy, you wouldn't dare deny what you've done, would you? This was a goading tactic, an open scheme, as if he had anticipated that Yi Fan would certainly admit it. Yi Fan, you must deny it, or your future is finished. City Lord Wang whispered in Yi Fan's ear. He didn't know whether Yi Fan had killed those people, but he believed Yi Fan was not someone who would slaughter the innocent. Now, as long as he denied it, everything could still be resolved. Yet Yi Fan did not heed the advice. Instead, he admitted it frankly. I killed them, but only because they deserved to die. The moment these words came out, everyone around fell silent. Some city lords looked at Yi Fan with utter disbelief. Even though Yi Fan was the champion, his manner inevitably made one feel sickened. Can great power allow one to casually kill the weak? Such behavior is truly unacceptable. Yi Fan, you. The provincial lord of Tianhe didn't know what to say and could only let out a long sigh. At that moment, Yi Fan continued. I killed them because they wanted to kill me first. There should be surveillance footage in the lab. I have always believed in leaving others alone unless they trouble me. Since they were already set on killing me, should I just stand there obediently and wait to die? After Yi Fan said this, City Lord Wang's eyes brightened, and he promptly instructed the staff, go get the lounge video and see what actually happened. All right. A staff member swiftly went into action. Hearing this, the surrounding people gradually softened their previously disgusted expressions. Still, they couldn't help but think if what Yi Fan said was true, weren't those 3 people mentally ill? They actually dared to make the first move in the lounge, and even tried to waylay and kill Yi Fan. Could they be members of the Myriad Races cult? Long Outyin watched the tide of public opinion turn, but he was not concerned because he had long since notified another uncle of his who was about to arrive. He had said those words only to buy some time. Schwa. Suddenly a streak of light flashed across the sky and a figure wreathed in gangshi appeared. Before the figure even fully appeared, a voice rang out. The terrifying sound waves rolled like thunder, shaking the ground ever so slightly. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing it because it indicated a deep and immense gangshi. The gangshi contained in the voice far surpassed any town general, truly otherworldly. Could it be? The provincial lord of Tianhe trembled all over. A master of the Marquis realm. The figure gradually materialized. It was a middle-aged man with an imposing bearing, dressed in a blue suit, yet the aura radiating from his body struck fear into every heart. He set foot on the ground, looked at Long Outyin, and his eyes held a faint warmth. But when he raised his head, his gaze instantly became sharp. Everyone who met his eyes felt a tremor in their hearts, as if they had seen a bolt of lightning split the void. Such eyes made hearts tremble and souls quiver. Third uncle, you're here. Long Outyin rejoiced. I heard some reckless low-born brat who doesn't know his place offended you. Where is he? He'll kill him for you. The formidable man was overbearing and arrogant, relying on his powerful cultivation to look down on everyone. He did not even put the Tianhe provincial lord in his eyes. The Tianhe provincial lord wore a dark expression and said nothing but glanced at the token at his waist. If these people dared to break the rules, he would have no choice but to contact his master. Although he was his master's least accomplished disciple, before he left their sect, his master had still given him a token to use at critical moments. Third uncle, it's this lowborn Yi Fan. He stole my first place, pretended to be a fierce beast, and nearly killed me. He is unforgivable. Long Outyin pointed at Yi Fan, his eyes full of hatred. With a powerful backer behind him, he could not be bothered to say anything more about what had happened before. In any case, Yi Fan was going to die today. He would also let everyone see what happened to an ordinary commoner who dared to rob him of first place. City Lord Long, aren't you going to do something about this? City Lord Wang now looked at the man beside him. City Lord Long shook his head helplessly. Long Outyin is from an ancient aristocratic clan. How could I possibly control him? He also felt helpless. The Long family had countless experts and even had an old ancestor in the capital. Their influence was immense. In particular, the ancestor of the Long family had cultivation that reached unfathomable depths, and his strength was so dreadful that it made people fearful. Otherwise, Long Outyin would not have been so arrogant daring to send someone to kill Yi Fan during the great examination of the 36 cities. If he tried to stop him now, Long Outyin might turn his anger on him, and then his time as city lord would be over. This world honored the strong above all. What a vile face Long Outyin is showing. Just a moment ago he talked about upholding justice for others, yet now he does something so tyrannical. We've been tricked. The people around began to talk. It suddenly dawned on them that Long Outyin had merely been using him. Now they loathed Long Outyin, but he could not care less about their opinions. They were just a bunch of lowborn rabble to be used when they had value and kicked aside when they did not. The middle-aged man called Third Uncle stared at Yi Fan with icy eyes, then viciously slammed a palm forward. Such a simple motion unleashed astonishing power. Terrifying vital chi surged like a tide, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an endless deep sea. They even began to see illusions, and their breathing became difficult. Yi Fan's gaze remained calm. Then the power of his blood and vital chi exploded, and he drove a punch forward. Primeval Sacred Fist. Facing an opponent a full major realm above him, Yi Fan used his killing move without hesitation. His blood vitality was like a vast ocean. The power of his vital chi erupted, and his fist became like a burning sun lighting up the entire area. Boom. Terrifying forces collided as fist and palm slammed violently into one another. But to his surprise, this marquee-level expert felt as if he had struck a divine weapon. He could not move it at all. Instead, his vital chi was shattered. A bloody imprint was left on his palm. Yi Fan had sent him staggering back several steps with a single punch, and the astonishing aura around him dissipated. He wore an expression of disbelief. Although that first strike had been casual, the difference between a marquis and a town general was enormous. It was impossible for him to have been broken apart by Yi Fan with one punch. But before he could think too much, Yi Fan sped past him and charged at Long Outyin. Seeing Yi Fan charging to kill him, Long Aotian's expression changed slightly. Winds of all things, hear my call. Countless gales erupted, condensing into countless wind blades above his head, then sweeping toward Yi Fan to blot out the sky and earth. But these moves were nothing to Yi Fan. One punch was enough to make all the wind blades burst apart and scatter. Watching helplessly as Yi Fan's palm flew closer, Long Outyin broke out in a cold sweat. Third Uncle, save me. A terrifying aura burst out, and the marquee-level expert's eyes turned incomparably cold with a bone-piercing chill. Damned lowborn. If you dare to kill Outyin, I will cut you down today. Enraged, the marquee-level expert moved to... The Tianhe provincial lord wanted to help, but the opponent before him blocked him firmly. After all, both were at the 9th level of the town general realm, evenly matched, and neither could decide the battle in an instant. City Lord Wang watched the situation spiral further out of control, anxiety clear on his face. His strength was too weak to intervene in a battle like this. If he entered the fray, a casual palm strike from either side might cost him his life. So all he could do was wait in helpless frustration. Hearing the words of the man behind him, Yi Fan remained calm. Since Long Outyin wanted to kill him, then he would die. Innate vital chi erupted from Yi Fan's body. This power could break through anything, and a single blow would be enough to kill Long Outyin before him. His innate vital chi condensed into a blade and slashed straight at Long Aotian's neck. The defense formed by the opponent's vital chi was as fragile as tissue paper torn apart in an instant. A shadow of death hung over Long Outyin. Even at this moment, he could not understand why the presence of a marquee-level expert still could not stop Yi Fan. At this instant, he sensed the breath of death. As he watched the blade about to cross his neck, he could already feel a stinging pain there, and he closed his eyes in despair. But at that very moment, a jade pendant on his body suddenly emitted light. Under its terrifying radiance, the blade Yi Fan had condensed began to shatter. Yi Fan could sense the boundless energy contained in the light. His body was forced back, and he retreated several steps. But even so, a bloody wound remained on Long Aotian's neck, bright red blood flowing down. Long Outyin looked like someone who had narrowly escaped death, and excitement shone on his face. Lowborn scum, you deserve death. If I live through this day, I will slaughter your whole family. Everyone you care about, I will make suffer a fate worse than death. His face was savage with hatred, wishing he could slice Yi Fan into 10,000 pieces. Meanwhile, the marquee-level expert exploded with formidable power. Lightning surged around his hand, forming a war spear that he thrust at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not afraid at all. He once more unleashed the primeval sacred fist. This time he used all the innate vital chi in his body, making his fist incredibly sharp. Boom. The two forces collided. This time the marquee-level expert suffered a great loss. The war spear shattered, he heard a crack from his own bones, and his entire palm was a bloody mess. Oh! He let out a miserable scream, his face twisting in pain. The first move had been carelessness, but this second move he had even used a martial technique, and still he could not withstand Yi Fan. He could hardly believe that this was only a town general. Yi Fan locked his eyes onto Long Outyin, a terrifying murderous intent in his gaze. Even if a marquee-level expert is here today, he cannot save your life. He stamped the ground and shot toward Long Outyin like an arrow released from a bowstring with a harsh shriek of torn air. Grievances should not reach one's family. This bastard had actually dared to touch his family, so today, he must die. Long Aotian's expression changed drastically. He had just experienced the crisis of death, and he did not want to go. No one had ever anticipated that matters would come to this. Although the scorching sun hung high in the sky, Long Outyin felt a chill creep into his heart. A deadly sense of crisis enveloped him. Never had he imagined that Yi Fan would dare to forcibly slay him right in front of a marquee-level expert. "You insolent whelp, how dare you!" The marquee-level expert, though one hand was a bloody mess, now shot a lightning brilliant glare from his eyes, as his other hand unleashed a formidable martial art. The sky rumbled as a colossal palm imprint condensed and slammed toward Yi Fan, attempting to stop him. Yet Yi Fan's gaze hardened with killing intent. Even a marquis could not hold him back. Primordial Sacred Fist. Yi Fan's blood and chi surged, and the golden bitter sea rippled with resplendent golden light, causing every inch of his skin to blaze, as if he had been cast from gold. "Yi Fan, you must not kill Long Outyin." At this moment, the city lord of Dragon City shouted. Behind him stands a venerable clan of immense power. "If you lay a hand on him today, you will be placed on the Long family's kill list." "What?" City Lord Wang was taken aback. Though he knew the Long family was formidable, he had only known they had a king-level expert, never that such a mighty venerable stood behind them. The Long family's patriarch also broke through to the venerable realm a few years ago. Very few people know of this. He is now in the capital, and Long Outyin is his great-grandson. After the Dragon City Lord spoke these words, everyone around fell silent. Long Aotian's background was too formidable. Indeed, he could not die here, or Yi Fan would find himself in immense trouble. Being targeted by a venerable would likely mean dying without a burial place. Even if Yi Fan joined one of the 10 great academies, unless he never emerged, a venerable acting personally would seal his death. "Yi Fan, stop now. You cannot kill Long Outyin, or your future is ruined." The province lord of Tianhe learned of the news and hurriedly warned Yi Fan. He highly valued Yi Fan, a prodigious talent, and did not wish to see him offend a powerful venerable. After all, how exalted was a venerable? They could even bend certain rules, and if one sought to harm Yi Fan, he would have no way to escape. Hearing the countless voices and their admonitions, Yi Fan hesitated for a moment. "Must I truly spare the one who wants my life?" Yi Fan lowered his head in thought. Though the deliberations seemed to drag on, only a few breaths had passed in reality. However, Yi Fan quickly lifted his head, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. In his mind surfaced the previous primordial sacred body, the predecessor named Feng Chantian. "As the primordial sacred body, I shall fear nothing." Recalling these words, the blood and chi within him began to surge wildly. Formidable protective chi, including a portion of innate protective chi, sheathed his fist. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart and mind became crystal clear and utterly transparent. As a primordial sacred body, he should not hesitate or waver, he should simply follow his own will. His predecessor, a demigod, could slay even gods. So what did killing a Long Outyin amount to? And that damned marquee-level expert deserved death as well. Realizing this, Yi Fan suddenly felt the power within his bitter sea churn madly. All the strength converged upon his fist, as if resonating with his words. Behind Yi Fan, a colossal phantom slowly took shape. Its face was indistinct, its stature towering, yet it radiated an unyielding will. It also exuded a terrifying battle intent that could awe heaven and earth and dominate all. That was the will of the primordial sacred body. The blood and chi radiating from Yi Fan grew increasingly terrifying, rolling like a vast ocean. Merely standing there, the surrounding void seemed on the verge of collapse. His physical power was so formidable, it bordered on surreal. And when the phantom appeared, Yi Fan felt his strength rise to an absolute pinnacle, his combat prowess exploding upward. Part of his blood and chi had already transformed into gold, making his body extraordinarily powerful. In that moment, forgetting all the voices around him, he hurled a single punch. This primordial sacred fist unleashed peak level, might amplified threefold, striking with combat power exceeding 10 billion. Even a marquee-level expert powerful as he was changed expression drastically as a shadow of death fell over him. Through the haze, the marquee-level expert seemed to glimpse an invincible being swinging a fist toward him with blood and chi so mighty that even deities would tremble. "Who on earth are you?" The marquee-level expert felt himself on the brink of collapse. His soul could no longer bear it and began to dissolve. The martial technique he had released dissolved into the air. All he could do was watch helplessly as the fist, light, brilliant as a heavenly sun, flew straight at him. He had originally come to regain face for Long Outyin, but now he was overcome with regret. In fear, every inch of his skin bristled with goosebumps. Before the fist light even drew near, he began vomiting blood in great gushes, feeling as if his body were being torn apart. "Something's terribly wrong. I must flee at once." As a marquee-level expert, he could once have wielded absolute authority in the small province of Tianhe, but now fear had taken root in his heart. He cast a venomous glare at Yi Fan, as if to etch him indelibly into memory, biding his time for revenge. Suddenly he shook his arms, and a pair of wings materialized behind him. Wings formed of protective chi, icy blue in color. He flapped them violently, and shot into the sky. Boom. But in the next instant his wings exploded, and his body felt as if it were being sliced by countless razor-sharp blades racked with agony. Bright red blood streamed from every inch of his skin, and his eyes were bloodshot. He could not fathom why Yi Fan's punch was so terrifying. Was this still the strength of a town general? No one answered him. He could only watch helplessly as the fist light shattered every shred of his protective chi, his body breaking apart inch by inch. When the fist light finally faded, his body was no longer human in form. Drenched in blood, he plummeted from the sky and crashed onto the ground. I actually failed and died at the hands of a mere town general like you. I refuse to accept this. He was drenched in blood, every meridian severely snapped. Even if no one struck again, he would not survive. He could not understand why Yi Fan could unleash such a terrifying fist, as if he were a reincarnated deity whose blow was utterly unstoppable. Yi Fan, I have dominated an entire lifetime, yet I never expected to die at the hands of a junior like you, ending in such desolation today. The marquis-level expert, his eyes blazing with venom, stared fixedly at Yi Fan. But since you killed me, the patriarch will not let you go. I will wait for you in hell. With those words he breathed his last, remaining in a kneeling posture, completely lifeless. Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he looked back at Long Outyin. Without the marquis-level expert to protect him, it was time for him to die. Long Outyin, stunned, as if struck senseless, watched helplessly as his third uncle died. Even as a peerless prodigy, he stood frozen in place. Kill. A cacophony of ghostly wailing and godlike howling burst from Yi Fan's fist as the ghost god fist erupted, veiled in the intent of divine fire and surging with battle power. The fist light surged toward Long Outyin. In that moment no one could stop him. All around a dead silence reigned, everyone cowed by the momentum of one who had just slain a marquis. Long Outyin watched helplessly as the fist light descended his body, bursting apart inch by inch, while the jade pendant at his waist trembled violently, as if on the verge of splitting apart. Suddenly a massive flood of white light burst forth from the jade pendant, blocking Yi Fan's terrifying blow. Drenched in blood, Long Outyin collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with nothing but fear. That heart of invincibility was gone forever. Even if Yi Fan spared him, his martial heart had already been broken. He would never make any further progress in this. Within the boundless white light, a figure gradually manifested. A middle-aged man of around 40. He was tall and stalwart, with black hair cascading over his chest and back, giving him a wild, untamed aura. Yet what was most unforgettable about him was his pair of eyes. Brimming with authority, one glance at them could make anyone tremble with fear. Who dares to kill my great-grandson? The instant this man appeared, the surrounding space seemed to freeze solid, and an astonishing pressure radiated outward. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating. For the phantom of the middle-aged man before them was far too terrifying. To them he was like a deity exalted on high, brimming with ineffable majesty. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment many hearts were pounding wildly. That was tension, that was fear. A venerable was an unattainably great figure to everyone present. Such beings generally descended from ancient clans, serving as invincible powerhouses that guarded a single region. One of them alone could defend an entire domain, overawing millions upon millions of races and safeguarding the peace of humankind. If they wished to do evil, they could easily slaughter an entire province's people. To an ordinary martial artist, a venerable was no different from a god in myth. No one had expected that such a venerable's phantom would appear now. Venerable Long, this is all a misunderstanding. The governor of Tianhe province hurriedly explained at the sight of the venerable's projection. At this moment his opponent did not block him, because the appearance of the venerable's projection signaled that this matter was already over. Patriarch. Long Wu bowed in salute. Venerable Long did not even glance at the governor of Tianhe province. In others' eyes the governor was an important figure, but in his eyes the man was merely an ant. For an ant he disdained to waste even a single glance. Instead his majestic gaze fixed on Yi Fan. He could sense the terrifying, murderous aura emanating from Yi Fan's body. A mere town general still harbors wild delusions of killing my kin. You deserve death. His words were like a heavenly god passing judgment. His voice was deafening, and the very heavens and earth seemed to resonate with it. Among the countless onlookers around, most had fallen to their knees. The oppressive pressure was so horrifying that only by prostration could they dispel a fraction of their fear. At this moment Yi Fan felt as if countless great mountains were pressing down on him, nearly cutting off his breath. Against the phantom of a venerable, he was still far too weak. Were it not for his incomparably strong will, he too would have knelt to the ground. The gap between their power was simply too vast. Is this what a venerable is? Indeed, truly powerful. If my sacred body could reach great perfection, now even a venerable would be powerless against me. I could slap him to death with a single hand. But not now, my strength is still far too weak. Yi Fan struggled to hold on. Earlier, having killed a marquis, he had gained even more invincible confidence in his heart and was brimming with high spirits. But the sudden appearance of this powerhouse struck him like a heavy blow, like a living god in the mortal world, forcing his body to gradually bend. Grandfather, he killed third uncle. Long Outyin saw the phantom appear, a madly joyful expression on his face, and pointed at Yi Fan as he spoke through clenched teeth. Venerable Long heard this and said, "How dare you? You actually killed someone from my Long family. Who gave you the courage? Answer me." His voice was like the wrath of heaven, as if countless thunderbolts were exploding, echoing beside Yi Fan's ears. "I am a primordial sacred body, whom should fear nothing. Even a god cannot oppress me, let alone the phantom of a venerable." Within Yi Fan's bitter sea, golden divine radiance burst forth as a powerful force surged upward endlessly from the depths. An astonishing power coursed through Yi Fan's body, allowing him to straighten his back and look directly at the venerable's phantom before him. "In this grand examination of Tianhe province, I fought with all my strength and won the championship. Long Outyin refused to accept defeat and sent people to kill me. I turned around and slew them. Why is that not allowed? You disregard everything and want to kill me. Are you simply not putting the 10 great academies in your eyes?" Yi Fan's voice resounded throughout the arena. Everyone who heard Yi Fan's declaration was stunned. They clearly had never imagined he would have such courage, daring to speak to a venerable in this manner. They truly did not know whether he was bold or just tired of living. The governor of Tianhe province's face changed greatly at this moment. What kind of being was a venerable? Such an invincible powerhouse placed in Tianhe province could swagger with impunity. Even in other provinces he would receive the utmost courtesy. Even in Jingdu province, where experts gathered like clouds, he would still count as a true expert. For Yi Fan to offend him like this, Venerable Long would surely not let him go. The governor glanced at the token on his waist, a trace of hesitation flashing through his eyes before his gaze turned resolute. If Venerable Long truly insisted on killing Yi Fan, then he could only ask his master to come and uphold justice. You can actually disregard the pressure of my venerable authority." A look of curiosity appeared on Venerable Long's face, but then it grew even more imposing, and he said, "It seems you have some extraordinary fortune on you. But before me you still want to seek justice. You should know that in this world there are ranks of noble and lowly, and the strong are honored. The world has never been fair. If you must blame something, blame your own weakness. Moreover, in the whole of Tianhe province, I am the law. No matter how far the 10 great academies stretch their influence, they will not become enemies with me for the sake of an ant like you." He was incomparably confident, utterly disbelieving that anyone from the 10 great academies would stand up for Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, in front of my grandfather, you can only kneel in humiliation, you lowly commoner." Long Outyin laughed, wildly arrogant and triumphant, certain that he was absolutely safe this time. But Yi Fan slowly closed his eyes. The venerable's words were not without reason, but Yi Fan's heart burned with unwillingness. As if sensing his unwillingness, Yi Fan felt an immense surge of power well up from the primordial bitter sea within him, and he perceived the wills of countless mighty experts. The primordial sacred body shall be peerless under heaven. Any powerful enemy will tremble beneath the primordial sacred body. Undying flame. You are the last inheritor of our primordial sacred body lineage, and you shall receive our blessing. At this instant, countless golden phantoms appeared behind Yi Fan. Each phantom was exceptionally powerful, and the pressure they emitted was even more terrifying than a venerable's. The space around began to collapse violently, as if the entire region were about to be utterly destroyed. At this moment, even Venerable Long's expression changed drastically. Yi Fan suddenly felt his whole body lighten, and surging blood-ki power poured out endlessly. He then raised his palm and struck forward, intending to kill Long Outyin in front of the venerable. "You dare?" An angry expression appeared on Venerable Long's face. Was a mere ant trying to kill his kin right in front? But at this moment his body became immobile, because the pressure from the phantoms behind Yi Fan formed a peculiar force that trapped him in place. He could only watch as Long Aotian's body was pierced through by Yi Fan's palm, his eyes bulging almost out of their sockets, filled with incredulity. After slaying Long Outyin, Yi Fan let out a soft breath, feeling incomparable delight in his heart. The blazing sun hung high overhead. A radiant smile spread across Yi Fan's face as he felt incomparable delight. His entire mind and body seemed to have been elevated. Before him lay someone who could not stand to lose, and had even sent people to have him killed. Now that he had cut that man down, it felt as though a foul weight had been lifted from his chest. In this mortal life, is it not all about embracing one's own bold sense of gratitude and vengeance? Those who dared to threaten him or sought to harm his family had to die at his hand. Long Outyin collapsed to the ground, and even in death he could not believe that he had been killed by Yi Fan. "You insolent whelp. You will pay for today's stupidity." Venerable Long was thoroughly enraged. A startling power erupted from his body, and the surrounding void rumbled with thunderous tremors. His face was cold and ruthless, his expression majestic like a deity gazing down at the mortal world. His eyes watched Yi Fan with icy coldness. Even the terrifying pressure formed by the countless phantom figures behind Yi Fan was cast off by him. Those phantom figures were, after all, merely the lingering will of ancient sages. Today neither the heavens above nor the earth below will be able to save you. Venerable Long's eyes were as dazzling as stars, releasing a soul-shaking pressure. At this moment, however, with countless phantoms behind him, that pressure was nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing Yi Fan's face. He felt it not at all. Now a venerable was thoroughly enraged, even if this was only a phantom formed from a wisp of his soul power. But it was after all a venerable. Even the weakest venerable was not something a town general could withstand. Even a mighty king-rank powerhouse would have to be utterly respectful and prostrate himself in reverence before a formidable venerable. Master, I beg you to act. At that moment the lord of Tianhe province crushed the token in his hand without hesitation. A dazzling light blazed within the token, and then a figure emerged. He was a young man dressed in white, with short finely cropped hair and a vigorous air. He looked even younger than the lord of Tianhe province. Yet his eyes were filled with majesty. Standing aloft in the sky, he too radiated a shocking pressure. He was clearly an enormously formidable being. Master, I ask you to see justice done. The lord of Tianhe province saluted him respectfully. What exactly has happened? The mighty being inquired. The lord of Tianhe province hastily recounted the entire cause of the affair. Hearing this, the white-robed man turned to Venerable Long and said, Long Quan, you truly went too far in this matter. Withdraw at once. The white-robed man, now fully aware of the ins and outs of the matter, spoke to Venerable Long. Venerable Long's face was grim, and his eyes were thick with murderous intent. Tian Yuan, the two of us are both venerables. What right do you have to issue me orders? Even if you are a man of the 10 great academies, I hold no fear. Today no amount of persuasion will change my mind. Yi Fan killed my kin, so today I will offer him up as a sacrifice to heaven. Venerable Long was not afraid in the least. In fact, he had already grown somewhat mad with rage. Yi Fan had killed Long Outyin right in front of him, slapping him in the face. If he did not kill Yi Fan now, how could he ever hold his head up again? He would surely become the laughingstock of the entire capital. The white-robed man Tian Yuan slightly furrowed his brow, clearly realizing that he had underestimated Venerable Long's murderous intent. You are a junior with commendable courage, but since you slapped Venerable Long across the face in front of everyone, it is only natural that he will not let you off easily. How about this, Venerable Long? You shall strike once. If Yi Fan can withstand that single blow, the matter will be over. Is that acceptable? Venerable Tian Yuan tried to ease the feud between the two through another approach. Venerable Long did not answer him. Instead, he stared fixedly at Yi Fan and said, Go die. Boom. The void split apart, and a terrifying force erupted from within. Everything around quaked as though an earthquake had arrived. He had merely lifted his hand and swept it out, and it had unleashed such appalling power. It was absolutely beyond what a town general could resist. The gap was far too vast. Venerable Tian Yuan frowned. A dreadful power also surged out from his body, with innate celestial chi swirling between his palms. Since Venerable Long refused to show him any regard, the only choice was to fight and suppress him first. As the sacred body, he feared no mighty being. Now even against a god, he would dare to throw a punch. Which of the primordial sacred bodies in history had not dominated an era? And when had any of them? As the sacred body, he feared no mighty being. Now even against a god, he would dare to throw a punch. Which of the primordial sacred bodies in history had not dominated an era? And when had any of them ever trembled before a strong adversary? Even gods would quiver beneath the fist of the sacred body, let alone a venerable. Sensing Yi Fan's will, the energy within his bitter sea seethed, and golden radiance enveloped his fist. At that moment, Yi Fan seemed to see Feng Wuji again, smiling at him with a reassured and gratified expression, as though he approved of what Yi Fan had done. Leave it to me. A voice suddenly sounded beside Yi Fan's ear, transmitted from within the bitter sea. Immediately after, he felt the power of his entire body surge to an unimaginable height, and it had begun to slip beyond his control. Then he saw Feng Wuji's figure appear within the bitter sea, though it was only a phantom. He watched as Feng Wuji swung his fist, and Yi Fan's physical body made precisely the same motion. In that moment, the light of Yi Fan's fist was like a sun blazing in the heavens, and he seemed to see once more the scene of Feng Wuji slaying that divine black dragon. Boom. Terrifying light swept forward, and astounding power annihilated everything in its path. The palm seal condensed by Venerable Long directly burst apart. Before he could even react, it was devoured by golden light and scattered into the air. Everything returned to silence, leaving only Yi Fan standing where he was. The phantom of Feng Wuji in the bitter sea had vanished as well as if it had never appeared at all. Yi Fan raised his head and gazed at the sky, his heart utterly serene. All around was soundless, as quiet as death, for no one could have anticipated this outcome. A venerable's phantom had actually been destroyed by one punch from Yi Fan. This was beyond all reason. How confusion filled everyone's mind. Only Venerable Tian Yuan, who had been perfectly composed until now, watched the punch Yi Fan had thrown. His pupils suddenly contracted, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Even his body began to tremble faintly. That vast ocean-like aura of chi and blood, that spirit which feared nothing and dared to tear the vault of heaven itself. Could it be that the sacred body has reappeared? At this moment, he was at a loss for words to express the shock. The death of a venerable's phantom was a trivial matter to him, but if the sacred body had reappeared, then it deserved his. He hailed from the primordial palace, one of the 10 great academies. That very palace had been founded by a primordial sacred body, yet lamentably there was not a single primordial sacred body in the entire primordial palace. For in that battle of every primordial sacred body had fallen, and the last inheritor had also died fighting to protect humankind. Xianyuan Rumeng felt relieved to see Yi Fan safe. However, a murderous aura then surged within her. A venerable actually dared to bully a junior like Yi Fan. Dragon Venerable, I will remember you. She took out her phone, typed a message, deleted it, retyped it, then tapped send. She did not want to contact that person, but for Yi Fan's sake she had no choice but to entrust this matter to him. Meanwhile, at the capital city, the Xianyuan residence. Inside a lavishly decorated villa, a middle-aged man sat on a genuine leather sofa, sipping red wine, with an indifferent expression. Buzz. Buzz. At that moment his phone vibrated. He picked it up, and his eyes immediately lit up. Rumeng finally contacted me. His name was Xianyuan Tian, Xianyuan Rumeng's biological father. Years ago, because he failed to save his wife, the father-daughter relationship fell apart. Xianyuan Rumeng had since kept her distance from him, retreating to the small city of Jinling. Now that his daughter finally reached out again, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Dad, there is a venerable named Long Quan in the capital. He almost killed my friend. Go personally warn him. Tell him not to act rashly and not to leave the Long residence. Don't kill him, that is not needed. 2 years is enough. My friend will personally take his head in the future. Such a simple message, yet it brought a delighted smile to Xianyuan Tian's face. Long Quan is it? As one of the ancient noble families of the capital, they had an immortal ancestor seated in their clan and had even produced gods among their forebears. Warning a venerable was hardly a difficult task for him. Besides, he himself was also a venerable. This is the first time Rumeng has asked me for help since she left home. I should go in. Xianyuan Tian rose from where he stood, turned into a streak of white light, and headed toward the Long residence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside a cultivation chamber at the Long residence, Long Quan suddenly opened his eyes. The pressure of a venerable radiated outward as dreadful killing intent surged in all directions like tidal waves. That damned little beast actually destroyed one of my projections. That projection was equivalent to one of his avatars, so he was now burning with rage, intending to rush to Tianna province at once and slay Yi Fan. Moreover, he suspected that Yi Fan possessed some extraordinary inheritance, otherwise how could he destroy an avatar with a single punch? At this moment, beyond vengeance, he also wanted to seize Yi Fan's fortune. Although you killed my great-grandson, obtaining the fortune on your body might reveal an opportunity for me to break through to immortality. He shot into the sky, turning into a radiant light as he prepared to leave. But at that instant a long roar echoed from afar. Long Quan. The voice seemed far away, yet within a few breaths it arrived like rolling thunder, its sound waves crashing endlessly. The entire Long residence trembled slightly. Everyone who heard it turned pale with fear, for they could tell from that mighty force that a venerable was approaching. Bang! A beam of light rapidly approached and descended above the Long residence. Then the roar abruptly. The man was none other than Xianyuan Tian. Dressed in a black suit, the aura radiating from him made countless members of the Long family involuntarily want to kneel and prostrate themselves. Standing above the Long residence, he swept his cold gaze over everyone before fixing it on Dragon Venerable. Long Quan, today you will go nowhere. Xianyuan Tian spoke in a commanding tone. What is the meaning of this? Dragon Venerable exuded a dangerous aura, his eyes fixed on Xianyuan Tian with an icy stare. The Xianyuan family never needs a reason for what we do. Xianyuan Tian offered no explanation, acting even more domineeringly than Dragon Venerable. The auras of the two venerables clashed, exploding in midair, though neither of them actually made a move. Dragon Venerable was wary of the colossus that was the Xianyuan family. He knew that if he acted now he might very well be erased. In this world the strong reigned supreme, and the more ancient a noble family, the more powerhouses it possessed. Although the Long family was also a prominent clan, it could not even begin to compare with a truly ancient family like the Xianyuan household. Even now the Xianyuan family had several living immortals. Wiping out the Long family would simply be a flick of their fingers. Oomph. Dragon Venerable let out a cold snort. Though discontented, he had no choice but to yield. Also, it is not just today. You must not leave the Long residence for the next 2 years, or your entire clan will face catastrophe. Xianyuan Tian warned. Do not push me too far. Dragon Venerable stared fixedly at Xianyuan Tian, his face twisted with fury. He could roughly guess that Yi Fan might share some special connection with the Xianyuan family. Could it be that Yi Fan had obtained the Xianyuan family's inheritance? Were they planning to nurture him? You may try, Xianyuan Tian said coldly. He was unconcerned with what Dragon Venerable thought. Resist, and death would follow. That was how ancient noble families operated. Fine. Dragon Venerable fiercely flicked his sleeve and stormed off to go into seclusion. No matter how resentful he was, he had to bow his head beneath another's roof. In the capital, the Long family indeed lacked the qualifications to compare with the Xianyuan family. Moreover, the man before him, Xianyuan Tian, was a direct descendant of the Xianyuan clan. Setting aside his immense strength, if he truly dared to strike the Long family, would likely be uprooted by the very next day. Ancient noble families were far more overbearing than he was. The matter Rumeng entrusted me with is done. Time to reply to her. Xianyuan Tian smiled like a loving father, typed a message on his phone, and sent it back. Meanwhile in the square, Venerable Tianyuan came before Yi Fan, looking extremely agitated. Drawing close to Yi Fan, he could sense the terrifyingly vigorous vitality and qi radiating from him. something far beyond that of a peer of the same cultivation level. Only the primordial sacred body could achieve this. Yi Fan, are you the primordial sacred body? Venerable Tianyuan asked directly. Yi Fan could perceive no killing intent from the man, only excitement and elation, so he nodded. Excellent. Heaven blesses the primordial palace. I never imagined that after so many years an invincible primordial sacred body has finally appeared again. He was utterly thrilled, an uncontrollable smile spreading across his face. His gaze then fell upon the governor of Tianhe province. You have done well. As your master, I will record merit for you and grant Tianhe province more cultivation resources. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may contact me again. Hearing these words, the governor of Tianhe province was also overjoyed. Thank you, master. You deserve it all. The governor of Tianhe province then turned his gaze to Yi Fan. Now everything was clear to him. No wonder Yi Fan could comprehend the artistic conception of divine fire and be an invincible prodigy. So he was the legendary sacred body. Now he was about to soar to the heavens. Yi Fan, would you be willing to join the primordial palace? Venerable Tianyuan asked directly. Seeing that Yi Fan did not answer immediately, he continued, Rest assured, I will send someone to warn that dragon Venerable in the name of the academy. If he is foolish enough to attack you again, he will surely die. Venerable Tianyuan spoke these words with absolute certainty. Furthermore, our primordial palace ranks among the top 3 of the 10 academies and possesses numerous martial arts that can only be cultivated by the primordial sacred body. It is the perfect home for one like you. After hearing all this, Yi Fan was moved. Yi Fan quickly agreed to master, urged the governor of Tianhe province. One could say that joining the ancient wilderness palace as a primordial sacred body was the most perfect and most promising path. This matter with Venerable Dragon could then be thoroughly resolved. All right, Yi Fan nodded in agreement. He did not particularly care which of the 10 great academies he joined, as long as he entered any one of them, he would have access to abundant cultivation resources. Moreover, although the 10 great academies had rankings, in truth, every one of them produced outstanding powerhouses, and none lacked cultivation resources, so joining any one of them was much the same. Furthermore, the ancient wilderness palace possessed the inheritance of the primordial sacred body, and perhaps he might even obtain a growth-type martial art, like the primordial sacred fist. But I have one request, said Yi Fan. What request? Asked Venerable Tianyuan. Yi Fan said, That venerable dragon, I want to slay him with my own hands. Give me 1 year, and I will personally trample down the dragon family's mountain gate. Yi Fan's eyes shone with confident radiance. A mere venerable had humiliated him so viciously. If not for the will of the primordial sacred body, he might very well already be dead. Such an enemy had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Yi Fan set himself a deadline of 1 year, aiming to grow stronger rapidly within that time, and reach the King Sealing Realm as quickly as possible. He believed that with the primordial sacred body, the King Sealing Realm would be more than enough to slay an ordinary venerable. What lofty ambition! Venerable Tianyuan laughed heartily. Since you have spoken thus, why should I not agree? As a primordial sacred body, one ought to be fearless by nature. That damned Long Quan had nearly killed the primordial sacred body, truly deserving of death. But since Yi Fan had said so, this man would be left for Yi Fan to deal with. Long Quan is currently around the 1st level of the venerable realm. With your talent, once you enter the ancient wilderness palace and obtain sufficient cultivation resources, you can indeed grow rapidly, and might well step into the 6th level of the King Sealing Realm within a year to eliminate Long Quan. Venerable Tianyuan informed Yi Fan of the dragon family venerable strength, the 1st level of the venerable realm. Yi Fan understood in his heart it was not much different from what he had guessed. The primordial sacred body could easily fight above its level. Its formidable vital blood energy allowed it to look down upon opponents of the same cultivation realm. Yi Fan, since you have decided to join my ancient wilderness palace, take this token. Report to the ancient wilderness palace in the capital 2 months from now. Venerable Tianyuan waved his hand, and a flash of light shot out. In Yi Fan's hand immediately appeared a golden token covered with intricate golden patterns bearing the character Huang. All right, Yi Fan nodded. Also, new students will undergo an assessment upon entering the ancient wilderness palace. The content of the assessment cannot be determined in advance, but if you can obtain 1st place, you will receive a vast amount of cultivation resources. The opponents you may encounter could possess the bloodline of immortals, or even the bloodline of demigods. They are born incomparably powerful and inherit astonishing talents. Although you are a primordial sacred body, your current cultivation realm is still too low. It would be best if you advance to the Marquis Sealing Realm before the entrance assessment. Venerable Tianyuan imparted this important information to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's gaze held no fear at all. It's only interesting when there are many geniuses. I will seize 1st place. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Venerable Tianyuan nodded slowly, then scattered into starlight and vanished. After all, this was merely one of his incarnations. Now that the matter was settled, it was time to bestow the rewards. On the giant screen, the rankings began to appear. Long Outyin, who had originally been ranked 2nd, had now been removed from the list, for he was dead. 1st place, Yi Fan. 2nd place, Xian Yuan Long. 3rd place, Wang Chongyang. 10th place, Murong Chengwang. On the giant screen, the subsequent rankings manifested one after another. However, the most dazzling of all was first place, so radiant that even the characters were blazing gold. At this moment, Yi Fan walked onto the high platform, and the governor of Tianhe province personally presented him with his rewards. First, he was given a golden card. The governor told him the password was the original password, and the card contained a sum of 300 million. Yi Fan did not care much about it. He had come to realize that the more powerful one became, the less one valued such worldly wealth. Most people treated money as merely a number, for many things simply could not be bought with money. Next, Yi Fan received 3 5th-grade spiritual herbs, all of them capable of enhancing one's strength, which made his eyes light up. Then he obtained the 2nd-grade internal cultivation technique, the Heavenly Sun art, which appeared even more powerful than the true sun art he currently practiced. It seemed to be among the very best of 2nd-grade internal cultivation techniques. After accepting these rewards, a smile spread across Yi Fan's face. With these treasures, his strength could rise to yet another level, making him even more powerful. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3,000-fold amplification. At this moment, a pleasant notification sound echoed in Yi Fan's mind. This was because after he broke through to a new realm, the amplification multiplier would also increase. Yi Fan's eyes brightened at once. Although a 3,000-fold amplification could not directly turn a 5th-grade spiritual herb into a 7th-grade one, it could transform it into the most top-grade spiritual herb among the 6th-grade ones. Yi Fan also obtained a brank martial art, but the reward turned out to be a spear technique. This made Yi Fan frown slightly. He would have to spend time forging a weapon. Given his current strength, he would need to forge a 7th-grade spiritual weapon, and then through the 3,000-fold amplification, it could become the most top-grade among 8th-grade spiritual weapons. That way he could use it for a very long time without replacement. Thus, after obtaining these things, Yi Fan had only 2 goals. One was to improve his own strength, and the other was to search for materials to forge a 7th-grade spiritual weapon. However, Yi Fan had no idea where he should look for materials to forge such a level of spiritual weapon. Still, this was a trivial matter. He could simply ask the governor of Tianhe province later. The rewards were soon fully distributed. Under the gaze of countless people, Yi Fan truly became the center of attention, for he had created a miracle. A commoner from an ordinary family had actually awakened the legendary primordial sacred body, suppressing all prodigies and obtaining first place in the assessment. Bai Guiyuan and his cousin Bai Long both lowered their heads, slightly filled with guilt and fear. They had witnessed the previous battle with their own eyes. Yi Fan could shatter even a venerable's phantom with a single punch. This filled them with awe and dread toward Yi Fan. At first I refused to accept my defeat to him, but now I understand. Some people are simply not meant to be compared with. Bai Guiyuan sighed. Bai Long nodded in agreement. Compared with such truly peerless prodigies, they were utterly worthless. The more they compared, the more miserable they felt. Li Fu sat in the spectator stands, gazing at the radiant Yi Fan with a smile on his face. No matter how far Yi Fan would go, he would always regard him as his best brother. Xian Yuan Rumeng gazed at the dazzling Yi Fan, the corners of her mouth lifting into a beautiful smile. Golden sunlight spilled over her figure like a layer of gilding, rendering her even more enchanting and lovely. After the award ceremony concluded, Yi Fan, Xian Yuan Rumeng, and his good brother Li Fu went to a lounge, and Rumeng, thank you for speaking up for me this time. Yi Fan looked at Xian Yuan Rumeng and said with a smile. Xian Yuan Rumeng gave a soft smile. Yi Fan, you hit it so well. You actually have the primordial sacred body. No wonder you are so powerful. I hope you can shine brilliantly at Huanggu Palace too. That's right. Yi Fan, you actually have the sacred body. His good brother Li Fu showed an astonished expression. Yi Fan smiled without replying. After chatting for a while longer, he stood up and said, if you two have nothing else to do, why don't you go back first? I still need to ask the province lord of Tianhe about something, and I plan to stay here to refine the reward I just obtained. It may take quite a long time. Got it. Xian Yuan Rumeng naturally knew that the more powerful a martial artist was, the longer his seclusion for cultivation would last. Now that Yi Fan had already become a town general, if he went into seclusion to refine cultivation resources, it might take several days. Yi Fan, let's team up for some games when you have time. Li Fu no sooner finished saying this than he realized he had misspoken. From now on, Yi Fan would only become more dazzling. How could he still play games? But Yi Fan nodded to him and said, all right. Yi Fan, feel free to come find me whenever you have time. Xian Yuan Rumeng said with a gentle tone, gazing at him. Yi Fan said, I will. See you next time. Then the group left the lounge, and Yi Fan went straight to the province lord of Tianhe's location. He arrived at an office and knocked on the door outside. Come, and a voice came from inside. Yi Fan pushed open the door. Meanwhile, the fact that Yi Fan had won first place was already spreading across the internet. Shock. One of Tianhe province is actually the legendary primordial sacred body. Shock. The primordial sacred body shattered a venerable's projection with one punch. Shock. The champion from Tianhe province was born to a commoner family. The sacred body does not only awaken in ancient aristocratic clans, commoners have a chance too. These 3 pieces of news immediately dominated the entire hot search list, and it spread everywhere like wildfire. There were even pictures below, and some people had taken videos, all now on full display. The clicks instantly broke through 1 million in popularity and kept climbing. The news spread rapidly across the internet, and countless people scrolling through their phones received it at that moment. One of the 72 provinces, West Province. It was a relatively large province with an area more than 3 times that of Tianhe Province, and every year it produced an invincible genius. And now on a lake here a small boat drifted on the water, and on the boat sat a figure. He was an extremely young youth. The youth was sitting with his eyes closed as if resting his mind. From afar it looked like a beautiful, breathtaking painting. Beep beep. Suddenly the phone beside the youth rang. He opened his eyes, his gaze was as sharp as a blade radiating a dangerous gleam. He then saw the hot search, the 2 characters sacred body, and without hesitation, he clicked in to look. The primordial sacred body has reappeared in the world. Will it be able to continue its former glory? An invincible genius with the legendary sacred body has confirmed his enrollment in Huanggu Palace. I'm afraid a genius who will dominate the era is about to appear. There was much more information below, but the youth, dressed in a white shirt and white trousers, no longer had the mood. The primordial sacred body. I didn't expect this physique to reappear in the world. But the glory of the primordial sacred body should have ended long ago. Since he has joined Huanggu Palace, I'll defeat him at the entrance assessment. The instant he finished speaking, countless saber chi emerged around him. Wherever the saber chi touched the surface of the lake, the water parted on its own. Beside him a black saber hovered in midair, casting a humming melody. It seemed to sense its master's will. This youth was the No. 1 of the entire West Province. His name was Bai Guiyuan, and he had comprehended the heavenly saber intent, a top-grade intent. He was an invincible genius, a member of an immortal clan. My will is like a heavenly saber, slashing down prodigies. Gripping the black weapon in his hand, the youth hacked forward. A dazzling blade light exploded, splitting the entire lake apart as the water rolled to both sides, leaving a wide path down the middle that remained open for a long time. His heavenly saber intent grew stronger the more prodigies he defeated. Capital Province. The Xianyuan. In the great hall, a young man reclined on a chair, his head resting on a woman's legs. The woman had a supremely beautiful face, delicate makeup, and a slender statuesque figure dressed in a long pink gown. The 2 were watching TV when a news bulletin suddenly appeared. The primordial sacred body appears in the world and suppresses this era. Upon hearing the broadcast, the youth instantly jumped up, like a spring radiating chill from his body. Interesting. A mere sacred body dares to claim it can dominate an era. This is no longer the ancient era. What is a sacred body anyway? It's nothing but something for me to suppress. I possess the immortal bloodline, and the bloodline power I awakened is even stronger than my father's. 2 months later at the entrance assessment, I will personally defeat this sacred body and let you all know that the sacred body is nothing more than that. At that moment, ice began spreading from him in every direction. A massive amount of frost froze everything around. The temperature in the entire room dropped to a terrifying degree. He was the invincible genius of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Huang, who had comprehended the extreme cold intent and also joined Huanggu Palace among the 10 great academies. When he learned that a primordial sacred body had appeared, his eyes were filled only with excitement and fervor. Young Master Huang will surely get what he wishes. The exquisite woman smiled slightly. Capital. The Tai. This was a demigod family, and there were still powerhouses at the demigod level within the clan. At this moment in a bamboo garden, a youth stood straight as a javelin. He looked about 18 years old with an extraordinary temperament and sharply defined features. He had a pair of bright eyes that could attract countless rays of light. At this moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing ahead. Beside him, a middle-aged man informed him of the news that the primordial sacred body had reappeared. The ancient sacred body. A shocking pressure radiated from the youth, making the middle-aged man beside him involuntarily lower his head, not daring to meet his eyes. It is said that in the past, once the sacred body reached full maturity, it could slay even gods. But unfortunately, this is no longer the ancient era. The sacred body will eventually be buried by time and become a stepping stone for me. His name was Tai Zi. He had comprehended 3 top-grade intents, carried the demigod bloodline, and cultivated countless supreme martial skills, finding no opponent at the same level. No matter how powerful the enemy, they would tremble beneath his feet. He harbored a grand aspiration and goal in his heart, to become a god in this lifetime. Thus, no matter how strong the prodigy or how powerful the physique, all would fall to him. This was the invincible confidence. Inside the office, Yi Fan sat on a stool. The person seated across from him was none other than the governor of Tianhe Province. At this moment, the supreme ruler of the entire province showed no trace of authority on his face, instead a smile lingered on his lips. Yi Fan, what brings you here? Asked the governor of Tianhe Province. Yi Fan stated his purpose. I wish to forge a 7th grade spiritual weapon. Is it for practicing a martial art? The governor of Tianhe Province personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Fan. Without hesitation, Yi Fan nodded, then took a sip, savoring the pleasant taste. 7th grade spiritual weapons are extremely precious. If you wish to forge one, it will cost at least 10 billion. The governor informed him. Hearing this, Yi Fan nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. It required so much money, there was simply no way to afford it. Yi Fan had always thought money was just a number, but apparently he simply did not have enough. It truly mattered after all. Is there any cheaper way? Yi Fan asked. The governor of Tianhe Province said, there is, but you would have to gather the materials yourself. The most crucial material for forging 7th and 8th grade spiritual weapons is froststone ore. If you can find enough froststone, or I can introduce you to a master forger. He would only charge a forging fee of around 300 million. Froststone ore. Yifan sank into thought. He now had only 2 months, and he had to rapidly grow stronger within that time. He pondered whether he should spend time searching for the froststone ore. Governor, may I ask where froststone ore can be obtained? Yifan looked up, fixing his gaze on the man before him. The froststone ore is mostly concentrated around the No. 3 defense line. Beyond it lies a froststone mountain range, but that place is extremely dangerous. One might fall. Even a king, if unlucky, could fall. However, given your current strength, you could risk it, but I don't think it's necessary, the governor said slowly. Is there a specific? Yifan asked. He knew of the No. 3 defense line, the human race's frontline defense, said to be packed with powerful experts. You intend to go? The governor was somewhat surprised, but he still took out a tablet and handed it over. Yifan looked at it. The distance was only about 3,000 kilometers from here. Yifan then checked the flight tickets. It would only take about 3 hours to get there. Thank you. Yifan handed the tablet back, planning to go after first making a breakthrough in cultivation. Governor, is there a special cultivation room here? Could you prepare one for me? Yifan asked. The governor nodded slightly and said, of course there is. But if you are going, you must be careful and try to stay safe. He earnestly admonished, clearly afraid that something might happen to Yifan. I know. Yifan nodded. Then the governor had someone lead Yifan into a cultivation room. He watched Yifan's receding figure and sighed softly. Although his master had said that he hoped Yifan would win first place in the academy entrance assessment. But according to the latest intelligence he had obtained, quite a few prodigies were joining Huanggu Academy this year. All exceptional invincible prodigies. There was even one called the Crown Prince, rumored to have already comprehended 3 types of intent power. One must know that the powers of comprehended intents can be superimposed. To have comprehended 3 types all in the highest grades, that was simply monstrous. But when he saw that the file marked him as having a demigod bloodline, he understood why this person was so heaven-defying. Moreover, aside from the Crown Prince, another fellow would also join Huanggu Academy, and that one was a madman. He had heard of that person's deeds before. He was also a scion of an ancient demigod family, but he was said to revel in slaughter. None who had fought him escaped without broken limbs. It was said that he had been confined because of his excessive bloodlust, but he would appear at Huanggu Academy's entrance assessment. That person was also rumored to possess a demigod bloodline, a figure as terrifying as the Crown Prince. Thus, Yifan's path to the championship was fraught with difficulties. After all, he would have to face so many invincible prodigies, each with cultivation bases alarmingly high, all at the Marquis realm, each capable of instantly killing him with a single strike. The primordial sacred body was powerful, but winning the championship was nearly impossible. Even making the top 10 was in question. It was not that the primordial sacred body was weak. Rather, Yifan had started late, his cultivation was still too low, and compared with those true invincible prodigies there remained a gap. After all, they were all invincible prodigies, almost every one of them had the ability to fight above their level. Unless Yifan truly broke through to the Marquis realm within these 2 months. But Yifan was only at the first level of the town general realm. How difficult it would be to break through to the Marquis realm, especially with only 2 short months. Thus he understood that the words of Master Tianyuan were likely meant to spur Yifan to cultivate as much as possible during this period to motivate him. It was not really about making him win the championship. However, he understood this, but did not voice it. He believed that the master had his own reasons for doing so. Inside the cultivation room, Yifan took out the 2 5th-grade spirit herbs he had obtained, and without hesitation performed a 3,000-fold amplification on them. The 2 spirit herbs in his hand directly transformed into 6th-grade spirit herbs radiating a medicinal fragrance. One could sense the potent medicinal effects contained within. Yifan swallowed 1 herb in a single mouthful. The medicinal energy began to spread, releasing a flood of power from within. About a dozen minutes passed. Yifan easily stepped into the 2nd level of the town general realm. He then stuffed the remaining herb into his mouth and began to refine it again. Inside his body, a flood of pure energy surged forth, transforming into refined gang qi that pervaded his entire body. At that moment, Yifan's entire body radiated dazzling golden light, and fierce flames blazed upon him. He then pushed the true yang art to its limit. At the same time, a portion of the gang qi began to transform into innate gang qi. When Yifan had fully refined everything, his body shook once, and he reached the peak of the 3rd level of the town general realm. At this time, about 1% of the gang qi in his body had transformed into innate gang qi flowing through him. His base combat power had also increased by 1 billion, reaching a staggering 5 billion. Such combat power was already stronger than that of an ordinary marquis. But Yifan did not become arrogant, because he knew that the combat power levels of an ordinary marquis and a true prodigy who had broken through to marquis were completely different. As far as he knew, some prodigies after breaking through to marquis could reach a maximum combat power of 10 billion, and his future opponents were exactly at that level. After all, it was one of the 10 great academies where prodigies were as numerous as clouds. So if he wanted to win the championship, he had to become even stronger. Yifan looked at the grade martial art manual in his hand, and silently recited, "Amplify," in his mind. Then the martial art manual began to change, and a new name manifested on it. An rank martial technique, the endless spear technique. This was the new martial technique formed after a 300-fold amplification. Moreover, it was a high-grade rank martial technique. Such martial techniques were also divided into high, middle, and low grades. A high-grade martial technique was naturally the strongest, infinitely close to its rank martial technique. The endless spear technique, once cultivated to perfection, can send one into the endless Avicii hell. The technique's description was somewhat formidable, but cultivating it was hardly a difficult matter for Yi Fan. This was because his comprehension was now far too powerful. However, without a suitable weapon at hand, Yi Fan could only set it aside for the time being. He then took out a second-grade internal cultivation technique and amplified it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a third-grade internal cultivation technique, the Flame Thunder Art. Yi Fan's eyes blazed with brilliance, and he immediately began to cultivate. A third-grade internal cultivation technique was clearly far more powerful than a second-grade one. Within Yi Fan's body, an endless stream of additional Gang Qi was born. Moreover, this Gang Qi carried the power of thunder, and flames surged along with it. This time, Yi Fan spent an entire day cultivating this internal cultivation technique to perfection. But the improvement it brought him was also enormous. His Gang Qi became even denser. Another 8% had even been completely converted into innate Gang Qi, increasing his combat power by roughly 1 billion. What a powerful internal cultivation technique. A shocked expression appeared on Yi Fan's face. The increase in combat power was not the most important thing, rather it was that the efficiency of converting Gang Qi into innate Gang Qi was astonishingly high. After all, ordinarily, only King Realm powerhouses could gradually convert their Gang Qi into innate Gang Qi. Yet he had already done so, and in total 10% had been converted. This was a truly astonishing concept. It seems that if I want to convert all the Gang Qi in my body into innate Gang Qi, I have to obtain an even higher grade internal cultivation technique. This was what Yi Fan had realized. Then the innate Gang Qi within his body condensed into the shape of a long spear in his hand with thunder and flames surging upon it, and he began to cultivate the endless spear technique. Shwa! A tearing sound rang through the air as Yi Fan began to brandish the long spear. Although it was condensed from innate Gang Qi, it gave off an aura of being able to shatter anything in its path. Unfortunately, innate Gang Qi could not endure for long, so he still needed to obtain a powerful weapon. It took about half a day for Yi Fan to elevate the endless spear technique to the realm of perfection as well. This consumed a great deal of the innate Gang Qi within his body. Yi Fan sat down where he was activated the Flame Thunder Art and let thunder and flames surge over his body while absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him. The entire cultivation room began to tremble. Huff! After an hour, Yi Fan let out a breath and walked out of the cultivation room. However, the cultivation room was now covered in countless spear marks and cracks. It was completely ruined. After leaving the cultivation room, Yi Fan first called his mother. Mom, the grand competition has already ended, but I still have some matters to deal with. Don't worry. Yi Fan exchanged a few simple words with his mother and told them not to worry. Xiao Fan, you must be safe. His father said over the phone. Brother, you're amazing. You actually won first place in the Tianhe province grand competition. People come to our house every day to visit. Brother, I want to become as impressive as you one day. The voices of his younger brother and sister also came through from the other end of the line. This made it impossible for Yi Fan to keep the corners of his mouth from curling into a smile. It truly felt wonderful to have a family. Still, he had to quickly grow stronger and take down that dragon venerable. Yi Fan's gaze was resolute. After a few more words, he hung up, bade farewell to the Tianhe province lord, booked the fastest plane ticket online, and prepared to head to No. 3 defense line. He was determined to obtain the Hanshi and had to get it as soon as possible. Of course, he also had a second purpose for going there, to slay the myriad races there and obtain enough cultivation resources. He had looked it up online. Although the Hanshi mountain range was extremely dangerous, it was also a tremendous opportunity for the strong. An hour later, Yi Fan boarded the plane and took a seat by the window. Sitting beside him were two women, one wearing a tight purple short-sleeve top and silver ear studs. The other was a beautiful girl with long, straight black hair, delicate features, and a gentle, quiet temperament. The two formed a striking contrast. One looked lively while the other looked reserved. Yi Fan was gazing out the window at that moment, his heart completely at peace. Handsome, would you like a drink of water? Suddenly, the more lively woman with the ear studs beside Yi Fan reached out and patted him. Thanks. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze, took the bottled water she handed over, and set it on the table. Handsome, what's your name? The woman wearing the silver ear studs asked, staring intently at Yi Fan. Yi Fan said with a smile. The woman was actually a little dazed because Yi Fan's face was clean and handsome, and his profile was so perfect that he looked like a male lead who had stepped straight out of a painting. Even the long black-haired girl beside her was equally dazed, her expression somewhat absent. Yi Fan, where are you going? Asked the woman with the silver ear studs. I'm going to the Hanshi mountain range to find some Hanshi ore. Yi Fan did not mind others knowing his purpose. As soon as those words were spoken, silence fell all around, and everyone's gaze landed on Yi Fan. They were clearly startled. Even the two women next to him were taken aback. The Hanshi mountain range is extremely dangerous. Yifan, you're still young. Don't be so impulsive. After a long silence, the woman wearing the ear studs said. She felt that she and Yifan had hit it off, and she had originally wanted to keep chatting with him. But now she found him somewhat reckless with his life. Young man Hanshi, or is not something just anyone can obtain. A middle-aged man cast a glance toward Yifan. The man wore a black suit and had a stern, imposing face who few others dared to meet his gaze. Clearly, he was a powerful figure. Yifan did not answer the man, and simply continued gazing out the window at the rolling clouds. Seeing that Yifan gave no response, the woman with the silver ear studs also stopped trying to continue the conversation. The middle-aged man in the black suit merely snorted coldly and said nothing more. A few hours passed quickly, and the plane slowly landed at the airport. The passengers then filed off the plane one after another. Most of the people here had come to know 3D fence line, hoping to buy some rare goods from the local shops, and they had no intention of leaving the city. After getting off the plane, Yifan saw a towering city wall hundreds of meters tall, and he could see powerful figures stationed atop it. He could sense formidable auras, the auras of venerables. There were also soldiers guarding the entrance. Yifan glanced at the gate and walked straight out. Courting death, the middle-aged man in the black suit shook his head. The two pretty women watched Yifan leave, and sighed, clearly feeling somewhat regretful. Wait, did he just say his name was Yifan? The woman with the silver ear studs suddenly remembered the video that had dominated the trending searches not long ago. She quickly opened it and compared the figure in the video with the Yifan she had just met, finding a 99% match. It's actually him, the primordial sacred body of Tianhe province. The woman with the silver ear studs was astonished and secretly regretted not having continued chatting with him earlier. The primordial sacred body. The girl with long black hair flickered with surprise in her eyes, but quickly shook her head. Though she found Yifan handsome, if he truly possessed the primordial sacred body, he would be far beyond their reach. It was said that this ancient physique held boundless potential, and its owner was destined to become a towering figure, not someone ordinary girls like them could ever hope to keep. Beside them, the man in the black suit frowned upon hearing this, and quickly pulled out his phone to check something. No wonder he so. The man in the black suit was named Zhao Dongshu, a powerful town commander. This time his purpose was to team up with his friends and head to the Hanshi mountain range together. Of course, the main goal was to obtain some coldstone ore. After all, crafting a powerful weapon was extremely difficult. Buying one was far too expensive, so the only option was to use coldstone ore and ask a master forger to craft one. Still, he thought that even with the primordial sacred body, entering the Hanshi mountain range alone was an act of stupidity. After all, Yifan had not yet fully grown into his power. As for the rumor online about shattering the Venerable's projection, he believed it was nothing but hype. How could a town commander possibly shatter a Venerable's projection? He refused to believe it at all. But he didn't dwell on it. Yifan's life or death had little to do with him. He left the place and arrived at a bar where quite a few people were drinking. He walked over to a small table where 3 people sat, 2 men and 1 woman, all around 30-something in appearance, drinking and chatting. Seeing Zhao Dongshu arrive, they quickly smiled and greeted him. Dongshu, you're finally here. One of them spoke with a smile. Zhao Dongshu sat down and asked, when are we heading to the Hanshi mountain range? He cultivated the blade arts, so he wanted to obtain a powerful saber, hoping to acquire coldstone ore as soon as possible. Don't rush. Let's wait another 3 days before going in. The Hanshi mountain range has been troubled lately. I heard quite a few people went in and never came out. One of the men who had a black mole on his face let out a sigh. What exactly is going on? Zhao Dongshu asked. The Hanshi mountain range is the territory of the Shadow Dark Crow clan. I heard they've been actively hunting the humans who go in lately. Seems like they're preparing some kind of sacrifice. The fairly attractive woman among the 3 said this. She wore a long red dress and looked gentle and demure. Then we'd better wait. A flicker of wariness passed through Zhao Dongshu's eyes. The Shadow Crow clan was one of the myriad races said to be extremely ferocious, a particularly vicious type of savage beast. Those who fell into their hands never met a good end. Moreover, they loved performing sacrificial rites to summon even more powerful races from the myriad clans, making them extremely difficult to deal with. But danger often accompanied opportunity. Wherever the Shadow Crows appeared, coldstone ore was usually found, and sometimes even entire ore veins. Meanwhile, the Hanshi mountain range. It was bitterly cold here, the temperature bone-chillingly low, with trees scattered everywhere. At this moment, a man appeared in this place. More precisely, it was a young man, his eyes bright as stars. He stood there like a spear that could pierce through the heavens. This person was none other than Yifan. Unafraid of the cold, he walked straight inward. Everything around him was eerily silent. Not even the sound of birds could be heard, giving the place an unsettling atmosphere. Bold with his extraordinary skill, Yifan pressed forward, searching for coldstone ore. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly spotted a white plaza up ahead, seemingly built by human hands. It was already somewhat dilapidated. The most conspicuous features were 6 massive black stone pillars, but the strangest thing in the plaza was a single broken stone pillar. Though fractured, it still towered far above the others. On top of it stood a black statue with a bizarre crow head. Yifan halted his steps, but at that moment the black crow head actually turned slightly. Then a pair of scarlet eerie eyes opened, staring down at Yifan from above, giving off an unsettling feeling. The surrounding temperature suddenly turned even colder. Yifan watched intently as that bizarre statue grabbed. It was a monster that resembled a human, but bore a crow's head with 2 arms so long they hung past its knees. Its pupils were tiny yet crimsoned, rolling around in a round, uneasy manner. A vast amount of deathly aura seeped from its body, a black gas surging out from every pore. It gave off a cold, decaying feeling. A tide of darkness surged directly toward Yifan. A shadow dark crow. Yifan had heard of this race before. When they were still, they resembled statues difficult to distinguish from inanimate objects. But once they moved, they became utterly terrifying. Hee. Any human who dares enter these mountains shall become a sacrifice. The monster let out a bizarre laugh from its mouth. Then its laughter abruptly ceased. A hole had appeared in its chest. A golden spear had pierced straight through it. A beast that hasn't even reached town commander level dares to spout nonsense before me. Yifan flicked his hand, watching the innate divine energy he had condensed disperse into the air. In truth, the moment the monster spoke, Yifan had already unleashed his netherworld spear art, killing it in an instant. Praise death. My lord will avenge me. The shadow dark crow toppled from the stone pillar, smashing a pit over a meter deep into the ground. Yifan walked forward, retrieved a beast core from its body, and put it away. Yifan surveyed the plaza. He also knew that wherever shadow dark crows appeared, coldstone ore was sure to be found. He began searching the area. But at that moment a chill crept up behind Yifan. He whipped his head around, and his pupils reflected the figure of a shadow dark crow. The monster radiated a cold and evil aura with thick black mist billowing around it. This beast was much larger than the first one Yifan had encountered, about 3 meters tall. It tilted its head, wearing a strange expression on its face. The way it looked at Yifan was like gazing at an amusing toy. Hee. Your body carries a stench I despise. But the more I hate a human, the more chewy they are to bite. The beast grinned, revealing a massive mouth packed with serrated fangs as dense as saw teeth, still stained with traces of fresh blood. Then the monster vanished from where it stood, impossible to track. A black wind swept across the field as waves of bone-piercing chill rushed toward Yifan. So weak, and yet you dare speak such words. Yifan's pupils were like 2 golden suns blazing with extraordinary brilliance. A vast amount of innate divine energy began to converge in his hand, condensing into a spear. Thunder and flames danced along the spear, while an astonishing wave of heat surged from Yifan's body. Yifan exhaled lightly and thrust the spear forward. Thunder and flames roared and exploded through the void, sending a wave of heat spreading in all directions. Puff! The spear firmly pinned a black figure, nailing it to a broken pillar. However, the monster's body was not completely pierced through. It had evaded the fatal wound, and the spear only crippled one of its arms. It hurts. The 7th level shadow dark crow tore off its own arm, black blood oozing from the wound. It fixed its cold gaze on Yifan and said, "Damn human, you will pay for what you've done." Caw, caw. Then it began to cry toward the sky. As the sound grew louder, the black mist above churned violently, and the noise of breaking air came from afar. Yifan's expression changed. Though his battle prowess was formidable, he had his limits. This monster was clearly summoning its companions. After all, a swarm of ants could bring down an elephant, and these bizarre shadow dark crows were no ants. They were extremely dangerous. So Yifan did not hesitate and took his leave. He stomped the ground, unleashing terrifying blood energy. The plaza instantly exploded, and Yifan's figure shot into the sky like a cannonball, as light as a swallow swiftly escaping the area. Whoosh! Seeing Yifan flee, the 7th level shadow dark crow gave chase, turning into a streak of black wind. "You're asking for death." Yifan gritted his teeth and threw a punch. A wailing, ghostly howl erupted as a mass of golden flames blazed around his fist. The Ghost God Fist and the Divine Fire concept erupted simultaneously. The Divine Fire concept could amplify his battle power by roughly 50%. Combined with the Ghost God Fist, the power of this punch had reached over 10 billion. Boom. The shadow dark crow chasing him burst apart like fireworks. Yifan successfully obtained a 7th level beast core and stowed it away. Then he successfully left the place. Not long after he departed, one shadowy figure after another emerged, all humanoid shadow dark crows. Among them, several shadow dark crows exuded utterly terrifying auras that surpassed the 7th level. "That damn human dares to covet our clan's coldstone ore again. He's killed 2 more of our clansmen. Just let me get my hands on him. From today onward, I will guard this place." The shadow dark crows began discussing among themselves, and an 8th level shadow dark crow volunteered to remain. The remaining shadow dark crows then flapped their wings and departed. The 8th level shadow dark crow, whose body was a full 10 meters tall, flew onto a broken pillar and stood there silently, looking just like a black statue. On the other side, Yifan had already escaped from the Hanshi mountain range. He felt somewhat stifled. No wonder the place was said to be extremely dangerous. Those beasts were simply too numerous. If he fought Hedon, he wouldn't gain any advantage. Still, at least he had obtained something. 2 beast cores, which should allow him to break through to another realm. Yifan found a spot to sit down and began circulating the flame thunder art. A thunderous rumbling surged within his body, and a protective barrier of fire and lightning automatically emerged around him, enveloping him completely. After about an hour, Yifan opened his eyes, his aura significantly stronger than before. He had successfully stepped into the 4th level of town commander. After all, he had refined those 2 spiritual herbs, and some medicinal effects still lingered in his body. Otherwise, breaking through again would not have been so easy. My battle power has increased by about 500 million, but I still can't expand my bitter sea any further. Yi Fan frowned. He had discovered that ever since his sacred body reached minor completion, his bitter sea had become as hard as bedrock, making it extremely difficult to open up more space. Yi Fan estimated that if he wanted to expand it further, he would probably need to reach the Marquis Enfeefment realm. It seemed his physical body had reached some kind of limit. With that many shadow dark crows guarding the place, there must certainly be coldstone or there. I need to go back one, but not today. I've already alerted the snakes today. I'll go back in a few days. For now I can explore other areas. Having set his goal, Yi Fan headed off to survey other parts of the Hanshi mountain range. 3 days later, a handsome young man sat atop a mountain peak holding 2 beast cores as he refined them. Thunder and fire surged across the young man's body, blazing with dazzling light. It wasn't long before the beast cores were completely refined. Sigh. The handsome young man stood up and let out a sigh. In the past 3 days he hadn't found any coldstone, or at all. He had only come across 2 lone shadow dark crows, and those were only 6th level ones equivalent to the Grandmaster level. The energy contained in their cores was far too little. I still have to go to that ruined plaza. Yi Fan made up his mind to go. Several days had already passed, surely those shadow dark crows were in a relaxed state by now. Moreover, Yi Fan had a feeling that there was definitely coldstone, or there, and quite a lot of it. Yi Fan rose to his feet, transformed into a beam of golden light, and vanished from the spot. On the other side, today a team arrived at the Hanshi mountain range. The team had 4 people in total, led by Zhao Dongshu. As the strongest among them, having reached the 6th level of town commander, he served as the captain for this expedition. They entered the Hanshi mountain range carrying a compass-like device with a needle that kept pointing in one direction. They followed the direction it indicated and soon arrived at the edge of a massive white plaza. They saw the 6 broken black stone pillars and also noticed that on the tallest one stood a bizarre statue. The statue had a crow's head, and its eyes seemed to contain countless mysterious patterns looking extremely eerie. This is the place. There's a large amount of coldstone, or here. One of the team members exclaimed, looking extremely excited. The device in their hands was a detector, extremely precious, capable of locating where coldstone or lay. Although they found the place quite cold, the mention of coldstone or ignited their excitement. They began walking toward the plaza, eventually arriving beside the tallest black pillar. The coldstone ore is right beneath the pillar. Zhao Dongshu's expression turned excited. He hadn't expected their group to be so lucky as to find it the moment they arrived. But what they failed to notice was that the giant black crow statue suddenly swiveled, its eyes a cold gleam flashing within them, as countless black wisps of deathly aura seeped from its body. HM. Suddenly Zhao Dongshu, the strongest of the group, felt the temperature drop even further. He jerked his head. The sky had turned dark, pitch black between heaven and earth. Thick black mist flooded the area, and a decayed, icy, evil aura washed over them. A vast tide of black mist drowned the place like surging floodwater. Not good. Run. Zhao Dongshu was scared out of his wits. From that terrifying aura alone, he could tell this was an extremely dangerous 8th level beast. Although Zhao Dongshu reacted quickly, it was already too late. With a swish, the colossal beast vanished before their eyes, leaving only a black gale in its wake. Within that gale lurked a sharp and perilous aura. Before one of the men could react, a black feather pierced his throat. A town guardian fell, without even putting up resistance, collapsing onto the ground on the spot. After slaying the man, the black feather carved a shocking crack over 10 meters long into the earth. The remaining 3 were engulfed by overwhelming terror, their legs turning weak. Still they spun around and fled for their lives. Their protective chi erupted and brilliant light blazed from each of them as they scrambled to escape. Zhao Dongshu fled fastest, soaring away like a cannonball. No matter how swiftly he ran, he remained shrouded in some of the surrounding black mist seeped into his body. He did not look back, unleashing the greatest speed of his life, for if he slowed, even slightly, he would surely die. A piercing scream rang out behind him, the voice of the woman in their group. Zhao Dongshu dared not turn back, his eyes were bloodshot, and his hands trembled. Though fury burned in his heart, he knew that an 8th-rank beast could crush him as easily as an ant. Unless he broke through to the Marquis realm, he could never return to settle the score. Save me, the woman cried out from behind. One of their companions glanced back, and instantly his soul nearly fled in terror, his entire body turning ice cold. The woman's body was cleaved in 2 by a streak of black light. Fresh blood still clung to the feathers of the shadow. He even felt on the verge of vomiting. Foolish humans. The shadow crow swung its feathers again, each one sharper than a sword, and sliced the corpses of their companions into countless pieces. Torrents of crimson blood gushed forth, chilling the onlookers to the bone. I swear one day I will kill you, the man roared like a wild beast. That woman had been his childhood sweetheart, and they had even grown fond of each other. Now she was nothing but a cold corpse. Such hatred made him long to slice the shadow crow into 10,000 pieces. But he clearly could not do so now. All he could do was roar and vent his rage. Zhao Dongshu was still fleeing, paying no attention to his companions, because he knew that a moment's delay meant certain death. Bang! Suddenly he slammed into a mass of black mist. His body rebounded, and he looked up. The dense black mist had crystallized into a wall blocking his path. He was forced to stop, then glanced back at his remaining companion Lu Sheng, whose face was twisted with fury. Lu Sheng quickly caught up and landed beside him. The two exchanged a glance. Xin and Old Wang are... Xin was sliced into countless shreds by that damned beast. I swear I will take revenge at any cost. Lu Sheng gnashed his teeth, his hatred for the beast flowing as endlessly as a mighty river. Zhao Dongshu said nothing. At this moment he was not thinking about revenge, only about how to escape this place. Just then a black gale howled toward them. A sound of chewing reached their ears. The shadow crow was holding chunks of flesh in its claws, its cheeks moving as if savoring something delicious. The beast did not seem eager to kill them. It advanced, slowly eating as it came. This beast must be treating us. Zhao Dongshu's expression turned grim. Sometimes to savor the taste of fresh prey, beasts would deliberately let their victims move and tremble with fear before slaughtering them. This beast was notorious for such cruelty. Yet knowing this only deepened the terror of the two survivors. They watched the shadow growing larger and larger, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Calm down. We can still escape. Zhao Dongshu comforted himself, forcing himself to stay composed. Then he stared sharply at the crystalline wall formed from black chi. We must shatter the wall. That's our only hope. With that thought, his protective chi condensed into a long saber in a rank martial skill, demon-slaying saber. A brilliant blade of light slammed into the crystalline wall, causing terrifying energy to surge. His veins bulged and his face twisted with the strain until he looked as ferocious as an evil ghost crawling. Seeing this, his companion also unleashed his finest martial skill without hesitation. A rank martial skill, sky-rending palm. A white light bloomed on his palm as he struck the crystalline wall with all his might. Both men fought desperately, yet the crystalline wall remained as smooth as new. Even with their full power, they could not leave so much as a scratch upon it. Is the crystal wall formed by an 8th-rank beast truly this terrifying? Even our strongest techniques cannot break it. They felt all their strength drain away as they watched the dark figure draw nearer. A wave of despair washed over them. They seemed to feel the Grim Reaper beckoning. It's useless. We're never getting out. No wonder no one dares come here. Everywhere is a trap. We actually thought we could mine frost stone here. The two looked at each other, as if exchanging their final words. Hee. Why aren't you two striking the wall anymore? The 8th-rank shadow crow bared its rows of sharp fangs, still stained with blood and reeking of gore. Its grin sent a chill of dread through both men. They knew they were about to become this beast's meal. To think that after all my grueling cultivation to reach the town guardian realm, I would die here today, because of my greed for frost stone. Zhao Dongshu let out a heavy sigh. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his robe, lit one, and exhaled a wisp of white smoke. Since death was unavoidable, he might as well relax a little before the end. Lu Sheng took a cigarette as well, lit it, and took a long drag, blowing out a cloud of smoke. Rumble. Suddenly a tremendous boom echoed from behind them. The hard crystalline wall shattered with a violent blast. The two men who had been leaning against it were hurled through the air by a massive shockwave. They flew nearly 100 meters before crashing to the ground, covered in dirt and dust, and nearly swallowing their own cigarette. The two were utterly disheveled. When they looked up, they saw a strikingly handsome young man. His body was perfectly proportioned, as if carved to flawless golden standards. The young man stood there calmly, holding a golden spear condensed from innate chi wreathed in crackling thunder and fire aimed directly at the shadow crow. Before they could even thank him, the spear shot from his hand like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky. The shadow crow, which had pressed down on them like a tidal wave, now wore an expression of terror. It transformed into a black gale, trying to flee. But it was not faster than the spear. The spear struck with unerring precision, piercing one of its arms, and torrents of black blood poured from the wound. The 8th-rank beast shrieked, its eyes blazing with hatred. Damn you, human. How dare you ruin my affairs? The shadow crow glared with venomous resentment, then yanked its arm free, sending countless feathers scattering through. Its wound sealed itself at a visible speed, soon becoming fully healed. The beast grinned, revealing rows of sharp, densely packed teeth in a strange and sinister smile. Swish. Its figure vanished in an instant, stirring up a black gale laden with bone-piercing cold. That icy sensation reminded Zhao Dongshu of how his companions had been slain moments before. His skin involuntarily tensed. Yet the 8th-rank beast had no intention of targeting Zhao Dongshu. It lunged straight at the handsome young man. Wherever the black gale passed, the ground split open, leaving visible gashes as if carved by divine weapons, radiating a biting chill. It was this very black gale that had slaughtered his two companions earlier. Furthermore, the attack was insidiously precise, sealing off nearly every avenue of escape. Yet faced with such an assault, Yifan merely smirked and said, "Such a feeble attack. Are you trying to tickle someone?" The blinding light forced Zhao Dongshu and the others to shut their eyes, instinctively, tears streaming down their faces. They could see nothing but a blaze of golden radiance. The fist met the black gale, heated, and the gale exploded apart. The shadow crow's body materialized, crashing through a massive black pillar not far away. Having clashed with Yi Fan only once, the beast was now covered in black blood, glaring at him with poisoned, hateful. When the light faded, Zhao Dongshu and his companion opened their eyes and saw that the savage beast had fallen completely on the defensive. The two stood frozen, unable to find words for the shock in their hearts. This was only a town guardian. How could he defeat an 8th-rank beast so easily? It's him. He's Yi Fan, the ancient saint body. Zhao Dongshu stared at Yi Fan, recognizing his identity. So he's the ancient saint body. Just as the rumors say, the ancient saint body can easily fight above its level. It's one of the most powerful physiques of ancient times. Lu Sheng was excited knowing he was saved and would not be embracing death. But Zhao Dongshu lowered his head in shame. He had once thought Yi Fan was overestimating himself by daring to come alone to the Froststone mountain range. Now he realized that thought from a few days ago was utterly foolish beyond remedy. And now Yi Fan had even saved his life, filling him with deep shame. Yet Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had come back to mine Froststone only to find a big fish as well. This was an 8th-rank beast. If he could slay it and obtain its beast core, he might rise by 2 minor realms. Praise death, the Shadow Crow muttered. If you kill me, my master will mark you. You will be hunted without end. You cannot escape. Yi Fan paid no heed to whatever the beast was saying. His blood chi surged once more. Rumble. It was like a volcanic eruption. An astonishing pressure burst from his body, making the surrounding air seem blurred and warped. Become my opportunity to break through. Yi Fan's palm swept forward, wreathed in golden flames. The air quaked violently as the palm struck the beast. The mighty 8th-rank beast exploded on the spot, scattering into countless fragments. In its place lay a pitch-black beast core, which Yi Fan picked up. After killing the beast, a black mark appeared on his arm and began to glow. But Yi Fan paid it no mind. Zhao Dongshu and Lu Sheng had witnessed the entire battle. Their bodies tensed and their pupils contracted sharply, utterly stunned. Words could not describe it. The 8th-rank beast that had butchered their companions and could have easily taken their lives had just died in Yi Fan's hands without even a chance to fight back. Was the ancient saint body truly this terrifying? The two felt that witnessing all this was so incredible they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. This beast was only around the 1st level of the Marquis realm. It wasn't much pressure at all, Yi Fan said calmly. His strength far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators at the same realm. Even crossing a major realm, he could still slay his opponent. You too. What are those things in your hands? Yi Fan looked at Zhao Dongshu and asked. This is an instrument for detecting frost stone deposits. Zhao Dongshu answered hastily, his tone cautious. Then please find the frost stone deposits here and dig them out for me, Yi Fan said. He had just saved their lives, so wasn't it only fair to ask for this small favor? Of course. Zhao Dongshu and Lu Sheng nodded quickly. They walked over to the thickest pillar and shattered it with raw force. A glint flashed from their storage rings as they produced 2 iron shovels and began to dig. Yi Fan meanwhile began refining the beast core in his hand. He closed his eyes and circulated his internal cultivation method. Thunder and fire surged across his body, radiating scorching heat that dispelled the surrounding black mist. Hanchi Mountain Range. Yi Fan was refining the fierce beast crystal in his hand when the black pattern on his arm flickered. The scene before him began to change rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, he was met by boundless darkness. Beneath his feet lay hard black rocks, each one razor-sharp, stretching forward into the deeper darkness ahead. Yi Fan could not stop himself from walking forward. He could feel the stinging pain under his feet, but he had no control over his body at all. Step by step, he continued onward, untouched by exhaustion. No. Where am I? Wasn't I cultivating? At that moment, the bitter sea inside Yi Fan's body churned violently as a surge of origin power flowed out and spread through his limbs. He finally broke free from that sensation and raised his head to look ahead. Above him hung a murky sky shrouded in layers of black mist, instilling an end-of-days dread. The most conspicuous sight was the red blood moon in the sky, its hazy radiance exuding an eerie and sinister. By now he had reached the foot of a towering mountain. Looking up, he could vaguely discern the mist-shrouded summit. But at that moment, faint red characters seemed to materialize within the summit, appearing directly in his field of vision. Those who blaspheme the Raven God shall be hunted forever, and their bodies shall turn into stones of the Divine Mountain. Divine Mountain. Yi Fan could not help but frown. And this is supposed to be a divine mountain. It is filled with sinister, eerie auras and carries a foul stench. Demon Mountain would be a better name. Still, since this was a dream, he had to find an exit if he wanted to get out. Yi Fan regained control of his body and light as a swallow climbed swiftly toward the summit. He was determined to see what was actually up on this mountain. After who knows how long, he tore through layer after layer of black mist and finally reached the mountaintop. But he had only seen a fraction of it. The true Divine Mountain seemed to have no upper limit. No matter how fast he moved, he could never take in its entirety. It was as if they did not even occupy the same space. Though it looked close, the actual distance was immeasurable, utterly beyond reach. Yi Fan stopped and prepared to go down the mountain. But at that moment, rumble. The ground suddenly shook violently, and within the endless black mist something monstrous seemed to be awakening. The monster made no effort to conceal its fury and malice. A massive vortex of black mist formed, and a blood moon abruptly appeared in the sky. That was a scarlet eye radiating endless malice. Its icy gaze fixed on Yi Fan, while behind it the faint silhouette of an immense raven head began to take shape. Insignificant mortal, prepare to be hunted without end. Your body will eventually turn into a stone upon the divine mountain. A majestic, vast voice emanated from the boundless black mist. At this moment Yi Fan felt singled out, as if the entire world was filled with hostility toward him. Panic and trepidation rose in his heart. But Yi Fan's expression did not change. Staring at the enormous blood-red eyes in the sky, he said, "Raven God, is it? Once I become a demigod, I will slaughter you." Hearing those words, the scarlet eyes exuded endless killing intent, and Yi Fan felt as if his soul was about to shatter. But at this critical moment, something within the bitter sea of his body seemed to awaken. Countless threads of soul power began to converge. Within his body, a tiny golden figure appeared, identical to Yi Fan, yet radiating astonishing spiritual pressure. The golden figure released an immense wave of energy, and everything before him dissolved. The so-called divine mountain vanished. Yi Fan opened his eyes again. The instant he opened his eyes, he felt his spiritual power surge, explosively multiplying by an unknown amount. With a single thought, the ground around him for 100 meters burst apart in layers, and countless stones hung suspended in the air. My spiritual power has undergone a qualitative transformation. Yi Fan could sense that all of this came from the tiny golden figure within his body. Meanwhile, the two men mining nearby were so frightened that they flung their shovels aside. They stared at the scene in terror and could not help but fall to their knees. They felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on their spiritual level, like a great mountain crushing their souls. Their souls trembled and seemed on the verge of collapse. "Why do I feel as if we have encountered a young god?" Lu Sheng finally managed to speak. Zhao Dongshu, standing beside him, shuddered violently at those words, as if remembering something. The legendary primordial sacred body was capable of awakening divinity early. One had to know that divinity normally only awakened upon reaching the demigod realm. Only certain freakishly extraordinary constitutions could awaken it ahead of time. Now he was completely certain that Yi Fan had likely awakened his divinity. Otherwise there was no way he could possess such terrifying spiritual pressure. Under this pressure he felt that his own soul was pitifully weak. Clatter! Yi Fan withdrew his spiritual power, and the surrounding stones fell back to the ground. Zhao Dongshu and Lu Sheng suddenly felt the pressure vanish, and they could not help but stand up, gasping for air. Their eyes rested on Yi Fan with deep awe. "Congratulations, my lord, on awakening your divinity." Zhao Dongshu, clad in a black suit, congratulated Yi Fan. "Divinity?" Yi Fan frowned. He knew a little about the primordial sacred body, but he had never heard of it awakening divinity. Still, he had looked through some records and knew that the ancient gods all possessed divinity. As long as divinity endured, one could seize another body and be reborn or even reincarnate. No wonder it could bring him such a terrifying surge in spiritual power. "How is the mining going for you two?" Yi Fan extended his spiritual power and found that it could cover a full kilometer. Within that radius, he could clearly see even ants fighting. Moreover, with his soul power elevated, his mind felt clearer and his thinking had become sharper. He noticed that over 1,000 pieces of white ore had appeared on the ground, each radiating a trace of cold. "We have dug out all the Hanshi ore. There is none left here," Zhao Dongshu said with a smile. Yi Fan nodded. The azure dragon ring on his hand flashed, and he stored all of the Hanshi ore away. With these materials, he should be able to forge a suitable weapon. "You two have worked hard," Yi Fan said. "It is our honor to..." Zhao Dongshu's tone was humble, a complete contrast to his attitude toward Yi Fan on the plain. "There is no need to call me lord. My name is Yi Fan." Yi Fan was rather unaccustomed to people calling him lord at every turn. "All right." Zhao Dongshu nodded hastily. "Thank you for avenging our companion." Suddenly Lu Sheng fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed to Yi Fan. He did not believe that doing a small favor for Yi Fan could offset the kindness that had saved their lives and avenged their companion. "If there is ever anything Lu Sheng can do for you, just say the word," he said while still kowtowing. "Get up first, then let's leave this place," Yi Fan said. Yi Fan looked into the distance, sensing a powerful aura drawing closer. It was probably a hunter sent by the Raven God to kill him. He could roughly guess that the Raven God was an ancestral powerhouse among the myriad races. It was just that this powerhouse was far too petty. Because he had killed one of its minions, it was so frantic to kill him that it had even pulled him into that strange dream. Fortunately, he had awakened his divinity at the critical moment, otherwise his soul would probably have been extinguished. Still, sooner or later he would kill that Raven God. The three quickly left the area and returned directly to defense line No. 3. A venerable was stationed there, so unless the Raven God wanted to start a war with humanity and come in person, it would not attack recklessly. Shortly after Yi Fan and the others left, a black wind swept in, and a shadow raven wrapped in deathly aura materialized. This shadow raven was also humanoid, but 4 black wings grew from its back, and its pupils emitted a bloody red. The aura radiating from its body had clearly reached the 9th tier. It was a king-ranked fierce beast. Those who killed the Raven God's envoy must go embrace death. The moment you leave the city will be your death. The terrifying shadow raven gently flapped the wings behind it, shattering all the black pillars around it into small stones that scattered across the ground. The surrounding trees were also uprooted by the black wind, and collapsed one after another. It glanced in the direction Yi Fan had left, but instead of chasing after him it flapped its wings and flew away. Obviously it knew that an expert guarded defense line no. 3 and did not dare to act rashly. Meanwhile Yi Fan led Zhao Dongshu and the others to a restaurant and casually ordered some dishes. The group dug in. After the meal, Yi Fan asked, "Do you know of any master blacksmiths nearby?" "I do. The most famous one is Master Han. The spirit weapons he forges are of the best quality." Zhao Dongshu had originally wanted to have something forged himself, but had unfortunately failed to obtain Hanshi or, "Could you introduce me?" Of course. Yi Fan followed Zhao Dongshu to a shop. The shop looked very large, yet there was no one queuing outside. Inside, many weapons hung on display, sabers, swords, and numerous spears. "How may I help you?" There was also a beautiful receptionist with delicate fair skin appearing to be around 20. "We would like to see Master Han," Zhao Dongshu said. The receptionist checked her computer and said, "I'm sorry, but Master Han has been very busy lately. Even with an appointment you would have to wait until next month." Zhao Dongshu was not surprised by this. After all, Master Han was extremely popular. "Can I see Master Han?" Yi Fan, however, did not want to wait that long. "Sorry, if you do not want to wait you may leave," the receptionist said, with a smile, completely unconcerned about Yi Fan's feelings. "I want to forge an 8-franc spirit weapon." Yi Fan considered the Hanshi or he had obtained it should be enough to forge an 8-franc spirit weapon. He had checked that over 100 pieces could forge a 7-franc weapon. An 8-franc spirit weapon. The receptionist was startled at those words, then burst out laughing. "Handsome guy, do you know how much an 8-franc spirit weapon costs?" She thought that Yi Fan's finances could not afford it because the clothes he wore looked plain and were not name brand. He certainly did not seem wealthy. "I have Hanshi ore." Yi Fan directly took out several chunks of white Hanshi ore. Seeing the receptionist's expression changed, and she hastily dialed a number. Before long, an unkempt-looking old man with disheveled hair appeared. "Who wants to forge an 8-franc spirit weapon?" His gaze swept over Yi Fan and Zhao Dongshu. "That would be me." Yi Fan stepped forward. "I have over 1,000 pieces of Hanshi ore here. Could you forge a spear for me? How much would it cost?" "That much. Then I can forge you an 8-franc spear for free." Master Han was somewhat amazed. Hanshi ore had become increasingly scarce recently, with little circulating on the market and prices rising sharply. He had not expected Yi Fan to get his hands on so much. After all, forging an 8-franc spear would only require about 800 pieces of Hanshi ore, and the rest would be his own profit. So even without charging, he would still make a handsome profit. "Very well, I will have to trouble you, Master Han. When can I come?" Yi Fan's hand flashed, and a pile of Hanshi ore appeared on the ground. 3 days. Give me 3 days, and I will definitely forge an 8-franc spear to your satisfaction." Yi Fan nodded. He could wait that long. He could spend these 3 days refining the 8-franc fierce beast crystal in his hand. Last time he had not refined much before being dragged into that strange dream. After settling the matter, Yi Fan entered a cultivation chamber. The chambers were exorbitantly expensive. Even a random one cost 100,000 yuan a day, so Yi Fan directly paid for 3 days. He then focused wholeheartedly on refining. A steady stream of power flowed into his body, and before long, he had successfully stepped into the 5th level of the town general realm. His combat power increased once again. Afterward, the blood in his body seemed to boil, sending wave after wave of warmth through his limbs. The sensation was extremely pleasant, like soaking in a hot spring. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan's body jolted as he successfully entered the 6th level of the town general realm. His combat power had risen by a full 1 billion, reaching 7.5 billion. It seems this Shadow Raven was no ordinary Shadow Raven. No wonder the Raven God wanted revenge. Yi Fan could sense the surging tremendous energy contained within this fierce beast crystal. An ordinary 8-franc fierce beast crystal would not have been enough to support him breaking through 2 levels. He had thought the Shadow Raven was weak only because his own strength was far too overwhelming. Yi Fan checked the time. Only half a day had passed. He still needed to wait a while before he could collect his weapon, so he sat where he was and continued cultivating. As for leaving the city, he set that thought aside for now. He could sense how dangerous it was beyond the walls. The Shadow Raven sent by the Raven God to hunt him had not gone far. 3 days later, inside a shop, a young man dressed in black walked out. His angular face was set off by sword-like brows and star-bright eyes. In his hand was a spear roughly 3 meters long and silvery white all over. This was the rank 8 spirit weapon that had been forged, the Cold Wind Spear. Yi Fan took the spear and went directly outside the city. He could sense that the aura which had been locking onto him was gone. It seemed the one waiting had left after waiting so long without seeing him. 300-fold amplification. Yi Fan recited silently. The spear in his hand began to change its length, even starting to shrink. Soon it became a little over 2 meters long, and the spear tip turned gold. Nothing else changed. Now his Cold Wind Spear had become a high-grade rank 9 spirit weapon. Gripping the spear, Yi Fan immediately executed the boundless spear art. Boom. With a single swing of the spear, a terrifying spear aura erupted like a golden dragon, tearing the air with a violent shriek. The air seemed to wail as it carved a spear scar more than 30 meters long into the ground. Wherever the spear scar passed, the ground burst apart layer by layer. As expected, a weapon really does make the difference. The boundless spear art Yi Fan now executed had doubled in might, reaching an astonishing 15 billion. After all, without a weapon, he could only add about 3 billion in combat power. The difference with a weapon was enormous. Moreover, wielding the spear felt natural and effortless to Yi Fan. He let out a soft breath and prepared to leave. But at that moment, dense death chi pervaded the air and a decaying, icy aura enveloped his entire body. Yi Fan abruptly looked up and saw a violent thunderclap erupting from the void, making heaven and earth tremble. Then he saw a black line, rushing toward him at a terrifying speed. It was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Within a few breaths, the black line reached Yi Fan. Boom! The ground exploded with billowing dust, and a small mushroom cloud burst forth, sending shockwaves in all directions. Yi Fan stared at the monster before him and tightened his grip on the spear. The creature in the black mist revealed itself. A shadow black crow with 4 wings, its cold scarlet eyes fixed on Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan felt overwhelming pressure. A rank 9 king tier ferocious beast. One could tell purely from its aura that it was not on the same level as a rank 8 ferocious beast at all. After all, even the most ordinary king tier first rank beast had at least 30 billion combat power. Yet the rank 9 beast in front of him was clearly not that ordinary kind. Its own combat power probably exceeded 50 billion, or even more. Those who provoke the crow god die. The shadow black crow attacked. Endless black mist condensed around its body into a 10-meter-long giant claw, which reached straight for Yi Fan as if seizing prey. Facing this strike, Yi Fan sensed the crisis of death. Boundless spear art. Without any hesitation, he swung the spear in his hand. A golden light flashed, the divine flame artistic conception erupted, and combat power surged. But he still felt he could not withstand this attack. He might very well die at this life-or-death crisis. But at that moment, Yi Fan had an epiphany. He felt an inexplicable power bursting from within his body. It was not the power of the primordial sacred body, but another kind of artistic conception force. The void trembled, and Yi Fan vanished from the spot, losing all trace. Bang! Dust billowed from the ground, and the shadow black crow wore a puzzled expression. It was full of confusion because Yi Fan had suddenly disappeared. Cunning human. So you've actually comprehended the... But after sensing carefully, it understood that Yi Fan must have escaped through the void. Its expression turned unpleasant as it looked at the ancient city at the No. 3 defense line and let out a cold snort. It knew this was now troublesome. Traveling through the void was far faster than normal flight. Normally, only rank 10 venerable ferocious beasts could do it. On the other side, the void rippled like waves, and Yi Fan's figure emerged from within. He had successfully returned to the No. 3 defense line. Seeing the people walking along the street, a smile appeared on his face. This is the void spear intent. Yi Fan understood what power he had just comprehended. It was also an upper 3 grade artistic conception power. It could greatly increase his combat power and allow him to travel freely through the void. Moreover, the 2 artistic conception powers had overlapped in that moment, directly increasing my combat power by 100%. In other words, if he now used the boundless spear art, his combat power could reach a stunning 30 billion. This was already close to the basic combat power of an ordinary king tier, first rank beast. Damned rank 9 shadow black crow, once I break through, I'll definitely kill you. Yi Fan was extremely delighted now, but he still resented that rank 9 shadow black crow. If he had not comprehended the void spear intent at the crucial moment, he would probably have died right there. Yi Fan. Suddenly a woman's voice came from beside him. Yi Fan looked closely and recognized her as the woman with the silver earrings from the airplane. The woman looked at Yi Fan with deep eyes. One glance showed that he was a powerful expert. The spear in his hand was a spirit weapon of unknown grade. Occasionally golden light bloomed from it, and it seemed on the verge of vanishing into the void, yet it gave her an extremely terrifying sensation. Beside the silver earringed woman was the girl with long, straight black hair. She wore a pink long dress and a pair of glasses with straight bangs. She looked every bit a model student. I'm Ziwei, and she is my good friend Li Qiqi. The woman wearing the silver earrings introduced herself first. Do you need something? Yi Fan asked. They had only met once, so the woman was indeed being a little too familiar. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask, did you go out of the city to kill demon beasts earlier? Ziwei struggled to find a topic. Yi Fan glanced at her and said yes. If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Seeing that Ziwei said nothing more, Yi Fan turned and left. The spear in his hand tore through the void once more, and his body dissolved into a beam of light. Ziwei and Li Qiqi beside her nearly popped their eyes out. They watched the scene, exchanged a glance, and looked at each other in utter amazement. This was simply beyond words. He could shatter the void and travel through it. Surely only a venerable could do that. This Yi Fan was truly unfathomable. That was what both of them thought. Meanwhile, Yi Fan traveled through the void and arrived outside the city, instantly locking onto a rank 8 ferocious beast. This time, however, he did not come to the Hanshi mountain range. Instead, he reached another mountain range. Everywhere was bare, almost no grass or trees could be seen, only barren hills and countless strange rocks. The beast he locked onto had 3 sharp horns on its head, a body roughly 5 meters long, thick limbs, and countless black scales covering it. A ferocious beast like a triceratops. This was one of the myriad races, the black-armored king beast. This kind of beast had thick skin and tough flesh. One had to be much stronger than them by a large margin to break through their defenses. But Yi Fan was different because he now held a rank 9 spirit weapon in his hand. He had renamed this spirit weapon the Void War Spear, a name much better sounding than Cold Wind Spear. Roar. The moment the black-armored king beast saw Yi Fan, it let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. I'll use you to test the power of the Void War Spear. The next moment, golden light erupted from the spear tip of the Void War Spear in Yi Fan's hand. The boundless spear art and the powers of two artistic conceptions burst out at once, their strength stacking and directly warping the surrounding void. The surrounding air began to blur, and a pitch-black hole slowly appeared. Boom. The rank 8 black-armored king beast sensed the threat and spat out a beam of black light, surging toward Yi Fan. Boom. The black light spat out by the black-armored king beast was torn apart by the terrifying spear and split to both sides. The spear glittered with golden light, slicing through the void in a single stroke, its attack trajectory impossible to track. Puff. The beast, roughly at the third layer of the Marquis realm, couldn't even finish its roar before it was split in two, cut cleanly by a single spear strike, its blood drenching the ground. Yi Fan calmly descended from the sky and retrieved a beast crystal from the beast's body. It was too weak. Now fighting across an entire major realm brought Yi Fan no pressure at all. He felt utterly at ease. But at that moment, Yi Fan suddenly sensed a killing intent. He turned around and saw a cold arrow flying through the air, streaking toward his face. Yi Fan moved his spear, and a flash of spear light appeared, cleaving the cold arrow in two. Then he cast an icy glare at the person ahead. The man was dressed in black robes bearing the emblem of the Myriad Races cult. Curse that Myriad Races cult. Yi Fan's eyes simmered with murderous intent. Back then it was a sudden attack by the Myriad Races cult that crippled his talent. He had never forgotten this grudge. Outside the city, one had to guard not only against savage beasts, but also against those vile snakes of the Myriad Races cult. They specialized in ambushes, and no one knew how many human prodigies had fallen to their hands because of carelessness. Hunt down the prodigies, may the Myriad Races endure forever. The black-robed man drew his silver longbow again. Silver light flickered as a gleaming radiance lit up along the bow, courting death. Yi Fan's killing intent boiled over. Wielding his spear, a golden light flashed as an astonishing spear chi erupted, seeking to slay the Myriad Races cultist. Seeing Yi Fan charge, the man unhesitatingly loosed the silver light. It was a silver arrow condensed entirely from true chi, but the moment it touched Yi Fan's spear chi, it exploded. The man then turned and ran, clearly trying to keep his distance. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he tore through the void and pursued his figure, vanishing instantly. When the Myriad Races cultist saw Yi Fan suddenly disappear, his scalp went numb with terror. The next moment, puff, his body was pierced through. A dazzling golden light slew him in a single strike, blasting his entire body into a mist of blood, even destroying the weapon in his hand. Yi Fan's form materialized from the void, staring coldly at the scene. A mere 9th-level town general actually thought he could sneak attack and gravely wound him, courting death. In Yi Fan's eyes, the people of the Myriad Races cult were not human at all. They were traitors who had harmed countless prodigies, and every one of them deserved death. After killing this man, Yi Fan went to the beast and took out a beast crystal. He was about to return to the city to refine it when at that moment a black wind swept in. A decaying, icy aura spread once more, and the 9th-tier shadow black crow appeared again. Yi Fan looked at the sky that had suddenly darkened and heaved a deep sigh, feeling that he was truly unlucky. He ran into this accursed crow man wherever he went. However, Yi Fan was calm at the moment because he could flee at any time. Aren't you annoying? Can you even kill me? When the 9th-tier shadow black crow heard this, a fierce, killing intent blazed within its pair of scarlet pupils. Damn human, don't think that just because you've comprehended the spatial intent, I can't kill you. The shadow black crow spewed a beam of black light from its mouth, surging toward Yi Fan. Dense black mist spread, sealing off every possible retreat. The void trembled. Yi Fan used the void spear intent to escape the spot, reappearing over 100 meters away, his figure manifesting once more. Come on, try to kill me. Yi Fan taunted, beckoning with his hand. He wanted to enrage the 9th-tier beast. This beast kept attacking him, relying on its higher realm. If he were at the same realm, he would definitely kill it. A 9th-tier monarch realm beast had once been an unattainable opponent for Yi Fan. Every monarch-level powerhouse was a dominant ruler in their own right. Even the governor of Tianhe province had to bow and scrape before them. Every monarch-level expert could stir boundless chaos. If they turned to good, they could protect millions of living beings. If they turned to evil, they could even bathe a city in blood and rivers of gore. Yi Fan remembered that once the television reported a monarch-level expert who defected to the Myriad Races after suffering an injustice. Before leaving, he had killed nearly 1 million people. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses piled like mountains, and a once great city was reduced to ruins. A world-shattering event. But now to Yi Fan, monarch-level experts were nothing much. Give him a little more time, and once he broke through to the Marquis realm, he would definitely be able to kill this 9th-tier beast before him. The 9th-tier shadow black crow was now watching Yi Fan, its heart seething with rage. It was no ordinary monarch-level beast. Its base combat power was a staggering 5 million. Any move it used would increase its power. If it scored a single hit on Yi Fan, it would instantly kill him. Yet it simply couldn't land a hit on this guy. Whoosh! At that moment a streak of light suddenly shot across the sky. It descended, rapidly falling to the ground. Boom! The void itself seemed to shatter. A deafening, heaven-collapsing roar rang out, as an invincible, terrifying aura spread, shaking every soul. Even Yi Fan couldn't help squinting as he looked at the figure who had suddenly descended. A ninth-tier shadow black crow. I've been looking for you, vermin. The figure landed on the ground. His entire body was glowing, radiating white light, resplendent and dazzling. With his hands clasped behind his back, a peerless, murderous intent blazed in his eyes. The moment he landed, he pressed directly toward the ninth-tier shadow black crow, overbearingly powerful. The ground trembled and cracked as if it could not bear the man's aura. A human powerhouse. The ninth-tier shadow black crow's face changed drastically. It flapped its four wings, turning into a black wind in an attempt to flee. Clearly this person who had suddenly appeared was far too strong for it, filling it with fear. Better stay. At that moment the void froze, and everything around came to a standstill. Then Yi Fan saw a pure white palm print about 30 meters long and wide, formed entirely of innate, true chi. Boom. That mighty ninth-tier shadow black crow under this attack was like an ant, slapped to death on the spot, its body bursting apart. Afterward, the ninth-tier crystal inside it was grasped in the expert's hand. It was only then that Yi Fan could clearly see the man's face. He was tall and upright, exceptionally heroic, clad in white robes with fine short hair. Surprisingly, this man's realm was only the Marquis realm, not the Monarch realm. Being able to casually slay a first-layer Monarch realm ninth-tier shadow black crow clearly made him an invincible prodigy. The man appeared to be around 25, his eyes as bright as the stars. The crow god's mark. You certainly have nerve. The man looked at Yi Fan and said calmly. Who are you? Yi Fan asked, seeking his name. The white-robed man replied, Xinhua Palace He Wushuang. Hearing the name Xinhua Palace, Yi Fan couldn't help but recall the purple-robed senior from back then. There's also a crow god mark on your arm. Yi Fan noticed that the white-robed man bore the same mark on the back of his hand. That crow god of the 10,000 races holds grudges fiercely. Killing just one of his 8th-rank envoys earns you a mark, but sending a 9th-rank beast to hunt you down means you must have truly enraged him. He Wushuang said slowly. He remembered that when he had been marked, the crow god had merely dispatched an Umbra crow 1 major realm above him. Yet to hunt Yi Fan, it had sent a beast 2 major realms above him. It's because I provoked that crow god in the illusion realm. It really holds a grudge. Yi Fan said helplessly. He Wushuang was stunned by these words. Back when he had been dragged into a dream, he would have sunk into it, if not for his master's aid. He had never imagined Yi Fan would be bold enough to provoke that vindictive crow god in a dream. Truly admirable courage. You're interesting. What's your name? He Wushuang asked. Recently, he had not been scrolling through phone videos. He had been in seclusion cultivating, so he did not know Yi Fan. My name is Yi Fan. Have you joined one of the 10 great academies? I'm planning to go to Huanggu Palace. Huanggu Palace. What's so good about that place? It's full of selfish people. Ever since the primordial sacred bodies all fell, that academy has gone completely to ruin. Yi Fan, I really suggest you think it over carefully. Hearing these words, Yi Fan frowned slightly. In He Wushuang's eyes, Huanggu Palace seemed rather disgraceful. Still, he could not easily trust one-sided words. He would have to see for himself. After all, it was the most suitable place for a primordial sacred body to cultivate, and it contained a great many relics left behind by previous primordial sacred bodies, a temptation greater than anything else to him. Thank you for the reminder. Yi Fan said sincerely. Take this. If you ever change your mind and decide not to join Huanggu Palace, you can bring it to Xinhua Palace. He Wushuang tossed over a token inscribed with the words, Inheritance of Xinhua. He was not casually inviting just anyone. He saw that Yi Fan possessed astonishing combat strength and could easily fight above his realm. Accepting the token, Yi Fan realized that this He Wushuang was certainly no ordinary figure. Someone who could extend such an invitation casually must hold an extremely high status. He'll be on my way now. He Wushuang did not intend to linger. His figure transformed into a streak of white light and vanished from Yi Fan's sight in an instant. With the 9th-rank Umbra crow no longer hunting him, Yi Fan felt far more at ease. He had originally planned to return to the city, but now there was no need. He could continue hunting beasts to obtain beast crystals, striving to break through to an even stronger realm as soon as possible. Meanwhile, elsewhere, before an ancient bronze sparrow terrace stood a great host of Umbra crows. An altar lay before them, and the crows murmured prayers in a low, ceaseless drone. But they failed to notice the many figures already concealed around them. It seems I haven't arrived too late. He Wushuang descended upon the place without hiding his presence. The divine sun is here. Come out. None of these Umbra crows will escape. The surrounding figures revealed themselves, a group of young men, all disciples of Xinhua Palace. The disciples of Xinhua Palace were ranked outer sect, inner sect, elite, transcendent, sacred sun, true, disciple, and divine sun. Divine sons were those accepted as disciples by gods, and their status within Xinhua Palace was supreme, towering even above the elders. At the same realm, they were invincible. They could effortlessly fight above their level and slay enemies across major cults. They either possessed heaven-defying talents or the bloodline of gods. Every single one was an invincible prodigy rarely seen once in 1,000 years. They shared another common title, the first generation. It meant they rivaled the first-generation divine youths. They all had the potential to become gods. All who offend the crow god die a miserable death. One of the Umbra crows bearing 4 wings and shrouded in a mass of decaying frigid black aura uttered a venomous curse. You seek death. He Wushuang made his move again, unleashing a killing strike with a single casual gesture. He casually condensed a sword chi, brilliant soaring into the heavens, surpassing ordinary comprehension, carrying an edge vast and fierce. With a single move he slew a 9th-rank beast without the slightest strain. The divine son has already reached the 9th level of Marquis Enfeefment, someone exclaimed in shock. When he Wushuang had entered seclusion, he had only been at the 6th level of Marquis Enfeefment. Now he had directly reached the 9th, a truly astonishing rate of improvement. After all, the stronger one became within the Marquis realm, the slower one's progress. And the divine son was the strongest first generation of the same level, the supreme being who could dominate an entire era, a being comparable to a youthful deity. The Umbra crows were slaughtered almost one-sidedly under He Wushuang's hands, and the altar was soon destroyed. Mission complete. Following the divine son on missions like this makes earning contribution points so easy. Freeloading 1000 contribution points feels amazing. Within just half an hour, all the Umbra crows had been slain, and the mission was successfully completed. The mission's contribution reward was roughly 500 points. The divine son contributed the most, and could take 400, while the rest split the remainder. Yet they were all glad to come, for it was a low-risk mission with the divine son presiding. At that moment He Wushuang sat before the ruined bronze sparrow terrace, watching the distant setting sun, utterly at peace. By the way, have you heard? Recently a primordial sacred body is said to have appeared. That primordial sacred body is apparently called Yi Fan and plans to join Huanggu Palace. Could this ancient physique appearing in this age restore the glories of antiquity? Many academy disciples discussed it animatedly. He Wushuang, listening, could not help but think of Yi Fan. He took out his phone and murmured, "Primordial sacred body, is it? This sacred body, half divine, could slay even gods." It was a truly terrifying physique. Interesting. I wonder whether you can break the curse and transcend to venerable. His master had told him that ancient records stated that in the age of antiquity an invincible primordial sacred body had deduced through divination that in later ages the primordial sacred body would become extinct. Even if one was fortunate enough to be born, it would rarely break through the venerable realm. Time flowed on like water. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed. Aboard an airliner, Yi Fan flew directly to Huanggu Palace to participate in the enrollment assessment. During this period he had successfully cultivated to the 9th level of Town General with a base combat power of an astonishing 9 billion. Of course he had also comprehended the fist intent of Huanggu, yet another terrifying high-grade artistic conception. With all 3 artistic conceptions empowered simultaneously, his combat strength could surge to 200%, a true qualitative transformation. Thus he was brimming with confidence and aimed to claim the championship. In a dim, gloomy dungeon a man was shackled by countless chains. He looked very young, yet at this moment he was clack, clack, clack. But just then footsteps rang out, and a middle-aged man appeared. "Old man, are you getting ready to let me?" The youth had disheveled hair and wore gray clothes. The eerie, cruel light in his eyes made one's blood run cold. Unfilial child. The middle-aged man's features gradually became clear. Standing before the cell, he bore a striking resemblance to the youth bound in chains inside. One could tell at a glance that they were father and son. The old ancestor gave the order, didn't he? Let me guess. It must be for me to take part in Huanggu Academy's opening assessment and win first place, right? The gray-robed youth looked extremely shrewd and saw through everything at once. The middle-aged man felt utterly helpless in his heart, but he did not know why he had such a son. He had even awakened a bloodline power comparable to the demigod ancestors. You guessed right. You may come out now. The middle-aged man opened the cell door. The chains on the gray-robed youth's hands were completely unlocked, and he was released from the dungeon. Our Zhao family is not far from Huanggu Academy. In a little while I'll send my driver to take you there. The middle-aged man watched his son walk far away, then soon arrived at a villa. Pushing open the main door, he went inside. There a figure with his back to him stood, gazing at one lifelike painting after another. Ancestor Tiandu has already left. The middle-aged man bowed his head and reported. I know. The powerful figure did not turn around. Ancestor, if Tiandu goes this time, he will likely cause bloodshed again. You may need to act personally to protect him. The middle-aged man felt rather helpless in his heart. That rebellious son of his had awakened the slaughter intent. He was practically a madman. No matter who the opponent was, once the two met, nothing good would come of it. At the very least the opponent would lose arms or legs, or at worst their life would be at stake. That was why he had been locked in the dungeon, so he could calm down. It's fine. I've already informed Huanggu Academy. Tiandu will be safe. The old ancestor still had not turned around, and his tone was very calm. When the middle-aged man heard those words, he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt it was a good thing that Zhao Tiandu had gained the favor of the demigod ancestor. Otherwise he would probably have died countless times already. He had offended far too many enemies. Elsewhere inside a black sedan, Zhao Tiandu sat in the back. The man driving him was middle-aged, wearing a black suit, a black tie, and a pair of white gloves. But the middle-aged man's hands were trembling right then, clearly because he was afraid. He had long heard that Zhao Tiandu acted in wild and unpredictable ways, and he was a newly transferred driver who had just been posted here, so he could not help being nervous. "Why are your hands shaking?" Zhao Tiandu's voice suddenly came over. The driver was so startled that fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was clearly frightened out of his wits. Before the middle-aged man could say anything more, he suddenly felt a cold sensation at his neck and collapsed. The car slowly stopped halfway down the road, and soon the middle-aged man fell out of it. The black sedan then sped away. This time Zhao Tiandu was driving with a sinister smile on his face. "I just got out of prison and my hands were itching for a kill. When I get back, that old man will definitely nag again." Zhao Tiandu wiped the blood from his hands as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, at the airport, Yi Fan followed the crowd out and had not gone far when he saw a pure white sedan. A person stepped out of the sedan, a man dressed entirely in white. He had come to welcome Yi Fan personally after learning that he was arriving. "Yi Fan, you're finally here." The white-clad man was none other than Tian Yuan, the one who had invited Yi Fan to join Huanggu Academy. Yi Fan found it strange how could Tian Yuan have known where he was, but after thinking it over he understood at once. When he had set out, he informed the governor of Tianhe province. It must have been the governor who told Tian Yuan. Yi Fan got into the sedan with Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan handed him a tablet and said, "These are the opponents you will face in the opening assessment. This is the information on the top 10. You should pay attention." Yi Fan opened it and looked. Rank 1 Zhao Tiandu. Likes to wear gray clothes. Demigod bloodline marquee 4th level. Moody and unpredictable. He has awakened the power of 2 intense, destruction and slaughter, and is suspected of awakening the domain of destruction. Extremely dangerous. Rank 2 Crown Prince. Demigod bloodline marquee 4th level. Likes to wear white clothes and is gentle as jade. He has awakened the power of 3 intense and has never lost to this day. Extremely dangerous. Rank 3 Ingbaichi. Immortal bloodline marquee 3rd level. He has comprehended the heavenly saber and 10 excels at killing enemies across major cultivation realms, and the more prodigies he defeats, the stronger he becomes. Supremely dangerous. Rank 4 Xinyuan Huang. Immortal bloodline marquee 3rd level. He has mastered the extreme cold intent and cultivated it to an extremely high level. His ice can freeze everything. Supremely dangerous. There were introductions for 6 more prodigies afterward, but none of them was as terrifying as the top 4. This ranking is only an estimated ranking, so it is not completely accurate. But you must be wary of the top 4 invincible prodigies. Those 4 are extremely dangerous. I see that you haven't broken through to the Marquis realm yet, so it's difficult for you to be their match. I hope you can try your best to get 5th place. That will be enough. Venerable Tian Yuan knew that making Yi Fan the champion would be an uphill battle. He had said that to Yi Fan at the very start simply because he wanted Yi Fan to improve his strength as quickly as possible within those 2 months. He knew that even if Yi Fan broke through to the Marquis realm, he would not necessarily win the championship. These invincible prodigies could all fight above their level. They were not in the same class as the opponents Yi Fan had faced before. I'm someone who likes to take 1st place. I've never won it 2nd. Instead of feeling any fear at these people's strength, Yi Fan's eyes burned with fighting spirit. If only you could place 1st. As far as I know, the immortal dean above has already reached a decision. This time the winner will be rewarded with a slot to enter the Huanggu secret realm. Inside it is the inheritance of the Huanggu sacred body, which is extremely important to you. Venerable Tian Yuan told Yi Fan this important news in advance. This made Yi Fan even more determined to take 1st place. If anyone blocked him, he would defeat them. No one was going to stop him from winning the championship. Seeing Yi Fan so full of confidence, Venerable Tian Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This was a Huanggu sacred body. May he once again display the glory of the primeval age. Yet he did not understand why after he had reported this matter to the higher-ups it had not led to any summons from the immortals. It seemed the Huanggu sacred body was regarded with some disdain. Although he felt puzzled, he believed Yi Fan would prove himself in the opening assessment. The Huanggu Palace. Numerous grand halls stood in abundance, shrouded by thick white mist with occasional figures streaking across the sky, a scene resembling a celestial realm. At this moment, inside a resplendent golden hall, a round table stood with 4 thrones arranged at its 4 sides. Upon the thrones sat 4 figures, each radiating a terrifying aura. Even seated there without moving, they gave one a feeling of immortality. They were the deans who had reached the undying realm. Those at the undying realm could reincarnate, so long as their divine souls were not extinguished. They possessed terrifying strength capable of moving mountains and draining seas, and each could live for more than 3,000 years. With such vast lifespans, they were called undying. The Huanggu Palace was divided into 4 academies, and each dean governed 1 academy. They could essentially decide every major choice in the Huanggu Palace, yet now they had gathered together. What do you think about the primordial sacred body? An undying one dressed in white began. He was an elder with white hair and a white beard, seemingly advanced in years, yet he radiated vigorous life force. Because he was an undying one, even in old age he still emanated a stronger life aura than any young person. It could be said that undying was existence on an entirely different level. All beneath the undying were as ants. This undying one was called Bai Guiyuan. The primordial sacred body was indeed heaven-defying in the ancient era, but you and I both know that someone long ago deduced it is unsuited to cultivation in later generations. It can barely break through to the venerable realm, so it is not worth nurturing. An old man dressed entirely in black with black hair and a black beard said coldly. His name was Zu, and he was also a powerful undying one. I agree with that view. Although our academy was founded by a primordial sacred body, after all these years the primordial sacred body has lost its former glory. There is no need to devote much effort to nurturing one. A man in his 40s wearing a black gold long robe and an icy expression spoke. He was the undying one Long Sheng. You all decide this matter. I am sleepy and need my beauty sleep. On one of the thrones a woman wearing a red palace robe appearing to be in her 30s yawned. She was indescribably noble with fair skin and hands as soft as tender grass. She was the undying one Yin Xingwan. She did not care much about the primordial sacred body. This time, she only cared about accepting a disciple, and the one she had set her heart on was Zhao Tiandu. By the way, let me tell you, in the past you all picked disciples first. This time I must pick one first, Yin Xingwan said. The other three undying ones had no objection. They also knew exactly who Yin Xingwan valued most, but none of them wanted to take that person as a disciple. If they did, it would surely stir up a heap of trouble, and they as masters would have to deal with it. Since we have reached an agreement on the primordial sacred body, if he joins the Huanggu Palace, just assign him an ordinary inner disciple status and put him into a regular class in the second academy. Bai Guiyuan said slowly. The second academy was the domain he oversaw, and the regular classes consisted of inner disciples who received limited resources. In their eyes, Yi Fan's primordial sacred body was not worth nurturing, which was why they arranged things so casually. The other undying deans had no objections and nodded in agreement. He was only a primordial sacred body. There was no guarantee he could ever break through to the venerable realm in his lifetime. Therefore, they did not care in the least about what Yi Fan thought. If Yi Fan grew indignant and refused to join their Huanggu Palace, they would not mind. I want to be the second to choose a disciple. You have no objections, right? The undying one Long Sheng spoke. He had taken a liking to the crown prince and wished to accept him as a disciple, making him a holy son, what could also be called a true inheritor. Then let you choose first this year. Zu and Bai Guiyuan had no objections, and their thoughts reached full agreement. By the way, besides the quota for the Huanggu secret realm, we should add an opportunity to enter the dragon pool for this year's first place. Long Sheng spoke. The dragon pool was a treasured cultivation ground in the Huanggu Palace. Even for sealed king powerhouses, it was effective, greatly strengthening the physical body and boosting one's blood qi. Normally, even a holy son had to accumulate more than 1,000,000 merit points to enter it once. I agree. No objections. The undying ones raised their hands to vote, and none were against it. Elsewhere on the back of a strange beast, a ferocious creature 5 meters in size, shaped like an eagle. It had originally been one of the myriad races, but because it had been tamed since birth, it could be called an exotic beast. These beasts did not have the ferocity of the myriad races, making them suitable as mounts. A white-clad youth sat atop the exotic beast, pressing forward against the wind. Though the wild gale struck him, the hem of his clothes did not move in the slightest, as a protective chi barrier covered his body and kept out all cold wind. At that moment, a black-clad man beside him stepped forward and said, "Young master, we have just received news. The first place in this opening assessment will receive an extra chance to enter the dragon pool." Hearing this, the crown prince opened his eyes and said, "That reward is not bad. I think it was prepared especially for you," the black-clad servant said with a flattering smile. He believed that the crown prince could sweep aside all enemies and claim the championship. It is still too early to say that. Zhao Tiandu is a formidable opponent, and Ying Baiqi and the others are not easy to deal with either. Although the crown prince was extremely confident, he knew that Zhao Tiandu was his great enemy, and the other peerless prodigies were not to be underestimated. That was why he had to take this assessment seriously to win the championship. The black-clad servant, however, thought his young master was being too modest. The crown prince had yet to suffer a single defeat. Every enemy had fallen to his hands. Bolstered by 3 types of intent, the crown prince was virtually without match. Although the information he had received estimated that Zhao Tiandu would take first place, he believed that the crown prince would defeat Zhao Tiandu and become champion. As for the primordial sacred body, it was destined to be nothing more than a stepping stone for the crown prince, adding to his illustrious reputation. The crown prince held a tablet in his hand and swiped the screen down, revealing a ranking list. No. 19. Yi Fan primordial sacred body cultivation at the 3rd layer of the town general realm. His ancient physique gives him the power to fight above his level, but because his cultivation is too weak, he is out of the running for the championship and will struggle to make the top 10. Such was the evaluation on the tablet, but it was from 2 months ago. Primordial sacred body, I wonder now that 2 months have passed, what level have you reached? Will you be able to give me a truly satisfying battle? The crown prince's only regret was that he could not travel to the ancient era and fight those truly invincible physiques to prove his own path of invincibility. So in this opening assessment, the opponent he most wanted to face was Yi Fan. He wanted to see just where the power of these ancient physiques lay. Yi Fan followed Venerable Tianyuan and soon arrived at the gates of Huanggu Palace. Numerous strange beasts were circling in the air, their backs dotted with faint human silhouettes. Venerable Tianyuan led Yi Fan straight inside. At the entrance, two receptionists saw Venerable Tianyuan and hurriedly bowed, their faces full of respect. Powerhouses at the Venerable Realm all held the position of Vice Dean at Huanggu Palace. Every faculty had 4 Vice Deans. Rest here for now and wait for the assessment to begin. Venerable Tianyuan did not explain the assessment rules to Yi Fan as they could not be disclosed in advance. Yi Fan nodded. Looking at the people still waiting at the gate, he knew that Venerable Tianyuan had quietly given him an advantage. At least he would not have to wait outside like the others. Just then the crowd parted to make way. A youth appeared with shoulder-length hair and exquisitely refined features, giving him a somewhat androgynous look. That is Xiaoyao Jun, ranked 10th. Someone like him will become a holy son the moment he enters, treated incomparably better than the rest of us. You said it. Once we get in, we'll only be inner disciples at most. Since the disciple systems of the various academies were mostly the same, everyone already had a rough idea. Some ordinary disciples who joined an academy could only become outer or inner disciples. Those with extraordinarily high talent could become elite and transcendent disciples. Roughly the top 10 of each class could become holy sons, direct disciples of an immortal. Thus most people were filled with awe toward the top 10, knowing that although they had all come for the same entrance assessment, their fates would be vastly different. Make way. That's Mu Long, ranked 8th. A burly man appeared, his entire body packed with muscle. He looked mature and exuded a shocking aura that made all who saw him instinctively fear him. His blood vital energy was extremely powerful, and the dense, immense vitality he emitted nearly made it hard for others to breathe. These were the invincible prodigies of the top 10. Almost all of them carried the bloodline of immortals, and some even possessed higher-tier bloodlines. Who was that? Such a grand display. A tall, mighty beast landed on the ground. A large number of black-clad bodyguards stood in 2 rows on its back, laying a carpet across the ground. A youth slowly stepped down from the beast, his feet landing on the carpet. Sunlight fell across his face, illuminating his flawless features. This person carried an aura of extreme cold. Wherever he passed, the temperature plummeted continuously, and vast waves of frost seemed able to freeze everything. That is Xianyuan Huang, the invincible prodigy, ranked 4th. Since he's here, the other invincible prodigies should be arriving soon too. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes full of reverence. These invincible prodigies, ranked among the top 10, were all fearsome existences with astonishing strength. Shortly after Xianyuan Huang arrived, another prodigy appeared. He had come alone without bringing anyone. A black blade was strapped to his back and his face was expressionless. Yet the geniuses around him all stepped aside when they saw him, reverence written on their faces. He did not wait at the gate but walked straight into Huanggu Palace, where someone personally received him. Is that Ing Baiqi? Too terrifying. Yet when he walked past me just now, I broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Can he really be considered a prodigy of the same age as us? Those geniuses murmured among themselves, feeling that the gap between genius and genius was far too great. After Ing Baiqi entered, he walked directly toward Yi Fan. With a sharp gaze, he said, "You're Yi Fan, aren't you? In the entrance assessment, I will defeat you, and I expect you to become my follower." Yi Fan frowned. "Stop dreaming. You can't defeat me. Why not be my follower instead?" He had seen the introductions and images, so he knew the man before him was Ing Baiqi. Yet he did not fear such a prodigy. The ancient sacred body, an ancient physique that enabled even a demigod to slay gods, meant his heart should know no fear. Even though the prodigy before him surpassed him in cultivation, his heart remained utterly unafraid, calm as still water. "Ing Baiqi, he can't be your follower. He should become mine." Xianyuan Huang had appeared beside Ing Baiqi at some point. The way he looked at Yi Fan was like a hunter spotting it. He shared the same thought as Ing Baiqi. Since Yi Fan possessed the ancient sacred body, the subject of an undefeated legend since ancient times, defeating him and taking him as a follower would truly make one's name known throughout the world. Moreover, having a bearer of the ancient sacred body as a follower was a matter of great face. Yi Fan glanced at Xianyuan Huang, a hint of animosity in his eyes. If not for the fact that fighting wasn't allowed here, he would really have wanted to stamp his foot right on Xianyuan Huang's face. "Everyone thinks I'm a pushover, do they? You two stop boasting here." Suddenly a gentle and warm voice rang out. The 2 invincible prodigies turned back simultaneously to see the speaker, and a flicker of wariness flashed across their eyes. That person clothed in white stood as straight as a javelin with a peerlessly otherworldly aura, as if a banished immortal had descended to the mortal realm. He was the demigod bloodline crown prince, a freak of nature who had comprehended 3 types of intent power at the Marquis realm. Xianyuan Huang and Ing Baiqi knew exactly how terrifying this crown prince was. Although he was ranked second, his actual strength was not necessarily second. Like Zhao Tiandu, he was a freak among freaks. Those who fought them at the same cultivation realm were almost certainly doomed to defeat. Even Xianyuan Huang and Ing Baiqi felt that they might not be able to beat the crown prince even if they joined forces. "Yi Fan, it is a pleasure to meet you." Seeing not a trace of arrogance on Yi Fan's face, the crown prince took the initiative to. Yi Fan extended his hand as well. They shook hands before parting, having exchanged greetings. "Crown Prince, I have long," Yi Fan said with a smile. "Look at this man. Now that is what a true invincible prodigy should be, with real bearing. Not like Xianyuan Huang and Ing Baiqi, who immediately declared they would take him as a follower. That was just too arrogant." Yifan, I hope we can have an exhilarating battle in the entrance assessment. The Crown Prince could sense the thick blood vital energy emanating from Yifan and very much wanted to see just how powerful Yifan really was. There will be such a chance. Yifan nodded with a smile. It's quite lively here. Suddenly another person arrived. He wore gray clothes that looked somewhat dirty, appearing rough and unkempt. But his killing intent was extremely strong. Yifan sensed it the moment he appeared. Even Xianyuan Huang was so startled that he took a step back. Zhao Tiandu. At the sound of that name, the invincible prodigy ranked fourth found his lips trembling slightly. The Crown Prince told Yifan. Back then, even the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan fought Zhao Tiandu and was no match for him. He nearly lost his life. A flicker of surprise crossed Yifan's eyes. The aura radiating from the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan was truly terrifying. A man like that was called an invincible prodigy, and he had the substance to back it up. Yet he had almost been killed by someone. As expected, Zhao Tiandu truly lived up to his #1 ranking. Yifan couldn't help but recall the introduction on the tablet. This man was capricious in temperament and delighted in slaughter. Zhao Tiandu, do you actually intend to make a move here? Ing Baiqi asked. Though he harbored absolute confidence in his own invincibility, he was also well aware of the gap between himself and Zhao Tiandu. The moment he noticed Zhao Tiandu casting a few extra glances his way, a sense of crisis surged through him. Zhao Tiandu sneered disdainfully. Why bother making a move in a place like this, eh? With trash like you, I'm not even worthy of lifting a finger. His tone was extremely arrogant, yet somehow no one could refute him, as if he were merely stating a fact. The other prodigies noticed the scene and cast curious glances their way. The 4 invincible prodigies of the top rankings gathered in one place was naturally an eye-catching spectacle. There's no point arguing here or spouting meaningless nonsense. The Crown Prince's voice rang out. Zhao Tiandu glanced at the Crown Prince and said, "You're the only one mildly interesting. The rest are all worthless chickens and dogs. Even that primordial sacred body standing beside you is trash. If I see any of you during the assessment, they'll cripple every last one of you." Yifan let out a cold snort. If you think you can do it, then try. There was no reason for him to swallow his pride. So what if this man was the #1 prodigy? The school assessment hadn't even begun yet, and first place wasn't guaranteed to be his. Dang, dang, dang. At that moment, the tolling of a bell resounded, signaling that the opening assessment was about to commence. Everyone began to converge on the plaza, ceasing their arguments. They soon assembled on the square where a tall platform had been erected. Upon the platform sat several venerable sovereigns radiating presences as blazing as the scorching sun. Among them was Venerable Tianyuan. I am the Vice Dean Venerable Tianxiong, and also one of the chief assessment officers for this session. I am here today to explain the rules to you. A middle-aged man stood atop the platform facing the crowd below. An unfathomably vast aura emanated from his body. The aura of a venerable that instilled reverence in all who beheld him. The rules of this assessment are as follows. You will enter the divine artifact called the Mountains and Rivers Map, within which many fierce beasts are sealed. The moment you enter, they will be unleashed, so you may encounter any kind of ferocious beast. You must use every skill at your disposal to slay the beasts and earn as many points as possible. The more points you earn, the higher your ranking. Naturally, you may also attack one another. Defeating an opponent will also grant you points, and this does not violate. This assessment will adopt a grand free-for-all mode. All of you will enter together, and the top 100 in the rankings will become elite disciples or higher. Those ranked below 100 will only become outer sect or inner sect disciples. There are 500 of you in total this time, but I must warn you. Some of you may remain forever within the mountains, and if you are afraid, you may withdraw now. After saying this, he looked at the hundreds of geniuses gathered in the plaza below. Not a single person retreated, every gaze burned with unwavering resolve. Very well, since none of you have chosen to withdraw, let me show you the rewards for the top 10. He gestured toward a screen not far away, an enormous display hundreds of inches wide, upon which numbers began to manifest. First place, a slot for the primordial secret realm, a place in the dragon pool, 2 strength martial arts techniques, and 1 8th grade spiritual herb. Second place, 1 strength martial arts technique, and 2 7th grade spiritual herbs. Third place, 1 strength martial arts technique, and 1 7th grade spiritual herb. The rewards for the top 10 were all extremely bountiful, including powerful martial arts and various spiritual herbs, enough to make anyone's eyes burn with envy. Yifan's gaze burned with resolve. What he had his eye on was the first place reward, 2 strength martial arts techniques. If he amplified them and then cultivated them, just how powerful would he become? Even Yifan himself didn't know the answer, but the fighting spirit blazing within his chest was unquenchable. He was absolutely determined to seize first place. It seems this first place was tailor-made for me. Zhao Tiandu among the crowd grinned, causing everyone around him to shiver involuntarily. The first place reward is rather generous. The Crown Prince's eyes brightened, gleaming like stars. He would take first place, and anyone who tried to snatch it would be crushed. The other invincible prodigies were also rubbing their hands in eager anticipation, all vying for higher rankings. I have told you the rules and the rewards. The Mountains and Rivers map is about to open. Form a line where you stand and enter one by one. The moment his voice fell, Venerable Tianqiang's hand flashed with light, and a scroll flew out. Upon the scroll was depicted a breathtaking landscape of mountains and rivers so lifelike it seemed to breathe. Then a dazzling white radiance bloomed. Upon the divine mountains and rivers map, ripples spread across the surface like water until finally a massive black vortex appeared. The crowd watched with curiosity. It seemed this was the entrance. Everyone began to line up and enter one after another. Soon enough, it was Yifan's turn. As he stepped into the vortex, Yifan felt heaven and earth shift around him, his consciousness momentarily blurred. When he reappeared, beneath his feet was a stretch of lush green grass amid birdsong and blossoming flowers, a scene of warm spring splendor. Yet when he looked ahead, he could see a distant land of ice and snow-white snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Turning to look behind, he saw swaths of falling leaves withering and descending from the trees. In another direction, the sky burned crimson, with blazing clouds, the sun scorching, and the land barren. Within this mountains and rivers map, there were actually the scenes of all 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was utterly inconceivable, truly worthy of being called a divine artifact. However, everyone who entered was teleported to different random locations, and Yifan saw no other figures around him. In this opening assessment, all participants could attack one another to gain points, but Yifan had no intention of doing so for now. He planned to hunt down fierce beasts and earn points. Yifan pressed forward, moving only a short distance before spotting a fierce beast ahead. It was a massive centipede sprawled flat against the ground, covered in countless densely packed legs. It was over 5 meters long, its pair of icy cold eyes fixed intently upon Yifan. Bang! The next instant, Yifan swung the long spear in his hand without the slightest hesitation. The sound of the air being torn apart rang out as the unrestrained spear art erupted. The beast was instantly slain, its head pierced through by the spear and pinned to the ground. It struggled twice before going completely still. Yifan then saw the number 100 flash before his eyes. 100 points for killing a 7th rank general level fierce beast. Yifan withdrew his spear, extracted the beast's core crystal, and tucked it away before continuing his hunt. Ordinary 7th rank beast cores could no longer provide him with much energy. A desolate rocky cliff. A young man holding a long spear came to this place. The spear in his hand was entirely silver except for its golden tip, over which terrifying energy rippled. The young man was searching for savage beasts. Suddenly in the darkness, a single eye lit up, glowing with then one after another, countless blood-red eyes flared to life in the night, like lanterns being lit one by one. Yifan's expression did not change. He had only intended to hunt a single shadow wolf, yet unexpectedly he had run into a wolf pack. Nevertheless, the wolf pack came at just the right time. They were all delivering points to him. Meanwhile, outside, the 4 venerables sat in their chairs, and before them appeared image after image projections from the divine artifact, the mountain river diagram. The top 30 would be projected for them to watch. Of course, if they wrote down the name of someone they wished to see a new projection, at that moment Venerable Tianyuan unhesitatingly wrote down the name Yifan. A projection appeared before. In the projection, Yifan was surrounded by a host of shadow wolves, several hundred of them in total. This could be called a small-scale beast tide. It looks like this Yifan is finished. The one who spoke was a man beside Venerable Tianyuan. He had long hair reaching to his waist, sharply defined features, and wore a black gold robe. The robe was embroidered with a great number of clouds. Zhaoheng, you are underestimating the primordial holy body far too much. Venerable Tianyuan snorted coldly. He placed great importance on Yifan. Venerable Zhaoheng sneered inwardly, a physique that can hardly even become a venerable. What great achievements can it possibly have in the future? He too had originally felt that the primordial holy body promised great achievements, and that its bearer would most likely join Venerable Tianyuan's lineage. But today a message came down from above telling him not to pay too much attention to the primordial holy body. It was a useless physique, one that would struggle to become a venerable in this lifetime. He also learned that Tianyuan had reported the matter upward, but the immortal above had still not responded for a long time, clearly not taking it seriously. Tianyuan, unaware of all this, still wanted to take Yifan as his disciple, thinking that one day he could finally hold his head high and restore the glory of the primordial holy body. But Zhaoheng did not tell Tianyuan. He wanted to wait until the final assessment ended before letting Tianyuan know the truth. The look on his face would surely be most entertaining. Just as the two were talking, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Who is this? I feel like he has the strength to rank in the top 5. In the image there was a cold-faced youth. He carried no weapon and his palms were as smooth and flawless as white jade. No enemy could survive a single move in his hands. Within a few dozen breaths his hands were already stained with the blood of more than 100 savage beasts. There were also prodigies who encountered him, and all of them were eliminated in a single move. He is Li Chang'an, ranked number 20 on the leaderboard, nicknamed the White Jade Hand. The strongest martial art he cultivates is the top-grade class martial skill, White Jade Palm. A quick search would make his information easy to find out. All of it was recorded in detail. I didn't expect him to have broken through to the Marquis realm. No wonder his strength is so formidable. These venerables could tell at once from the projection that this man had already reached the Marquis realm. Originally at the King realm, he could only rank below the primordial holy body. Now, however, he had the strength to challenge for the top 5. This made him worthy of their close attention, and they could take him in as a personal disciple. Xianyuan Huang has been surrounded. Those prodigies are clever enough to know that none of them can beat him alone, so 20 of them formed a team and want to eliminate him. A venerable spoke. His name was Feng Wuxia. He also wore a black robe, but it bore no patterns, only a few long golden streaks. He was one of the chief examiners and could choose disciples before others. The one he had set his sights on was Xianyuan Huang. As for the crown prince and Zhao Tiandu, those two had long since been favored by immortals and would almost certainly become personal disciples of immortals. Venerables like themselves had no chance. The four venerables turned their gazes over at the same time. Behind them were many King Realm elders watching the battles from the rear. They were also examiners for this assessment, but they all had to follow the arrangements of the four venerables. Inside the mountain river diagram, in a place where birds sang and flowers were fragrant, murderous intent filled the air. 20 prodigies surrounded Xianyuan Huang, killing intent written across their faces. The leader among them was Gu Xian, ranked 30th, a young man around 20 years old wearing a deep blue denim jacket. Xianyuan Huang, last time you defeated me and trampled me beneath your feet. Today I will trample you beneath mine, Gu Xian declared with defiant arrogance. Back in the provincial assessment, he had been defeated by Xianyuan Huang, and he had never forgotten that humiliation. With just you. Xianyuan Huang looked at this man, his face full of disdain. He had originally intended to find Yi Fan and defeat him to prove his own path of invincibility, but unexpectedly this Gu Xian had suddenly jumped out. Have you ever seen Amber? Xianyuan Huang suddenly asked. Gu Xian was stunned for a moment. Without thinking further, he waved his hand and ordered the prodigies behind him to attack together. They moved in quickly, their chi surging as bursts of air-splitting sounds erupted. Snap! Xianyuan Huang snapped his fingers. Boundless frost spread from beneath his feet and rapidly expanded. Everything within 30 meters with him at the center began to freeze, including the prodigies charging toward him. No matter their strength, all were frozen into ice sculptures by the unyielding cold. Only Gu Xian burst out with crimson-red flames. His chi churned madly as he struggled to resist the extreme cold. Shock and horror appeared on his face. How has your strength improved this fast? It is incomparably more powerful than last time. Gu Xian's heart was filled with despair. He had thought he could regain his standing this time, but instead he had made a fool of himself. The other party had never regarded him as an opponent at all. A single casual strike had frozen everyone he had brought with him. What kind of freak was this? Trash like you will never catch up to me in your lifetime. My path is the path of invincibility. You might as well obediently accept elimination. He increased his energy output. A vast surge of frost power extinguished the crimson-red flames in an instant and froze Gu Xian into an ice sculpture. Then he turned and left. Above his head, however, his points were changing violently, gaining several thousand in an instant. His score immediately shot up to second place. Not long after Xianyuan Huang left, the King Realm Elder appeared, released the seal on these ice sculptures, and led the eliminated prodigies away from the place one by one. The Xianyuan Emperor is too powerful. His score ranking has instantly climbed to second. What is the Crown Prince doing? Why has his ranking only fallen to third? He's actually hunting an 8th rank beast, a latestage 8th rank beast that's already on its last legs. He killed it. The Crown Prince's score has risen to first. Outside, the four venerable masters watched the Crown Prince's ranking leap to first, and astonishment flashed across their faces. Slaying a latestage 8th rank beast ceiling mark, as expected of one chosen by the immortal, his demigod bloodline, is truly formidable. The crowd praised him, believing the Crown Prince had a real chance of claiming the championship. Then they turned their gazes to Zhao Tiandu. This reckless gray-robed youth was currently slaughtering without restraint. In a canyon of extreme heat, countless ferocious beasts and numerous human figures could be seen. Those people had originally been hunting beasts when Zhao Tiandu suddenly charged in and began a frenzied massacre, with beasts falling to the ground like reaped wheat. Some prodigies, unable to dodge in time, had their arms cut off by Zhao Tiandu, or even half their faces torn away. An endless torrent of killing force surged from his body, his intent radiating outward. With every beast he slew, his aura grew stronger, giving off an overwhelming, unstoppable feeling. Anyone who stood in Zhao Tiandu's path was either dead or severely wounded. All fled in terror, not daring to remain in that canyon. Within a few dozen breaths, his score ranking surpassed the Crown Prince's and seized first place. Seeing this, the four venerable masters outside found it almost unbelievable. This Zhao Tiandu was like a wolf thrown into a flock of sheep, utterly beyond the norm. Once his annihilation intent spread, combined with his abilities, it seemed no one could possibly stop him. Perhaps only the Crown Prince can match him. Venerable Skyvault stared at Zhao Tiandu with blazing eyes. This man was the one his immortal backer valued and wished to take as a disciple. I wonder how Bai Guiyuan is performing. The crowd shifted their attention to another invincible prodigy. In the projection, a youth carrying a black longsword on his back had several followers behind him. Bai Guiyuan was not hunting beasts. He was searching for something, as if looking for a particular person. Spread out, all of you. You must find Yi Fan. Bai Guiyuan issued his orders to the crowd. These were all people he had just subjugated. If they refused to obey, he would eliminate them. Compared with slaying beasts, he was far more eager to defeat Yi Fan and elevate his heavenly blade intent. He had a feeling that once he defeated Yi Fan, that vessel of the primordial sacred body, his heavenly blade intent would reach an astonishing realm. And then he might even have a chance to contend for first place. Thus defeating Yi Fan was his primary objective. As you command. His followers dispersed in all directions to search for traces of Yi Fan. What terrible luck. Haven't run into a single beast. This trial here is brutally hard. It's not on the same level as the one in our Tianhe province. Just then 2 people appeared ahead walking side by side, and complaining to each other. The 2 were none other than the former peerless prodigies of Tianhe province Murong Qingfeng and Bai Lisang. Both were prodigies of the town general level famous throughout Tianhe province, yet here they were hardly conspicuous. Because many prodigies were at the town general level, and many had comprehended intent giving them no advantage. Only after joining the assessment did they realize what it meant to have geniuses as numerous as clouds. Are you 2 from Tianhe province? An icy voice came from behind. They looked up and saw Bai Qi carrying a black blade on his back. Instantly their scalps went numb with terror. This was a top 3 prodigy, extremely dangerous. They tried to flee but discovered an inexplicable force. It seemed they could see a heavenly blade suspended above them, radiating a presence that threatened to extinguish even the soul itself. This was Bai Qi's heavenly blade intent. Bai Lisang had comprehended saber intent, but he found that compared with heavenly blade intent, his did not exist on the same level. It shattered before it could withstand even a single breath. Their bodies bent uncontrollably until they both collapsed to their knees, trembling violently. In their eyes, Bai Qi was like an invincible deity. Stop resisting. Even a mere threetance of my heavenly blade intent can tear through the defenses of a king-sealing powerhouse. Do you really think you can withstand it? Bai Qi's tone was calm, as if he were simply stating a fact. Murong Qingfeng and Bai Lisang stood as motionless as if they had been turned to stone. Their hearts were over. Intent power was divided into 9/10 in total. The higher one's comprehension, the stronger one became. The intent power most of them had awakened was only 1/10. That alone showed the vast gap. No wonder they had no power to resist. Do you know where Yi Fan is? Seeing that the 2 were no longer resisting, Bai Qi asked. Bai Lisang shook his head, indicating he did not know. Murong Qingfeng did the same. 2 useless pieces of trash. The moment those words fell, both felt searing pain in their meridians, as if they were about to collapse. Then they spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Bai Qi looked down at the fallen pair and said, "Someone spread my command, eliminate everyone from Tianhe province you see, and tell them this is all Yi Fan's fault. Unless Yi Fan shows himself willingly, this will never stop." As you command. The 2 followers behind him began spreading the message. Bai Qi's eyes shot lightning-like glances into the distance. Did Yi Fan really think he could hide? He did not care about the relationship between the other Tianhe province prodigies and Yi Fan. All he needed was to keep eliminating Tianhe province's prodigies and make sure Yi Fan learned it was all because of him. Yi Fan would surely not stand idly by. Before long, Bai Lisang and Murong Qingfeng slowly opened their eyes, realizing they had already been ejected from the sacred landscape painting. In the sky above there were still countless projections. That Bai Qi is far too strong. Even Yi Fan with his primordial sacred body might not be a match for Bai Qi. Both wore worried expressions, hoping Bai Qi would not find Yi Fan. Because that man was clearly radiating ill intent. After all, Yi Fan was from Tianhe province, and when outside they naturally sided with Yi Fan. They did not want Yi Fan to be eliminated ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Yi Fan slaughtered all the shadow wolves around him, raising his score ranking to 15th. Yi Fan put away his spear and left the area, continuing his exploration. But he had not gone far before he spotted someone, an acquaintance. It was Xianhuang Long, whom he had once defeated. At that moment, Xianhuang Long spotted him too and walked over excitedly. Yi Fan, great. I found you ahead of every. The invincible third-ranking Bai Qi is having hordes of prodigies search for you. He's clearly coming with hostile intent. He's even singling out our Tianhe province prodigies to force you out. You need to hide immediately. Do not let him find you. Yi Fan frowned at the news. Just who did this Bai Qi think he was targeting him so openly? Did he want to be eliminated early? But just then the sound of footsteps came and several figures slowly emerged. Xianhuang Long's skin tightened, his expression turning grave. Expressionless, Yi Fan looked at the figures who had appeared. In the grove not far away, several figures gradually emerged. Even from a great distance, Xianhuang Long recognized them at once and felt a silent sigh of relief. Xianhuang Long. The others were thrilled to see him and hurried over. Yet they looked bedraggled with bloodstains on their bodies as if they had been hunted down. Situ Kongming Wang Chongyang. How did you 2 end up so battered? Xianhuang Long inquired. These were all prodigies ranked in the top 10 during the Tianhe province assessment, and since they all came from aristocratic clans, they knew one another. We were hunted down. Situ Kongming let out a sigh. In Tianhe province, he was an unparalleled prodigy, and any genius who saw him would be filled with awe. But here he felt that any prodigy who popped up out of nowhere was stronger than him. There were simply too many masters. Wang Chongyang said nothing, crimson flames radiating from his body, his expression filled with unwillingness. Beside the 2 stood a young man, none other than Murong Qingwang, the 10th rank prodigy of Tianhe province. His countenance was cold, and he seemed disinclined to speak. Yi Fan watched these people with a calm heart. He had defeated most of them before, and he no longer regarded them as opponents. Yi Fan, you should flee now. Even Bai Chi's followers are this formidable. Just a few of them can easily crush us. Even you would fall at his hands. Wang Chongyang looked fixedly at Yi Fan as he spoke. Although he very much wanted to surpass Yi Fan at this moment, he wanted even more for Yi Fan to hold on and not be eliminated outright. After all, Yi Fan was the number 1 of Tianna province and should at least make it into the top 30. Hearing this, Yi Fan's expression did not change in the slightest. He shook his head. Amiring Bai Chi has you this terrified. Wang Chongyang clenched his fists wanting to refute Yi Fan, but in the end he unclenched them and let out a heavy sigh. He was indeed afraid of Bai Chi. A bloodline like that of an immortal, and one could hardly imagine how powerful it was. So many formidable prodigies willingly became his followers, hunting down and eliminating the prodigies of Tianna province. You just watch. Isn't he looking for me? Then tell him I'll be right here waiting for him. Tell him to get over here now. Yi Fan declared with overbearing confidence. He did not fear any powerful enemy. He did not like looking for trouble, but that did not mean he would tolerate others bringing trouble to him. If they wanted to challenge him, then let them come. Everyone was stunned, clearly not expecting Yi Fan to be so domineering. Could it be that he truly had a way to deal with Bai Chi? Just as shock filled everyone's hearts, several streaks of light descended. At the head of them was a young man around 20 years. He was tall and slender with arcs of lightning coiling around his body, clearly commanding the power of thunder. Divine light surged within his eyes, making him seem utterly extraordinary. Wang Chongyang, where do you think you can still run to? The young man asked with a mocking tone. Wang Chongyang's expression darkened. This was the man who had been leading their pursuit just moments ago. The enemy was too strong. Yi Fan, this is a 9th level town general prodigy named Zhao Hai. He commands the power of thunder and is extremely mighty. I can't even withstand a single move of his. Wang Chongyang informed Yi Fan. Yi Fan heard this, but his face showed no change at all. Instead, he looked at the prodigy named Zhao Hai and said a single icy word: scram. Hearing this, murderous intent flickered in Zhao Hai's eyes. You're asking for death. He did not make a move, but one of the people behind him did. This one was also a town general with a cultivation base around the 6th level. His dense, potent chi condensed into a long saber in the sky and slashed down. The spear in Yi Fan's hand moved like a dragon, a point of cold light flashed. The saber the man had condensed shattered in an instant, his upper garments burst apart, and he spat out blood. His entire body slammed heavily through the nearby trees, and he did not get up again. Yi Fan withdrew his spear, but because his strike had been so fast it seemed as if he had not moved at all. Shock appeared on everyone's face. After all, the person Yi Fan had just defeated was a town general level prodigy, no weakling, and one who could challenge those above his own level. No wonder you're so arrogant. It turns out that during this time you have actually cultivated to the 9th level of the town general realm. A trace of surprise flickered in Zhao Hai's eyes and his face became extremely gloomy. He found it hard to believe how Yi Fan's cultivation speed could be this fast. If not for the Lord's order to leave you for him, I would truly like to fight you. Zhao Hai said, coldly, electric arcs crackling madly around him. Centered on him, the surrounding space was densely covered with dazzling thunder. Yi Fan glanced at him and said, in my eyes you are nothing but trash, just a dog. He spoke with complete bluntness, his words laced with mockery. At that moment, Zhao Hai's face turned extremely dark, and it seemed as if black lines flashed across his forehead, courting death. Unable to endure any longer, he moved to attack Yi Fan. The dense thunder in his hand condensed in an instant into a long sword which he sent slashing directly at Yi Fan. This sword strike was so devastating that Wang Chongyang and the others turned pale. It was this very strike that had nearly killed them, just now leaving them no way to defend. It was a shocking rank martial technique cultivated to an extremely high level by the opponent, and its power was terrifying. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Yi Fan did not dodge at all. He simply swept his spear out, and at that instant everyone seemed to glimpse the Avicii hell. Countless ghostly figures writhed in agony, while hellfire blazed fiercely. When they came to their senses, the thunder sword had already shattered, and Zhao Hai's chest was stained red with blood. Yi Fan stood holding his spear, its tip stained with blood. Everyone was terrified by the scene before them. In that moment, it was utterly silent. Even their breathing became cautious. Zhao Hai, a 9th level town general prodigy, had been defeated this easily. Even when facing an ordinary marquis-level existence, he had been utterly fearless. Yet now he had fallen to Yi Fan. 500. 1,000. At that moment, Yi Fan saw these two numbers flash before him. Defeating these prodigies earned points even faster than killing ferocious beasts himself. Yi Fan swept his gaze over the remaining prodigies, and they instantly felt like sheep being stared down by a tiger. The roles of prey and hunter seemed to have switched in an instant. Run. One of them reacted first, transformed into a beam of light, and vanished. The others wanted to flee, but it was already too late. They saw flashes of light streaking through the air, spear chi, and then a bloody gash appeared on each of their bodies. In an instant, they were eliminated. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, they felt as if the Grim Reaper himself had beckoned to them. Yet they had only suffered a single wound. Clearly Yi Fan had shown mercy. As for the one who had escaped, Yi Fan did not chase him. He had deliberately allowed the man to leave. Otherwise, how could he luring Bai Chi here? Wang Chongyang and the others stood rooted in place, staring at the figure, holding a long spear, their minds still unable to process what had just happened. Zhao Hai, who had been pursuing them, and the other prodigies were all exceptionally powerful. Yet the moment they encountered Yi Fan, every single one of them was instantly slain. Moreover, they knew that Yi Fan's true strength lay not in spear techniques, but in fist techniques. His blood-anki power had not even erupted to a great extent, which clearly meant he had not taken the battle seriously. In merely 2 months, Yi Fan had brought his spear technique to a level of supernatural mastery. Just what kind of monstrous genius was he? At this moment, they finally understood how greatly they had underestimated Yi Fan. Yi Fan truly had the qualifications to fight against Bai Guiyuan. No wonder he had dared to say those words earlier. It was absolute confidence in his own strength. Yi Fan, when did you become so powerful? Xianyuan Long asked, snapping back to his senses. Yi Fan replied calmly, I have always been this powerful. It is simply that the speed at which you all improve your cultivation is too slow. Xianyuan Long fell silent. He had once believed himself to be an incomparable prodigy, but compared with Yi Fan, he felt like nothing more than trash. With greater resources and a more distinguished background, he was nevertheless crushed by Yi Fan in every aspect and left far behind. A spear technique that had taken Yi Fan just 2 months to master was enough to kill him instantly. Xianyuan Long felt that even if he reached the 9th level of the town general realm, he would probably still be instantly killed by Yi Fan. Without mercy, his own defenses were nothing but a joke. Situ Kongming was deeply shaken. At first he had regarded being knocked unconscious by a single palm strike from Yi Fan as a disgrace, but now it no longer seemed so hard to accept. Even a powerful prodigy like Zhao Hai had been defeated by Yi Fan in a single move. When he was having bad luck, seeing someone else suffer the same miserable fate eased the bitterness in his heart. Yi Fan did not continue hunting ferocious beasts. Instead, he found a spot, sat down, thrust the Void War spear into the ground, and waited quietly. Since he now knew that eliminating more powerful prodigies earned more points, there was no need to race against the clock to hunt ferocious beasts. If he eliminated all those invincible prodigies, wouldn't first place naturally belong to him? Yi Fan had this confidence. Let it begin with Bai Guiyuan. Yi Fan also knew that those invincible prodigies were probably thinking along the same lines. Wang Chongyang and the others did not leave. They too found a spot nearby, and sat down wanting to witness this legendary battle and see whether Yi Fan could really defeat Bai Guiyuan. On the other side, a figure landed hurriedly in a place where the earth had split apart. On a boulder there Bai Guiyuan, his robes moved without wind, giving him an aura of mystery and overwhelming power. My lord, I have found. The man revealed his face, a young man dressed in green robes. He was kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Where is he? Bai Guiyuan opened his eyes, releasing a terrifying pressure. Surging currents of astral chi flowed over him, and divine light seemed to shine from every inch of his skin. This filled those around him with awe and reverence, for Bai Guiyuan was far too powerful. After all, he was a prodigy destined to rank among the top 3. Even a casual strike from him was more than a marquee-level prodigy could withstand. He is in a forest about 5 kilometers from here. He also said. The green-robed man faltered, not daring to finish the sentence. What else did he say? Bai Guiyuan asked. Your subordinate does not dare speak. The green-robed man said, lowering his head. I will not blame you. Speak now. Bai Guiyuan fixed his gaze on the green-robed man, causing the latter to feel immense pressure, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He said for you to get over there at once. He is waiting for you there. The moment the green-robed man finished speaking, he felt a chill pierce through his entire body, as if ice had seeped into his bones. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face turned deathly pale. He could feel the atmosphere around him suddenly become oppressively heavy, like the prelude to a violent storm. Good. Bai Guiyuan rose to his feet, and it felt as if the place had instantly changed from spring to winter, with the temperature dropping to an icy cold. Visible to the naked eye, countless streams of saber chi materialized around him, shredding the ground. Hard rock crumbled like tofu, and one fissure after another appeared across the land. The green-robed man looked up and saw countless saber chi radiating outward. Centered on Bai Guiyuan, everything within 10 meters was torn to pieces, and even the air warped. The terrifying saber chi alone was enough to make anyone feel a sense of danger, their hearts pounding with fear and panic. My lord, that Yi Fan is indeed extraordinarily powerful. He defeated Zhao Hai with one blow and eliminated him. Moreover, the fact that he said such things to provoke you suggests there may be an ambush waiting over there. The green-robed man told Bai Guiyuan everything he knew, suspecting that Yi Fan's intention in daring to do this was to scheme against him. Bai Guiyuan sneered upon hearing this. Zhao Hai losing to Yi Fan only proves that Zhao Hai is trash. Before absolute power, any scheme is nothing but a joke. As soon as his words fell, a beam of saber light shot into the sky, and Bai Guiyuan departed. The green-robed man hurriedly followed. Outside the mountains and rivers chart, nearly everyone was watching the image of Yi Fan within the projection. They had just witnessed everything. Yi Fan eliminating several prodigies in quick succession and then making his bold declaration. This Yi Fan certainly has nerve, thinking he can defeat the third-ranked Bai Guiyuan from the town general realm. To me, this is nothing but a joke. The primordial sacred body may be strong, but his current realm is too low, far inferior to Ing Baiqi's. In a short while he will probably fall beneath Ing Baiqi's saber light. With such a low cultivation base and no sense of how to bide his time, he is laughable. Almost none of them had faith in Yi Fan, all believing he was doomed to fail and destined to become a laughingstock. Only Venerable Tianyuan said nothing because he naturally believed in Yi Fan. He also knew that Yi Fan still had stronger cards to play. He had personally seen Yi Fan shatter the projection of a Venerable with a single strike. Moreover, Yi Fan's cultivation realm had risen greatly by now. Even if he could not defeat Ing Baiqi, he should at least be able to retreat calmly. One had to remember that although the primordial sacred body could fight above its level, the immortal bloodline could do so as well. Facing an invincible prodigy like Ing Baiqi, a whole major realm ahead, the battle should still be evenly matched. Yi Fan, I hope you can prove to these people the might of the primordial sacred body. Venerable Tianyuan thought to himself. Tianyuan, you don't actually believe Yi Fan still has a chance to turn the tables to you? Venerable Tianxiong seemed to read his thoughts, a hint of mockery on his face. Just wait and see. Venerable Tianyuan said coldly. Venerable Tianxiong shook his head, feeling that Tianyuan was truly beyond help. Could he really think the primordial sacred body would recreate its former invincible legend? By now the primordial sacred body was nothing more than a piece of trash with limited potential. A cool breeze swept through. A crescent moon hung in the sky, casting its pure silver radiance upon a solitary figure. Beside him stood a silver-tipped golden spear. At this moment the man was absorbing and exhaling, and one could see vast amounts of spiritual energy flowing in and out from his mouth and nose. Yi Fan was adjusting his state. Having comprehended 3 forms of artistic conception power, his life force surged like a dragon, and combined with the might of the desolate ancient sacred body, he feared no heavenly prodigy. Just then numerous figures emerged around him, though they maintained their distance, seemingly waiting for something to unfold. The murmurs grew louder, yet Ing Baiqi, one of the protagonists of this moment, had not yet arrived. That's the 10th-ranked Guiyuan here to watch the match. Even the 5th-ranked Futu Lu has come. With waves of astonished exclamations, some of the top-tier prodigies gathered here, finding the news unbelievable. They could not have imagined that Yi Fan, the desolate ancient sacred body, would dare challenge such a powerful figure. Yi Fan paid no mind to the spectators, simply waiting silently in place. All present watched with bated breath, for they knew the coming battle would be absolutely fierce. One wielded the desolate ancient sacred body, while the other carried the immortal bloodline. Their clash would undoubtedly be unparalleled in brilliance. He's here. At this moment the crowd spotted a blade gleam hurtling toward them at tremendous speed. Their exclamations caused them to instinctively part, clearing a path for Ing Baiqi. The youth bearing the black divine blade upon his back descended like a god from the heavens, radiating an aura of supreme dominion over all beneath the sky. Though appearing quite young, he already exuded an invincible majesty destined to become an immortal in the days to come. To the gathered prodigies, he was an extremely dangerous figure, and they stepped aside. Futu Lu, ranked 5th among the prodigies, possessed thick, dense black hair and a towering muscular frame like an ox. Yet when he saw Ing Baiqi, his eyes were filled with trepidation and fear. The moment their gazes met, his heart trembled. Though both were powerful enough to hold a marquisate title, Ing Baiqi's reputation had been forged through slaughter. His heavenly blade artistic conception had defeated countless prodigies. Beneath the heavenly blade, almost no prodigy could stand. He's grown even stronger. Guiyuan, the 10th-ranked prodigy, was a handsome youth with an expression of dread in his eyes. He had been defeated by Ing Baiqi's blade in the past, and still bore the psychological scars, viewing his opponent as an invincible existence. Ing Baiqi paid no mind to the onlookers. He had deliberately spread this news himself. He wanted all to witness how Yi Fan would be defeated and trampled beneath his feet. "You finally arrived." Yi Fan opened his eyes, golden flames burning within his gaze, as the temperature of the surrounding void surged dramatically. Boom! Ing Baiqi remained silent, unleashing a blade chi that tore through the void with thunderous reports hurtling toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression remained impassive. His spear shifted slightly, and a lance of spear energy flew forth, colliding with the blade chi midair. Rumble! A massive, thunderous sound erupted, and waves of dust billowed outward. The heavens themselves seemed to roar with terrifying shockwaves, forcing the spectators to retreat dozens of meters. They could feel the danger. Such a clash between experts carried extreme risk, even for observers. After a moment, silence returned, leaving only the 2 figures standing face to face, each occupying their own ground. Futu Lu spoke with a grave expression. "These 2 are far too powerful. Even their casual probing just now made my heart tremble. They possess strength capable of threatening me." Guiyuan, the 10th-ranked prodigy, had also been shaken to his core. He wondered, if he were to face such a heavenly prodigy, he would surely be eliminated within mere moves. It was only natural that Ing Baiqi was so formidable. What he could not fathom was why Yi Fan, born of common blood, yet possessing the desolate ancient sacred body, had cultivated at such a breathtaking pace. Now already a top-tier general, combined with his ability to challenge opponents beyond his realm, he might truly be able to engage Ing Baiqi in a real contest. As for Xianyuan Long and the others, they were completely dumbstruck, standing frozen like statues. Yi Fan, who had once taken the assessment alongside them, was at roughly the same cultivation level back then. Now his realm had surpassed theirs, and his strength far exceeded it. This filled them with a profound sense of defeat. They were prodigies themselves, each carrying their own pride and arrogance. I have no grievance with you. Why do you target me? Yi Fan asked, voicing his confusion. Baiqi smiled. Of course, to defeat you and push my heavenly blade artistic conception to a higher level. He spoke candidly with no intention of concealing his thoughts. You wish to use me as a whetstone? Yi Fan frowned slightly. I fear that blade of yours may shatter in the process. Baiqi replied coldly. Then let me see your true strength, ancient sacred body. The moment his words fell, his aura surged upward, growing ever more terrifying. The crowd could almost see a phantom of the heavenly blade condensing in the air above him. The oppressive pressure caused many spectators to shiver, their skin crawling with goosebumps. They watched in terror, feeling as though their very souls might be torn apart. Baiqi at this moment was too terrifying. He was about to fight for real. Yi Fan, unwilling to show weakness, erupted with a spear artistic conception that pierced the sky, its terrifying power seeming capable of rending all things asunder. Countless spear chi hovered in the air around him, orbiting his form and radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Even before they had formally clashed, the gathered prodigies felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Some dared not even watch their figures anymore, fearing it would breed inner demons within their hearts. Boom! Baiqi struck again. With divine might radiating from him, he drew the black blade from his back for the first time, unleashing a blade chi 5 meters long, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it slashed forward with heaven-shaking power. At that moment, everyone around trembled, feeling as though their souls were on the verge of annihilation. A blade chi infused with the heavenly blade artistic conception. Even a casual strike can mercilessly slay a typical marquee-level prodigy. Futu Lu's expression grew grave. He believed that if he were to face such an opponent, he would be defeated in merely 2 or 3 moves. Baiqi truly lived up to being the third-ranked prodigy. His terror inspired pure despair. Yi Fan unleashed his ultimate killing move without hesitation. Behind him, ghostly shadows flickered in profusion, as if one had stepped into the endless hell where the flames of the abyss blazed fiercely. The Void War spear in his hand tore through space with effortless ease, unleashing astonishing ripples of power. The spear moved like a dragon. In addition to the spear intent, it was enveloped by the power of void intent. As both intents erupted, his thrust became utterly uncanny, impossible to lock onto. The two attacks collided violently, sending waves of shock across the spot. With just 1 or 2 moves, it was hard for them to determine a victor. Yi Fan, you'd better unleash your true strength now. If you're this weak, you'll only disappoint me. Baiqi showed no surprise on his face when he saw Yi Fan break through his technique. Yi Fan remained silent. The spear in his hand blazed once more, and terrifying golden spear light tore through the void as his figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already beside Baiqi, thrusting his spear straight toward the crown of his head, intending to defeat him in a single strike. Void intent. I didn't expect you to comprehend such a terrifying power of intent. That's a bit troublesome. Baiqi recognized the intent power Yi Fan wielded at a glance, but his demeanor stayed composed, as if everything was already within his expectations. He gripped his black blade and unleashed 9 slashing blade auras, this time erupting with astonishing force. Space collapsed layer by layer as they locked onto Yi Fan's position. This is an rank martial skill soul-chasing slash. It can lock onto a target and make escape nearly impossible, said Futu Luan. Guiyuan remarked. To start with such earth-shattering moves, these two are terrifying. Indeed, that was true. Facing 9 slashing auras, Yi Fan showed no fear at all. The war spear in his hand erupted once more, and with the endless spear art combined with the power of intent, every casual strike unleashed tens of billions of combat power. A single casual strike was enough to make some marquee-ranked proud geniuses tremble with fear, filling them with thoughts of invincibility. The two fought at ever-increasing speed. Wherever they passed, the ground exploded in fissures, and the onlookers around kept retreating, shock written across their faces. Most spectators could now only see the collisions of spear light and blade aura. Even the figures of Baiqi and Yi Fan had become almost indistinguishable, for the speed at which the two moved was simply beyond the extreme. The more the crowd watched, the more alarmed they became. They all felt that if they were to join such a battle, they would probably be instantly slain without any real power to resist. Boom! The two clashed fiercely once more, then each retreated and landed on the ground, which shattered open into 2 deep craters. They stood apart from each other, gazing at one another from a distance. Neither had wanted their exchange just now had not involved their strongest techniques. It was merely an opening prelude. The primordial sacred body truly lives up to its reputation. This ancient constitution merely at the town general realm can already stand in an inherently undefeatable position. Baiqi is also formidable. He hasn't even used his rank martial skill, yet clearly intending to force Yi Fan to reveal his full strength before defeating him. That was what the spectators commented. They could all tell that these two had yet to use their full power. Boom! The ground burst open. Baiqi stamped his foot on the earth, and at that moment the ground began to shake wildly. Beneath his feet, billowing fierce chi spread outward. At this moment, everyone felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if they could hear someone beating a drum, the sound threatening to shake their very souls out of their bodies. Fall back. This is one of Baichi's strength martial skills, heaven-stepping steps. Fu Tulan was startled at this moment, retreating hastily, with a look of terror on his face. Seeing this, the surrounding people hurriedly retreated as well. Only after they had moved more than 300 meters away did that unsettling sensation of one's soul being shaken loose finally dissipate. By now, Baichi had already taken the 6th step. With every step he took, that terrifying power grew even stronger. Even Yi Fan felt the void buzzing and ringing. A dreadful pressure seemed capable of shattering heaven and earth. Yi Fan knew he could not let this continue, or he might truly be defeated. With 3 types of intent power erupting, and a 200 amplification, his combat power instantly soared to 27 billion. But this was not the end. At that moment he unleashed the endless spear art, and his combat power surged once more. Reaching an astonishing 36 billion combat power, this spear thrust possessed unprecedented might. Blazing with dazzling blinding light, it shot straight at the enemy. Baichi's expression changed slightly. At this moment he took the 7th step. Heaven and earth resonated with him. Killing sounds filled the air, as if tens of thousands of people were roaring, shaking everyone's hearts with terror. One had to admit that a martial skill of this level was exceedingly terrifying. Just the steps alone could shatter a person's soul and leave them breathless. It was as if countless great mountains were pressing down, and as if countless divine drums resounded to the heavens. Here radiant light burst forth. The endless spear art and the cloud-treading steps collided at this moment. Heaven and earth fell silent, and no one could see anything clearly. They could only sense a terrifying fluctuation of energy, one that made their hearts tremble and inspired an impulse to kneel and worship. The combat power unleashed by these two had already far surpassed that of an ordinary marquis. Everything around them was being destroyed, and the ground was covered in countless spiderweb-like cracks. This was power beyond measure, as if it could annihilate heaven and earth. When the light finally faded, the crowd beheld a shocking sight. Baichi had sustained a wound on his body, and blood was flowing from his arm. Across from him, Yi Fan stood mighty and imposing with the Void War spear in hand, his gaze icy cold, radiating an awe-inspiring sovereign majesty. What a... Baichi was actually wounded. Many of the heavens' prides in the distance were shocked. They all knew how powerful Baichi was. As the third-ranked heaven's pride, even the mention of his name was enough to terrify ordinary geniuses. His undefeated record had made even many scions of immortal lineages believe that he was invincible. Yet now this supposedly invincible man had actually been wounded. Ha ha ha. Right as the crowd was stunned, Baichi burst into laughter, wild, arrogant laughter. Yi Fan, you truly surprise me. You're even stronger than I imagined, worthy of my true blade art. At this moment, Baichi radiated boundless light. He raised the black treasured blade high, and in an instant thousands of blade auras erupted. The blade auras converged above his head into a divine blade more than 20 meters long, radiating a power that seemed capable of splitting open heaven and earth. At this moment his 3 tenths of heaven's blade intent erupted completely, his combat power climbing steadily, and he unleashed his strongest martial skill. Strength superior martial skill, heaven annihilation slash. My will is a heavenly blade slaying heaven's prides. The divine blade descended. At that instant the distant spectators felt their souls go silent. No one moved a muscle. Even from hundreds of meters away they felt enveloped by a sense of death. This was the third-ranked Baichi. His divine might was unfathomable. Yi Fan also felt a sense of pressure. This strike had already surpassed 40 billion combat power, and it was still rising. I am the primordial sacred body. I fear nothing. Primordial sacred fist. At this moment Yi Fan had no choice but to unleash the strongest martial skill he commanded. Terrifying vital blood exploded, fierce chi flowed over his body, and his momentum climbed to its peak. He then hurled a punch, thunderous roars shaking heaven and earth. A radiant golden fist imprint warped the surrounding void. 2 supreme prodigies were unleashing their most overwhelming techniques. One of them had a phantom heavenly saber more than 20 meters long manifesting above his head. Empowered by the intent of the heavenly saber, it gave the impression that nothing could break it and no force could stop it. Especially when he struck down, heaven and earth resonated with him. The slash was so fierce that before it even landed, the ground had already split open and rocks were flying everywhere. So this isn't strength high-grade weapon. It's truly terrifying. Fu Tulan, ranked 5th, felt a surge of despair rise in his heart. Even though he was ranked 5th, very close to 3rd place, he felt that he and Baichi were prodigies of completely different levels. Gazing at his opponent was like an ant gazing at a giant dragon. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Under that slash he knew he would be instantly killed. His physical body would be severed, his soul would be extinguished, and nothing would remain. As for the other prodigies, they had already been scared stiff, such as Xinyuan Long and Wang Chongyang. Their bodies stood motionless. It was not that they did not want to move, they simply could not move at all. The saber chi surged like a tide. The might of the heavenly saber made them feel that everything would be cut apart by this slash, and any prodigy at any level would tremble beneath it. They had thought they counted as prodigies, but compared with Baichi, they felt like ordinary people. The gap was far too great. It's over. Yi Fan is going to lose. Once the heaven-destroying slash is unleashed, who can challenge it? No prodigy can withstand this move. Even the crown prince would have to avoid its edge. Just as they were convinced that Yi Fan was doomed, they sensed a vast sea-like Bladanki force. It surged and throbbed like burning flames. Yi Fan's entire body was glowing, and surging energy radiated from every single pore. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the primordial Saint Fist since reaching the 9th level of the general realm. This fist technique had no limit. The stronger the primordial saint body, the more terrifying its power. With the power of 3 intense, a 200 increase, and the amplification of this fist, its might was multiplied once more. After all, this was a direct doubling from a combat power of 27 billion, reaching a shocking level of over 50 billion. Such terrifying combat power was truly beyond words, and had already surpassed an ordinary King Realm expert. It was hard to imagine that this attack had come from a mere General Realm cultivator. Of course, Baichi's Heavenly Saber also carried combat power that surpassed ordinary King Realm experts. From a distance, they looked like two King Realm powerhouses locked in fierce battle, completely beyond the comprehension of the surrounding prodigies. Outside, on the plaza, the 4 venerables stared intently at the giant screen, and the King Realm elders behind them also watched the scene without blinking. Most of them had thought Yi Fan would not stir up any waves. Yet when he erupted with such a terrifying attack, nearly all of them stood up because they were too shocked. They wanted to see who would become the stepping stone for whom. Both of their powers were unstoppable, and the combat power they erupted with far exceeded their peers, reaching an indescribable level. They felt this kind of force was too terrifying. If they had to fight at that level, they would be instantly killed. They simply could not. This Baichi has actually comprehended such terrifying Heavenly Saber intent, and fully unleashed the might of Enstrank martial art. His talent might be even more frightening than the immortals. Yi Fan is also worthy of the ancient primordial saint body. Even a whole major realm apart, he can unleash such divine might. No wonder they say this physique enables a demigod to slay gods. The 2 venerables spoke, their pupils filled with intense shock. They felt that this generation's quality was exceptionally high. If Baichi could take his Heavenly Saber intent a step further, he might be able to rival the Crown Prince. Yi Fan's primordial saint body was also unmatched, but he was at a disadvantage because of his cultivation realm. If he could reach the Marquis realm, he would probably be able to contend with the Crown Prince, Zhao Tiandu, and the rest. Inside the mountain Sandriver's painting, Zhao Tiandu, who had been slaughtering fierce beasts in a canyon, paused in his killing. It seemed he sensed something, and he started gazing into the distance. Such a powerful surge of energy. It seems the most outstanding prodigies are fighting. But you will all be... A strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, the Crown Prince, with an aura of otherworldly transcendence, and clad in white, stood atop a fierce beast, gazing into the distance. This fierce beast was actually a first-level King Realm beast, a colossal serpent. But now covered in blood, it lay on the ground, unable to move at all, clearly completely dead. Heavenly Saber intent, and the other power is that boundless Bladanki force. It seems Baichi has found Yi Fan. Baichi has always wanted to defeat the primordial saint body in order to strengthen his Heavenly Saber intent. I hope he can do it. The Crown Prince had an invincible confidence in his heart. He did not fear any challenge. No matter the opponent, they could only be defeated by him, and Zhao Tiandu was no exception. So the Crown Prince did not care who won or who lost. If Yi Fan lost, it would only mean this ancient sacred body was nothing more than that. If Yi Fan won, he hoped Yi Fan could face him in a fair and honorable battle. On the battlefield, the golden fist light and the Heavenly Saber finally collided. In the instant they touched, countless black fissures appeared around them, and the void of this region was shattered by their force. Rocks and sand flew across the ground as the earth continuously cracked apart. The place blazed with blinding radiance, and the terrifying force shook all below and above. The 2 forces crashed against each other, canceling each other out. Everything around them was being destroyed. Trees exploded, and the ground disintegrated. Such boundless might would be unbearable even for an ordinary prodigy who drew near. They would be blasted into vomiting blood by the shockwaves, and might very well die on the spot. A battle between powerhouses is perilous even to watch. Boom! A huge explosion resounded, and everything here was destroyed. In an instant, the 2 figures were swallowed by endless light. All the onlookers could no longer see anything. They could only sense an astonishing force erupting, bringing about a scene of heaven cracking and earth-splitting devastation. A stunning pillar of light shot straight into the sky, and the clouds were torn apart. Wave after wave of shocks spread outward in all directions. At that moment, they saw a figure blasted backward, retreating without stopping and coughing up great. Everyone stared fixedly at the figure, retreating, shock written across their faces. It was actually Baichi. His clothes were torn and ragged from the blast. He stabbed the black saber in his hand into the ground, carving out a fissure over 100 meters long, and finally came to a stop. As the radiance faded, Yi Fan stood in place, his blood and chi surging like a boundless sea, his gaze flashing like lightning. Even standing still, he gave one the impression of an unmovable mountain. The victor and the vanquished were instantly clear. Baichi actually lost. The primordial sacred body is truly formidable. Even across an entire major realm, he managed to defeat Ing Baiqi. Absolutely invincible. Perhaps the primordial sacred body can challenge the crown prince and Zhao Tiandu. Everyone looked at the defeated Ing Baiqi, knowing that the myth of the primordial sacred body would ultimately continue. At this moment, each of them was in extreme shock, their pupils violently constricting. Even their breaths began to faint to the point of inaudibility. Their gazes toward Yi Fan were tinged with awe. I concede. Ing Baiqi admitted defeat calmly with a trace of desolation. His heavenly saber intent would grow stronger the more powerful the prodigy he defeated. Yet if the streak broke, his intent would weaken and could even fall back to 2/10 of its power. Hearing this, invincible prodigy willingly concede, the entire place erupted. Everyone's eyes widened, and some let out quiet sighs. Ing Baiqi was thoroughly overshadowed from then on. Even if he were to become an immortal in the future, he would only be a stepping stone for Yi Fan. The tale of his defeat at Yi Fan's hands would only further cement Yi Fan's renown. No one could remain calm. 2000. At that moment, Yi Fan saw a number flicker, and his ranking instantly rose to 3rd. Defeating such an invincible prodigy granted him astonishing points. You truly are formidable. This ancient sacred body should perpetuate its undefeated legend. Yi Fan, I want you to do me a favor. Ing Baiqi's eyes lit up again, staring intently at Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at this formidable rival. The man was indeed powerful. Having been struck in the chest by the move just now, he still appeared utterly unharmed. After all, with such terrifying destructive force, even an ordinary first-tier sealed king fierce beast would likely have collapsed to the ground, barely breathing. What favor? Yi Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. Ing Baiqi smiled. Defeat the crown prince and Zhao Tiandu for me. Since I lost to you, I hope even more that you can defeat all of them. He showed 3 crystal-clear beast cores. These are the cores of 90 fierce beasts. With them, you'll have enough to break through to the Marquis realm. Ing Baiqi held them out with sincere countenance. Yi Fan, seeing the other's sincere childlike heart, felt no dislike for the man at all. All right, I accept. He accepted the 3 beast cores, preparing to break through to the Marquis realm. Once he succeeded, even the invincible prodigies ranked 1st and 2nd would become his defeated foes. A smile lingered on Ing Baiqi's face, but then he could hold on no longer. He coughed up another mouthful of blood and fell into a complete faint. Ing Baiqi was eliminated ahead of schedule, something no one could have foreseen. Yi Fan stepped forward to check and found the man's life was not in danger. Many of Ing Baiqi's followers hurried over to feed him spirit medicines to heal his injuries. Yi Fan let the matter go. Holding the void spear, he left the place unconcerned with what others thought. Only then did Xinyuan Long and Wang Chongyang snap back to reality. Watching Yi Fan's retreating figure, a dazed feeling welled up in their hearts. They had never imagined that Yi Fan could become this powerful in such a short span of time. Perhaps we should never have been called peerless prodigies. Compared to a freak like Yi Fan, we are just ordinary common. This era should be left to monstrous prodigies like him to contend. There is simply no point comparing ourselves to them. Faces fell with disappointment. In that moment, they understood the disheartened mentality of the geniuses they had once. When facing a rival one could never catch up to, one truly felt endless despair. Meanwhile, outside, the 4 venerables all had profound shock in their eyes. The 4 venerables one by one wore bewildered expressions, even wondering if what they had just witnessed was real. A figure as mighty as Ing Baiqi had actually lost completely. Was the legend of the primordial sacred body truly going to continue? Huh, I told you Yi Fan wouldn't lose. The happiest one at this moment was Venerable Tianyuan. Seeing Yi Fan's astonishing strength, he felt immensely proud, convinced that his judgment had been right. The primordial sacred body was just as powerful as ever, just as invincible as ever. Venerable Tianxiong remained silent, clearly shaken, feeling that everything before his eyes seemed unreal. The other 2 venerables involuntarily exchanged a glance. This primordial sacred body may actually have a chance to claim the championship. He has obtained enough cultivation resources. After breaking through to the Marquis realm, he will surely become even stronger. Then it will be a true clash of titans. The 2 venerables spoke in succession, knowing that once Yi Fan fully broke through, they would likely witness an even more terrifying battle. Presumably, Yi Fan would challenge the crown prince and the others. When that day came, it would be extraordinarily spectacular. They also yearned to see which was more formidable, the ancient sacred body or the demigod bloodline. Even if he is powerful now, what of it? If he cannot break through to the venerable realm, it means he will never attain the heights of an immortal. After calming down, Venerable Tianxiong sneered inwardly. He had no intention of revealing the truth to the smug Venerable Tianyuan right now. Once the true ranking came out, Tianyuan would realize just how foolish his idea was. So let him be happy for now. The primordial sacred body is far too powerful. No wonder in ancient times this archaic constitution roamed the world unchallenged, with few worthy of being its enemy. However, I think that although the primordial sacred body is strong, it is still inferior to the crown prince and Zhao Tian. There's no need to debate further. Once Yi Fan breaks through, hell likely clash with the crown prince and the others soon. Then we shall see who truly prevails. Many sealed king elders were also discussing the matter. They all knew exactly how terrifying the demigod bloodlines of the crown prince and Zhao Tiandu were. These were not comparable to the bloodlines of mere immortals. Moreover, the Crown Prince and Zhao Tiandu both had extremely high cultivation realms, far above Yi Fan's. However, that Yi Fan managed to secure third place was beyond their expectations. Inside the Mountain River map, the news spread at once, informing all the prodigies inside that third place had been overtaken. The current third, the moment it came out, an uproar arose. The most shocked was Xianyuan Huang, ranked fourth. When he received the news, his countenance changed, turning extremely gloomy. Baichi, you trash, you actually lost. It seems you are unworthy of that third place. I should have defeated you. Xianyuan Huang's body radiated overwhelming frost energy, freezing everything in its path. He was confident he was no weaker than Baichi. This ranking was nothing but an illusion. Send word that I challenge Yi Fan. Xianyuan Huang ordered his followers. The 10 prodigies behind him promptly departed, spreading the message far and wide. Baichi, since you are this useless, I will have to be the one to defeat this ancient primordial sacred body myself. The moment the words fell, terrifying frost energy spread outward. A few early 80 or fierce beasts within 100 meters were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, then burst apart, dying completely. Yi Fan landed in an uninhabited clearing where no one could disturb him. He took out the 3 ferocious beast crystals he had just obtained. Baichi, since you gave me this opportunity, I must not disappoint your expectations. Yi Fan had originally thought that with his current cultivation realm, he could sweep through everything, but he now realized it was still not enough. His own cultivation was still insufficient. Even a prodigy like Baichi did not dare challenge the Crown Prince and the others. Clearly those two were far more powerful than him. Yi Fan closed his eyes and began to refine them. Pure energy poured into his body, causing his skin to radiate a crystalline glow. The Gang Qi within him rapidly transformed into innate Gang Qi, and his combat power rose without pause. After roughly half an hour, he had refined the first rank 9 beast crystal. His combat power increased by 1 billion, bringing his base combat power to 10 billion. But this was far from enough. Yi Fan had not yet reached his limit, so he continued refining. The Gang Qi within him surged like a mighty river, endlessly transforming into innate Gang Qi. Yi Fan could sense that he was growing stronger by the moment, on the verge of a transformation. Once the second beast crystal finished refining, his combat power increased by another billion. Yi Fan continued to refine the third one. He could feel that as long as this one was fully refined, he would definitely break. At this moment, the bitter sea inside him also began to tremble. From the golden bitter sea, astonishing blood energy erupted, surging madly and distorting the surrounding air. The commotion of his breakthrough was truly immense. One after another ferocious beasts were disturbed, and pairs of blood-red eyes lit up. Some ferocious beasts approached, but when they came within 300 meters of Yi Fan and sensed that overwhelming blood energy, even a rank 8 beast lowered its head and retreated before fleeing from the place. Countless prodigies also sensed the disturbance and turned their gazes toward this place, though none approached lightly. They had no idea who was breaking through, and casually interrupting someone else's breakthrough could easily become a mortal grievance. Such terrifying blood energy. Could it be the primordial sacred body? Hurry and report to Lord Xianyuan Huang. One person guessed that the one breaking through was Yi Fan, and without delay, he left to make his report. Yi Fan, who was breaking through at this very moment, paid no attention to what others thought, and focused completely on his break. After who knew how long, Yi Fan finally felt as if a chain had snapped within his body, and he broke through directly to the Marquis realm. His combat power directly doubled, reaching 22 billion. Just as he thought the process was over, the bitter sea within him quaked, opening another 500 meters of space to reach a shocking 1,500 meters. Yi Fan's combat power surged once more, blasting all the way to 30 billion, and all the Gang Qi in his body was converted into innate Gang Qi. When he succeeded in breaking through, his eyes turned pure gold, blazing with golden light. Within his gaze, it seemed as though chaos Qi was flowing, just like the ancient double pupils of legend, deep and unfathomable, spreading an awe-inspiring majesty that dominated the world. Yi Fan looked into the distance and saw several prodigies standing there, peering in his direction. Yet with merely a single glance, those prodigies felt as if their souls were about to be torn away, and no secret in their bodies remained hidden. Everything was completely seen through. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and their eyes revealed expressions of utmost terror. Could these be the legendary war god's eyes? It is said that centuries may pass without a single person being born with the war god's eyes. Yet once born with these eyes, one can become the strongest prodigy. Could the primordial sacred body really be this freakish? Their souls trembled, their teeth chattered, and at that moment they could not suppress the fear and unease gnawing at their hearts. Only when Yi Fan withdrew his gaze did those prodigies stumble and scramble away, wishing their parents had given them 2 extra legs. The war god's eyes. Yi Fan had heard exactly what they were saying, and of course he also knew that the war god's eyes could see through all illusions and possessed astonishing mental and physical attacks. It was said that in the ancient era, the ancient double pupils and the war god's eyes stood shoulder to shoulder. Once these eyes were cultivated to the absolute limit, even destroying cities and splitting open the heavens was possible. After awakening the war god's eyes, Yi Fan also felt the power of this pair of eyes. His vision could clearly perceive everything several thousand meters away, and even in endless darkness he could see with perfect clarity. Moreover, he could sense that every living being he looked at would stiffen and dare not move. As long as he willed it, he could directly extinguish their lives. Next, I should learn a mental attack martial art. Yi Fan felt that with the war god's eyes not cultivating mental martial arts would be throwing a heavenly gift away. Meanwhile, outside, the four venerables were all so shocked they had nearly gone numb, having witnessed with their own eyes the birth of Yi Fan's war god's eyes. Each of them wore an extraordinary expression: amazement, shock, incredulity, disbelief. Even the Infeft King elders behind them were stunned, their mouths agape. The primordial sacred body was already a shocking sacred constitution, possessing invincible natural talent capable of defeating great foes in all directions and spreading one's name across the world. But now Yi Fan had actually awakened the legendary war god's eyes as well. How could anyone else still compete? How freakish is this Yi Fan? Even without the primordial sacred body, he might become a supreme deity just by relying on these eyes. He is simply a monster. It is said that every past bearer of the war god's eyes was invincible at the same realm. No one was their match. With the sacred body plus this pair of eyes, even the crown prince and Zhao Tiandu with their demigod bloodlines may not be his opponent. Not necessarily. Yi Fan has only just awakened the war god's eyes, and his cultivation is still only at the marquee realm. He probably cannot unleash the true terror of the war god's eyes. That's true. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Venerable Tianyuan was stunned for a long while before recovering and saying even without the primordial sacred body, Yi Fan will still be valued by the great figures above. He was overjoyed, thinking that the immortal deans above would definitely regret their decision. Venerable Zhao Hong said with emotion, who could have imagined that the legendary divine eyes comparable to the double pupils would be born upon the primordial sacred body? As long as this Yi Fan becomes a god, he will likely become famous across the land and leave behind countless. Venerable Feng Wuxia said the divine eyes are already an invincible path, and with the primordial sacred body added to that, this man will probably become one of the strongest prodigies in history. Venerable Tianqiang's expression turned grim as he stared fixedly at the projection. Yi Fan, awakening the ancient divine, I should have set you on an invincible path, but unfortunately you have prematurely awakened the primordial sacred body. No one has ever broken that curse, and you will be no exception. Even if you are the mightiest sealed king, that is all you are, a sealed king and nothing more. He still held to his conviction, sneering inwardly, believing that Yi Fan's life would amount to no more than this. The happier Venerable Tianyuan was now, the uglier his expression would become later. He believed the immortals would absolutely not grant Yi Fan preferential treatment just because he had manifested the martial god's eye. After all, he was merely a primordial sacred body with limited potential. Even if he claimed the crown, so what? The ceiling was simply there, and he could never break through those shackles. Tianxiong, do you think Yi Fan can win the championship now, eh? Venerable Tianyuan was in high spirits and asked with a smile. Venerable Tianxiong snorted coldly and said, well, see. The sealed king elders too were discussing with great excitement. We already thought it was beyond belief that our primordial palace would have a crown prince and Zhao Tiandu, prodigies of such caliber, joining in the same cohort. Who could have imagined that a Yi Fan with even more monstrous talent would emerge from nowhere now? Haha, it seems our primordial palace may very well claim the championship in the future grand competition of the 10 palaces. So what if prodigies are as numerous as clouds? The prodigies of our primordial palace are a match for those of any academy. Ignorant of the truth, the sealed king elders kept talking fervently, their eyes locked on Yi Fan. Inside the mountains and rivers painting, the golden light in Yi Fan's pupils gradually receded, yet an inexplicable majesty still hung around him. He had successfully broken through to the first level of the marquee realm. His whole body brimmed with dense innate Vajra chi, and no matter what he shaped it into, it could unleash astonishing power. With my current strength, I should be able to instantly killing Bai Chi without even using the primordial sacred fist. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yi Fan felt that he was now almost omnipotent. Spear in hand, he casually performed the relentless spear art. A golden spear radiance pierced through the void and struck a mountain peak over 100 meters away. Boom. The mountain peak burst apart on the spot, gravel flying everywhere. It simply could not withstand it. The relentless spear art now provides me far too little enhancement. Yi Fan shook his head. The power of that blow just now had reached a shocking 40 billion, and that was without the reinforcement of artistic conception. In other words, the relentless spear art could only elevate his combat power by 10 billion above his base strength. Before the breakthrough, Yi Fan had thought this was quite impressive. But now it was no longer enough. He had to obtain a higher tier martial technique. It looks like I need to eliminate the other prodigies quickly. To obtain more formidable martial arts, he would have to weed out those prodigies and bring this assessment to an early end. Yi Fan began to take the initiative, seeking out prodigies. He soared into the air, gliding across the sky while radiating terrifying heat. Thunderfire rolled and crackled within his innate Vajra chi, erupting with awe-inspiring force. Who was that? As Yi Fan passed through a land of dazzling snow, he saw two prodigies locked in fierce combat. At that very moment, they saw Yi Fan, and wariness crept into their eyes. Yi Fan gave them a glance, and casually blasted out a spear light. Boom. A blast rang out, and the two were eliminated on the spot. Yi Fan saw two numbers flash before him. 2,000. 3,000. He had gained another 5,000 points. With lightning flashing in his eyes, Yi Fan continued his search for prodigies. Meanwhile, the top 10 prodigies all began clearing the field, though anyone weak would be eliminated without delay. On a hillock 8 figures lay fallen before Futuan, and his points shot straight up to 6th place. He then departed, and went on to eliminate other weak prodigies. He now understood that even a prodigy like Bai Guiyuan could be eliminated early. He himself was not necessarily safe. Thus eliminating the weaker prodigies first was the way to boost his rank. Guiyuan, ranked 10th, had the same idea. He began to hunt madly, culling those prodigies weaker than himself one after another. The entire mountains and rivers painting descended into chaos. Soon only 100 people were left, and the number was still dropping. Meanwhile, on another side, with sharply defined features and extraordinary bearing, Xianyuan Huang wore a grim look as he faced the 6 people ahead. Xianyuan Huang, we merely eliminated a few of your followers, didn't we? Why must you stubbornly hound us like this? Xianyuan Huang, spare us where you can. We can become your followers. The 6 were left speechless. They had taken the desperate gamble of eliminating Xianyuan Huang's followers only to end up being hunted by him. Even when beating a dog, you must think of its master. You bunch of trash dared to provoke me, so prepare to be repaid in kind. He stamped his foot, and the ground split apart as a terrifying force erupted from his body. Ice began to creep across the ground, massive sheets of frost crystallizing in all directions. Fight him to the death. Kill. Those 6 prodigies all possessed strength at the marquee level and were the cream of their respective provinces. Yet when they faced Xianyuan Huang, they were utterly powerless to resist. In an instant they were frozen into ice sculptures. Their Vajrachi provided no real defense, and the martial arts they had cultivated could not ward off Xianyuan Huang's ice in the slightest. You deserve death. Xianyuan Huang approached one of the ice sculptures and struck down with his palm. Numerous cracks spread across the prodigy within, his eyes dimmed, and he died right there. The other frozen prodigies were gripped by terror. They could feel their companion die, yet they could not break free. Just then Long Xiaofeng, the 9th rank prodigy, happened to pass by. He was a youth in a white shirt and black trousers, radiating a sunny demeanor. A long sword lay strapped across his back, and sword intent permeated his being. Xianyuan Huang, this is an assessment. Why must you kill? Long Xiaofeng asked sternly. He had no objection to Xianyuan Huang eliminating people, but wantonly killing others right before his eyes was hard for him to stomach. What did you say? Xianyuan Huang's palm touched another ice sculpture, and in that instant the person within was robbed of all life force. The extreme cold power pierced through his meridians, and he perished with blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Long Xiaofeng knitted his brows, but mindful of the chasm between himself and Xianyuan Huang, he knew he was outmatched. His sword intent had been comprehended to only 2/10, whereas Xianyuan Huang's extreme cold power had reached 3/10. Say that again. I didn't hear you clearly. Xianyuan Huang advanced step by step. With every step the extreme cold power surged, and another prodigy perished. To their dying breath, those 6 prodigies could not understand why. When they had merely joined an assessment, they met their end at the hands of Xianyuan Huang, who was human just like them. Sweat beaded on Long Xiaofeng's forehead as he nervously drew the long sword from his grasp. Relax. You are from an immortal clan, not like those 6 lowly commoners. I will not kill you. Xianyuan Huang spoke in an icy tone. In his eyes, anyone who was not from an immortal clan or a demigod clan was a lowly commoner. Only they were the true aristocracy. Lowly commoners who provoke aristocrats deserve to die. Long Xiaofeng's eyes flickered with wariness. He thought Xianyuan Huang was utterly insane. Oh, slaughtering his own kind like this would certainly be seen by the venerables outside. There might be punishment, or even a lower evaluation score afterward. Yet he still dared to do it, and from this one could see just how unbridled and reckless he was. More people have come. Just in time, I haven't had my fill of killing yet. Xianyuan Huang looked into the distance where several powerful auras were drawing near. There were 3 people in total. They looked terrified, as if some monster was chasing after them. Not good. Xianyuan Huang. A sharp-eyed one among them also spotted Xianyuan Huang and stopped at once. Their expressions turned ugly, knowing that today they were doomed to be eliminated. I admit death. One of them sighed, just about to utter those 3 words, but before he could finish he was suddenly frozen into an ice sculpture by the extreme cold. Then excruciating pain tore through his body, countless cracks appeared, and before everyone's eyes he burst into countless chunks of ice. Just like that he died. The remaining 2 prodigies were so terrified their scalps went numb, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They had never imagined that someone would actually kill them. Xianyuan Huang, why would you do something so inhuman? We believe we have never offended you. Why kill us? The 2 demanded. Xianyuan Huang curled his lips into an icy smile. Weakness is the original sin. Trash like you shouldn't have come to the enrollment assessment at all. You. The 2 prodigies looked awful, feeling that they had run into terrible luck. Rather than this, it would have been better to be eliminated by Yi Fan than to die here. Kill. The 2 erupted with astonishing fierce aura, but the next instant they were frozen into ice sculptures, utterly unable to resist. The gap in strength was simply too great. boom. But just then a terrifying radiance erupted in the distance and tore through the sky. The ice sculptures exploded instantly, and the two frozen prodigies were completely unharmed. They were only shivering all over from the cold without any real injuries. This showed exactly how powerful the control of the one who acted was. The primordial sacred body. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own. Seeing this, Xianyuan Huang became extremely excited and turned his gaze to Yi Fan, who held a spear in hand. Yi Fan stood high in the sky with no expression on his face. He was handsome and extraordinary with an ethereal air. Just standing there, he gave one a feeling of sweeping invincibility, unbeatable and unstoppable. His body was filled with a thick, surging vital blood force, and his aura soared to the heavens. The current Yi Fan was too powerful, like a young god who could sweep aside all enemies. Thank you, the two said respectfully when they saw Yi Fan. Although he had wanted to eliminate them earlier this time, he had saved their lives. Yi Fan, since you refuse to take the road to heaven and force your way into hell today, you will remain here forever, said Xianyuan Huang. Hearing this, Yi Fan sneered, with just you. Xianyuan Huang was indeed strong. He could sense the terrifying energy within the other's body. But the current Xianyuan Huang did not actually pose much of a threat to him. I know you defeated Ng Baiqi, but don't think I am really weaker than him. Besides, I am far better at spiritual attacks. No matter how powerful your primordial sacred body is, it only makes your flesh strong. He was completely self-assured and did not intend to hide his trump card. If Yi Fan had not awakened the martial god's eye and the powerful force of his intent, he might have been somewhat wary of spiritual attacks. But now even a master specialized in spiritual attacks meant nothing in his eyes. Yi Fan, you can go to hell in peace. As soon as he spoke, a powerful spiritual fluctuation swept over. In that moment, Yi Fan felt as if he had left his spot, and everything around him disappeared. Then the scene before him changed drastically. He could see green grass. Lifting his gaze, he beheld an endless valley. Yi Fan even bent down and touched it idly, able to feel the smooth texture of the grass blades. A faint fragrance also drifted into his nose and mouth. Such a formidable spiritual attack. Yi Fan could not help but exclaim in admiration. This sort of spiritual illusion where truth and falsehood were indistinguishable made extreme demands on its caster. One had to possess incomparably powerful mental strength. Otherwise, there was no way it could be done. But this only made Yi Fan briefly surprised. Just as he was about to break the illusion, the ground began to tremble. He lifted his head and saw dense black lines at the end of the grassland. Those lines were composed of countless fierce beasts. 7th rank, 8th rank, and even terrifying 9th rank fierce beasts, all with vicious faces and bloodshot eyes, charged madly toward Yi Fan. A torrent of so many fierce beasts would force even a King Realm powerhouse to dodge. Shreds of grass flew wildly amid billowing dust. Yi Fan's expression did not change. He naturally knew that everything before him was false. But knowing was one thing, whether he felt fear in his heart was another. If one's will was not firm enough, watching such a terrifying illusion would still shock the spirit. It was like being startled awake from a nightmare. Yet Yi Fan felt not the slightest fear. Golden light surged in his pupils, and one could even see chaotic chi flowing within them, emanating a dreadful aura. He shot a single glare forward. With just that simple action, countless cracks appeared around him, bursting violently apart like a shattered mirror. Everything ended. The illusion before him shattered, and the opponent's spiritual illusion attack could not have any effect on Yi Fan. You are stronger than I thought. Xianyuan Huang put away his contempt, and a glimmer of dangerous light bloomed in it. However, my spiritual illusion is more than just a single layer. The moment his words landed, the scene in front of Yi Fan changed once more. It was an ancient, elegant room. A young beauty wore only a thin layer of gauze, her exquisite figure faintly visible, tempting one to keep staring. And her face was none other than Xianyuan Ruming's. Beautiful enough to be unforgettable at first sight. Please be gentle with me, she said softly, looking so delicate and frail that she stirred a protective urge. Yi Fan indeed felt a stir of attraction as Xianyuan Ruming threw herself at him. Her skin was like jade, and her beauty was soul-shakingly stunning. But soon clarity returned to his eyes. This illusion of yours is rather realistic. He shook his head. Chaotic chi flowed in his pupils, golden light flashed, and the illusion before him dissipated again, vanishing without a trace in an instant. It was as if it had never existed at all. Outside, the crowd watched as Yi Fan crossed blows with Xianyuan Huang. And yet the illusion realm Xianyuan Huang had cast failed to bind Yi Fan, even for a few breaths, shattering and dispersing in an instant. They revealed expressions of astonishment. Yi Fan's spiritual power is truly terrifying. It is said that the eye of the martial god can amplify spiritual power by dozens of times, and when cultivated to its limit can amplify it by more than 1,000-fold. With this divine eye, any illusion is probably useless against Yi Fan. Even the four venerables revealed astonished expressions. It was their first time witnessing the might of the eye of the martial god. After all, this divine eye generally existed only in legends. They had only learned about it from ancient texts and never seen it personally. Yet having witnessed it today, they could already sense its terrifying nature. It was simply too incredible, bearing a world-shaking divine might that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Xianyuan Huang surged with the power of ice, and everything around him was frozen. But he actually took the initiative to retreat, halting 100 meters away from Yifan. He stared fixedly at Yifan's golden pupils. He could sense that Yifan's spiritual power was actually stronger, and it was not merely stronger by one rank. It surpassed his by an unknown terrifying margin. Otherwise he would not have been able to completely disregard his illusion power. He knew that his illusions could normally trap a person for at least an hour, yet against Yifan, they had little effect. No wonder you defeated Baichi. You do have this level of strength. His strongest illusionary power was useless against Yifan, meaning he had lost a powerful trump card. Originally he had held a 70% chance of defeating Yifan, but now he felt it was less than 30%. Xianyuan Huang, do you know something? In my eyes you are far inferior to Baichi. Yifan said calmly, holding the Void War Spear. Xianyuan Huang's expression turned gloomy and his pupils became ice blue in that instant. Then a great amount of ice coalesced before him into all kinds of weapons, sabers, spears, and swords. Then he roared, Yifan, you speak with such arrogance. Watch me defeat you with a single strike. Flames of rage burned in his heart. His body leaped upward abruptly as the power of ice erupted. The various weapons he had condensed poured down like a glacial river, tearing through everything. The might of this strike already approached that heaven saber slash of Baichi, carrying a threaten's extreme frost intent that froze the surrounding air. Even large amounts of snowflakes drifted down from the sky, each one carrying a sharp sensation as if capable of severing everything. His move was so strong that all the prodigies watching felt a deadly crisis, as if they were about to be sent, and yet the next moment Yifan thrust his spear. His intent erupted in tandem with the unrelenting hell spear technique, and the crowd seemed to see an endless hell unfolding. Ghostly figures everywhere, countless spirits wailing. This rank martial art had been pushed by Yifan to its extreme, unleashing unprecedented and terrifying combat strength. It radiated brilliant light, stunning everyone present. The ice that had sealed all creation was easily shattered by this spear light. The glacial river pouring down exploded in midair, and a golden spear light surged upward against the current. In that instant, everyone seemed to see an invincible young god of war overcoming the enemy before him with an unstoppable force. Boom! Endless light radiated, and everything around became blurred, the air twisting violently. Xianyuan Huang vomited a large mouthful of blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been shattered. He collapsed to the ground and barely supported himself. Yifan had already retracted his power and withdrawn his Void War Spear. He looked calmly at Xianyuan Huang kneeling on the ground, his gaze cold. He didn't intend to continue attacking, however. His goal was only to eliminate the other party. The crowd around them fell silent. Almost everyone's mouth hung slightly open, eyes filled with shock and awe. Especially Long Xiaofeng, who was ranked 9th, naturally knew how terrifying Xianyuan Huang was. Yet such a man couldn't even withstand a single move from Yifan. This is probably one of the most powerful primordial sacred bodies in history, he thought to himself. To live in the same era as someone like him was both a blessing and a tragedy. The tragedy was that he would probably never reach Yifan's height in his entire life. The blessing was that he could in this lifetime witness a supreme, invincible prodigy like Yifan. Perhaps even the Crown Prince and Zhao Tiandu will fall at Yifan's hands, one prodigy commented. It was true that both the Crown Prince and Zhao Tiandu were rumored to be invincible, their demigod bloodlines said to be extremely powerful. But they believed even more in the Yifan before their eyes because this kind of invincible battle power had been vividly displayed in front of them. Even an ordinary King Realm powerhouse probably couldn't withstand a single strike from Yifan. No, you don't know how terrifying the Crown Prince is. Like Yifan, he also possesses invincible battle power. Long Xiaodian said solemnly. He had once seen the Crown Prince defeat Xianyuan Huang in a similarly dominant and invincible manner, just as cleanly and decisively as Yifan had. That was the most powerful prodigy he had ever seen and the most terrifying, one who had nearly even given rise to an inner demon within him. The Crown Prince was truly too monstrously invincible. In his heart, Yifan had the qualifications to challenge the Crown Prince, but he might not necessarily be the Crown Prince's opponent. Is the Crown Prince really so invincible? Someone asked. Long Xiaodian explained. When you truly meet the Crown Prince and become his enemy, you will understand that pervasive terror and despair. He is a being whose very name makes people tremble. The reason the Crown Prince is powerful is not only that he comprehends 3 types of intent. Even more frighteningly, he has elevated all 3 to an extremely high level. Upon hearing this, those prodigies could not help but draw a cold breath. To raise all 3 intents to such a stunning level. Just what kind of freak was this Crown Prince? Huh, Xianyuan Huang hasn't lost. What is that thing in his hand? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The crowd's gaze converged on him, and saw that Xianyuan Huang had produced a black Dharma seal about the size of a palm in his hand. That's a forbidden artifact. Run. Long Xiaofeng's skin crawled, and he exploded with astonishing speed. The others were so frightened that they fled too. They naturally knew what a forbidden artifact was, a taboo object containing a single attack from a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, it was an indiscriminate attack. Such things were extremely dangerous, and very few people would ever refine them. They didn't know how Xianyuan Huang had obtained it, but fleeing was definitely the right choice. Otherwise they might be buried forever in this place.
Yi Fan, this forbidden artifact contains the full-powered strike of a venerable. Today I'll make you a low-born wretch understand the consequences of offending me. Xianyuan Huang's expression was twisted and savage. He refused to accept his defeat. Even if killing 1,000 enemies meant losing 800 of his own, he would still make Yi Fan pay the price.